Chapter 1. The Cultivation of Internal Competition. In the eastern continent of the Hongwu realm, the Chu kingdom, the Tianxian sect stands as a prestigious and renowned sect in the southwest of the Chu kingdom. The number of disciples within the sect exceeds 100,000, with thousands of new outer disciples admitted this year alone. In the outer disciples' pavilion, dozens of individuals were gathered in a huddle, their eyes filled with resentment as they glanced toward a nearby training room. That scoundrel Lu Xian still hasn't come out. He's still inside cultivating. Hasn't it been nearly 7 days? I can't take it anymore. He's about to drive me insane. A group of them gritted their teeth, their eyes bloodshot, looking as though they hadn't slept for several nights. Meanwhile, inside the training room, an ordinary-looking young man slowly opened his eyes. Upon hearing the murmurs outside, he frowned slightly. Why have they stopped? They should continue cultivating. Lu Xian muttered to himself, visibly displeased. He then glanced outside and raised his voice in feigned surprise. Oh dear, how come I've broken through again? Am now at the 7th level of body refinement. Upon hearing this, the faces of those outside changed dramatically. He's broken through again? Sorry, I have some matters to attend to. You all carry on. I shall take my leave. I need to continue my cultivation. The previously whispering crowd immediately scattered like birds taking flight, with some rushing back into their rooms. From the way they clenched their fists, it seemed they were eager to sit down and begin cultivating right there. Seeing this, Lu Xian finally smiled in satisfaction. Exactly. Just focus on cultivating. Isn't it more rewarding to work for me? As soon as he finished speaking, a radiant light flickered around him, and his aura quietly surged upward. He turned his gaze inward and discovered. Indeed, he had truly broken through. At this moment, Lu Xian's grin widened, resembling a laborious foreman in a factory. Having joined the sect alongside his peers, he had only been here for a little over a month, yet he had already reached the 7th level of body refinement. Such a speed of cultivation could only be described as monstrous. However, if anyone thought his talent was exceptional, they would be gravely mistaken. As a transmigrator, Lu Xian's innate talent could only be deemed utterly abysmal, yet he possessed a system. How could his cultivation not progress swiftly? A month ago, upon awakening, Lu Xian found himself in this unfamiliar world, the Hongwu realm, where martial prowess and strength were revered. Yet, as an outer disciple, Lu Xian's talent was astonishingly poor. Fortunately, he had awakened the most formidable internal competition system just in time. The specifics were: anyone cultivating the same technique as the host would allow the host to gain a portion of their cultivation progress, and under the state of overexertion, cultivation speed would be accelerated. What does overexertion mean? Cultivation requires one to hold their breath and concentrate. Although one can refrain from eating during this time, and may not necessarily need sleep for a short period, prolonged efforts would lead to mental fatigue and exhaustion. Thus, overexertion occurs if one continues to cultivate in such a state. It becomes a state of overexertion. When Lu Xian read this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't this the very definition of others working hard while he lay back? The harder they worked, the more he could lounge and win effortlessly. Thus, a peculiar individual emerged among the new outer disciples. He possessed horrendous talent, yet his dedication to cultivation was unparalleled. He would bury himself in rigorous training for 3 to 5 days, during which he wouldn't even lift his eyelids, let alone eat or sleep. At first, his peers felt a degree of sympathy, observing that Lu Xian, whose aptitude seemed akin to that of a useless disciple, was steadily advancing in his cultivation, reflecting the age-old adage that hard work pays off. However, they soon realized something was amiss. This fellow was as steadfast as iron. 3 to 5 days was one thing, but even when he entered meditation, it could stretch to 10 days, and his progress was subtly placing him among the top ranks. This matter even attracted the attention of the outer sect elders, who came to investigate personally. Lu Xian is resolute and diligent. He truly exemplifies an outer disciple. And what about you all? Each of you is lazy and unambitious. If you cannot surpass someone with such poor aptitude, perhaps you should leave the Tianxian sect altogether. The elder left with a flick of his sleeve, leaving the disciples dumbfounded. Thus, the internal competition began. The disciples gritted their teeth in resentment towards Lu Xian, yet feared falling behind him, each one determined to outlast him in this grueling contest. As for Lu Xian, he was naturally grinning from ear to ear. The harder they toiled, the more comfortable he felt eventually. He even ceased his own cultivation, opting instead to close his eyes and feign meditation. He would occasionally take a nap or ponder the meaning of life, and his cultivation would steadily rise. As a result, everyone soon noticed that Lu Xian was even more enduring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 7th level of body refinement. Reward: Supreme Sword Technique. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Lu Xian, elated, opened the system panel. Host: Lu Xuan. Cultivation: 7th level of body refinement. Technique: Tai Xian Vital Energy. Martial skill: Supreme Sword Technique. Scope of internal competition: within a 5-mile radius. Internal competition index: Supreme Sword Technique. Lu Xian's mouth widened in surprise. Previous breakthroughs had only granted him a handful of low-level spirit stones and some meager pills. Yet this time, he struck gold. It is known that under equal conditions, martial skills are far more precious than techniques. And the Supreme Sword Technique is a high-tier martial skill. Old Elder, who has arrived? Just as Lu Xian was about to delve into the Supreme Sword Technique, a voice called out from outside, prompting him to quickly sit back down and resume his meditative pose. Very good, very good. Oh, 7th level of body refinement. Ha, splendid. Elder, who surveyed the rows of training rooms, his satisfaction growing as he observed the disciples diligently cultivating, especially when he laid eyes on Lu Xian, whose expression was one of profound contentment. However, he soon detected a few who were struggling to maintain their focus, and his expression darkened. Only at the 4th level of body refinement, how lackadaisical. Elder, I have been working hard at my cultivation. The individual lamented, visibly distressed. Preposterous. Elder, who immediately reprimanded in a loud voice. Hard work? Look at Lu Xian. His aptitude is far inferior to yours. Yet look at his cultivation. That is what true effort looks like. What you exhibit is mere laziness. As soon as Elder, who uttered the name Lu Xian, it was as if he had stirred a hornet's nest. The pent-up emotions of the crowd erupted instantaneously. Elder, it's not that we aren't trying, we simply can't endure any longer. We're all watching each other. Who can withstand cultivating for over 10 days straight? Indeed, no one is slacking off. Please allow us to rest for a while. Elder, who was taken aback by the extent of their grievances, momentarily rendered speechless. Even Lu Xian opened his eyes at this moment. Lu Xian, do you also feel the need for a break? Elder, who, sensing that they might indeed be too fatigued, thought even the most diligent Lu Xian could not hold on any longer, and his heart softened. Yes, my fellow brothers do indeed need some relaxation. Lu Xian nodded. The crowd erupted in joy, visibly relieved. Yet Lu Xian suddenly shifted his tone. However, everyone else may rest, but I do not require a break. I am acutely aware of my own lack of talent, and I must understand the principle that the early bird catches the worm and diligence can make up for deficiencies. Although body refinement is arduous and grueling, I grit my teeth and persevere after all. How could one fear hardship in cultivation, right? The smiles of the crowd gradually froze. Some began to tense their fists, veins bulging with indignation. Chapter 2. How can we rest? Lu Xian's seemingly understanding words, laden with implication, elevated the tension among the crowd. What to do? His remarks had already been made. Cultivating without fearing hardship was the essence of it. What did that make them? Were they to be seen as complaining, unmotivated? Their faces turned pale, and their gazes collectively shot daggers at Lu Xian, their eyes brimming with fury. Elder Hu, momentarily taken aback, began to regard Lu Xian with newfound respect. Such perseverance and diligence, this child would surely become a great talent in the future. However, since we've reached this point in the discussion, I must address my fellow brothers. Lu Xian suddenly sighed, adopting a seemingly heartbroken demeanor. Why do we cultivate? Is it for the sect? No, it is ultimately for ourselves. The sect provides us with opportunities, allowing us to join. Should we not cherish that? We should actually toil without rest, striving diligently. Even if not for the sake of not disappointing the sect's expectations, we should at least consider our own futures, right? How can we rest? What face do we have to rest? Upon hearing these words, Elder who couldn't help but nod in agreement, increasingly convinced by Lu Xian's reasoning. He then turned his gaze toward the group, his expression growing grim. Do you all think I am forcing you to cultivate? If anyone feels that it is too hard or too tiring, you may leave the Tianxian sect immediately and cease your cultivation. Naturally, you will not feel fatigue then. The disciples felt as though they were being pricked by needles, each face flushed with embarrassment. At this moment, they dared not utter a single word of dissent, their gazes filled with resentment directed at Lu Xian, before silently returning to their training rooms. Watching them retreat, Lu Xian felt a twinge of unease. Brothers, to demonstrate our determination, let us make a military pledge to Elder Hu. We shall not leave the training room until we have cultivated for 10 days. What do you say? Lu Xian raised his fist and proclaimed. The backs of the departing crowd trembled. Some turned back in disbelief, their eyes reddening. Damn it! Their gazes were filled with the urge to tear Lu Xian apart. However, when Elder Hu cast a brief glance their way, they all shuddered and forced a smile. Very well, very well. Lu Xian's words ring true. 10 days it is. At this moment, Elder Hu wore a beaming smile, yet the majority of his attention was undeniably focused on Lu Xian, finding him increasingly agreeable. That haha, splendid. I shall return in 10 days. With that, he patted Lu Xian on the shoulder and departed with a smile. Once Elder Wu had left, the outer sect courtyard fell into a profound silence, a palpable resentment pervading the atmosphere, as if the very air had grown colder. Lu Xian shivered slightly and hurried back to the training room, promptly locking the door behind him. He needed to make a swift escape. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly suffer the consequences of someone seeking to give him a beating, which he could hardly endure. In truth, he was perhaps overthinking the situation, as peers were likely more afraid of Elder Wu returning unexpectedly. Despite their pent-up frustrations, they could only endure in silence. Meanwhile, Lu Xian began to delight in observing his cultivation progress steadily advance. Yes, yes, cultivate, diligently cultivate. Taking advantage of this time, he delved into the martial technique book. It must be said, the supreme sword technique was indeed intricate. Not only inter-sect disciples, but even direct disciples might struggle to master such advanced martial arts. Curiously, although Lu Xian possessed abysmal talent, his comprehension was surprisingly sharp. He became enraptured by the esoteric and obscure supreme sword technique and began to incessantly practice it in his mind, immersing himself in deep study. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. At long last, Lu Xian had thoroughly grasped the high-level martial technique, mastering its core principles and techniques, leaving only practical application to pursue. Ding! Congratulations, host cultivation has risen to the 8th layer of body refinement. Reward, 10 second-tier spirit stones. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Lu Xian was instantly overjoyed. Had he truly broken through again? Peering through the window, he observed that his fellow disciples appeared haggard, some even lost in thought, their forms swaying precariously. It seemed they had not been idle over these past 10 days. They had been diligently working on his behalf. Hardworking individuals. Well done. Just as Lu Xian reveled in his joy, a forceful kick struck the training room door. Bang! Lu Xian, come out here this instant. Exactly. Don't hide away like a timid turtle. Lu Xian's expression shifted, a quiet sigh escaping him. It appears the inevitable has come to pass. He had incurred the wrath of many and had long anticipated this day. However, Lu Xian remained unfazed, opening the door and feigning confusion as he regarded the crowd. Dear brothers, what brings you here? Outside stood dozens of people bustling about, led by a dashing young man clad in splendid attire. Stop pretending with me. I've tolerated you long enough. The young man, named Guijun Kai, spoke as he shoved Lu Xian with force. A flicker of anger ignited within Lu Xian, yet he maintained an expression of bewilderment. Brother Gua, let us speak civilly. Why the fiery temper? At this, the others erupted in anger. Damn it, this brat is still putting on an act. If it weren't for him, would we be toiling like exhausted donkeys? All he knows is flattering the elder, while we suffer in silence, and he steals the spotlight. Look at how we've been grinding ourselves. I've begun to see illusions. The crowd's accusations flowed freely, while Guojun Kai glared at Lu Xian, his voice seething with anger. Listen well, you little brat, when the elder arrives, keep your mouth shut. If you dare to speak out of turn, be prepared for the consequences. Having delivered his threat, the group departed in a huff. Moments later, Elder Wu indeed returned to the scene. Observing his disciples engrossed in diligent practice, he smiled warmly and announced, "All right, everyone, let's take a brief respite. I have an important announcement to make." The individuals in the training room, who could no longer hold their composure, finally sighed in unison and emerged, stretching their limbs and relaxing their shoulders. After Guojun Kai and the others exited, they shot Lu Xian a furtive glare, their intentions unmistakable. "Ha! It seems you all have truly dedicated yourselves over these past 10 days. The Gung Courtyard has made you the pride of the Gung No. 2 Courtyard. However, in 1 month, the intersect selection will take place, and I hope you will strive even harder to bring glory to our courtyard." Elder Wu proclaimed with a hearty laugh. During this time, Lu Xian has performed exceptionally well. As a token of encouragement, I have decided to reward him with a second-tier spirit stone. A single second-tier spirit stone equated to 10 first-tier spirit stones. The crowd seethed with envy, yet they feigned applause, their claps sparse and lackluster. "No!" To everyone's astonishment, Lu Xian audibly declined the offer, causing the crowd to pause in surprise. "Thank you, Elder Wu, for your kind intentions. My talents are rather dull, and being able to cultivate here is already a generous favor from the sect. I believe this treasure should be bestowed upon someone more in need, such as Brother Guo." As Lu Xian spoke, his gaze fell upon Guojun Kai. Elder Wu was taken aback, utterly puzzled. Yet Guojun Kai felt a surge of delight, thinking to himself that this fellow was quite perceptive, recognizing the value of appeasing him with such a fine gift. After all, Brother Guo possesses remarkable talent even without rigorous training. He can still rank among the top of his peers. With such talent paired with the aid of spirit stones, wouldn't that be a splendid enhancement? Lu Xian stated earnestly. Elder Wu's gaze gradually shifted towards Guojun Kai. It was only then that the latter comprehended the implications. Cursing inwardly, a cold sweat began to bead upon his brow. Chapter 3. The annulment of engagement. Lu Xian's words, seemingly complimentary, were actually laced with subtle derision. While they appear to praise Guojun's extraordinary talent, they covertly highlighted his laziness and complacency. The crux of the matter was that Elder Wu had just commended Lu Xian for his diligence. And now bestowing praise upon Guojun was akin to slapping his own face. Was it not? A person who idles away their days, arrogant and self-indulgent, no matter how gifted, is unlikely to achieve greatness. This reward is rightfully yours. I shall see who dares to contest it. Elder Wu's gaze was fixed on Lu Xian, yet his words were directed at Guojun. Poor Guojun, who had done nothing to merit such reprimand, saw his image in the elder's eyes plummet. From now on, as long as he remained in the outer sect, he would likely find it difficult to gain any recognition. He cast a furtive glance at Lu Xian, his eyes brimming with resentment. "Thank you, Elder Wu." Lu Xian bowed deeply, a look of contrition on his face. "However, I truly feel unworthy of this reward, that I have achieved nothing yet have received accolades. This may stir discontent among my fellow brothers." "And what do you propose we do?" Elder Wu furrowed his brow. "I am also considering the sect's interests," Lu Xian replied earnestly. "Since the intersect elections are imminent, why not have a competition among the brothers? Whoever can first break through to the vitality realm, I am willing to relinquish this reward to them. This would serve as a motivation, and of course, the reward is secondary. Bringing glory to our Gung Academy is of utmost importance. Conversely, if someone is progressing slowly, a slight encouragement may be in order to uphold our Academy's rigorous standards that a small punishment may suffice, a minor reprimand to instill greater resolve." His words rang with righteousness and selflessness, drawing wide-eyed attention from all. Elder Wu's lips gradually curved into a smile, followed by a hearty laugh. "Ha! Truly, you are a disciple I hold in high regard. Though your talent may be lacking, your future shall undoubtedly be remarkable. I approve of your proposal, and I shall add another reward. Should anyone break through to the vitality realm first, I will bestow upon them a mid-grade magical artifact. How does that sound? A mid-grade magical artifact?" This announcement sent waves of excitement rippling through the crowd. Such treasures could not merely be quantified in monetary terms. They were invaluable. Many began to secretly gather their resolve, intent on returning to their rigorous training. Of course, with the increase in reward comes a corresponding measure of oversight. Starting tomorrow, I shall personally supervise your training. Should I catch anyone slacking off, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. With this proclamation, the previously exuberant atmosphere was swiftly dampened. If the reward had served to ignite their motivation, this latter statement instilled a palpable tension among them that a sense of urgency pervaded the air. Once Elder Wu departed, everyone remained rooted in place. Though the atmosphere was not overtly hostile, it was thick with an unspoken tension. A war without smoke had quietly begun. Guijun, having restrained himself for a time, could no longer contain his irritation that he stepped forward and seized Lu Xian, his eyes blazing with fury, to Lu Xian. Do you seek death? It was a clear threat of violence. Yet Lu Xian appeared unfazed. His expression one of unjust grievance. Brother Gua, I offer my help, and you lash out at me. What is the reason for this? Is it merely because my cultivation is inferior to yours and my background less illustrious that you feel entitled to bully me? Fine, I apologize. Once I diligently train, I will surely surpass you one day, and then you will understand my intentions. Lu Xian turned to leave, his demeanor one of transforming sorrow into motivation. This prompted immediate concern among the crowd. Some were fixated on the mid-grade magical artifact, while others were anxious about not being eliminated. Regardless, they shared a common adversary, Lu Xian, that he was already so capable of enduring hardship, and now, under such pressure, how could he not excel? Who could withstand a month of relentless training like him? Hey, Brother Lu, don't be too disheartened. None of us look down on you. Indeed, we are all good brothers. Don't let it trouble you too much. Brother Gua, I must speak to you. How can you treat a fellow disciple this way? Exactly. This is excessive. I can no longer bear to watch. One after another, the crowd rallied to dissuade Lu Xian. Turning their ire toward Guijun was taken aback. Moments ago, they had all conspired to teach Lu Xian a lesson. How had the tide turned so swiftly? However, he quickly caught on to the change in sentiment and approached with a forced smile. My apologies. Brother Gua expresses regret. To Lu Xian, please do not take offense. Let us set aside the matter of training for now. I have always wanted to have a heart-to-heart conversation with you. Seeing Lu Xian's expression soften slightly, the crowd collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, a sudden voice rang out from the entrance. Who called for Lu Xian? Everyone turned to see a young woman standing at the door. Her black hair cascading down a white dress, with bright eyes and crimson lips. Goodness! She was so stunning she seemed to have stepped out of a painting, leaving the onlookers momentarily spellbound. What business do you have? Junior sister, someone inquired, wearing an eager expression. Are you Lu Xian? The girl cast a dismissive glance at the speaker, scoffing. A mere outer sect disciple newly entered in a body refinement dares to call me. Shangguan Yin'er, his junior sister, Shangguan Yin'er. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, for they were all familiar with that name. The esteemed direct disciple of an inner cabinet elder, a prodigious young talent of the Tianqian sect. Hardly anyone within the sect was unaware of her. Her cultivation level was leagues ahead of theirs. Upon hearing her name, Lu Xian understood her intentions and furrowed his brow as he stepped forward. I am Lu Xian. What do you seek from me? What do I seek? You truly do not know. Shangguan Yin'er scrutinized Lu Xian before disdainfully remarking, although your Lu family arranged a betrothal with my Shangguan family years ago, considering your current circumstances. Do you still have the audacity to mention this engagement? What? The crowd gasped in shock at the revelation of Lu Xian's betrothal to Shangguan Yin'er. Lu Xian, however, merely nodded, having pieced together the situation. Here it was, the classic trope of an engagement annulment involving a seemingly useless character. Upon arriving in this world, he had learned of this matter from his memories, and he had been excited for some time, checking repeatedly for any rings or treasures. Yet aside from the system, he found nothing. No treasures, not even a trace of them, that Lu Xian had even doubted his lineage, wondering if his surname had originally been Xiao. But after receiving a slap from his father, he ceased to question it. Now, it appeared that he was indeed as talentless as they came, and the annulment of his engagement was most likely true. While the hidden genius was but a myth, that he was, in fact, a talentless individual. Very well. Since you are well aware, let us dissolve our engagement. Please sign here. Shangguan Yin'er coldly presented a letter of annulment. Lu Xian had enough self-awareness to recognize that a lowly person like him was unworthy of a beautiful and affluent woman. He had never entertained such thoughts. However, just as he was about to agree, someone spoke up beside him. "This is outrageous. How can you bully him like this? What gives you the right to annul the engagement? Indeed, just because you are a direct disciple, does that mean you can act with impunity? You are merely taking advantage of our honest brother Lu." Chapter 4. Have you fallen asleep? Lu Xian felt somewhat bewildered. "Wait, I'm the one being annulled. Why are you all so agitated? It feels as though you have been wronged." However, the crowd paid him no heed, their faces stern as they approached, ready to confront Shangguan Yin. "So, you are Shangguan Yin. Do you think our brother Lu would even glance your way? Let me make it clear. If the annulment is to happen, it must be initiated by brother Lu himself. You have no say in the matter. Brother Lu, do not let such a narrow-minded person affect you. You are destined for greatness." "Exactly. There are plenty of women out there. You need not concern yourself with her." At this moment, Shangguan Yin'er was taken aback. She merely came to annul an engagement. How had she managed to incur the wrath of the entire group? Was Lu Xian truly so well-liked? Did he possess some extraordinary quality? Yet, the crowd was singularly focused on one goal: to shield Lu Xian from any provocation. Unbeknownst to them, they had already become embroiled in their own competition. Lu Xian, observing their reactions, realized the opportunity at hand. Originally indifferent, he now feigned tears, gazing at Shangguan Yin'er with hurt eyes. "Do you truly look down on me so? I understand that you currently deem me unworthy. But how can you be so certain that I lack a future? In 3 months, I will make you regret your decision. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth." With that, Lu Xian angrily strode toward the training hall, leaving the crowd in a state of alarm. What was this about underestimating the youth? From the looks of it, he was determined to train relentlessly. They rushed forward to dissuade him. Wait, Brother Lu, let us talk this through. It's not worth it over someone like her." "Indeed. Hear me out. I believe you will surely rise to prominence. Do not let your emotions lead you astray." However, Lu Xian seemed impervious to their words, tears brimming in his eyes as he declared, "Brothers, there is no need to persuade me. Did I swear that I will train tirelessly and surpass my limits to achieve greatness." With that, he entered the training room and locked the door behind him. Now, they were genuinely anxious. Just when they had managed to calm things down, how had it spiraled out of control once again? All of this was her fault. It is all about this Shangguan Wan'er. They no longer care about what it means to be a favored daughter of heaven or a cherished disciple. A multitude of resentful and venomous gazes fixated upon her. Shangguan Yin'er could not help but shudder, exclaiming, "I've said my piece, so I shall take my leave. You wicked woman, you are the cause of all this. Do not dare to show your face in our academy again, or you shall face dire consequences. Leave at once. Do not be too disheartened, junior brother Lu." After Shangguan Yin'er departed, the onlookers stared at the tightly closed door. Their anxiety mounting, did I end their helplessness? They could only offer a few words of consolation through the door before returning to the training room, their faces long and forlorn. Meanwhile, within the training room, Lu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears, showing not a hint of sorrow. "Roll. Everyone, push yourselves to the limits. The more people there are, the more intense the training, the faster my cultivation will advance." Days swiftly passed. In the following days, Lu Xian indeed did not step outside, leaving the others in a state of frantic concern, akin to ants on a hot pan, yet they dared not afford any slack. After all, starting the next day, Elder who truly came as promised to supervise, sitting solemnly in the courtyard, eyes closed in meditation. Under such scrutiny, they dared not rest, each one anxiously gazing at Lu Xian's door, hoping he would emerge to take a break, so they too could exhale. Yet, despite the passage of several days, there was not a single sound from within, just as despair began to set in. The steady and rhythmic sound of snoring drifted faintly from Lu Xian's room. What is that noise? Is he snoring? Initially, they had all been fixated on the happenings within Lu Xian's chamber, and now, many noticed, even Elder whose expression darkened. Sleeping during cultivation. This is beyond mere negligence. It is sheer arrogance. Yet, secretly, everyone felt a flicker of joy, realizing that Lu Xian too had succumbed to fatigue, meaning they had finally triumphed. The most excited among them was Guijun Kai. He had long sought an opportunity to trouble Lu Xian. Previously, he had been compelled to concede due to circumstances, but now he had caught him off guard. How dare junior brother Lu sleep at such a critical moment? This is utterly intolerable. He must be punished severely. Elder Hu's face darkened considerably. After all, the competitive mechanism had been proposed by Lu Xian, and he had previously praised him. Yet now, to think he would dare to sleep and snore? With a grim expression, he approached Lu Xian's door and rapped sharply on it. This is outrageous. Come out immediately. Were it not for the crowd witnessing, he would have kicked the door down. That Lu Xian was indeed asleep, drool at the corner of his mouth. Startled awake by the knocking, he quickly composed himself and opened the door. Bewildered, Elder Wu, what brings you here? I just completed a cycle of cultivation. Is there something you need from me? Did I not hear that completing a cycle of cultivation involves snoring? Guijun Kai snickered from a distance. And a wave of suppressed laughter spread among the crowd. Elder Hu's gaze turned icy as he replied sternly, Do you take me for a fool, daring to deceive me? Embarrassed, Lu Xian felt his toes curl against the ground but steeled himself to respond. I would never deceive the elder. You know that strengthening the body through cultivation is a grueling process, and given my poor aptitude, it was merely the pain that caused me to let out a few involuntary groans. The onlookers were taken aback. Groans? Pain? Surely, this cannot be true. A flicker of doubt crossed Elder Hu's eyes as he extended his hand to gauge. Since you claim to have made progress, let me see how well you have cultivated. As Elder Hu's hand approached his forehead, Lu Xian's heart raced with apprehension. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 9th level of body refinement, receiving a reward of 10 yuan ling dan. Almost simultaneously, Lu Xian's cultivation surged dramatically. Elder Hu gasped in astonishment, his eyes brightening. You've reached the 9th level. To think you would break through in such a short time. Excellent, excellent, he repeated his praise. Revealing his delight, did I ask for the matter of snoring? No one dared to mention it further. Their thoughts were singular. Another breakthrough? Could it be that he truly did not rest at all, despite their eyes being closed? They occasionally allowed themselves brief moments of relaxation. After all, they were not made of iron. Who could endure such a relentless pace? Hey, isn't Brother Gua concentrating on his cultivation? Why is he so focused on me? Lu Xian feigned confusion. Elder Hu's expression turned dark instantly, sneering, some should not harbor jealousy. Mastering one's cultivation is the true path. That to take shortcuts and be shameless is unforgivable. Poof! Guijun Kai, who had just re-entered his meditative state, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 5. Fortunate Blessings. Everyone was taken aback, shocked to see Guijun Kai coughing up blood. In truth, he had long been unable to bear the strain. To maintain his position at the top, he had been pushing himself to the limit, but after many consecutive days, the human body could hardly withstand such pressure. Coupled with his pent-up frustrations, the sudden stimulus caused his qi to become misaligned, resulting in his bloody outburst. Everyone turned their gaze towards him, filled with sympathy. The Lu Xian is too ruthless. He has pushed someone to the brink of bleeding. Elder Wu's expression softened slightly, recognizing that Guijun Kai's state was indeed a testament to his diligence. As they observed Elder Wu's change in demeanor, they seized the opportunity. Elder Wu, look at Brother Gua. He has truly worked hard. Indeed, we too have been putting in our efforts. I believe cultivation requires a balance. One must not rush. Haste makes waste. Elder Wu, you must understand our plight. The surrounding lamentations grew louder, causing Elder Wu's expression to waver further. Was he truly being too harsh? But how was it that Lu Xian seemed unaffected? Yet, Guijun Kai's blood-spitting was a fact. He believed he could not be too severe and was preparing to relent. Just then, Lu Xian spoke again. Brother Gua, how are you holding up? Are you all right? As he approached with a concerned expression, Guijun Kai's eyes sparkled with murderous intent, but mindful of Elder Wu's presence, he forced a dismissive wave. No worries, oh dear. You must be cautious. Cultivation requires full concentration. If your mind wanders, the consequences can be dire. Spitting blood is minor, but losing control could lead to disaster. The Lu Xian feigned concern, attempting to soothe Guijun Kai. Upon hearing this, Guijun Kai's eyes widened in shock. Wandering mind? Losing focus? Elder Hu's previously calming demeanor once again morphed into fury. Indeed, if not for a lack of focus, how could one misalign their qi? It seems this fellow is still slacking off and not genuinely cultivating. Oof. Everyone, continue your training. Look at Lu Xian, the one with the worst aptitude, yet he has never complained of hardship, but if you cannot even measure up to him, what does that make you? A bunch of worthless fools. Focus and push yourselves harder, his voice thundered, not even glancing at the bloody Guijun Kai. The crowd, who had thought they could finally rest, found their previous efforts dashed once more by Lu Xian's words. And even stricter demands followed. With resentment in their hearts, they returned to their meditative states. Well then, I too shall continue my cultivation. Time is of the essence, and I cannot afford to waste it. Very well. I shall not disturb you any further. Elder Hu replied with a smile. Returning to the training room, Liu Xian promptly closed the window, indulging in his slumber, occasionally glancing at the system's cultivation progress. Perhaps spurred by the pressure, his cultivation speed even increased. Watching his cultivation surge, he was elated beyond measured. In such a manner, he became even more brazen. Remarkably, even in his sleep, he began to mumble in his dreams. However, he need not clarify, for Elder Hu, observing from the courtyard, proclaimed with approval, "Look at our junior brother Lu. He cultivates while still remembering to reflect and comprehend. Such dedication. You should all learn from him." Rather than being lazy and lax, Lu Xian, still within his chamber, was utterly stunned. What on earth did I mumble in my sleep to be mistaken for profound contemplation? Time slipped by, and soon the intersex election was merely days away. Originally in first place, Guijun Kai now lagged considerably behind, while Lu Xian had become the first to break through to the Yuanqi realm, with a gentle tremor emanating from his dantian. The spiritual energy, circulating through his meridians, dispersed to nourish his torn muscles and bones, gradually coalescing into a clear, spring-like essence within his dantian, that I have reached the Yuanqi realm. Lu Xian exhaled deeply, a smile spreading across his face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the first level of Yuanqi realm. The scope of your internal competition has expanded to a radius of 10 miles. And the limit on the number of cultivation techniques has increased to 3, that you have also acquired the insight number, the ability to view the cultivation techniques and martial skills of everyone within range, as well as their real-time cultivation progress. The system's voice chimed once more. Liu Xian beamed with joy. This meant he could now discern who feigned diligence while truly slacking off. What a marvelous tool! A perfect means of monitoring. Outside, Elder Hu, who had been meditating, immediately sensed the shift within Lu Xian's room and stood up in surprise. Moments later, the door swung open. Elder, I have not disappointed your expectations. I have stepped into the first level of the Yuanqi realm. Liu Xian slightly cupped his hands in greeting. The moment the others heard the commotion, their expressions turned grim. Some were filled with fury. Others felt a pang of bitterness, while yet others wore looks of utter astonishment. Elder Hu was overjoyed. Excellent. Excellent. Lu Xian's aptitude is so poor, yet he has managed to be the first to break through to the Qi refinement stage. It goes without saying that the credit will inevitably be attributed to him. With a flick of his wrist, a dark-colored heavy sword appeared in his hand. This sword is named immortal. Even among mid-grade magical artifacts, it is considered exceptional. Since I made a promise earlier, I shall bestow this along with the Qi stone upon you, that I hope you will continue to strive diligently and never succumb to arrogance or complacency. Thank you, Elder, Lu Xian exclaimed, taking the sword with excitement, his smile widening as he examined it more closely. That a mid-grade magical artifact. He had obtained it so effortlessly. Elder Hu then turned to speak a few more words before hastily departing. Unquestionably, he was going to the Elder's Hall to report the good news and claim his own share of the credit. However, no sooner had Elder Hu left than many people, upon seeing Lu Xian's beaming face, were instantly filled with resentment and charged toward him, rolling up their sleeves. Damn it. Whoever wants to practice can do so. I'm done. After all, there are only a few days left, and I'm only at the 6th level of body refinement. It is clearly hopeless. This so-called incentive mechanism is all a sham. In the end, the treasures still end up in his hands. That I've long found this brat displeasing. Let us take him down. As the crowd closed in, Lu Xian remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated this moment. Hold on. He raised his hand to stop them. Brothers and sisters, listen to me. That if after I finish speaking, you still wish to take your frustrations out on me, then go ahead. What more do you have to say? Guojun Kai was the most enraged. Liu Xian locked eyes with him and suddenly asked, "Brother Gua, do you truly believe I dedicate myself to arduous training for what reason? Isn't it all for that woman?" Guojun Kai scoffed. "You are thinking too small." Liu Xian shook his head, chuckling, as the others looked at him in confusion. "Think carefully. Do we truly cultivate for others? No, we cultivate for ourselves, for the path of becoming mighty and transcendent. This endeavor is inherently fraught with challenges. Yet let us not forget, there are countless others outside with even worse aptitudes and fewer opportunities than us. If we do not strive to cultivate now, wasting our youth here, what will we do in the future? Watch helplessly as the woman we cherish is taken away, while our enemies laugh mockingly. And we become the butt of ridicule. Time is fleeting. We must not regret our lack of diligence until it is too late." The crowd's expressions turned blank, their hearts stirred with a strange restlessness. Endless training, relentless cultivation. This is a blessing, for we have the opportunity to cultivate here, a reward earned from our past lives. Everyone felt their blood surge, their faces flushed with determination, as if they wished to strike themselves to spur their resolve. Promptly turning back to continue their training. Chapter 6. The relentless competition. The crowd was momentarily taken aback by Liu Xian's impassioned speech. Each person felt invigorated, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, hastening their steps as if they possessed the ability to teleport straight to their training rooms. Some even sat down directly on the spot to meditate. Excellent, excellent, Liu Xian thought to himself, feeling elated. There was nothing more effective than a pre-competition rally. With just a few simple words, he had inspired such enthusiasm among them. Observing the experience bar steadily rising, he nodded in satisfaction, preparing to return to his training room for some intensive practice. As he turned to leave with an air of nonchalance, Guojun Kai seethed with resentment. Once, he had been the favored disciple due to his extraordinary talent, carefully nurtured by the elders. But ever since Liu Xian arrived, tirelessly practicing day and night, everything had changed. Not only had he lost his former status, but even those who used to flatter him began to adopt a caring demeanor, fearful that Liu Xian's relentless drive would intensify further. Meanwhile, Guojun Kai was preoccupied with thoughts of how to cause trouble for Liu Xian. Feeling increasingly frustrated as his own training suffered, on the other hand, he had to maintain his position at the top, unable to afford any relaxation, leaving him in a perpetual state of stress. Just moments ago, he had pushed himself to the point of vomiting blood, hoping to elicit sympathy from the elders and ease his training pace. Yet, he was taken aback by Liu Xian's ruthless nature, who had effortlessly turned his struggles into accusations of laziness. His heart was filled with bitterness, yet he felt powerless. Liu Xian indeed remained in the training room every day, rapidly advancing in strength before his very eyes. The more he thought about it, the angrier and more anxious he became. The fear of losing his hard-earned position was palpable, especially after Liu Xian's stirring speech had driven the other disciples into a fervor of training. "Just you wait, Liu Xian, I will surpass you and reclaim my rightful place," he vowed, feeling his blood surge as he immersed himself in training once more. Back in his training room, Liu Xian felt utterly at ease. Reclining on his bed with his face turned toward the ceiling. With a flick of his wrist, the immortal sword appeared in his hand. Holding the newly acquired treasure, he examined it closely. Just moments ago, he had received it from the elder amidst the gaze of many eyes and had hardly taken the time to appreciate it before hastily putting it away. Now, back in his training chamber, he could scrutinize it thoroughly. Immortal. Liu Xian murmured its name. That it was indeed a fine name. He wondered what special abilities it possessed. Perhaps due to its exquisite nature, the sword emitted a faint glow when he spoke its name. And Liu Xian felt a sense of reassurance as he caressed the cool surface of the blade. This must be the sense of security that a heavy sword provides. After a moment, Liu Xian stowed the immortal away again. At present, he did not possess a suitable technique for training with a heavy sword. Although he held such a treasure in his hands, he could only set it aside for now. "What a windfall!" he exclaimed, rolling around on his bed in excitement. In his exuberance, he accidentally tumbled off the bed, hitting the floor with a dull thud. The sudden impact caused him pain, and he couldn't help but let out a yelp. Rubbing the large bump forming on his head, he begrudgingly returned to the bed. "Perhaps I should study the new techniques I've received." However, outside, the disciples who had been meditating were thoroughly alarmed by Liu Xian's fall. "Is senior brother Liu researching some new technique again?" They wondered, hearing the sounds of intense collisions followed by cries of distress. Could it be that he has fallen into some sort of sinister path due to impatience? Indeed, with such poor aptitude, how could he possibly advance so quickly through mere cultivation? He must be using some secret technique. They recalled the painful groans Lu Xian had emitted during his previous breakthrough and speculated whether he was on the verge of another. Surely not, surely not. It hasn't been long since his last breakthrough. The disciples began to murmur among themselves, many of whom were those who typically preferred to slack off and gossip, but on the other hand, some were spurred on by the discussions and intensified their training efforts that if Lu Xian truly achieved another breakthrough, they would undoubtedly fall behind again. Realizing this, they resumed circulating their qi, increasing the intensity of their body refinement training. Their inner restlessness fueling their determination to persevere. Guijun Kai, receiving a jolt of motivation, slapped himself hard twice. Guijun Kai, how could you let your focus slip again? How much training time have you wasted in just this short while? You must cultivate without pause. Absolutely cannot allow that brat to surpass me again. The position of first place will be mine once more. Ding, congratulations, host. Your cultivation has broken through to the second layer of the qi refinement stage. The scope of internal competition has expanded to a radius of 15 miles, while the limit on the number of internal competition techniques remains unchanged. The limit on the number of internal competition martial skills has been increased to 3. The system's voice rang out promptly that Liu Xian felt a surge of joy. He had broken through so quickly. It seemed that his speech had indeed yielded remarkable results. He began to contemplate organizing a large-scale rally, especially for the inner disciples, where there were many talented yet diligent individuals that if he could inspire them to compete, his own progress would soar compared to the present. The inner disciples were fiercely competitive. If a disciple with the worst aptitude in the entire sect were to surpass them, they would not need him to say a word to spur them on. What a brilliant idea! Lu Xian praised himself internally, sitting cross-legged on his bed. Let me see which slacker needs a little motivation. I must go and encourage them. How could anyone afford to be lazy while working for others? How could they not strive to excel? Indulging in comfort and pleasure only allows those who strive to surpass them. Liu Xian activated his insight, akin to a radar, scanning each individual around him. Their martial arts, skills, and cultivation progress floated beside them like little tags. Lihu. Cultivation progress at the 4th stage of body tempering. Expected to break through in 3 days. Cultivation technique. Tai Xian Gang Qi. Martial skill. None. This won't do. This is far too lazy. How can he only be at the 4th stage of body tempering? I must educate him shortly, urging him to become more diligent. Chapter 7. The Red Pearls. In this martial skill, why is it labeled as none? This lad is truly adept at slacking off, neglecting his martial arts training. Next. Lu Xian shook his head and opened another person's information. Zhang Si. Cultivation progress at the 6th stage of body tempering. Expected to break through in 8 hours. Cultivation technique. Tai Xian Gang Qi. Martial skill. Climbing tiger. This is commendable. He possesses a martial skill, yet it still falls short of being competitive. Lu Xian nodded thoughtfully. Let me see what grade this martial skill is. The information regarding the martial skill appeared, and Lu Xian shook his head in disappointment. It was merely of inferior grade. Although rare, such low-grade techniques seem a waste of space. While I am unsure of the system's storage limit for techniques and skills, it would be prudent to set this aside for now. If the storage limit increases in the future, I may revisit it later. After reviewing several individuals' information, most were either excessively lazy or possessed nothing of note. In the Tianxian sect, all disciples practiced the same techniques, leaving little room for variation. Consequently, Lu Xian's collection of techniques remained at a mere 1, that just as Lu Xian was feeling disheartened and prepared to withdraw his insight, he noticed the diligent Guijun Kai nearby. Wow, this fellow is truly putting in the effort. Excellent. This is precisely what I need, more individuals like him. Guijun Kai was on the verge of a breakthrough, having previously relied on his innate talent to maintain a significant lead in cultivation progress, becoming the first among his peers to reach the 8th stage of body tempering. However, his position as first was recently snatched away by Lu Xian. Had he trained without respite like Lu Xian, his progress would not have suffered. He could have easily secured his position as the second to break into the Qi realm, setting aside Lu Xian, who had the advantage of a system. He was indeed a rare talent. Yet, The issue lay in his jealousy, that he envied Lu Xian for taking his first place and for being more diligent, which created a psychological barrier that adversely affected his cultivation speed. Perhaps influenced by Lu Xian's recent achievements or unwilling to be outdone, he had redoubled his efforts that a myriad of reasons combined had transformed Lu Xian into his driving force, continually motivating him. At this moment, Guojun Kai stood on the brink of entering the Qi realm. Goodness, no wonder his cultivation progress has surged. There is indeed an individual pushing himself to the limit beside him. Lu Xian stroked his chin, observing Guojun Kai's fluctuating statistics alongside his rapidly increasing experience. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Gua. Just then, Guojun Kai leaped forward, stepping into the Qi realm. Elder Wu, sensing the change, was the first to rush over. Marvelous, marvelous. I never expected that our outer sect would produce 2 Qi realm disciples in quick succession. Elder Wu approached Guojun Kai, who had just completed his breakthrough. Retracting his energy, Elder Wu, Guojun Kai bowed respectfully that he had already envisioned what reward he would request from Elder Wu. However, unfortunately, this time it was not his turn. Ding! Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the 3rd layer of the Qi realm. The range of internal competition has expanded to a 20-mile radius, increasing the upper limit of techniques available for internal competition by 1, and raising the limit for martial skills to 4. Oh, how quickly I have advanced again. Lu Xian was overjoyed, realizing that the experience bar had grown significantly. It seems that others' breakthroughs also contribute to my gains that I had not noticed before, that even minor breakthroughs among the disciples cause my experience bar to rise. Given the scarcity of breakthroughs and my previous lack of attention to this detail, I had overlooked its significance. That in that case, Lu Xian smirked mischievously. I shall encourage everyone to strive for breakthroughs. Just as Lu Xian reveled in his thoughts about how to motivate his fellow disciples, Elder Wu knocked at his door. That Lu Xian quickly composed himself, softly inviting him in. Observing that Elder Wu merely praised him without offering any treasures, Guojun Kai felt a surge of dissatisfaction, that he initially thought the elder had simply forgotten something in his haste. However, when he approached to knock on Lu Xian's door, he understood the reason. That fellow has advanced again to that moment. Guojun Kai was consumed by envy, that we are all contemporaries, and I am the most talented among us, that in terms of diligence, I have not lagged behind Lu Xian these past few days. So why is it always him who receives rewards while I am left trailing behind? Guojun Kai felt a sense of bitterness, aware that he was unlikely to receive any rewards. Frustrated, he returned to the training room, determined to surpass Lu Xian. Elder Wu was overjoyed, his aged face beaming like a radiant chrysanthemum. With a flick of his wrist, he produced another mid-grade artifact, gazing at the exquisite small vial. Lu Xian was ecstatic. With this, he would possess 2 mid-grade artifacts that he had seen in the system, that possessing 3 mid-grade artifacts would allow him to forge 1 high-grade artifact. Although this feature remained inoperable within the system, Lu Xian expressed his gratitude to the elder. Just as he reached for it, Elder Wu surprisingly stepped back and flicked his wrist, causing 2 red pearls to roll out of the vial. So, it wasn't a magical artifact meant for me. That Lu Xian felt a tinge of disappointment. Noticing Lu Xian's disappointed expression, Elder Wu tossed the 2 round pearls to him. Do not underestimate these. They contain the essence of spirit beasts. They possess the ability to strengthen one's foundation and enhance vitality. That I bestowed these upon you out of concern that your rapid cultivation may strain your body. This treasure is no less valuable than an artifact. Lu Xian could only force a smile as he accepted the 2 pearls. That he thanked Elder Wu, who then instructed him to continue his training, expressing hope that he would not let him down. Elder Wu was referring to the upcoming intersect selection tournament, which Lu Xian understood well. The techniques available to intersect disciples are far more diverse, and should he gain admission, it would undoubtedly spark a new wave of competition. After bidding farewell to Elder Wu, Lu Xian gazed at the 2 pearls in his hand with a touch of helplessness. They are indeed rare items, but they hold little value for someone like me, who is equipped with a system. They are not as useful as the vial in Elder Wu's possession, that I must find a way to exchange these pearls for something of greater utility. As Lu Xian contemplated this, he remained unaware that fortune had already begun to smile upon him. Elder Wu returned to report that 2 of their disciples had entered the Qi realm, one of whom had achieved consecutive breakthroughs within a matter of days. Such a rapid cultivation speed was utterly astonishing. For the higher-ups, such accomplishments were truly tantalizing. Chapter 8. The competition, faced with such talent. How could they not be envious? They immediately sought to snatch the disciples from Elder Wu. However, Elder Wu was not inclined to comply. He had yet to allow Lu Xian to participate in the inter-sect selection. After all, they were all eagerly anticipating Lu Xian's emergence, that if they were to be interrupted midway, they would lose their chance. Although the outcome might remain the same, the process was of utmost importance. Elder Wu promptly declined the higher-ups' requests. The higher-ups were not to be trifled with. Elder Li could no longer contain himself, and was the first to speak up. Elder Wu, you mean to say you will not release them? Elder Li's cultivation level naturally surpassed that of Elder Wu, and he exerted a subtle pressure that made Elder Zhang feel the weight of it. No, Elder Li, that is not my intention at all. Elder Wu wiped his brow. They certainly did not dare to hold on to the disciples. They merely sought to save face, though it was just a single word. Elder Li's tone carried an undeniable authority. Elder Li was undoubtedly one of the most formidable among the elders. Quick-tempered, impatient, and particularly stubborn, he would resort to brute force to resolve any issues, were it not for the presence of other elders. He might have charged into the outer sect to seize Lu Xian himself. Seeing Elder Li so agitated, Elder Wang promptly dispatched 2 disciples, respectfully presenting several cultivation techniques and 10 mid-grade artifacts, all of a superior quality compared to the previous offerings. Elder Wu was left wide-eyed. Indeed, the inner sect was generous in their contributions. This scene resembled a classic marriage proposal scenario. Having claimed the disciples, they naturally offered compensation. Elder Wang chuckled, for this was no trouble for them at all. Although Elder Wu was tempted by these treasures, he remained unmoved. Who cares about these trinkets when compared to Lu Xian's potential? I implore you, esteemed elders, do not make this difficult for me, though we will certainly release the disciples, but it must be contingent upon the inner sect selection. This arrangement allows my disciple to enter the inner sanctum with dignity, while also providing him the opportunity to showcase his skills. Elder Wu clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. This was indeed his greatest concession. The other elders, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce. However, their curiosity was piqued. What exceptional qualities did this Lu Xian possess? This young man displayed remarkable diligence and had a knack for rallying others. After some persuasion, he could always ignite a fresh wave of fervor for cultivation. Elder Wu stroked his beard, feeling quite pleased. Well then, let us invite him to conduct a sermon for our inner sect. Elder Zhang interjected, expressing great interest in such matters. Let us offer these items to that young disciple, Elder Wang said with a smile, his eyes crinkling in mirth. This fellow was undoubtedly an enigma. That is unnecessary, Elder Wu replied upon realizing the gifts were not intended for him. To bestow such precious treasures upon a single disciple seems rather excessive. If I were to gift him such invaluable items, I fear he may become arrogant and complacent. Elder Wang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. As Elder Wang prepared to reclaim the gifts, he was abruptly interrupted by the irascible Elder Li. Hold on, Elder Wang, it is illogical to retract what is meant to be given. Instead, let us bestow a significant portion to Elder Wu for his efforts in traversing this journey. Upon hearing this, Elder Wu swallowed hard. He was indifferent if the gifts were for others, but upon realizing they were for him, his eyes sparkled with excitement. That it is impossible for cultivators to be devoid of a desire for resources. Wealth, companions, techniques, and land. All are indispensable. Thank you, Elder Li and Elder Wang. Elder Wu quickly expressed his gratitude, fearing Elder Wang might change his mind. Afterward, he bid farewell to the elders and departed. The fervor with which his disciples practiced did not go unnoticed by the higher-ups within the sect. Naturally, they could not overlook this unusual phenomenon and promptly dispatched several respected senior disciples to investigate. After all, there was a qualitative difference between the inner sect and the outer sect, while disciples in the inner sect were driven by competition to cultivate diligently. Many in the outer sect were of mediocre aptitude, often slacking off. Historically, this had been the case. Yet at this moment, the outer sect's cultivation speed surpassed that of the inner sect, sparking curiosity and even envy among the higher-ups. If they could channel this momentum into the inner sect, with innate talent coupled with relentless effort, it would not be long before the Tianxian sect ascended to the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Meanwhile, Lu Xian, blissfully asleep in the training room, was jolted awake by a knock on the door. Fortunately, he did not mutter in his sleep or snore this time. After his previous experience, he had attempted to sleep while sitting. When Elder Wu entered, he initially thought Lu Xian was in deep meditation. Lu Xian, the elder called out unexpectedly, startling him. Recognizing the familiar voice, Lu Xian opened his eyes to find it was indeed Elder Wu. There is no need for such formality. Do not overexert yourself, Elder Wu said kindly, recalling the significant revenue Lu Xian had recently brought him. I am fine. I can continue my cultivation, Lu Xian replied. Adjusting his posture as he spoke, I asked this about the broken engagement? Elder Wu asked, visibly displeased. Although the matter of the engagement was personal, the other party's actions were clearly an affront to his disciple. Moreover, he was fully aware of Lu Xian's diligent efforts. This is merely a trial bestowed upon me by the heavens, a source of motivation for my progress, Lu Xian asserted. This engagement was arranged in my youth. She, Shangguan Yen'er, is a distinguished young lady, a paragon of excellence, having achieved an enviable realm within a mere 6 months. Just a step away from ascension, that I, being of modest talent, surely cannot match her. Thus I must cultivate diligently to have a chance to surpass her one day. Elder Wu looked at Lu Xian with approval, thinking, what a fine young man. I have not misjudged him. Outside the training room, Elder Wu's frequent visits to Lu Xian had not gone unnoticed by the other disciples. Their frustration was palpable, especially among those who usually slacked off, clenching their fists in anger. Could it be that Lu Xian has received special treatment from Elder Wu? With Elder Wu's cultivation level, it was certainly not difficult for him to catch wind of any gossip, but he spoke in a low but firm voice. If your cultivation speed were to match Lu Xian's, I too could grant you special privileges. His words, though not loud, reached everyone's ears. The disciples' expressions changed as they ceased their discussions, returning to their training with renewed focus. Chapter 9. Special privileges. Upon hearing Elder Wu's reprimand, the disciples immediately fell silent. Returning to their cultivation, fearful of being scolded for their lack of diligence, they dared not slack off, knowing Elder Wu could come by at any moment to admonish them. Seeing that the disciples had ceased their chatter, Elder Wu seized the opportunity to convey his true purpose for visiting. Lu Xian, I have a matter I wish to entrust to you. Elder Wu feigned hesitation, concerned that Lu Xian might decline under the pretext of prioritizing his cultivation. Though Lu Xian usually presented himself as a dedicated practitioner, he was often idle in the training room. Now that Elder Wu had made a request, it provided him the perfect excuse to find something to occupy himself. Lu Xian pondered. If the task was enjoyable and straightforward, he would gladly accept it. If it proved burdensome and thankless, he would refuse. After all, Elder Wu and the others would not dare to disrupt his cultivation. Elder Wu, confident that Lu Xian would complete the task without impacting his training, felt a surge of relief that he had anticipated Lu Xian would decline under the guise of being too busy with cultivation, yet was pleasantly surprised when Lu Xian readily agreed. Grasping Lu Xian's hand, Elder Wu continued, your diligence has caught the attention of the inner sect. The mention of the inner sect. Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Have they finally come around? It's time for them to feel the pressure. They commend you highly and wish to invite you to conduct a sermon for the inner sect. Elder Wu got straight to the point, revealing a mid-grade magical artifact, a fan with blue and white hues, its ribs resembling shimmering blue ice, while the leaves were white, adorned with golden patterns that hinted at intricate formations. Observing Elder Wu present the artifact, Lu Xian did not display the same excitement as before, but he surmised that Elder Wu was about to use the fan to cool himself down. However, to his surprise, Elder Wu thrust the fan into Lu Xian's hands, as if fearing rejection. Such a stroke of luck. Lu Xian's heart leapt with joy. He had long intended to find an opportunity to enlighten the inner sect disciples, allowing them to experience the thrill of competition. To his astonishment, this fortunate opportunity had presented itself, along with a mid-grade magical artifact. Given that it was Elder Wu's request, Lu Xian resolved to fulfill it earnestly, that he clasped his hands in gratitude. Vowing not to disappoint, Elder Wu, satisfied, stroked his beard and exchanged a few pleasantries before preparing to leave. Very well. Focus on your training. The sermon will be held in 3 days. Make sure to arrange your schedule. If the outcome is favorable, rewards will certainly follow. Outside, the eager disciples perked up, straining to listen. All of you, concentrate on your training and do not slack off, Elder Wu admonished as he took his leave. The disciples felt a sense of oppression. What once had been a self-driven pursuit of cultivation had transformed into a relentless endeavor due to Lu Xian's existence as a cultivation fanatic. Their usual rest periods had become synonymous with laziness, and now, being reprimanded by Elder Wu only deepened their resentment. Yet, they dared not voice their discontent, compelled to engage in continuous cultivation. With Lu Xian's unwavering dedication to training, who would dare to relax? Once Elder Wu departed, Lu Xian promptly shut the door, disregarding the peculiar stares from the disciples outside. However, before closing the door, he made a point to display the fan. Elder Wu had indeed granted Lu Xian special privileges. That fan? I've seen it before. It must be the one Elder Wu just gave him, along with some promised rewards, with such a prodigy around. We are merely supporting characters. Who can we blame? Our talent pales in comparison, yet we cannot match his progress. Indeed, this situation was snowballing. Lu Xian's rewards were likely to multiply while his advancements soared. The multitude of disciples engaged in a cacophony of discussion, which began to irk Lu Xian. It seemed they would deliberate endlessly over trivial matters. However, each time they concluded their discourse, their enthusiasm only intensified, and Lu Xian grew indifferent to their chatter. They likely believed that Elder Wu had bestowed upon him special privileges. Leisurely fanning himself with a recently acquired fan-shaped artifact, Lu Xian mused, this privilege is quite commendable. With 2 mid-tier artifacts now in my possession, and given Elder Wu's hints, it seems further rewards may be forthcoming that if only another mid-tier artifact could be acquired, then a high-tier artifact would be within reach. 3 days, 3 days. He eagerly awaited their arrival. He yearned to impart his teachings to them. The delay would squander precious cultivation time. With nothing else to occupy his time, Lu Xian began to scrutinize the rewards granted by the system during his previous upgrade, a collection of mediocre pills and low-grade spiritual stones. I recall reading in novels how such miscellaneous items are used to nourish artifacts, he thought. Without hesitation, he placed several pills and low-grade stones beside his artifact. The first item he decided to test was the great sword named immortal. After all, precedence is essential in all matters, including artifacts. As he focused his inner energy, the pills and stones merged into immortal. To his delight, the sword's blade emitted a faint green glow, a subtle enhancement compared to its prior state. Lu Xian observed closely. This path was indeed viable, albeit the items were rather subpar. Even with the addition of progress points, the impact was negligible. Contemplating further, he retrieved the reward from the system for reaching the 8th level of body refinement. 10 second-tier spiritual stones. Recognizing that this would significantly boost his progress, he decided to apply them all to immortal, eager to witness the results. Ding. Weapon evolved to refined first stage. Weapon forging system activated. Lu Xian was elated. He had not anticipated that the second-tier spiritual stones and the pills would yield such a substantial effect. 10 stones were sufficient for a level upgrade. This stage comprised 10 levels, implying that each second-tier spiritual stone could elevate a mid-tier artifact by 1 level. Lu Xian felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have brought that one additional stone along. Otherwise, this artifact could have ascended to refined first stage level 1. Nevertheless, that stone had performed its duty, contributing to the internal competition, thus serving its purpose well. Lu Xian gazed fondly at immortal. In terms of rank, it was not significantly inferior to the white jade sword. The latter, however, was imbued with formations that granted it greater utility. Formation, Spirit Wind. When wielded, this artifact would summon a gust of white wind, impairing the mobility of those caught within it and slowing their actions. Ultimately, it was merely a supportive tool. In matters of combat, immortal was indispensable. Yet, the white jade sword might still surprise him at an opportune moment. As Lu Xian mused, he awaited the commencement of the preaching conference, anticipating the ensuing fervor among the inner disciples. The 3-day period had swiftly elapsed, and Lu Xian had prepared diligently. What insights or experiences could he possibly share? Would he confess to bearing a system? By now, the venue was a sea of faces. Newly inducted inner disciples awaited with curiosity, unaware of what lay ahead. Meanwhile, those who had joined alongside Lu Xian, though seated, were engrossed in their cultivation. The inner disciples regarded this with perplexity, the majority holding a condescending attitude. For only those of exceptional talent could enter the inner circle. One inner disciple scoffed. Only the dim-witted required diligence. Those of us blessed with intellect need not resort to such measures. His remarks were directed at a nearby outer disciple, who remained undeterred, steadfastly pursuing his rigorous training. That it appeared that Lu Xian's indoctrination had taken root. Noticing the lack of response from the outer disciple, the inner disciple refrained from further comment. That as he surveyed the surroundings, he observed that the outer disciples were diligently engaged in their training, displaying no signs of idleness. That he couldn't help but ponder. Were these individuals not meant to be idlers? What kind of indoctrination could compel them to toil tirelessly? As if fueled by an unquenchable zeal, elders Wu and who were urging Lu Xian to commence. Yet he remained unperturbed. He brandished the fan-shaped artifact, his essential tool for preaching, observing the inner disciples growing increasingly anxious. He sensed their impatience. At last, the moment arrived. With a resounding clap, the white jade artifact collided with the table, a sound that reverberated through the room. Liu Xian, treating a mid-tier artifact as a mere wake-up call, was met with incredulity from the audience. Many disciples glared enviously. Such artifacts were rare treasures, yet he casually reduced one to a mere tool for rousing attention. Clearing his throat, Lu Xian sought to regain the audience's focus. I am Lu Xian, a humble disciple who recently entered the outer sect of Tianxian sect. Upon hearing his name, the crowd erupted in dismissive laughter. Liu Xian, they murmured, the one renowned for having the poorest aptitude among the new disciples, who was recently humiliated by the celestial beauty, Shangguan Yin'er, forcing him to withdraw from his engagement. The realization struck. Ah, the one with the worst aptitude. Several inner disciples jeered, and others joined in mockery. Yet, Lu Xian remained unfazed. While his aptitude may indeed be lacking, he possessed a system. Regardless of their talents, they would all eventually find themselves working for him. Hey, Lu Shitty, what will you share with us? Perhaps tales of your experiences as a waste? The inner disciples continued their relentless taunting, prompting the outer disciples to cease their training in disbelief. What is wrong with him? Does he not realize he's provoking him? Soon, it will be their turn to face the consequences of this rivalry. The disciples could no longer remain seated. Having been labeled as wastes, they felt compelled to intensify their training efforts, with the added provocation of a broken engagement. Lu Xian, now spurred by indignation, would surely become even more fervent in his pursuits. They were determined not to bear the brunt of this burden alone and resolved to help Lu Xian reclaim his dignity. Among them stood Guijun Kai, who had taken a particular liking to Lu Xian. Having undergone a transformation due to Lu Xian's influence, he now viewed him as a source of motivation in his own cultivation. Oh, you call him a waste? What level are you at? Guijun Kai challenged the instigator, his gaze fixed intently, causing the latter to feel a twinge of unease. Liu Xian couldn't help but smile inwardly. Relishing the unfolding drama, as the most fervent participant in this competition, Guijun Kai had become a model of the very ethos Lu Xian sought to instill. Each day, he diligently fulfilled his tasks, epitomizing the success of Lu Xian's teachings. That I am at the 9th level of body refinement. I am on the verge of breaking through to the Yuan Qi realm, the challenged disciple declared, exuding confidence. However, regret washed over him as he realized he could not discern the cultivation levels of either Lu Xian or Guijun. I in the realm of cultivation, one could only perceive the levels of those weaker than oneself. To gauge the strength of a superior being required external assistance, such as certain discerning artifacts or techniques. If possible, the one deemed the greatest waste now surpasses me in cultivation. He surveyed the inner disciples, noting that his own talent was among the rarest. The criteria for selection into the inner sect were stringent. Only those of exceptional aptitude were directly admitted. The remaining candidates were subjected to an open selection process for outer disciples. Regardless of their background, though he found himself trapped in a precarious situation, he remained defiant, clinging to his flimsy pride. You may regret speaking out later. Regret? Preposterous. The inner disciple persisted in his bravado, attempting to rally his peers. We are the chosen ones, distinct from the rest. In just 6 months, I have reached the 9th level of body refinement, standing on the brink of ascension. And what of this Lu Xian? Surely no sect would select someone with such abysmal talent. The disciple initially intended to seize the opportunity to evoke a sense of empathy among the inner sect members. Yet unexpectedly, it incited a wave of collective fury. It is worth noting that there are numerous individuals within the inner sect who, despite lacking innate talent, have ascended through sheer diligence that in contrast, those endowed with exceptional gifts have shown little interest in managing the situation that in an instant. This disciple became the target of widespread ire. Chapter 11. Spreading the competition on the stage. Lu Xian observed the unfolding drama with amusement. Acknowledging that Guojun had quite the knack for this, he had merely introduced himself and had yet to utter any invigorating words. However, Guojun and this inner sect disciple had already elevated the atmosphere remarkably, quite masterfully indeed. Sensing that the mood had shifted unfavorably, the disciple attempted to discreetly retreat to his seat. Naturally, Guojun could not allow him to succeed. After all, Lu Xian was a favorite before the elders, and he was not someone to be trifled with. Could he not handle this self-assured little disciple who believed himself to be extraordinarily gifted? The pent-up frustration from the past few days provided the perfect opportunity for him to vent his feelings. Meanwhile, two elders backstage appeared somewhat anxious. Why was it that Lu Xian remained silent? While Guojun, who was typically overlooked, was seizing the limelight, Elder Wu was acutely aware of the long-standing discord between Guojun and Lu Xian. So why was Guojun now stepping forward on Lu Xian's behalf? Had Lu Xian formed an alliance with Guojun in their absence? Elder Wu stroked his chin, reflecting on how Guojun had always seemed to be someone who, despite possessing commendable talent, had grown complacent. Recently, however, he had managed to break through to the vital energy realm. Clearly, Lu Xian possessed considerable capability. Unbeknownst to Lu Xian, he was oblivious to the underlying tensions, while he relished the spectacle. He was also curious about Guojun's unusual response. Now, how many layers has he refined in his body? Guojun smirked slyly. How many layers, at most? He has just reached the refining stage. The disciple was utterly at a loss, as he could not discern the other's cultivation level. Having only just fallen short of the vital energy realm himself, it implied that Lu Xian was at least at that level. The inner sect disciples were secretly astonished. This was contrary to what they had heard about his lack of talent. His progress seemed far too swift. As their expressions shifted, Lu Xian seized the moment to speak up. Brother Guo, well done. Lu Xian continued, first and foremost, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to my fellow disciples and esteemed elders for your meticulous guidance, especially to Elder Wu and Elder Lu. Since everyone seems intrigued by my cultivation, allow me to share a few words about my seemingly insignificant progress. It is well known that my innate talent is quite poor, and thus, the only way for me to catch up with my fellow disciples is through relentless practice. Upon hearing this, several inner sect disciples could no longer remain seated if he could achieve such heights despite his purported lack of talent. One could only imagine how far he might ascend with a modicum of innate ability. I am acutely aware that I do not measure up to my fellow disciples, and thus, I must rely on diligence to make up for it. That as the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Lu Xian reiterated, placing particular emphasis on the word diligence. That my fellow disciples, you see, my talent is notoriously lackluster, yet my cultivation surpasses that of many present by at least one stage. Can anyone tell me why this is so? Look at that medium-grade artifact in your hand. One can surmise that you have relied on external forces, came a retort. Such an approach to cultivation can be detrimental to your health. Seeking temporary gains at the expense of one's body is a fool's errand. Lu Xian seized the opportunity, successfully diverting their attention to the fan in his hand. This would allow him to introduce the forthcoming reward and punishment system. While the concept might seem somewhat cliché, it proved effective under any circumstances, particularly when tantalizing rewards were involved. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Xian began to fan himself, adopting the demeanor of a storyteller. To my dear fellow disciples, your words are misguided. My cultivation is not reliant on external possessions. Rather, it has been meticulously honed through my own efforts. For this medium-grade artifact, it is a reward for our sect's cultivation competition. Rewards? The eyes of the disciples brightened. Having never heard of cultivation yielding artifacts as prizes, such rewards must be credited to Elder Wu's generosity. Upon hearing this, the expression of Elder Wang, a senior member, subtly shifted. This prize was clearly bestowed by him. Yet the credit seemed to have shifted to Elder Wu. Nevertheless, as a top-tier artifact craftsman, he chose not to dwell on such trivialities. Instead, he became increasingly intrigued by the cultivation competition. Elder Wu has graciously provided us with a magical artifact and several spirit stones as rewards. I need not elaborate on the significance of these rewards for us cultivators. Do I? At this, Many in the crowd swallowed hard that Liu Xian was correct. Whether spirit stones or artifacts, they were invaluable assets for those just embarking on their cultivation journey. First and foremost were the spirit stones, which often presented a bottleneck for most cultivators lacking innate talent. They frequently encountered difficulties in breaking through or faced slow progress, necessitating external assistance to surpass these hurdles. The spiritual energy contained within the spirit stones was undoubtedly the best means of overcoming such challenges. That as for the magical artifacts, their value was self-evident. Possessing even one could exponentially enhance one's power. Naturally, due to the rarity of such rewards, they had to be allocated judiciously. Thus, we shall reserve these rewards for the most diligent of our fellow disciples, thereby fully stimulating everyone's enthusiasm for cultivation. Upon hearing this, the outer sect disciples were enveloped in goosebumps, recalling the terrifying frenzy of competition from days past, which still lingered in their minds. Many disciples were still frantically cultivating even as they listened to the mobilization speech. Elder Wang, observing from backstage, found this proposal commendable and immediately expressed his support that I will provide a top-grade artifact and 3 third-grade spirit stones as rewards. Elder Wang's casual remark sent shockwaves through the crowd below. A top-grade artifact. Even if one could not obtain the artifact, the allure of the spirit stones was not to be underestimated, especially 3 third-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the resentment among the disciples surged to a boiling point. Their fists clenched in frustration. Liu Xian, you're at it again. Aren't you? A single top-grade artifact and 3 spirit stones, yet they must go to the most diligent. It's as if you are clearly encouraging us to toil to the brink of exhaustion. Elder Wang, with a slight smirk, seemed to embody the demeanor of a transcendent figure, his long azure hair swaying gracefully without the aid of wind who has been the most diligent in their cultivation of late. Elderly, known for his fiery temper, could no longer contain himself, that he too coveted the top-grade artifact, having spent considerable effort to procure one from Elder Wang. Who was this fortunate soul who could attain a top-grade artifact merely by cultivating diligently? Now was not the time to promote internal competition. Once the rewards were claimed, who would continue to cultivate, to be effective, the incentive should be postponed. Liu Xian pondered. This cannot simply be about competition. It would be unfair to those who have been lax in their efforts. Instead, let us establish a 7-day challenge. Within these 7 days, whoever demonstrates the most diligence in their cultivation shall receive the reward, thus allowing those who have previously slacked off a chance for redemption. Chapter 12. The impulsive elder Liu Xian's proposal ensnared the attention of all present. Slacking off? In my inner sect, there are disciples who dare to be lazy. Elder Li's temper flared, and he could no longer restrain himself from reprimanding. How dare you be lazy under my watch? I demand to know who possesses such audacity. Are you relying on your innate talent to excuse your sloth? In a fit of rage, Elder Li leaped from his seat, causing the ground to tremble beneath him and sending debris flying. The disciples nearby found themselves in peril. Those who reacted swiftly managed to shield themselves with their vital energy, while others were not so fortunate, suffering injuries from the falling stones, some even sustaining serious wounds. Liu Xian was fortunate enough to be among the former. With a swift motion, his jade-white artifact activated its protective array, successfully intercepting the debris. Seeing this, Elder Li's anger intensified. With furrowed brows, he scrutinized the injured disciples. Showing no sympathy whatsoever, if you cannot even avoid such trivial stones, you must have been quite lazy. All of you who were injured, report to confinement and reflect on why you sustained injuries. Elder Li, exasperated, had always regarded the inner sect as his elite disciples. To his astonishment, they had been outperformed by the outer sect, and thus, the newly emerged disciples became his scapegoats. Niujia, have you been diligent in your cultivation? Niujia was the very disciple who had led the charge against Liu Xian moments earlier. Already in dire straits without any allies and having incurred the wrath of many, he now found himself the target of Elder Li's ire. Cold sweat streamed down Nyojia's face as he realized the elders had been observing his every move. When Elder Wang had added stakes to the cultivation competition, Nyojia had held on to a glimmer of hope, believing Elder Wang was merely observing from a distance. After all, the elders typically did not involve themselves in such trivial matters, and how could a waste like him possibly be entrusted with anything important? With this thought, Nyojia had acted with reckless abandon. only to find himself facing the consequences that I report to Elder Li. I have never dared to slack off even for a moment within the inner sect. Numerous senior brothers and sisters, far more exceptional than I, are exerting themselves diligently. How could I dare to relax? In response to Elder Li's interrogation, although Niu Jie was drenched in cold sweat, he managed to hold his ground. Do you take me for a fool? Elder Li roared in fury, and the surrounding rubble flew about, infused with his wrath, mercilessly striking every disciple below. This time, they had all learned their lesson, sensing Elder Li's changing demeanor. They had preemptively activated their true energy. What immense pressure! Lu Xian found himself at a loss. They asked me to lead this conference, yet one after another, they are stealing my thunder. The lines I had meticulously prepared just days ago haven't even had a chance to escape my lips. Elder Li, it seems, could resolve this himself. Look at that person on stage, and then at the one who just spoke. Which of them possesses better aptitude than you? What cultivation level do they have? And what about yours? How dare you show your face here? At this moment, Niu Jie was utterly dumbfounded, trembling so much he could hardly breathe, terrified that Elder Li might devour him whole at any moment. Enough already. Will you not allow young Lu Xian to speak? The speaker was Elder Zhao, renowned for his good temper, affectionately referred to as Grandpa Zhao by the inner sect disciples, that he never put on airs like other elders, but was approachable and answered every question posed to him, that he often mingled with the disciples, and during his leisure, he would randomly select a fortunate disciple to play chess with or tend to the flowers. Naturally, that lucky disciple would receive a technique from the elder, a veritable low-investment, high-return scenario that, old Li, since you're so capable, why not take the stage yourself? Elder Zhao chuckled, and the previously tense disciples relaxed, as if his words carried a magical quality that could alter their emotions. Elder Li turned back to Lu Xian and commanded, Lu Xian, speak to them. Let them listen. Every day, they rely on their good talents to laze about here, that I thought this was your normal pace of cultivation. Little did I know. Look at those with talents far inferior to yours, and you still have the audacity to claim you haven't been slacking. Elder Li's anger escalated. He nearly wished to confine all the inner sect disciples to isolation. Enough! You're about to ruin this conference, Elder Zhao said slowly. Only then did Elder Li relent, flinging his sleeves as he departed, casting a fierce glare at Niu Jie as he left. Mind yourself, as they watched Elder Li leave. Everyone exhaled a collective sigh of relief, their eyes fixed eagerly on Lu Xian, hoping he would speak for several days and nights, thus sparing them from facing the wall. That Lu Xian surveyed the many outer sect disciples below, feeling quite satisfied. Even amidst such an unexpected situation, many had not ceased their cultivation, and coupled with Elder Li's provocation, their tension had inadvertently propelled them into an overdrive state. At this moment, Lu Xian's experience bar surged upwards. Clearing his throat, Lu Xian suddenly posed a question. May I ask everyone present why you have come to cultivate here? Having witnessed Niu Jie's earlier misstep, no one dared to speak, glancing at one another in silence. Not sensing any embarrassment from the lack of response, Lu Xian continued his sermon that in its simplest form, the answer is 2 words: to become stronger. Surely, each of you has faced moments of helplessness, be it in competition among brothers or failing to attain what you desire. Isn't the root cause a lack of sufficient strength? He began with the small matters around him, using himself as an example. The crowd straightened up, intrigued by Lu Xian's words. This artifact is named by you, a mid-grade artifact. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, and a green heavy sword materialized in his hand. This one is called Mahjong. Also a mid-grade artifact. Many in the audience began to drool, some consumed by jealousy, while others felt a pang of bitterness, resembling sour lemons. That a mid-grade artifact. This young man had produced 2 in one go. These 2 artifacts were prizes for the competition in cultivation. Surely, everyone present covets them? Yet, you can only watch as I hold one in each hand while you possess none. Chapter 13. Let roll upon hearing Lu Xian's words. The crowd clenched their fists. This a display. Then, they thought, casting resentful glances at one another. Elder Wu, standing behind, grew anxious, prepared to intervene at any moment, fearing the crowd might uncontrollably surge forward to send this insufferable young man to a blissful end. Typically, this lad was quite clever. How could he suddenly lack restraint in his speech? The elders were equally taken aback, having expected someone extraordinary, only to find a disciple enamored with vanity. It seemed this conference might end in failure. The one with the most discontented expression was Elder Wang. To ensure Elder Wu arranged for Lu Xian to impart teachings to the inner sect, he had sacrificed numerous valuable items, just moments ago. To support Lu Xian's proposed competitive reward system, he had even offered a superior-grade artifact. Elder Wang felt utterly humiliated, his hands trembling as he gripped his teacup, silently praying that Lu Xian would refrain from uttering anything more outrageous. Observing the crowd's emotions being stirred, Lu Xian felt quite pleased. Although they outwardly resisted his show-off behavior, it unwittingly fell directly into his trap, leading them into the vortex of competition that I trust you are all exceedingly envious now. Have you felt the anger stemming from the sentiment of "I have it, and you do not"? Isn't the root cause simply that you do not excel as I do, rather than envying me here? Why not reflect on yourselves? What causes you, with such extraordinary talents, to fall behind this so-called notorious waste? Gazing at Lu Xian's sincere face, the disciples felt a wave of shame wash over them. His possession of an artifact was a testament to his ability, a reward for his diligent cultivation, that if someone with such poor aptitude could achieve this level of success, what excuse did they have not to work hard? In an instant, the crowd's spirits were ignited. They no longer wished for Lu Xian to ramble on, having grasped the key points. They simply wanted to conclude this conference and return to their training rooms to immerse themselves in practice. I know that cultivation is arduous, body refinement is exhausting, competition is fierce, and rest is scarce. But consider this. If you endure the lengthy process of cultivation, a radiant path to strength awaits. Will you truly gain anything from slacking off? Pretending to work hard, deceiving others and yourselves? Wouldn't you agree? As Lu Xian spoke, he turned his gaze toward Niu Jie, and the others followed suit, their attention drawn to him. Niu Jie felt a cold sweat break out. Cursing silently, "Damn it, spare me. I apologize, I'll cultivate diligently." Among the gazes fixated on him was Elder Li's, but while others were merely observing, Elder Li's gaze bore the weight of fury, as if it could pierce through Niu Jie. Niu Jie swallowed hard, mimicking the outer sect disciples and attempting to cultivate, prompting Elder Li to retract his fiery gaze. The quality of one's aptitude is not the essential factor in cultivation. Rather, the key to success lies in one's own efforts. Just like me, who only realizes the importance of diligent practice when it's too late to regret my late start. Endless nights of cultivation. Forgoing food and drink for training. This is a blessing. To cultivate here is a reward earned in a previous life. The noble fruits of cultivation are akin to flowers blooming atop high mountains. Only through relentless practice can one find a rope to ascend. Lu Xian spoke passionately, and many disciples below felt inspired by his words, settling into meditation right there on the spot, engaging in their own cultivation. This act of cultivation remarkably elevated Lu Xian's level once more, his entire being emanating a faint shimmering aura, his momentum rising significantly. As cultivators, none could be oblivious to this transformation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the fourth layer of the vital energy realm. Insight point precision has increased, and you can now view detailed information about your techniques. The familiar system voice rang out, bringing Lu Xian a myriad of benefits, and he cherished this mechanical yet monotonous sound. For the first time, he felt that even a mechanical announcement could possess such a melodious charm. In his heart, Lu Xian was overjoyed, his smile widening as if filled with flowers. What a golden finger this is! With it, can I not extract others' technique information for my own cultivation anytime, anywhere? With this thought, Lu Xian embarked on a sinful journey of accumulation. Of course, he could not let this golden opportunity for breakthroughs slip away. And so he prepared to launch another round of brainwashing. You see, just now, I achieve another breakthrough, which I attribute to my relentless cultivation. While you listen to my insights, you are relaxing instead of cultivating. I, on the other hand, have not ceased my efforts. As you can see, I have now reached the fourth layer of the vital energy realm. Fourth layer of the vital energy realm. The once lethargic disciples suddenly awakened. And in a brief moment, they even achieved breakthroughs this still human. Despite such intensity, they remained dedicated to their cultivation, managing to both impart teachings and practice simultaneously. The tenacity of this young man is truly astonishing. They finally came to believe in Lu Xian's teachings, wholeheartedly affirming that diligent and arduous training is unequivocally correct, in comparison to Lu Xian. They felt utterly negligent, and thus became invigorated to pursue their cultivation fervently. In an instant, the preaching conference transformed into a grand assembly of cultivation. Liu Xian was immensely satisfied. Indeed, this is precisely the way. Cultivate. All of you, cultivate with fervor. What tires us during our training is not the monotony of body refinement, but rather the entanglement of our thoughts. What allows us to focus is not the tedious repetition, but the cooling of our fighting spirit. For us cultivators, the most vital aspect is to harbor the aspiration of reaching the pinnacle. To possess unwavering dedication, a joyful heart, and a fervent spirit. The essence of cultivation lies not in how much you change or how much external assistance you utilize, but in how long you persist. Fellow brothers, do not succumb to momentary comfort. Strive a little harder for the people you wish to meet, the things you desire to do, and the self you aspire to become. Let us all cultivate together and attain great freedom. Upon hearing these words, the audience erupted into applause, and the elders were equally pleased. Although Lu Xian did not share profound insights, his exhortations were merely common motivational speeches. Many could have expressed the same sentiments more eloquently, yet achieved far less impact. This effect, it was clear, could only be attained by someone of Lu Xian's caliber. Chapter 14. The inner sect's true excellence. The upper echelon of elders felt quite gratified, with Elder Li nearly rushing out to recruit Lu Xian as his direct disciple. However, he was restrained by Elder Zhao, who recognized that while Elder Li was somewhat impulsive, he indeed possessed considerable genuine skill. Yet his approach to matters left much to be desired, as he was often drawn to dubious methods. Elder Zhao was aware that Lu Xian's talents did not align with Elder Li's unorthodox practices. Any misstep could potentially ruin this rare prodigy. Though they acknowledged Lu Xian's diligence, should his foundation be compromised by Elder Li's meddling, it would all be for naught. No amount of hard work could yield results if the foundation was lost, akin to how any number multiplied by 0 equals 0. Oh, how I crave it! Elder Li exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration as he observed the disciples earnestly engaged in their training, showering even more admiration upon Lu Xian. Why don't we advance the date for the intersect selection? I am the first to agree. Elder Li's enthusiasm began to rally the other elders. It was merely a flash of inspiration. There was nothing of substance in his words. Elder Zhao, moving leisurely, doused Elder Li's fervor with a splash of cold water, calming his previously agitated heart. Elder Li paid no heed to this, focusing solely on the outcome, which was that under Lu Xian's guidance. The entire sect was immersed in a fervor for cultivation. Countless disciples rallied with passion, their spirits soaring, thus achieving their goal. The efficacy of this young lad was evident. Elder Zhao stroked his beard, a long white beard adorned with a charming bow tie, resembling a worldly sage untouched by the tribulations of life. Hey, Elder Li, seeing you so spirited, why not join the disciples below and practice a bit? I believe with your leadership, their enthusiasm will soar even higher. A melodious female voice chimed in as she approached, her footsteps unmasked, exuding a character that belied her playful tone, with her azure hair gently swaying. The elders nearby smiled at her, the elder known as Qing Yuan already beaming, transforming the council into a gathering of smiles. Quickly put away your chaotic sorcery. Elder Li grinned, uttering words that contradicted his expression, implying that their current state was influenced by Elder Qing. Elder Qing blinked, her golden eyes devoid of emotion. Had it not been for the slight upturn at the corners, one might not have noticed her smile. Elder Qing chuckled, for she and Elder Li were long-standing rivals. Despite Elder Li's fiery temper, he possessed an unexpected, gentlemanly demeanor and never lost his temper with women. Oh, I see. Is it not because your temper is too fierce? She replied, retracting her magical prowess, while the other elders laughed, though their amusement was directed at Elder Li. Spare me, Elder Li grumbled, rubbing his face, then waved his sleeve. Off I go. With that, a gust of wind followed as he dashed off the stage. This sudden departure startled Niu Jie, who nearly lost his composure, but fortunately, Elder Li was quick to stabilize his breath. With a roll of his eyes, Niu Jie begrudgingly returned to his seat, realizing that Elder Li had set his sights on him. Elder Li was not overly concerned, merely having spotted a distracted disciple. Ignoring him, he decided to follow the example of the other disciples and enter a meditative state that Liu Xian observed the situation. Amused to see the elders joining in, surely their cultivation levels would rise significantly. He opened his system to check on his progress bar. What's this? It remains unchanged. Liu Xian, skeptical, opened it again but still found it the same. Could it be that they were practicing a different technique? Indeed, he discovered that while they cultivated the Tai-Xian energy, Niu Jie and the others practiced the Tiansu technique. Elder Li was also in alignment with them. Such a waste. What a tremendous waste of progress. Moreover, with a great elder present, how much was being squandered? Realizing this, Liu Xian decided to swiftly copy the technique from the system and began practicing. It must be said the inner sect's techniques were indeed superior, as they flowed seamlessly compared to those of the outer sect. However, Liu Xian did not intend to practice for long. His goal was merely to align his cultivation with that of the inner sect disciples to boost his progress. Yet, unbeknownst to him, it was not merely the technique's fluidity. It was his own high comprehension that allowed him to grasp it swiftly that in just a few minutes, he had already entered the preliminary stage. He then remembered that this was a perfect opportunity to fill in some martial arts slots. Elder Li was undoubtedly formidable, possessing numerous martial techniques. With the system, Liu Xian casually copied one and began to comprehend it. Oh, let me check the progress, he thought. Upon doing so, he was taken aback and hurriedly dashed back to the training room, not daring to delay for even a moment. The others were momentarily stunned. Why did this young man suddenly flee? Was he so dismissive of the elders present? Of course, only a few realized this. The majority were absorbed in the joy of their cultivation, even Elder Li having been successfully brainwashed as soon as he reached a secluded area. Liu Xian experienced another breakthrough. Ding, congratulations, the host cultivation has risen to the 5th layer of the vitality realm. Reward, body refinement materials X2 AT. That moment, Liu Xian exhaled deeply. Had he not noticed in time, he would have had to explain himself publicly. Achieving 2 levels in less than an hour was a feat that even many geniuses would hesitate to claim that no one would believe it was possible for someone deemed a waste like him. He feared being accused of resorting to improper means that if deemed to be consorting with demons, it could lead to dire consequences, perhaps even costing him his life. The system may cover upgrades, but it does not guarantee survival. Liu Xian felt a lingering fear. The inner sect disciples were indeed terrifying. With a cultivation speed that surpassed several Wujun nevertheless, this would also expedite his own training that he felt a mix of joy and sorrow. If he returned, his cultivation would surely skyrocket, and he could also acquire some martial techniques. Yet there sat an elder, making concealment impossible. What a waste! Liu Xian exclaimed, ultimately deciding against returning that he needed to devise a way to enhance his talents. Otherwise, the disparity between speed and aptitude would lead to significant troubles. Chapter 15. The union of two. As the preaching conference transformed into a cultivation assembly, Liu Xian found little joy in the outcome. The inner sect disciples were relentless, tirelessly engaged in their practice. Today marked the 3rd day, 3 whole days. These inner sect disciples had not budged from their positions, with only a few outer sect disciples departing, merely relocating to different areas for their training, that if one were to declare the preaching conference a success, it was only partially so. The results were not something Liu Xian could partake in. You remarked that it was acceptable for the disciples to engage in training, yet it was rather peculiar for an elder such as yourself to join in the fray. Furthermore, the internal competition system fortuitously affords additional advantages to individuals of significantly higher levels. As the greater the level, the more arduous the training becomes. When performing a percentage calculation between yourself and the lower-level Liu Xian, for every 10 points you gain, Liu Xian might accumulate 100 or even 1,000 points. Thus, when this elderly trains, the progress he contributes to Liu Xian surpasses that of several dozen disciples combined. Left with no alternative, Liu Xian must shuttle back and forth between the training room and the Dao conference. All to prevent Elder Li from growing suspicious. System, when will you bestow upon me some body-refining treasures? He mused, something that could fundamentally transform my being. With such heightened talent, any advancement would be justified. Alas, the system lacks interactive capabilities, leaving Liu Xian with only his thoughts. Over the course of 3 days, he occasionally capitalized on progress and ascended another level, now standing at the 6th layer of the vitality realm. The system merely rewarded him with some relatively useless spirit stones and elixirs, which he naturally fed to his magical artifacts, this time to Baiyu. However, there was no elevation in rank, perhaps due to the excessive experience required by Baiyu. As the same materials had yielded an upgrade for Mo Zhan, Liu Xian remained unperturbed. After all, these items could be acquired through leveling up. Reclining on his bed, he recalled the martial arts techniques he had previously copied from Elder Li. With time on his hands, he began to delve into the text of the martial art, titled Supreme Martial Arts. Compared to the Taishang sword technique, it struck him as somewhat peculiar, though its rank was modest. It was not significantly inferior to the Taishang sword technique, that if the Taishang sword technique was designed for use with blades and swords, the Supreme Martial Arts was tailored explicitly for close-quarters combat. It is indeed curious that cultivators typically wield swords and blades, with weapons like Baiyu relegated to auxiliary roles, primarily providing various enhancements. Genuine combat was reserved for swords, staffs, and the like. Weapons, after all, are undeniably more effective than bare hands. Hence it is rare for individuals to opt for hand-to-hand combat. Naturally, there are always those with unique preferences. For instance, Liu Xian now found himself intrigued by this martial art. The Supreme Martial Arts, in contrast to the arcane and esoteric Taishang sword technique, was considerably simpler. After merely glancing through it a few times, Liu Xian had committed it to memory, in his mind. He envisioned alternating between the Taishang sword technique and the Supreme Martial Arts, focusing intently on merging their strengths to compensate for each other's weaknesses. With such simplicity, he had fused the two techniques. And at that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Since these two techniques had amalgamated into one, a slot had become available soon. He could seamlessly pilfer a few martial arts techniques from Elder Li. Speaking of Elder Li, he was indeed a collector of martial arts techniques, possessing a veritable treasure trove of over 100 techniques, a stark contrast to the relatively fewer cultivation methods. Although Elder Li was no slouch in talent, his obsession with martial arts had reached a level where he felt compelled to study every technique he encountered. As dusk fell, Liu Xian successfully merged the two martial arts techniques, leaving only practical application to pursue. He found himself eagerly anticipating the approaching intersect selection, which would provide an opportunity for real combat practice. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has ascended to the 7th layer of the Vitality Realm. Reward: 200. 000 gold coins, 300, 000 silver coins. Echoed the system's voice. Liu Xian had grown desensitized to his own advancements, nearly leveling up multiple times a day. It was undeniable that since they had all engaged in overexerted training, his cultivation had exhibited exponential growth. Gazing out the window, he recalled just days prior when the area was teeming with disciples, weary from their training. Now, they had all flocked to the original Dao conference, leaving behind only a handful. This space had transformed into Liu Xian's sanctuary, a means to mitigate his alarming rate of progress. Without the bickering disciples, Liu Xian found himself unaccustomed to the newfound silence, as if a significant portion of joy had been stripped from his daily life. Just as he lamented this absence and prepared to rest, the door to the training room creaked open. A peculiar little bird quietly slipped inside. Spy, are we? Liu Xian raised his hand to strike, but the bird spoke. Liu Xian, Elder Wang, and Elder Qing wish to meet you. The speaker was a small, telepathic bird, remarkable for its featherless form, yet capable of soaring through the air. Despite lacking eyes, it could discern direction and identify its intended target. Its chirps reminded Liu Xian of artificial intelligence, and he contemplated acquiring a similar companion in the future, perhaps to assist him in scouting for cultivation methods and martial arts. Observing the little bird, Liu Xian felt a flicker of curiosity. It was likely yet another creation of Elder Wang. The bird's voice was melodious, reminiscent of a nightingale serenading with its dulcet tones. Liu Xian reached out to touch the bird, which nuzzled against his hand. Hey, this is quite entertaining, he remarked as he followed the bird. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the bird's belly. Elder Wang's voice, rich and resonant, chuckled before speaking. If you like it, then consider it a gift. I hope it does not disappoint. Liu Xian was taken aback by the sudden shift in the bird's tone, nearly losing his composure. This was what one might call opening one's mouth to kneel, an expression for being rendered speechless at someone's words. He strained to remember Elder Wang's voice from the Dao conference. It had been quite pleasant, elegant, and imbued with an air of aloofness, as if untouched by worldly concerns, making it difficult for others to approach him. After the Dao conference concluded, Lu Xian promptly sought to learn more about the senior elders within the inner sect. Chapter 16. Elder Qing. It turned out that there were 5 elders in total within the sect. Thus far, Lu Xian had only encountered 3. Elder Wang, Elder Li, and Elder Zhao. Elder Qing was a name he had only just come across, while there was also a highly enigmatic Elder Fang, who rarely spoke and preferred to focus on creating bizarre formations, often isolating himself from the others. Nevertheless, among the elders, Elder Fang possessed the highest level of cultivation. For some time, the other elders had been curious about Elder Fang's ascension. Yet he offered no explanations, leading everyone to assume it was due to his exceptional talent. However, upon hearing this information, Lu Xian had a different perspective, the ability to ascend without cultivation, that made him a formidable rival. At that moment, Lu Xian had already identified a pressing goal to address. Entering the inner sect was paramount, yet Elder Fang posed a significant challenge that if his progress were to be obstructed by Elder Fang, all his efforts would be for naught. However, Lu Xian quickly regained his focus, realizing he must first meet with Elders Wang and Qing to discern their intentions as he passed by the Dao conference. Lu Xian initially feared drawing attention, but he soon discovered that no one paid him any mind. Everyone was wholly engrossed in their training, fervently striving for advancement, completely oblivious to the world around them. Even the sound of footsteps elicited no response. For them, any movement at this moment signified a potential setback. With one less competitor, their chances of success increased. Thus, even if Lu Xian frolicked about, he could not disrupt the disciples' training. Ah, splendid, just as it should be, everyone engrossed in their own pursuits. Only then can my cultivation continue to soar. Yet, Lu Xian was mindful not to linger too long. Otherwise, another breakthrough could lead to elderly apprehending him. Now was not the time to reveal his unique circumstances, lest he attract a plethora of troublesome situations that could jeopardize all his prior preparations. Following the bird's guidance, he soon arrived before Elders Wang and Qing. At that moment, the 2 elders stood poised in their elevated seats, each adorned with uniquely styled, lavish thrones, truly befitting of their esteemed status. Lu Xian could not help but admire the surroundings, finding everything here to his liking. He contemplated that if he were to attain such status in the future, he would certainly need to elevate his own fade to a similar standard. While Lu Xian was engrossed in his observations, a cascade of melodious laughter emanated from the upper seat, which startled him somewhat. Although the sound was enchanting, akin to a gentle caress upon the eardrums, evoking a refreshing sensation akin to a spring breeze. Lu Xian was acutely aware that such a voice must originate from an extraordinary source, perhaps even serving as a bait of sorts. Though his body belonged to this world, his soul was not of it. In a previous existence, Lu Xian had encountered numerous novels that articulated profound truths, one of which stated that the more beautiful a woman is, the more perilous she becomes, having not yet laid eyes on the source of the voice. He was certain that this woman must be exceptionally beautiful and undeniably dangerous. Lu Xian was resolute in his thoughts. At that moment, a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, intoxicating him further. Alas, he felt utterly incapacitated. Having not yet seen the person, he was already entranced. What if someone were to strike him down in such a state? Would it not leave him utterly desolate? With this thought, he shuddered that no, I cannot succumb to death again. I must not allow myself to be easily swayed. Lu Xian hastily steadied his mind and began to recite a calming incantation. Although he had only memorized a line or 2 from a game he played previously, he was astonished to find it effective. Suddenly, he felt rejuvenated and invigorated. Lo and behold, the way of nature dictates that a tranquil heart allows no intrusion. The Taoist truly is a master. This calming incantation had been taught to Lu Xian by a guiding mentor in a leisure game from his past life, and having heard it repeatedly, he had committed it to memory. Just then, the voice of Elder Wang Yuan drifted over, tinged with playful jest. Elder Qing, it seems your abilities have waned somewhat. How is it that you cannot even affect an outer disciple? Could it be that Elder Li intentionally revealed this to spare Elder Qing's feelings? Elder Qing, at this moment, displayed a touch of playful femininity, pouting. It must be that this young man is problematic. My abilities have long since improved. How could they possibly diminish? With that, Elder Qing gracefully descended, her trailing ribbons fluttering in the wind, exuding an ethereal aura. Initially speculating, Lu Xian was certain that Elder Qing possessed captivating beauty. However, upon finally seeing her, he was left utterly astonished. She was not merely enchanting. She was breathtakingly exquisite that I in his past life. Lu Xian had never encountered such a beauty. Not even the most renowned celebrities could compare to the splendor of Elder Qing before him. Such a vision stirred memories of poetry learned long ago, and he could not help but recite. Indeed, the lotus cannot compare to the beauty of a woman adorned. The winds of the water palace carry the fragrance of pearls and jade. Elder Qing looked somewhat surprised. Though she did not know the origin of Lu Xian's words, upon reflection, she recognized them as high praise. Such straightforward flattery was imbued with a palpable charm that I in that moment. Elder Qing regarded Lu Xian with newfound respect, pondering if he might not be the talentless waste that rumors suggested that if he were a waste, how could he possess such intelligence to articulate such sentiments? Elder Wang Yuan, too, was taken aback, never expecting Lu Xian to possess such eloquence, far surpassing the nonsensical drivel he had previously uttered during the preaching conference. Yet, simultaneously, Elder Wang Yuan felt a twinge of annoyance and inquired, "Lu Xian, why do you hide your talents?" I dare not. Lu Xian was drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly explaining, "It is merely that Elder Qing's beauty is so captivating that I could not help but recall a poem I learned in my youth, inspired by this very sentiment." Oh. Elder Qing's eyes sparkled with flirtation as she gazed at Lu Xian and asked, "So, does that mean you consider me the most beautiful person in this world?" At that moment, indeed, it seems so. Lu Xian promptly offered another round of compliments. Elder Qing was delighted. Finally, someone who appreciates me. I like you. Chapter 17. Rejecting Elder Fang Yuan? Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Elder Wang Yuan hastily cleared his throat, hoping Elder Qing would temper her exuberance. After all, Lu Xian was merely an outer disciple, and Elder Qing ought to maintain decorum befitting her status. Such allure was inappropriate and could tarnish the reputation of the sect. At that moment, however, Lu Xian felt no sense of danger. All concerns had been severed by Elder Qing's enchanting presence. Just when he thought being summoned was of no consequence, Elder Wang Yuan suddenly spoke. "Lu Xian, do you know why we have summoned you?" The disciple is unaware that Lu Xian did not feign ignorance. He simply did not know. Elder Wang Yuan nodded and elaborated. "The intersect assessment is approaching. Although your innate talent is lacking, your diligent cultivation has led to significant progress. Thus, Elder Qing wishes to discuss the possibility of your admission to the intersect." Such a fortunate opportunity, I haven't even entered yet. And are they offering me a backdoor entry? Lu Xian pondered, but he recognized that Elder Qing was indeed a commendable choice that, if possible, being accompanied daily by such a stunning mentor would be enviable. Yet, Lu Xian sensed that there must be some ulterior motive at play, so he refrained from responding immediately, opting instead to quietly await Elder Qing's intentions before making a decision. His curiosity piqued as to why. Despite his evident diligence, Elder Wang Yuan appeared indifferent to letting a talent slip away to another. Upon noticing the look in Lu Xian's eyes, Elder Wang Yuan, seasoned as he was, seemed to have an inkling and continued, "Do not be disheartened. The reason I have not sought to take you under my wing is that my requirements differ, that I spend my days researching the crafting and enhancement of magical artifacts, which demands not only diligence, but also a high level of comprehension. Otherwise, one would only endure painful torment. So it was for my own good. Indeed, without that innate talent, it would be futile to delve into such studies, but magical artifacts are indispensable treasures. If I were to join Elder Wang Yuan's tutelage, would I not have the opportunity to acquire them for free? While others competed fervently for the reward of a single artifact, I could gain access to a wealth of knowledge without cost and even learn the methods of crafting them myself. Absorbing techniques is one thing, but the constant creation of artifacts is another. Who could rival me then? With an abundance of magical artifacts, I would surely entice others, spurring them to continue their own endeavors. And that would be a sustainable strategy." While Lu Xian was deep in thought, before Elder Qing could speak, he proactively knelt down, bowing 3 times with genuine emotion. "Elder Wang Yuan, I have harbored a dream since childhood. My dream may not be grand, but I firmly believe it is worthwhile. Thus I beseech you to grant me one request." Gasp! Elder Wang Yuan was momentarily taken aback by Lu Xian's unexpected action. Feeling somewhat moved that he promptly asked, "Good child, what is your dream?" Lu Xian looked up, a visage of determination upon his face, and declared, My dream is to become the greatest artifact smith, to forge the finest magical artifacts." In an instant, Lu Xian seized the moment and knelt once more, tears welling in his eyes as he implored, "Elder Wang Yuan, if you do not think me unworthy, please grant me a chance. If I pass the intersect assessment, allow me to follow in your footsteps and explore the vast ocean of magical artifacts. To think that within the Tianxian sect, there exists a disciple like you." Elder Wang Yuan felt a swell of emotion, his eyes shimmering with tears. For many years, he had sought a true successor to carry on his legacy, yet had been unable to find one. Now he perceived a glimmer of hope, and that hope was Lu Xian. Overcome with excitement, Elder Wang Yuan nearly agreed on the spot. However, at that moment, Elder Qing interjected, "Hold on, an inner disciple need not exclusively follow one master. The sect leader has stated as much, but is there not still a hierarchy?" Elder Wang Yuan countered. Elder Qing nodded. "Indeed, I suspect this young man's talents may not suffice for primary studies in artifact crafting. It would be better for him to first accompany me to enhance his cultivation. Perhaps he may yet have the opportunity to improve his abilities, and the knowledge accumulated under you may prove beneficial then. What do you think?" The two gradually reached a consensus. Yet, at that moment, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. "Elder Fang Yuan." Before them appeared a tall man clad in a flowing purple and white robe, his silver hair cascading down his back. His eyes shimmered with a violet glow, and although his face bore a somewhat gaunt appearance, it was intricately chiseled, resembling a masterfully crafted sculpture in his hand. He held an unusual brush, strange not for its lack of bristles, but for the ethereal violet mist that coalesced into the semblance of brush hairs. The fact that this brush could maintain such a form indicated that the venerable Fong was no ordinary individual. However, the members within the chamber possessed scant knowledge about Fong. Compared to the other elders, information about him was exceedingly limited. It was evident that both Elder Qing and Elder Wang regarded Fong with a sense of trepidation, astonished by his sudden appearance. Meanwhile, Lu Xian felt an acute sense of anxiety. This formidable rival had appeared unexpectedly, potentially with intentions directed at him. Indeed, Fong had come specifically for Lu Xian, eschewing any pleasantries. With a mere flick of his brush, he summoned a stream of violet ink composed of condensed spiritual energy, which swiftly penetrated Lu Xian's forehead, forming a plum blossom seal that quickly faded into nothingness. Yet Lu Xian could still sense a lingering coolness at his brow, indicating that the mark had not truly vanished, but had merely concealed itself temporarily. Upon witnessing the plum blossom seal, Elder Qing expressed his astonishment. "The purple plum blossom seal. Fong, what does this signify?" "Simply this. Should this young man pass the intersect examination, he shall be my designated disciple," Fong declared. "What? You intend to take on a disciple?" This revelation shocked both Elder Qing and Elder Wang to their core, but even more so, it astonished Lu Xian himself. The meticulously laid plans he had crafted seemed to unravel in an instant. "This is disastrous, to be claimed by my nemesis. How am I to navigate this predicament? To be tethered to someone who neglects cultivation, what a fate to lament! Is the heavens intent on my ruin once more?" "Why?" Lu Xian's heart brimmed with despair and indignation, rendering him unable to suppress his gaze towards Fong. Summoning unexpected courage, he declared resolutely, "No, I refuse. I refuse to become your designated disciple." "What?" Chapter 18. Spreading the word to ignite competition, Elder Qing furrowed his brow, convinced he had misheard. Elder Wang, noticing Fong's unusual demeanor, hastily urged Lu Xian, "Lu Xian, Elder Fong is a figure coveted by all disciples within the sect. To be acknowledged as a designated disciple is a tremendous honor. I implore you to reconsider." Yet Lu Xian remained steadfast, asserting, "Elder Wang, Elder Qing, do you not wish for me to join under your tutelage? Or do you harbor other concerns?" "I, Lu Xian, shall not be coerced, please." "Elder Wang, grant me this." Intriguing. "Elder Wang, I entrust this youth to your guidance for now. Once he passes the intersect examination, he shall be brought to my residence at Ziyuan Palace," Fong proclaimed before dissipating into a wisp of purple smoke. Witnessing such a mystical spectacle left Lu Xian thoroughly astonished. He could not help but admire Fong's formidable prowess. However, he did not allow himself to be ensnared by it as long as he persevered in fostering competition among the disciples. His own cultivation would surely accelerate. He resolved that he must not allow any obstacles to impede his progress, that Liu Xian had firmly decided. He would ascend step by step to the highest pinnacle. After Fang's departure, both Elder Qing and Elder Wang exhaled in relief. That moment, Elder Zhao made his entrance, observing their expressions with a knowing smile, stroking his white beard. I take it Elder Fang has paid a visit. Indeed, he came with the intent of taking Liu Xian as his designated disciple. But what? Liu Xian rejected him. Elder Zhao seemed to read the situation with uncanny insight, that Liu Xian regarded Elder Zhao with cautious interest. This was a cunning figure, not easily deceived, and he wished to avoid giving him any leverage. The consequences of such a mistake could be dire. Elder Zhao harbored no animosity towards Liu Xian. In fact, he was quite pleased with the wave of enthusiasm Liu Xian had stirred among the disciples. Though he appeared leisurely, his demeanor was a fade, as he utilized chess and floriculture not merely as pastimes, but as methods to refine his mental fortitude. Intertwining spiritual cultivation with physical training. There existed myriad paths to cultivation. The best path was the one suited to oneself. Some favored honing their physical forms, while others sought to sharpen their mental acuity. And some even tormented their very souls in pursuit of elevation. Yet, despite their extensive practices, the elders had not fully embraced the spirit of competition. Only by truly engaging in such rivalry could they reach greater heights. For Liu Xian, regardless of the elder skill levels, as long as they embrace competition, he would find his rightful place among them. However, motivating the elders to engage in this spirit of competition would prove challenging. For Liu Xian's own cultivation level was not yet sufficient to inspire them. His immediate goal was to join the inner sect and transform it into a veritable haven of competition. At that moment, Elder Zhao scrutinized Liu Xian and remarked, "Your physical condition leaves much to be desired, yet your tenacity is commendable. Your diligent pursuit of improvement reflects a character strikingly similar to that of Elder Fang. Both of you are unwavering in your dedication." Liu Xian smiled slightly. Hearing he resembled Elder Fang brought him a flicker of joy. However, he felt a surge of inspiration from this shared trait. Perhaps there was a chance to influence Elder Fang after all. He resolved to seek an opportunity to test this hypothesis. "Now, return to your cultivation, that I know you must feel restless. The moment you cease your practice, I suspect discomfort must ensue. The inner sect examination is notoriously rigorous, and I await your progress with anticipation." Elder Zhao encouraged with a smile. Liu Xian feigned discomfort, replying, "You see right through me. Elder, that I shall take my leave." Upon exiting the towering, opulent establishment, Liu Xian sighed in relief. Ultimately, it was his insufficient cultivation that had rendered him unable to stand tall before such formidable figures. "This will not do. You all must embrace the spirit of competition." A fiery passion ignited within Liu Xian's heart. Upon reflection, he realized that Elder Fang might serve as an excellent catalyst. He promptly made his way to the cultivation conference and announced, "Esteemed colleagues, I have just received thrilling news." Though many did not open their eyes, his words permeated the minds of each listener. It was not difficult to absorb such information while cultivating, that Liu Xian continued. "I have heard that Elder Fang intends to take on disciples during this inner sect examination. Those who shine the brightest may catch his eye, although my own talents may be lacking. Who knows what unique methods Elder Fang possesses? Perhaps he can enhance one's aptitude. I am willing to sacrifice every ounce of my free time to diligently cultivate, seeking even a sliver of opportunity to excel in the examination." Elder Fang? The mention of his name sent ripples of excitement through the crowd. While knowledge of Elder Fang was limited, the scant tales that circulated were more than enough to entice admiration. Elder Li, deeply respectful and reverent of Elder Fang, was immediately stirred by this news and felt compelled to inquire further. The disciples, too, ignited with fervor, resolved to push their cultivation to the limits in hopes of securing their place as Elder Fang's disciple. Guojun, filled with ambition, could not contain his glee, declaring with a hearty laugh, "This time, not only will I reclaim the top spot, but I shall also become Elder Fang's disciple, leaving you all to gaze up at my greatness." Such a proclamation drew ire from others. "Humph, who do you think you are? In terms of qualifications and talent, I surpass you. It should be I who deserves this honor." "Nonsense," your meager cultivation pales in comparison. I will master 3 martial arts simultaneously and outshine you all. Do not underestimate me. I will expand my meridians within 3 days and leave you in the dust." The air crackled with determination. Ignited by Guo Jun's boastful words, and the spirit of cultivation surged ever more fervently. Even Lu Xian could not help but marvel at Guo Jun's talent. With elderly absent, Lu Xian settled into a meditative position, declaring, "Though my innate gifts may fall short of yours from this day forth, I shall devote myself entirely to cultivation until the heavens themselves grow weary." A collective chill swept through the hearts of all present. This is it. He has become obsessed. With a month remaining until the examination, his declaration sends shivers down our spines. Yet this proclamation only served to galvanize those with superior innate abilities, compelling them to remain vigilant. Chapter 19. A dramatic shift in attitude. The atmosphere of competition has become increasingly invigorating, and Lu Xian's spirits have soared that if this continuous momentum persists, the forthcoming assessment will soon be upon them. A month's time that arrives in the blink of an eye. During this period, everyone is consumed by their studies, relentlessly honing their skills even in the face of exhaustion. Some individuals, despite experiencing discomfort, grit their teeth and persevere. Conversely, those who have weathered the most arduous stages find themselves invigorated, their realms elevated, marking the dawn of a new beginning. Amidst such an environment, Lu Xian has also made significant progress. Fortunately, the elders have refrained from intruding at this juncture, allowing the nuances of his cultivation to remain undetected. Should anyone possess the acuity to observe closely, they would discern that Lu Xian's aura has become notably more concealed, indicating a substantial elevation in his cultivation level, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. At this level, Lu Xian has surpassed the reach of others, attaining a realm that few can aspire to. He has reached the 9th layer of the Qi realm. With just one more step, he could enter the wondrous and boundless spirit communication realm, a threshold that represents the pinnacle of achievement for countless cultivators. Many will spend their entire lives without crossing this barrier, and some may even regress due to repeated failures in their breakthroughs. Such occurrences are notably common, leading many to believe that only upon entering the spirit communication realm does one truly become a cultivator. All below it are merely fledgling novices. Only after attaining this realm can one establish a connection with the world, perceive all things, communicate with living beings, and derive new insights, even harnessing the power of these entities for one's own use. Yet, certain conditions must be met to achieve this. At this moment, Lu Xian has already focused his mind. Upon reaching the 9th layer of the Qi realm, he can temporarily conceal his cultivation level from those below the 9th layer, even allowing his prowess to be displayed at any level he chooses. For those at higher tiers, discerning Lu Xian's true cultivation is not overly difficult. But unless they are deliberately observing, they are unlikely to uncover it immediately. Currently, Lu Xian presents his cultivation as being at the 7th layer of the Qi realm. Given his intense training during this period, such a level is not exaggerated. Meanwhile, those disciples who have finally reached the 9th layer of the Qi realm through their efforts are filled with elation. Especially Guo Junkai, who feels an immense satisfaction with his accomplishments. This is simply exhilarating. His cultivation has also reached the 9th layer of the Qi realm, and he feels ready to advance further. Though he hesitates due to insufficient accumulation, when he sees that Lu Xian's cultivation is only at the 7th layer, he feels a surge of comfort. Lu Xian, your cultivation is finally inferior to mine. With my talent and this effort, who can stand in my way in the future? Wu Junkai exclaims excitedly that as he observes the joy radiating from everyone, Lu Xian subtly reveals another layer of his cultivation. Oh, at this moment, Wu Junkai notices that Lu Xian's level has now reached the 8th layer, yet he finds it still unremarkable. This must be the last bit of your strength, right? Talent is indeed paramount. Despite your efforts, I have surpassed you. The senior brother speaks truthfully. Yet if you all had not worked so diligently, how could we have reached our current levels? Only through true dedication can one achieve such success. You must understand my sincere intentions, right? Lu Xian feigns a weary expression. This declaration, coupled with his demeanor, prompts a realization among the crowd. Guo Junkai, struck by a sudden insight, reflects, indeed, if it weren't for Lu Xian, we might have stagnated this month or even regressed. How could we have attained such levels? Lu Xian, it seems we have misjudged your intentions and caused you distress. It was all my fault. Today, let us bury past grievances and become good brothers moving forward. Yes, we are all fellow disciples and should advance together, striving in our cultivation, as Lu Xian observes the increasing affirmation from his peers. He appears to be on the verge of tears, yet inwardly he rejoices. This transformation is truly delightful. Not only has he shed the weight of animosity, but he has also sown the vital seed that relentless practice is the true path. With this seed sprouting, the disciples' cultivation will only become more intense and no one wishes to fall behind. And this is precisely the outcome Lu Xian longs to witness. The ideal environment for cultivation. Let all of you strive. I want to see your dedication, Lu Xian exclaims joyfully, bursting into laughter, to which everyone joins in. Feeling a sense of exhilaration, this moment, several elders arrive, taking note of the changes among the disciples and expressing their satisfaction with the current state. Although they were aware that Elder Fang's announcement regarding disciple recruitment was orchestrated by Lu Xian, they choose not to pursue the matter, especially since even Elder Fang has no objections. Elder Wang, holding a scroll, announces, tomorrow marks the commencement of the inner sect assessment. Whether outer sect disciples aspire to enter the inner sect or inner sect disciples seek rewards, all must exert their utmost efforts to vie for prominence. To ensure the assessment proceeds effectively and to motivate you, I shall present 3 high-grade magical artifacts and 10 third-tier spirit stones to the top 3 participants. Additionally, the top 10 will each receive 5 third-tier spirit stones. This declaration incites tremendous excitement among the crowd. Who could resist such generous rewards? Each person's gaze reflects their eagerness, wishing the assessment could commence immediately. Elder Wang continues, first retrieving a high-grade magical artifact and presenting it to Guijun Kai with commendation. Well done. You have made the most significant progress over the past 7 days that I had yet to distribute the previous week's rewards due to numerous affairs. But today, in front of everyone, I bestow upon you this sword, which you have recently honed. Take it. He also presents 3 third-tier spirit stones. Gulp. Guijun Kai, upon beholding the treasure, is overwhelmed with excitement. He rushes forward, bows, and takes the sword, wielding it with a flourish. The golden sword energy surges forth, and the blade itself emanates a formidable aura, the wind howling as its power intensifies. What a thrilling experience! The onlookers gaze at the sword with envy, while Elder Zhao remarks, you all have the opportunity to achieve this. Diligent cultivation will yield even greater rewards. One by one, the disciples are invigorated, eager to commence their training anew. Some have already seated themselves, focusing their energy. As for Lu Xian, he harbors little desire for high-grade artifacts. Once his cultivation ascends, such treasures will be readily attainable. There's no need to envy them now. Guijun Kai, having secured the sword, approaches Lu Xian and bows deeply. Thank you, Lu Xian, for guiding me from my confusion. The crowd echoes in unison. Thank you, Lu Xian, for guiding us from our confusion. Chapter 20. The assessment begins. Another day has passed, and at last, the assessment for the inner disciples has arrived. This annual event marks one of the most bustling times for the Tianxian sect. In previous years, outer disciples aspiring to advance had to showcase their prowess during this assessment and secure a place among the top 10, that the inner disciples are limited to 50 slots. Neither one more nor one less, while the outer disciples number 500, resulting in fierce competition. Out of every 10, only one may vie for the opportunity to cultivate within the inner sanctum that a decade ago, a mission had severely depleted the ranks of inner disciples, leaving only 25 remaining. Consequently, this year brings a new change. Any disciple who ranks within the top 25 will gain entry into the inner sect, alongside the chance to challenge existing inner disciples for their standings. Within the inner sanctum, the higher one's rank, the greater the benefits bestowed. For instance, an inner disciple ranked at 4,150 receives 6 third-tier spirit stones monthly and may access the first and second floors of the library. A disciple ranked at 3,140 receives 12 third-tier spirit stones and can explore the library's first 3 floors. Those ranked at 2,130 enjoy 24 third-tier spirit stones monthly, access to all 4 library floors, and can select a superior magical artifact from the armory every 6 months. The disciple at 1120 gains 50 third-tier spirit stones monthly, unrestricted access to the library, except for the sixth floor, and may borrow books with a return period of 10 days. Along with the privilege of selecting 4 superior magical artifacts from the armory within a year. The disciple at rank 510 receives 5 4th-tier spirit stones monthly, similar library access, and can choose 5 superior magical artifacts from the armory, plus a mid-grade spirit replenishing pill every 6 months, which is immensely beneficial for replenishing spiritual energy and repairing subtle damages within the meridians, particularly useful during breakthroughs. Those in the top 5 will receive 15 4th-tier spirit stones monthly and may access the library's lower floors, with the chance to wait at the entrance of the 6th floor for a fortuitous opportunity to acquire texts for study. Once borrowed, as long as their ranking remains intact, they can keep the texts indefinitely without the need for return. Each month, they may enter the armory once to select a superior magical artifact and receive a unique artifact crafted by the esteemed Elder Wang Yuan. Additionally, they may claim a superior spirit replenishing pill from the Alchemy Hall every 6 months. In summary, the higher one's rank, the more advantageous the circumstances become, leading to greater support. Conversely, those who rank lower will face significant hardships. Unless endowed with remarkable talent, it is exceedingly challenging to surpass those above them. Lu Xian has thoroughly comprehended the sect's assessment rules and is naturally eager to strive for the upper echelons, seeking greater rewards. Today, the sect is alive with the sounds of gongs and drums, teeming with excitement as disciples line up in orderly fashion in the expansive training arena. Here, specialized disciples are tasked with the verification of contestants prior to the matches and overseeing the competitions. These disciples, known as Xian Ku, were once inner disciples of the Tianxian sect. Having reached the limits of their potential, they willingly devoted their lives to the sect, receiving the sect leader's personal intervention to elevate their cultivation to its utmost limit, after which they would no longer progress. Their strength exceeds the spirit connection stage, with the highest being at the 9th level and the lowest at the 3rd. Thus, they are more than capable of managing new disciples who have yet to reach the spirit connection stage. Presently, all disciples must respectfully address them as senior brothers or sisters. The 25 arenas have been established, with their locations determined by a drawing. Each arena hosts 20 participants for the competition. Given that the Tianxian sect has remained relatively quiet in recent years, many new disciples are participating in the assessment for the first time, and the novelty of the occasion fills them with excitement. I am certain I will claim the top spot. The exuberant laughter is unmistakably from Guojun Kai. Turning around, Lu Xian indeed finds him, proudly boasting to the 2 disciples beside him. Recently, Guojun Kai has become quite the favorite among the disciples. Upon seeing Lu Xian, he beams with delight. Oh, Lu Xian, junior brother, you must give it your all this year. During your first participation, the Dio not underestimate it. Thank you for your encouragement. Senior brother, I will certainly exert my utmost effort. Lu Xian replies with a slight smile. Observing Lu Xian's demeanor, Guojun Kai grows even more pleased. Well then, I wish you success, and I will be waiting for you in the inner sect. As Guojun Kai departs, Lu Xian promptly makes his way to the drawing location. Number 1, the first arena is centrally located. Indeed a favorable position. At that moment, a somewhat aloof senior sister approaches, guiding Lu Xian to the venue. Before long, the drawing for all arenas concludes, and the order of matches is arranged. Several elders, along with a dozen or so outer elders, arrive at the scene. Elder Wu immediately spots Lu Xian and, stroking his white beard, expresses his anticipation. Next, the most senior elder, Zhao Yuan, steps forward to announce the rules. All right, the first round's rules are quite simple. Only 4 participants from each arena can advance to the second round. Regardless of who is on stage, each victory grants 1 point. The first to accumulate 6 points will advance. The first round of each arena concludes once all 4 participants have qualified. Is that clear? Understood. Very well, let us begin. With the resounding crash of the gong, excitement surges among the disciples atop the Tianxian mountain. In this fervent atmosphere, it seems advantageous to take to the stage as early as possible, lest opportunities slip away. Thus, Lu Xian leaps onto the arena. Outer disciple Lu Xian, who dares to challenge? His voice carries an air of confidence and skill. However, it is not long before a tall, fierce-eyed disciple leaps onto the stage, proclaiming, I, Wang Dehu, come to battle you. Lu Xian furrows his brow slightly. This opponent indeed appears formidable, exuding a menacing aura. Such a presence is rare among outer disciples, suggesting a solitary nature or perhaps that his imposing demeanor discourages others from approaching, leading him to often train alone. Nevertheless, having come this far, Lu Xian pays no mind to who his adversary is. After a respectful bow, he prepares himself for the bout. Clang! Upon the senior sister striking the gong, Wang Dehu charges forward with great speed that Lu Xian remains calm, sidestepping the attack effortlessly. Yet, Wang Dehu has a follow-up. Spinning around for a kick, Lu Xian raises his arms to shield himself, absorbing the force of the blow and using it to counter. Wang Dehu is knocked back a few steps by the unexpected strength. From above, Elderly observes with delight. This is intriguing. Chapter 21. First Victory. This lad seems to suit your taste, doesn't he? Elder Zhao smiles, narrowing his eyes. Indeed, but aren't you reluctant to let him cultivate under my guidance? Elderly replies with a hint of grievance, hoping to negotiate further. Yet Elder Zhao simply states, true, his temperament aligns with your style, but he cannot be entrusted to your tutelage. Very well. After all, I cannot take away what senior brother Fong desires. Elderly appears dejected. However, as he watches Lu Xian in combat, his enthusiasm remains unwavering at this moment. Lu Xian has yet to utilize any magical artifact, engaging Wang Dehu in a purely physical confrontation. Yet every move is infused with spiritual energy. Although Lu Xian has not trained extensively, the techniques are deeply ingrained in his mind, impossible to forget. With a mere thought, his body instinctively follows suit. After several exchanges, Wang Dehu begins to feel the strain, inwardly fuming. This guy is no slouch at all. Is this the result of his relentless training? I shall defeat you, with a fierce shout. Wang Dehu channels his full strength, his fists enveloped in a pale sheen of light, indicating he is gathering his spiritual energy into his strikes. Unfortunately for him, Lu Xian has already discerned the pattern of his attacks. After a flurry of punches, Wang Dehu struggles to land a hit, his frustration mounting. Have the guts to stop dodging. Are you mad? I am no fool. If you dare, take a strike from me without moving. If you don't, I will consider it my victory. Lu Xian retorts, displaying his own assertiveness. Yet unbeknownst to him, Wang Dehu seems either genuinely dim-witted or merely pretends to be so, agreeing to the challenge. Fine, come at me. Is this for real? The spectators atop Arena 1 begin to murmur amongst themselves, perplexed by Wang Dehu's behavior. Meanwhile, the elders observing from above share similar sentiments of confusion. Is this renowned disciple Wang Dehu perhaps a tad too foolish? His physical aptitude is commendable, yet his intellect leaves much to be desired. At this moment, Lu Xian was decidedly unreserved. Since his opponent had spoken so boldly, it was only fitting that he acquiesce. He promptly drew forth the immortal, a rather imposing artifact that exuded considerable power. The instant Lu Xian brandished it, Wang Dehu involuntarily trembled, clearly betraying a hint of trepidation, and instinctively considered retreating. However, his prideful nature compelled him to speak otherwise. He straightened his posture, placed his hands on his hips, and declared with bravado, Very well, come at me. If I cannot withstand this strike, I shall concede defeat. But if I endure it, will you dare admit your loss? If you withstand it, I shall certainly concede. Lu Xian replied with a faint smile, inwardly bemused that he found Wang De's mindset perplexing, as it was absurd to think of confronting a magical artifact with mere flesh and blood. Such arrogance was a blatant disregard of one's own limitations. Should the strike land, not only would he not have the opportunity to concede, but he might very well meet his end. Contemplating this, Lu Xian felt a pang of unease. The thought of slaying a fellow disciple weighed heavily upon him. He could not allow himself to become a target of scorn, as that was an unforgivable sin. Thus, he shook his head and sighed, Let us not proceed down this path, that I believe this is excessive. Why, are you afraid? Wang Dao queried, his expression a blend of confusion and indignation. Lu Xian raised his gaze and responded, I cannot bear to inflict harm upon a fellow brother. Our contest should merely be a measure of skill, not a matter of life and death. Should any misfortune occur, I would bear the eternal burden of guilt. Indeed, we are both practitioners beyond the mundane. Compassion should guide our way. How can one be so ruthless? If you were my enemy and sought to harm our brethren, I would strike without hesitation. However, in this moment, I cannot bring myself to do so. Listening to Lu Xian's heartfelt words left the assembled disciples astonished. Some were profoundly moved, setting aside their magical implements, while others promptly sat in meditation, silently reflecting upon the principles of their sect. This young man possessed a rare disposition, even if his talents were modest. He was indeed a remarkable individual. The elder Wang nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing why even Brother Fong was affected. He must have been aware of Lu Xian's character. Elderly could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, he is exceptional. Such qualities are seldom seen in ordinary disciples." Elder Zhao generously praised him as well at this moment. Elder Qing's gaze flickered with contemplation, as he considered the rarity of finding disciples with innate talent who could easily ascend in cultivation within such a sect. Yet, it was even more challenging to find those with profound understanding and wisdom. The elders, having discerned Lu Xian's diligence in cultivation combined with his remarkable character, were now certain that with time, he would inevitably reach their level of mastery. Thus, they held him in even higher regard. Meanwhile, Wang Dahu remained perplexed and asserted, "I care not for your philosophical musings. If you wish to defeat me, then come forth. I fear you not, Brother Dahu. Do ensure you are prepared for this strike." "I shall observe closely." With that, Lu Xian lifted the Mo Zhan and leapt into the air, preparing to deliver a downward strike. The sheer force of his intent alone was enough to convey the extraordinary nature of this attack. Even Wang Dahu, who had boasted of his fearlessness, found himself sweating profusely, desperately hoping that Lu Xian's strike would not be as devastating as it seemed. Yet the tempestuous winds generated by the impending blow indicated that it would far exceed Wang Dahu's capacity to withstand. Boom! The brilliance of the strike surged forth, enveloping Wang Dahu in a whirlwind. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, only to find that Wang Dahu had vanished from sight. Ouch! At that moment, a shout erupted from the crowd. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Wang Dahu, albeit in a disheveled state. His garments torn as though sliced by countless blades, yet he bore no injuries. His appearance resembled that of a beggar. Laughter erupted among the spectators. The supervising sister promptly declared, "In this round, the outer sect disciple Lu Xian emerges victorious." Thank you, Lu Xian replied, bowing courteously to the surrounding audience. The elder's expressions reflected satisfaction. In the final moments, Lu Xian had adjusted his weapon's angle to strike with the hilt, sparing Wang Da's life. Indeed, to spare a life is a virtue of immense merit. As the disciples witnessed Lu Xian's prowess, they regarded him with newfound respect. However, having trained together, none felt intimidated. Instead, they were eager to test their own skills. Another disciple approached, appearing somewhat gaunt, dark circles under his eyes, suggesting exhaustion. Lu Xian was taken aback. "Brother, why do you look so haggard? Have you been practicing to the point of losing your way? You dare accuse me? I have toiled day and night for this day. I meant no offense." Lu Xian quickly replied, but before he could further explain, a flash of white light surged past him like a blade. He narrowly evaded the attack, sighing in relief, and then courteously inquired, "May I ask your name, esteemed brother?" "Wang Xiao." "Is Wang Dao your elder brother?" "Not at all. I have no relation to him." "Wang Xiao, do you know Li Xiaoyao?" "How dare you mention Xiaoyao? If it weren't for you, we would all be living freely. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." Wang Xiaohu, harboring frustration, seized the opportunity to confront Lu Xian. Yet his words sparked discontent among the elders. Elder Wang was the first to comment. "This Wang Xiaohu is impulsive and lacks ambition. He resents diligent practice that it seems he has indeed lost his way," as Lu Xian suggested. Elderly concurred, "These disciples today are truly lacking." If not for Lu Xian, their true natures would remain hidden. Elder Qing, with a hint of intrigue, asked, "Aren't you curious about who Li Xiaoyao is?" This piqued their interest, as they were indeed curious about this mysterious figure. Elder Zhao speculated, perhaps he was someone of repute from his family before joining the sect, or maybe a legendary figure from lore. That does hold some merit, yet his manner of speaking is quite compelling. Elderly chuckled. Meanwhile, the battle on the stage intensified, with both sides fiercely engaged. Although Wang Xiaohu was known for his volatility, he displayed considerable skill. Lu Xian found himself increasingly on the defensive, each parry leaving his arms heavy with exertion. The ferocity of his opponent's strikes was relentless, akin to a madman wielding his weapon with abandon. The conflict escalated. Lu Xian realized he could not afford to prolong this skirmish that he shouted. Hold! Why are you so reckless? If you continue this way, I shall no longer hold back. Umph. I fear you not. If I do not leave you searching for teeth today, I shall not bear the name Wang. Then what name do you bear? I share your surname. Very well, a true man can bend and stretch. Come forth. Apologies, but I concede this round. What? This declaration stunned the onlookers, leaving them unable to comprehend Lu Xian's unexpected concession. Even the elders were baffled, questioning Lu Xian's motivations, as he had yet to fully unleash his capabilities. Wang Xiao, equally perplexed, demanded, What do you mean by this? Do you look down upon me? Brother, you misunderstand. I am simply acknowledging your strength. Lu Xian responded, bowing once more to this. Wang Xiao burst into laughter. I knew it. You possess no real talent. Even with diligent practice, you're merely a mediocre waste. Indeed, it is true that my humble talents are lacking, compelling me to diligently hone my skills. However, I beseech you, Brother Wang, not to revel in your triumph too soon. Let us not forget the adage, do not underestimate the impoverished youth that I shall exert myself in my training. With a resolute intent to surpass you, Lu Xian pointed a finger at Wang Xiao, his words imbued with fervent indignation. Gulp! At that moment, the surrounding disciples felt a heavy stone settle in their hearts. Chilled to the bone, that it was over, it was finished. How long must we endure this relentless training? I desire respite. I wish to cease my cultivation. The expressions of the disciples were fraught with distress, some hastening to placate him. Brother Lu, do not let your anger consume you. The unfavorable outcome of this battle surely stems from our prior engagement, which has already placed you at a disadvantage. Were it a fair contest, you would have emerged victorious long ago. What do you mean by that? Wang Xiao retorted, brimming with indignation, that I say, Brother Wang, must we not acknowledge that Brother Lu is acting with your best interests at heart? Indeed, Brother Lu is merely being magnanimous, and yet you take it so seriously. What are you aiding him for? Wang Xiao's ire intensified, wishing fervently to silence Lu Xian on the spot. Yet the rest of the gathered disciples yearned for Lu Xian to swiftly deliver Wang Xiao a decisive kick. They were genuinely unwilling to continue this cycle of competition. However, Lu Xian was not one to easily acquiesce to their desires. After all, this competition was his ultimate weapon. Thus, he chose to ignore them entirely and settled into a meditative posture. Please, no need for further consolation. I shall commence my cultivation at once. Lu Xian closed his eyes, disregarding everyone around him. Disaster. All present could only wish to unleash their frustrations upon Wang Xiao if looks could kill. Wang Xiao would have perished 1,000 times over by now. At this juncture, Wang Xiao finally regained his composure, awakening to the reality that Lu Xian was resolutely meditating on the ground. He gasped, Oh my goodness! Is this the end? Meanwhile, the elders observing the unfolding events were once again moved by Lu Xian's ability to discern the right moments, his fearless perseverance, and his diligent progress. This was precisely the quality they wished to see in all their disciples. This young man is indeed a prodigy destined to rescue our heavenly Xian sect, if he persists with unwavering determination, and is allowed to join the inner circle to inspire all. How could our sect not flourish? I can already envision the glorious future of the heavenly Xian sect standing atop the pinnacle. The elders began to fantasize about the bright times that lay ahead. At this moment, a figure emerged, surprising the elders. Brother Fong? Junior brother, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself. Elder Fong remained composed as he surveyed the scene below. This young man is quite elusive, which piques my interest. Elder Qing could not help but interject. Brother, what of the sect master? Elder Fong cast a cold glance. Chapter 23, an uncommon adversary with just that glance. Elder Qing dared not inquire further. Within the sect, it had been a decade since the sect master had made an appearance. Internally, the matter of the sect master was rarely mentioned, as if it did not exist. The disciples were largely unaware of the sect master's existence, believing that the highest authority within the heavenly Xian sect rested solely with the 5 elders. Below, Lu Xian sat alone in meditation. Yet he was subtly observing the surrounding disciples through the system. Those who had initially hoped to take this opportunity to rest saw Lu Xian begin his training, prompting many of those yet to take the stage to sit upon the ground as well. No more. I must intensify my training. Perhaps I still have a chance to break through. There is still time. Maybe I can advance further, ensuring my position when it's my turn. I cannot allow Lu Xian to surpass me unexpectedly. An increasing number of disciples gathered, autonomously settling around the arena, transforming the examination grounds into a site of cultivation. Liu Xian felt immense joy, struggling to suppress his laughter. Haha, splendid. Let us all cultivate without wasting a moment. Let the competition commence. None shall spare the other. It is within this very environment that Lu Xian's prowess could truly flourish. The moment was indeed opportune, as the enthusiasm among all participants surged. Unexpectedly, even this place had been transformed into a training ground by this young man. Elder Wang could not help but chuckle. Very well, let them be. As long as everything proceeds as usual, there is no harm in it. Elder Zhao remarked unconsciously. They had all begun to adopt a lenient policy towards Lu Xian, that as long as his actions did not threaten their fundamental interests, but instead aimed at progress and inspired many disciples. They could overlook minor conflicts. For the other disciples, this was an unattainable privilege. The first round of assessments primarily gauged the disciples' patience and the solidity of their skills, determining who could endure longer on the stage. Half a day passed, and some arenas had completed their assessments, while others were still vying for the fourth place. That Liu Xian was similarly engaged in the contest for the fourth position, and the disciple currently competing had already won 2 matches, riding a wave of momentum. Yet, Lu Xian remained in meditation, seemingly indifferent to the ongoing contest. That in the next moment, however, Lu Xian flipped over and ascended the arena. Look, Lu Xian is back on stage. His aura seems different. It appears he has solidified his cultivation. Fortunately, I also trained a bit, or I would have faced a disastrous loss. More and more onlookers began to express their approval of Lu Xian's approach. They fell silent, closing their eyes to enter a state of tranquility, wholly unconcerned with the outcome, focused solely on advancing before their moment arrived. Junior brother Lu, it seems you have regained your confidence. However, you are still at the 8th layer of the vitality realm, while I am but a step away from entering the spirit realm. You should concede early. Oh, are you so certain that your realm is without flaw? What do you mean? This disciple, whose talent was comparable to Guojun's, had previously been overshadowed by him. Yet today, he harbored hopes of surpassing Guojun, which fueled his arrogance. My meaning is this, Brother Zhou. Your realm may have been attained, but your strength is not yet caught up. At this point, you still wish to utter nonsense to deceive me. How laughable. With that, they both launched their attacks simultaneously. Lu Xian unleashed the white jade, a gust of wind sweeping forth, momentarily immobilizing Zhou Kong. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xian wielded the immortal and aimed to strike forward. As the blade approached, Zhou Kong hastily summoned his artifact. The Qinquan cloth. This was a fine item, crafted from the remnants of the superior artifact Qinquan bag, known for its exceptional flexibility and its ability to mitigate damage from sharp weapons. In an instant, Lu Xian's attack lost its efficacy, failing to pose a threat. Do you think this will be enough to vanquish me? Break. Zhou Kong willed, a thin layer of spiritual energy enveloping him, swiftly dissipating the wind from the white jade. Once liberated, Zhou Kong regarded Lu Xian's earlier triumph with disdain, eager to conclude this battle swiftly. Yet Lu Xian was not merely a one-trick pony. Though both artifacts had faltered, he himself remained unyielded. Once more, he raised the immortal and charged forward without hesitation. Clang, clang, clang. Zhou Kong wielded a superior artifact, matching Lu Xian's immortal blow for blow. However, Lu Xian had upgraded his own artifact, providing him with a slight edge. That minute difference proved sufficient for Zhou Kong to reveal a flaw. Though minuscule, it was nonetheless exploited. Swish. A blade's whistle cut through the air. Zhou Kong intended to thrust his sword into Lu Xian's heart, intending to knock him off the arena, yet he found himself retreating in fear of Lu Xian's strike. The corners of Lu Xian's mouth curled upwards. As the enemy retreated, he pressed forward, seizing the moment. He charged with reckless abandon, striking down like a mighty peak. Boom! The arena reverberated with a dull thud, raising a cloud of dust that a gust of wind blew through, dispersing the haze to reveal Zhou Kong precariously positioned at the edge, desperately blocking Lu Xian's immortal. His situation dire. The two engaged in a silent contest of strength, yet it was evident that Zhou Kong was laboring under the strain. In this critical moment, Zhou Kong abruptly released his grip, rolling aside to stab forth from the flank, but a surge of spiritual energy, akin to a piercing needle, broke through Lu Xian's skin. Feeling the sudden pain, Lu Xian retreated swiftly, failing even to retrieve the Mo Zhan embedded in the arena. Both combatants were now bereft of their artifacts, reduced to a bare-handed struggle. Winning this round would not come easily for Lu Xian. This young man had already sustained an injury. The forthcoming challenges would surely prove formidable. Brother Fong, what is your perspective on this? Fong Yuanlao remained expressionless, as if he had long since arrived at a conclusion in his heart. His gaze served as the most eloquent response. He had never harbored any doubts about Lu Xian from the very beginning. Did I end the arena? Lu Xian was taken aback as he brushed against a smear of blood on his waist. My apologies, Junior Brother Lu, I may have struck a bit too hard, Zhou Kong remarked with a somewhat irritating demeanor. This was certainly not a genuine display of remorse. Had Lu Xian not deftly avoided a fatal blow moments ago, he would have already been lying on the ground, on the verge of being carried off to the medical hall for treatment. Once inside the medical hall, if his injuries were deemed irreparable, he would lose his qualifications to enter the inner sect for life, as such irreparable wounds during one's formative years implied a lack of potential for further progress. That it could only be said that Zhou Kong was indeed a ruthless individual. Chapter 24. Unobservable, unmeasurable, unknowable. The opponent was undeniably formidable, yet that alone was insufficient to suppress Lu Xian. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was not prudent to reveal his full strength. In terms of realm, perhaps there was little to distinguish between the two, but when it came to martial skills, Zhou Kong fell significantly short that Lu Xian's Taishang sword technique, along with the techniques he acquired from Elder Li, was undeniably of a high caliber. The two circled the arena, each taking a measure of the other, neither making a move at that moment. Zhou Kong spoke again. Junior Brother Lu, your injuries appear quite severe. Why not concede this morning? You are still young, and there will be opportunities next year to qualify for the inner sect. That I shall await your arrival, Dutto. Lu Xian replied with a faint smile. But I, as a junior, possess limited talent, that if I were to wait a year, I might find myself unable to catch up. That today's opportunity is my only chance to avoid falling too far behind. Senior brother, why not graciously concede? Upon hearing Lu Xian suggest that he yield, Zhou Kong naturally objected, and the two clashed once more. Zhou Kong unleashed a flurry of sword energy, followed by a sweeping strike. Radiant white light dispersing, intent on forcing Lu Xian off the stage. Fortunately, Lu Xian swiftly drew his white jade to momentarily immobilize Zhou Kong, allowing him to evade the sword energy, given the pressure Zhou Kong was exerting. Lu Xian had no intention of relaxing his guard. With supreme martial arts, Lu Xian disregarded all else and launched a series of powerful punches. Each strike resonated with a deep thud, growing heavier with every blow. As his strength surged, it sent ripples of astonishment through the surrounding spectators. That Lu Xian's fists became increasingly fierce, engaging Zhou Kong head-on. Initially believing Lu Xian merely had a few tricks up his sleeve, Zhou Kong soon sensed something amiss. Just as he prepared to strike down with his sword, he was met with a violent shock from Lu Xian's fists, leaving a surge of pent-up energy trapped in his chest, rendering him utterly uncomfortable and swaying unsteadily on the brink of collapsing. Yet Zhou Kong did not concede. After a brief struggle, he quickly steadied himself, gazing incredulously at Lu Xian. What martial art is this? I have never encountered it before. This, I learned it from an old gentleman in my dreams. His cultivation is exceedingly high, yet I have only mastered 3 punches from him. Do you yield? Lu Xian fabricated his story with casual ease. Meanwhile, the elders observing from above broke into smiles. Elder Li, however, furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. This martial technique bore a striking resemblance to his supreme martial arts, yet he had no recollection of ever passing it on to anyone else. No matter how one viewed it, it did not align with Lu Xian's account. If that were the case, who would have been the one to impart such teachings? Could it be that someone had intruded upon the Tianxian sect? If such a person existed, why would they choose Lu Xian, a youth of exceedingly poor talent? The multitude of questions left Elder Li incredulous, grappling with too many inconsistencies. The other elders shared his sentiments. Yet Fong Yuanlao remarked, though this child possesses limited talent, perhaps his fate is remarkably high. Some individuals, despite their superior talents, may not live long. Brother Fong, are you suggesting that this child possesses a great destiny, allowing him to ascend during this period? Wang Yuanlao inquired, intrigued that he had studied the concept of fate, though not as deeply as Fong Yuanlao. The most formidable inheritance within the Tianqian sect was indeed the law of fate. Yet it required exceptional talent and a willingness to exchange one's soul to comprehend the heavenly secrets. Fong Yuanlao was the sole individual capable of this, even surpassing the sect leader in this regard. Had it not been for Fong Yuanlao's insistence on relinquishing the position of sect leader, he might very well have been the one sitting at the helm now. However, it did not imply that the current sect leader lacked strength. The Tianqian sect's leader also possessed extraordinary talent, specializing in the sect's secret arts, the Xintian talismans, capable of unleashing formidable formations instantaneously, whether for offense or defense. Individual talismans could also be utilized for attacks. Wielding considerable power at this moment, Fong Yuanlao seemed to have locked on a Lu Xian's fate wheel. He gradually closed his eyes, traversing the vast cosmos within his mind, drawing closer to a radiant, twinkling star. Yet just as he was about to delve deeper, a golden light enveloped everything, compelling Fong Yuanlao to retreat from his observation. When he attempted to seek further, he found himself unable to perceive the location of Lu Xian's fateful star. This was the first time Fong Yuanlao had encountered such a situation, leaving him utterly astonished. Beads of sweat covered his forehead, revealing his palpable anxiety, as if he had glimpsed something terrifying. The other elders, witnessing Fong Yuanlao's demeanor, wore expressions of confusion. They understood that it was only under rare circumstances that one could observe such a state in Fong Yuanlao. Elder Qing softly inquired, "Brother Fong, what exactly did you see?" After a moment's pause, Fong Yuanlao regained his composure. I saw nothing at all." Just as he was about to elaborate, Fong Yuanlao sighed and shook his head in resignation. Elderly grew anxious. Pressing, "How could you see nothing? Brother Fong, are you perhaps fatigued? If so, I can impart some of my energy to you for another attempt." Fong Yuanlao shook his head. "No, it is not that I lack the desire to see. Nor is it due to insufficient power, but rather that this child is indeed unobservable, unmeasurable, and unknowable." Gasp. The elders were genuinely taken aback. How could a mere outer sect disciple reach such a level? Was Lu Xian truly concealing some heavenly secret? Elderly immediately declared, "Very well, I shall bring that boy here at once to uncover what tricks he has up his sleeve." "Hold on," Fong Yuanlao interjected, cautioning, "This child may not be concealing anything of his own accord. He might possess a great destiny, or perhaps someone has bestowed such a fate upon him. Regardless of whether it is good or ill, it all hinges on his own decisions, and we must not interfere. Then, should we retain this disciple?" The matter indeed posed a dilemma, as there was a fear he might be a pawn manipulated by others. "Yes, we must retain him. Perhaps we shall glean some results in the future. Let him continue his studies under my tutelage." Fong Yuanlao opted to keep Lu Xian. The other elders had no objections and grew increasingly curious about Lu Xian. At this moment, Lu Xian, having triumphed over Zhou Kong, continued to defeat opponents, securing the final qualification slot, and ranking 100th, he remained unaware that he had piqued the interest of several elders. Any subsequent actions he might take would be hard to escape their scrutiny. Chapter 25. Observers with intentions. In the second round of assessments, the top 100 disciples would be randomly paired for combat. The victors would then be assigned to further rounds, with the final 25 winners advancing into the inner sect. The subsequent 25 disciples, placed within the top 50, would be regarded as inner sect registered disciples. This status brought with it certain advantages, including guidance from some elders, but it all depended on luck, that if one possessed some ability yet was unfortunate enough to fall to the outer sect, they would have to wait for the next opportunity or hope to be discovered by an elder someday. The results of the random pairings were quickly announced. Liu Xian glanced at the name of his next opponent, Wang Tianba. He scratched his head in confusion. Have I inadvertently poked a hornet's nest with the Wang family? Why is it that I keep facing members of this clan? However, Lu Xian failed to consider that had he not encountered this individual, perhaps those from the Wang family would have already advanced. It is truly a stroke of misfortune, yet he finds no outlet for his grievances. Perhaps this is what is referred to as fate. At this moment, a few new faces appeared among the onlookers, all of whom were core disciples, a rank above the inner disciples, totaling merely 15 individuals. Core disciples enjoyed even greater privileges than their inner counterparts. Not only did they receive benefits akin to those of the top 5 inner disciples, but they also had the opportunity for guidance from elders at irregular intervals and the privilege to study the favored martial arts of the elders. Furthermore, they might even gain the favor of an elder or a cabinet elder, potentially becoming their direct disciples. Should one attain the status of a direct disciple, the benefits would multiply, including the chance to vie for the position of elder candidate. If their strength reached the elder level, they might directly ascend to become a newly appointed elder. Only those at the elder level could progress to the status of a venerable elder. And throughout the history of the Tianqian sect, all sect masters have been selected from this esteemed tier. Each generation of sect masters and venerable elders bears the heavy responsibility of bringing glory to the sect. Regardless of life or death, the interests of the sect must always come first at this moment. These core disciples, who had come to observe the inner disciple assessments, had just finished their training and were eager to witness the spectacle. Suddenly, one core disciple noticed Lu Xian and pointed, exclaiming, "Look over there! I heard that fellow is the so-called waste making waves recently in no way. How could a waste possibly attract attention?" Sister Shangguan sought to annul her engagement with this guy. And indeed, he appears quite ordinary. Ordinary? He pales in comparison to me, Lin Luo. Naturally, how could someone like him compare to Brother Lin? A rather smug disciple displayed open disdain for Lu Xian, while the others regarded the disciple, named Lin Luo, with considerable respect. Seemingly intimidated by him, this Lin Luo was, in fact, the beloved grandson of Elder Lin Hai, the foremost of the 8 elders of the sect, whose status was second only to the 5 venerable elders. It was even said that his strength was nearing that of the venerable elders. However, due to sect regulations limiting the number of venerable elders to 5, he had not been granted a special promotion. Yet everyone in the sect recognized Elder Lin's capabilities, and his prestige was substantial. Thus, Lin Luo naturally garnered admiration from many disciples who followed him, hoping to reap some benefits. Some sycophants who excelled at flattery received numerous advantages from Lin Luo, and with increased resources, their strength naturally advanced more swiftly than those around them. Consequently, many sought to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Luo, obeying him without question. The matter of Lin Luo's affection for Shangguan Yin'er was well known among these disciples. So no one dared harbor inappropriate thoughts towards her, instead focusing on assisting Lin Luo in winning her favor, thereby benefiting all. However, above them were the direct disciples. Although Lin Luo was Elder Lin's grandson, he had yet to qualify as a direct disciple. Nevertheless, Elder Lin often provided Lin Luo with special privileges, which could be considered akin to the treatment of a direct disciple. Elder Lin hoped that Lin Luo would become a direct disciple of any of the 5 venerable elders. Hence, he had not explicitly paved a path for Lin Luo to join his ranks at that moment. Amidst their laughter, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, it's Sister Shangguan." "What? Yin'er is here." Lin Luo was also thrilled and began searching for Shangguan Yin'er's figure. As expected, he soon spotted her not far off, accompanied by 2 other female disciples. Beside her stood her senior sister, also a direct disciple under Elder Yu. However, if one were to assess their cultivation levels, Shangguan Yin'er was the highest among Elder Yu's disciples, having reached the 9th level of Spirit Awakening, just a step away from breaking through to the core formation stage. From the 1st to the 9th level of Spirit Awakening, Shangguan Yin'er had accomplished this feat in less than 2 years, marking her as a prodigy among prodigies. That it was precisely for this reason that she was held in such high regard. Elder Yu's strength was also immeasurable, comparable to Elder Lin, both having the potential to reach the venerable elder level. Shangguan Yin'er was initially meant to become a disciple of Elder Qing. But due to personality differences, Elder Qing had no interest in her, while Elder Yu's temperament suited her far better. At this moment, Shangguan Yin'er had merely come to verify some rumors she had heard. "Junior sister, is that the member of the Lu family you previously annulled your engagement with? He certainly seems unimpressive. His cultivation is rather shallow. That I actually think he looks quite decent. That I've heard he recently experienced a stimulus and has made some significant progress." The 2 senior sisters chimed in like a well-rehearsed duet, yet Shangguan Yin'er paid them no mind, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Xian, who now stood on the stage. "That I in her heart," she scoffed. "If I want to see how you have progressed." In truth, Shangguan Yin'er did not harbor any particular dislike for Lu Xian. Rather, it was the constant remarks from those around her, laced with mockery, that irked her. She wished to witness for herself what Lu Xian had become. Yet deep down, she believed that no matter how hard Lu Xian tried, he could never restore the Lu family to its former glory. Even if he achieved some minor success, it would never be comparable to her own accomplishments. Aiming solely for the path of the strong, Shangwan Yin'er could never willingly accept a union with someone she deemed inferior. Thus, she would not look favorably upon Lu Xian, merely seeking to confirm the correctness of her prior decision. Now, Lu Xian's second round of the arena competition commenced, after bowing respectfully to Wang Tianba. He drew forth his ink blade, that at the same time, Wang Tianba brandished a 9-ring knife, appearing quite formidable. Chapter 26. The Clash of Blades. Your artifact is quite impressive, Lu Xian complimented. Yours isn't too shabby either. Wang Tianba replied. After some mutual flattery, they prepared themselves. Junior brother, you've certainly made us suffer these past few days, Wang Tianba remarked with a hint of sarcasm. To this, Lu Xian could not concede, retorting, Ah, brother Wang, are you implying that you dislike repairing? Without my guidance, wouldn't you have been lost in a haze? Well, you have a point. Such excessive training only leads to physical drawbacks. Balance is the key. Wang Tianba countered that that's so. But if one does not strive to improve their strength, won't they fall further behind? In the end, it seems you simply refuse to work hard, Lu Xian shot back. It appears we are indeed not on the same wavelength, that I cannot allow you to disrupt the inner sect. Then let us see if you possess the capability. The two exchanged sharp words. And almost simultaneously, they launched their attacks. In an instant, their blades clashed, producing a resounding clang. This powerful strike forced both to recoil a few steps. However, without further words, they steadied themselves and charged forward once more. Channeling their spiritual energy into their weapons, unleashing a dazzling array of blade light. Boom! The forces collided again, canceling each other out. Clearly, such an initial exchange was insufficient to threaten either party. A more profound display of power was necessary to secure victory. Wang Tianba let out a grunt as his upper garments exploded apart, revealing his finely chiseled muscles, exquisite in their definition. Is he activating his explosive garment effect already? Lu Xian mused, surprised that he had thought the battle was just beginning. Yet his opponent, Wang Tianba, had already reached such a level that it was clear that he could no longer afford to be careless. Lu Xian immediately enhanced his own spiritual energy, albeit with a hint of reservation. The two exuded contrasting auras, one crimson and one silver. Lu Xian, wielding the ink blade, emanated a silvery white aura, while Wang Tianba, with his explosive temperament, radiated a pale red. This phenomenon was a reflection of their inherent characteristics and the variances in their self-cultivation. Regardless of their different auras, both ultimately resided within the realm of the Tao. Brother Wang, I shall not hold back any longer, Lu Xian declared, opting for a proactive approach this time. Being on the defensive was far too humiliating. And after holding back for so long, it was time to unleash his full potential. In response to Lu Xian's fierce advance, Wang Tianba had no intention of defending or evading. He charged forward, seeking to meet Lu Xian's strike head-on and determine a victor in direct confrontation. This was undoubtedly the most straightforward clash witnessed in the inner disciple assessments thus far. Elderly watched with fervor, his blood surging, nearly wishing to join the fray himself. It had been many years since he had encountered a rival of equal standing, leaving him feeling rather restless. Observing the battle between Lu Xian and Wang Tianba reignited a fiery passion within him. However, at that moment, Elder Zhao promptly doused his enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. Enough. Your strength has yet to return to its peak. Should anyone come looking for trouble, you may not be able to withstand it. You should prioritize your recovery. It was not merely because I had blocked that blow back then that I now find myself empty-handed. Elderly sighed, reflecting on some sorrowful memories, before turning his gaze towards Elder Wang and inquiring. I say, Wang Shixiang, when will you restore my Fire Cloud Greatsword? Why the haste? Are you not aware of the rank of the Fire Cloud Greatsword? Moreover, I observe that without it, your cultivation of the supreme martial arts seems to be progressing rather well. At the very least, your temper has considerably mellowed compared to before, Elder Wang replied with a hint of annoyance. However, after saying that, Elder Wang refrained from further engaging with Elder Li, seemingly a bit uneasy. Elder Li sighed again, resigning himself to continue watching the battle intently. Noticing that Elder Li was no longer fixated on him, Elder Wang felt a sense of relief at that moment. A compressed voice reached their ears. Wang Shidi, has the Fire Cloud Greatsword truly become irreparable? How much longer will you conceal this from Li Shidi? Elder Zhao, you know well that the Fire Cloud Greatsword is an item of utmost yang. Our Tianqian sect lacks sufficient materials, he lamented. Sigh, do not be deceived by Li Shidi's apparent tranquility. I often see him practicing the void sword alone on the cliff of the back mountain at night. And my heart aches for him. I shall think of a way that I have heard there have been stirrings in the Fire Lian Mountain recently. I will visit there in due time. Very well. You should also bring along a few core disciples to experience the journey, they concluded after several exchanges. Meanwhile, Elder Li remained blissfully unaware, still focused on the unfolding situation below. At that moment, Lu Xian and Wang Tianba had engaged in over 30 exchanges, each bearing superficial wounds but no significant injuries. Their combat could be described as evenly matched, with no discernible victor in sight. It seemed they would require more time to determine the outcome. Why is it always so difficult for this lad to secure a victory? Elder Li murmured, Duh. Regardless of the struggle, he is indeed one. Elder Fong interjected with a chuckle. Consider it a form of tempering. Lu Xian swung his blade forward, the blade's energy instantly manifesting as 3 arcs that divided the entire arena into 4 sections. Yet Wang Tianba leaped high, brandishing his large blade from above, the gusts of his strikes cascading down like rippling waves, seemingly slow, yet exerting immense pressure and formidable destructive power. Only through a series of agile maneuvers and reversals could Lu Xian successfully evade Da. This lad seems quite capable, one remarked. Indeed, it appears he is not as useless as initially presumed. Another added, Sister, perhaps he truly is tirelessly striving to win you back, as the rumors suggest that a rare romantic, indeed. Unable to endure the conversation of the 2 nearby sisters any longer, Shangguan Yin'er shot a cold glare backward, instantly silencing them. Though they were her seniors, their standing did not match hers. They followed her not out of choice, but rather by Elder Yu's arrangement, to assist her. Elder Yu's nurturing of Shangguan Yin'er was unparalleled, rendering the other disciples merely supplementary. Nevertheless, the 2 sisters possessed commendable talents, both having reached the 7th level of spiritual connection, albeit taking 5 years to arrive at this stage, which was still lacking in comparison. As the surroundings quieted, Shangguan Yin'er prepared to resume her watch when she suddenly sensed an unwelcome presence drawing near, making her feel quite uncomfortable. Before she could turn around, Lin Luo sidled up to her with an overly ingratiating demeanor. Yin'er, you look as beautiful as ever today. I find myself liking you even more than yesterday. Upon hearing such words, Shangguan Yin'er felt a wave of nausea wash over her, closing her eyes to shield herself from Lin Luo's visage. Chapter 27. Yet another overachiever. It must be noted that Lin Luo was not unattractive by any means. Indeed, among the disciples of Tianqian's sect, he could be considered among the more appealing ones, certainly within the top 10, if not first. However, inexplicably, when trying to curry favor with Shangguan Yin'er, he appeared exceedingly sleazy, perhaps due to an innate quality that gave off an unsettling vibe. In short, in Shangguan Yin'er's eyes, Lin Luo was exceedingly repugnant. Noticing Shangguan Yin'er shutting her eyes, Lin Luo felt no offense. Instead, he redirected his disdain towards Lu Xian, saying, Yin'er, do you not find this assessment far too tedious? I mentioned there was nothing worth watching. Yet the elders insisted we attend. Look at that Lu Xian, merely a waste, daring to take the stage. His swordplay is truly laughable. Achoo! Lu Xian sneezed involuntarily, instinctively scanning for the source of the curse directed at him. In that very moment, Wang Tianba seized a golden opportunity, opening. He thought, charging forward to attempt to knock Lu Xian off the stage. Alas, it was a mischance that Lu Xian adeptly navigated the impending crisis. While this was Wang Tianba's moment, it also provided Lu Xian with an opening. Throughout their earlier duel, both had maintained a degree of restraint, but witnessing such a clear opportunity for victory, Wang Tianba unleashed his full force. Inadvertently exposing his vulnerabilities to that instant, Lu Xian easily discerned Wang Tianba's critical flaw. During his aggressive strikes, he neglected to moderate his strength, and his stance was not as stable as one might expect. Consequently, Wang Tianba habitually opted for aerial attacks, Avoiding the need for intricate footwork, that as Wang Tianba's blade was about to strike true, Lu Xian wielded his white jade weapon, locking onto the attack. Ink slash, he uttered, countering Wang Tianba's assault from the side, then leaping back and seizing Wang Tianba's ankle, flipping him over and launching him off the stage. Bravo! That was a splendid victory. Brother Lu has some real skill. The crowd erupted into cheers for Lu Xian, acknowledging his triumph as a product of his own prowess. At that moment, many felt immense gratitude towards Lu Xian, their faith in his earlier declarations reinforced. Some eliminated disciples sat down on the ground, resuming their training, eager to catch up with their peers. And thus, it began anew. How delightful! This lad's influence is truly extraordinary. It is high time for Tianxian's sect to foster such an atmosphere. Several elders expressed their joy, finding satisfaction in witnessing their disciples diligently practice. It is time for Tianxian's sect to rise. They collectively hoped for this long-awaited moment. Observing the disciples' eagerness to dive back into their training, Shangguan Yin'er, who was not well-versed in previous events, was perplexed. Lin Luo, with a dismissive scoff, remarked, I have heard that last month, someone continuously provoked the outer and inner disciples to train relentlessly, causing some to push themselves to the brink of collapse without pause. It appears this mischief was orchestrated by that very lad. What a joke. Yet the more Lin Luo disparaged Lu Xian, the more Shangguan Yin'er felt compelled to defend him. What do you know? Diligence in training is essential. It is precisely your lack of ambition that has left you at merely the 5th level of spiritual connection. What separates you from a waste? Yin'er, you, Lin Luo began, intending to retort, but ultimately restrained himself. His cultivation was indeed inferior to Shangguan Yin'er's, even falling short of any direct disciples. This was solely due to his lack of focus on cultivation. Otherwise, with his aptitude, he would not have stagnated at such a low level. He conceded this truth, leaving him without a counter-argument. However, being publicly chastised in such a manner left him feeling disgruntled, unable to find an outlet for his frustration. Thus, he redirected his gaze toward Lu Xian, a flicker of malice igniting in his eyes as he fumed internally. Lu Xian, do not presume that just because you have entered the inner sect, you stand a chance to draw near Yin'er. I shall ensure you are well cared for. Then, Lin Luo turned his gaze toward Shangguan Yin'er, vowing, you will see that my talent far surpasses that of that fellow by 100-fold. I am the only one deserving of you. In 3 months, I shall surpass you in cultivation. Is that so? In 3 months, I will likely have broken through to the golden core stage. What will you have to surpass me with? Do not forget. My grandfather is Lin Hai. My aptitude is not significantly inferior to yours, that my efforts will instill fear in you. Prove it when the time comes. Just you wait. We shall depart. At this moment, Lu Xian remained unaware that he had, unbeknownst to him, acquired yet another adversary, that he could scarcely fathom that his former fiancée, from whom he had withdrawn his engagement, was now instrumental in fostering a competitor. Regrettably, Lu Xian was still unable to access the core disciples, thus depriving him of the benefits that such competition could yield. However, it would not be long before he had the opportunity to engage at that level. Once he entered the inner sect, interactions with core disciples would be inevitable. Having successfully passed the second round, he was now but one step away from becoming a member of the inner sect and could challenge its disciples. Lu Xian had long since devised his strategy. Either he would not compete at all, or he would strive to be the strongest. He intended for everyone to recognize that only through relentless cultivation could one ascend to the pinnacle, perpetuating an endless cycle of competition. In the third round, by an ironic twist of fate, Lu Xian found himself pitted against Guojun Kai. This created a rather awkward situation that in truth, Lu Xian felt a degree of gratitude towards Guojun Kai, who had lent assistance on numerous occasions. The prospect of eliminating him from the competition weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet such is life. Lu Xian could only internally express apologies, my brother, upon learning that his opponent was Lu Xian. Guojun Kai had already prepared for a celebration of his entry into the inner sect, wearing a relaxed expression on the arena. Junior brother Lu, my apologies. I did not expect we would meet here. I too am quite surprised. I hope brother Guo will show no mercy. Is giving it your all the utmost respect one can show to an opponent? Understood. Rest assured. Indeed, I shall also demonstrate my respect by going all out. After exchanging pleasantries, they readied themselves for combat. Above, several elders took an interest and began to discuss amongst themselves. Elder Zhao inquired, "Who do you think will emerge victorious?" Guo Junkai is indeed impressive. His innate talent surpasses that of Lu Xian by a considerable margin. It is unfortunate that they should clash here, Elder Wang lamented. Such is fate, but I believe Guo Junkai has the greater chance of victory. He has already stepped into the semi-spiritual realm, Elder Li asserted. Elder Qing, what say you? I find myself favoring this young lad, Lu Xian, a bit more. And you, Elder Fong? Cannot say. We shall know once we observe. None of them arrived at a consensus. Even Elder Zhao himself considered Guo Junkai more likely to win and was prepared to carve out a path for Lu Xian should the need arise. Yet, until the outcome was clear, there was no urgency. The two stood across from each other, locked in a gaze for an extended period, neither making a move. 10 minutes passed without a single action. A swirling vortex of energy had already begun to intertwine and clash between them. Another 20 minutes elapsed, with the other arenas concluding their matches, some disciples cheering while others resumed their cultivation, eager to break through. Only in the central arena did the two remain motionless. Will they not fight? How long must we wait? This is taking far too long, despite the urging from fellow disciples. Neither made a move. Finally, Guo Junkai broke the silence. Junior brother, do you not intend to make a move? Brother Guo, have you not made a move either? Lu Xian retorted. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, causing the long garments of both to flutter. With one hand wielding a blade and the other a sword, their grips tightened. Suddenly, both pairs of eyes erupted with fervent determination. It was either an action or a swift onslaught. Their figures darted across the arena with astonishing speed, weapons clashing to create a series of shockwaves. Zizizizi, as their blades met, they briefly halted, engaging in a subtle struggle of strength. Then, each propelled themselves backward, only to charge forward again after 2 breaths. That Lu Xian's blade was heavy, his strikes bold and expansive, while Guo Junkai's sword was nimble, navigating through intricate angles with ease. Yet Lu Xian balanced offense and defense with finesse, while Guo Junkai's attacks served as his best form of defense. Remarkably, they fought evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. After several exchanges, they momentarily separated, with Guo Junkai expressing astonishment. Junior brother Lu, when did you reach such a level? Lu Xian smiled slightly. Brother, I have not ceased my cultivation even for a moment. This is the fruit of my labor. Guo Junkai scoffed. And I too have not rested. My innate talent surpasses yours. I cannot lose to you. I must be serious now. Abruptly, Guo Junkai's aura intensified significantly, clearly indicating that he was prepared to reveal his true capability. During their earlier skirmish, he had not anticipated that Lu Xian could keep pace and even pose a subtle threat. This was not welcome news for Guo Junkai, who had intended to dominate. Wait, this fellow has already stepped into the semi-spiritual realm. Quite impressive. Guo Junkai truly lives up to his reputation. The 3 elders praised Guo Junkai's performance. However, elders Fong and Qing remained silent, still maintaining their confidence in Lu Xian. Around the arena, as disciples sensed Guo Junkai's prowess, envy filled their hearts. Brother Guo is indeed a prodigy. To achieve a breakthrough in just a month, is he not a divine being? We shall follow him closely henceforth. The disciples appear to have found their footing, expressing their excitement. Guo Junkai pointed his sword forward, a contemptuous smile on his face. Junior brother Lu, do you believe you still have a chance? Lu Xian remained silent. Guo Junkai assumed that Lu Xian was too intimidated to respond. Yet without a declaration of surrender, the duel could not be deemed over. Thus, Guo Junkai advanced, laughing. Junior brother Lu, allow me to show you the power of the semi-spiritual realm. Not so fast. Elder Wang attempted to intervene, but Elder Fong restrained him, saying, do not rush. It is not yet time for the conclusion. Although perplexed, Elder Wang complied with Elder Fong's insistence, albeit with lingering concern. Guo Junkai had just entered the semi-spiritual stage. His control would undoubtedly be shaky, that if he struck too forcefully, Lu Xian could very well meet a dire fate. At that moment, a torrent of fierce sword energy surged forth that if Lu Xian did not react in time, he might truly bid farewell to this world. Amidst the terrified expressions of the crowd, Lu Xian let out a muffled grunt. A dazzling, otherworldly light erupted from his being. Outshining even Guijun's, as the brilliance subsided, Lu Xian's aura underwent a transformation. What? Elder Wang was instantly dumbfounded. How could Lu Xian have suddenly broken through to the semi-spiritual realm? How could this be possible? Shangguan Yin'er, who had intended to leave, was also taken aback by this spectacle. She could scarcely comprehend that the man she had spurned a month prior, whom she had deemed a wastrel, could ascend to the semi-spiritual realm so swiftly. Even she had not achieved such speed in her cultivation. Could it be that he is not a wastrel, but rather a prodigy? A thought unexpectedly blossomed in Shangguan Yin'er's mind, only to be swiftly shattered as she shook her head repeatedly. Impossible. He could not have become so formidable without reason. Surely, there must be some ulterior motive. Could he be colluding with the demonic realm? The more she pondered, the more unsettling it felt. The elders above also regarded the situation with utmost seriousness, casting glances at Elder Fong, hoping he might elucidate the matter. Although Elder Fong was not entirely certain of the specifics, he nonetheless defended Lu Xian's integrity. This child's cultivation has indeed risen through his own efforts, and he has not resorted to any nefarious means. Could it be that we have all misjudged him, and he is, in fact, the true, unparalleled genius? Surely not. If that were the case, why would he remain so inconspicuous? We must confront this lad and demand a clear explanation. Otherwise, his earlier proclamations are nothing but empty rhetoric. Indeed, the situation required him to provide a reasonable account. At this juncture, Lu Xian found himself in a state of distress. Were it not for Guijun Kai's abrupt breakthrough, he would not have wished to reveal his cultivation level. He had deliberately suppressed his advancement to avoid drawing attention and misunderstanding. Now, he had no choice but to take each step as it came. The gathered disciples began to hurl accusations. Fraud. Lu Xian is a fraud. Brother Gua, defeat this deceiver. This was rather awkward, and he could not allow them to uncover the truth. Lu Xian quickly attempted to clarify. No. You have all misunderstood. Misunderstood? What do you mean by that? Yes, can you explain clearly? Upon hearing this, Lu Xian realized that since there was still something to be said, he must find a way to clarify the misunderstanding that had previously been inadequately expressed. His mind raced as he promptly explained. In truth, the situation is as follows. My ability to break through in the moment is undoubtedly due to my relentless training day and night, but let us not forget that I also possess the third-tier spirit stones awarded by the elders. Indeed, he had received the reward of third-tier spirit stones, which could significantly enhance his capabilities in a short span of time. Some immediately echoed this sentiment, readily believing Lu Xian's assertion. However, it wasn't long before dissenters emerged, questioning its credibility. Even with an abundance of third-tier spirit stones, how could one possibly break through the realm of spiritual communication without talent? The individual who had previously supported Lu Xian swiftly shifted allegiance, chastising him. Exactly. Those lacking in talent cannot hope to transcend the realm of spiritual communication. You are deceiving us. I must ask, good sir, where do you stand? Lu Xian retorted. Your concerns are irrelevant. Your explanation simply does not suffice. Indeed, it is inadequate. You are a fraud. As he observed the discontent brewing among the disciples, Lu Xian's thoughts sparked anew, prompting him to declare, I have yet to finish speaking. Why the haste? Once the crowd quieted, he continued, though I may lack innate talent, if fortune smiles upon me and I receive guidance from a master, is it not conceivable that I could surpass this trifling realm of spiritual communication? The elders above exchanged curious glances, eager to uncover the serendipitous circumstances and the identity of the master who had bestowed such guidance upon Lu Xian, enabling his breakthrough. Lu Xian's words would ultimately determine his fate. Should the elders mistakenly believe he was under the influence of an external force, his future would be one of eternal confinement, subjected to relentless investigation until the true puppeteer was unveiled. At that moment, a chill ran down Lu Xian's spine, and he realized the gravity of his words. Thus, he spoke earnestly, I do not know who that person is, but she has consistently guided me in my dreams. Though I cannot discern her visage, I can sense her unparalleled beauty and the regal aura that sets her apart from all others. What impresses me most is her flowing azure gown and the unique fragrance she exudes, accompanied by a striking crimson sword. Listening to Lu Xian's vivid description, the crowd became increasingly convinced, yearning to witness the enigmatic figure from his dreams. Even such mere verbal imagery was sufficient to ignite envy among the disciples, who speculated that he must have received personal instruction from a remarkable beauty. Within the sect, the figure most familiar to the disciples was Elder Ching, at this moment. The other elders cast their glances toward her in unison, hoping she might provide a reasonable explanation. Elder Ching, equally astonished, responded, "It is certainly not I, and I do not wield a sword. Are you not aware of that? The only one within the sect who wields a sword and possesses the ability to impart knowledge in dreams must be her." Elder Zhao suddenly came to a realization, yet hesitated to accept his own conclusion. Meanwhile, Elder Fong confidently asserted, "It must be her. It appears that Lu Xian is not under the control of an external force. Rather, he has caught her attention, which accounts for his extraordinary progress." Elder Li, however, expressed his skepticism. "That cannot be. There are many within the sect whose talents surpass Lu Xian's. What could she possibly see in him?" Elder Wang interjected, "Did you not also take notice of him? What you are, naturally she too must be." Elder Li exclaimed, "I took note of this lad because I admire his character. But if the sect leader has taken an interest, that escalates matters exponentially. It suggests this boy has the potential for greatness." After considerable contemplation, Elder Zhao voiced his confusion once more. "I find it perplexing, if it were solely due to diligence. Lu Xian should not have been chosen, that if other disciples also exerted themselves, with talents far exceeding his, should they not be prioritized?" The elders were truly baffled, unable to discern any qualities within Lu Xian that warranted selection by the sect leader, much less direct instruction in dreams, an experience none of the disciples had ever encountered. The extraordinary nature of this matter surpassed their expectations and seemed utterly irrational at that juncture. Elder Fong mused for a moment before stating, "It appears that this lad possesses qualities that we have yet to fully comprehend. We require time to thoroughly investigate. However, we are at least assured that he is worthy of cultivation. Indeed, what Elder Fong says is quite valid. This alleviates some of our suspicions, allowing us to observe the unfolding events with a sense of calm." Elder Zhao stroked his white beard, settling into a more contemplative state. The elders now regarded Lu Xian's demeanor with keen interest. Their perspectives having shifted from before, Lu Xian continued to exchange blows with Guojun Kai, their duel escalating into a fierce clash that lasted nearly 3 hours before any discernible outcome emerged. With a swift stroke, Lu Xian sliced through from the right, his footwork light as he executed a spinning slash. Guojun Kai leaped back, believing he had successfully evaded Lu Xian's attack, only to discover that the previous strike was merely a ruse. In the next instant, Lu Xian's figure materialized behind him, poised to deliver a decisive blow. Guojun Kai summoned all his strength, channeling it into his legs as he leapt into the air, intending to exploit his advantageous position to unleash an intricate sword technique, the spinning sword technique. The sword light whirled continuously, creating a vortex. Remarkably, Guojun Kai had mastered the outer sect's premier sword technique to a consummate level. Unbelievable. It seemed Guojun Kai was destined for victory. Though Lu Xian had received fortuitous blessings, prowess and talent ultimately spoke volumes. Look, suddenly, someone called out, pointing skyward. It became evident that Lu Xian had deceived everyone. That attack from behind was an illusion. While the true Lu Xian awaited Guojun Kai above, Guojun Kai had unwittingly placed himself in peril, expending considerable spiritual energy on a target that did not exist. At that moment, Lu Xian merely flicked his blade with the back of his hand. Thud! Guojun Kai plummeted rapidly, completely unconscious. Lu Xian offered a slight bow. "My apologies, Guoxiong," the supervising sister promptly announced. "Well, the disciples who have passed the inner sect assessment are Outer Sect Disciple Lu Xian, Chapter 30, the first taste of alcohol in this world amidst the applause of numerous disciples." Lu Xian felt inspired and addressed the crowd once more. "Brothers and sisters, my achievements today stem from my perseverance and determination to train continuously as long as I remain relentless. I will always stay ahead of those who falter, even slightly. It is also through this unwavering resolve to better myself that I have garnered the attention of the esteemed masters within our sect, that I can achieve greatness. And so can each of you. They use me to demonstrate that opportunities must be seized through one's own efforts. To attain success, you have a far easier path ahead of you, as long as you immerse yourselves in training. Even the core disciples await your rise." His impassioned speech reignited the fervor for cultivation among the disciples that I want to enter the inner sect. I want to become a core disciple. My talent is exceptional. As long as I remain tireless, you are bound to lose. Humph. I refuse to believe I cannot surpass you. I shall train. Who fears whom? But do not let me discover that you cannot endure midway. For next year's opportunity shall be mine. Most were unwilling to depart, opting instead to sit down on the spot and ignite the insights they had gained from the day's trials. Observing the disciples gritting their teeth, eager to elevate themselves and surpass their peers, Lu Xian felt a sense of satisfaction. This lad certainly knows how to seize the moment. Thus, let him be. The first day of the inner sect assessment concluded, and the elders dispersed. The core disciples present felt little resonance with Lu Xian's motivational rhetoric, as they stood at a height that the lower disciples aspired to reach, utterly oblivious to the competitive atmosphere. In their eyes, they were the favored children of the sect, incomparable and unassailable. Let us depart. Last glances were exchanged by Shangguan Yenner, who chose not to linger at Lu Xian, having received the inner sect disciple token. Followed Xian Ke to his new residence. Upon entering this new environment, Lu Xian felt a marked improvement. Indeed, as an inner sect disciple, the living quarters were significantly more spacious, adorned with decorative inscriptions that Lu Xian glanced at a calligraphy piece on the wall and remarked, I hear that it was inscribed by Elder Fong. Its authenticity is uncertain, but it certainly possesses charm. To that moment, a disciple of similar stature to Lu Xian entered, stating, I have heard it said that it was inscribed by Elder Fong. Though the truth remains uncertain, yet it does carry a certain allure. Lu Xian, intrigued by the newcomer adorned in the inner sect disciple garb, inquired, May I ask how to address you, esteemed brother? Oh, I am Zhao Wuling Wang, a disciple of 5 years in the inner sect, ranked 3rd. Zhao Wuling Wang. What a curious name, yet it possesses a certain grandeur. Your words flatter me. Lu Xian, your name is equally intriguing. The two individuals engaged in a mutual flattery session, which could be considered their first acquaintance. Subsequently, they delved into detailed discussions, fostering a greater familiarity between them. Through the introduction by Zhao Wuling Wang, Lu Xian gained a wealth of insights regarding the inner sect, enhancing his understanding of the hierarchy above. For instance, being under the tutelage of a certain elder does not necessarily mean one has become their disciple. It is only during the core disciple assessment that a true decision is made on whom to follow. Moreover, those who are direct disciples can acquire the lifelong teachings of these elders, albeit this also depends on one's fortune and capabilities, as not everyone is deemed worthy by the elders. However, the elders' favor should not be underestimated, as all 8 possess formidable skills. Initially, Lu Xian felt a tinge of disappointment when he discovered that his accommodation was no longer solitary. Yet after this exchange, he considered it a fortuitous opportunity to have a friend within the inner sect. Nonetheless, in order to ensure the continuity of his plans, Lu Xian inquired, Brother Zhao, are you not feeling the pressure of competition? Are you truly diligent? I mean, can you persistently engage in cultivation without pause? With a chuckle, Zhao Wuling Wang responded, I have been in the inner sect for 3 years, and in that time, I have only taken 3 days off, 2 for the assessment, and today he extended 3 fingers with a smile. Wow, brother, you are indeed quite industrious, Lu Xian exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Compared to some of the more laid-back disciples in the outer sect, Zhao Wuling Wang was truly exceptional. However, Lu Xian was also curious. Brother Zhao, with such a rigorous training regimen, why is it that your cultivation seems to be at the 2nd level of the spirit connection? Zhao Wuling Wang squinted slightly and smiled. You wish to know why I appear to be merely at the 2nd level of spirit connection? Daunt you? Not at all that I did not intend to mock. Rather, I find it perplexing that it seems your talent should be considerable, and to rank 3rd with such cultivation must be a remarkable feat. Lu Xian quickly clarified, fearful of being misunderstood, that I mentioned I only took 3 days off, and I did not participate in the assessment this 3rd year, as I was on the verge of a breakthrough. As long as the top 5 rankings are not challenged and defeated, they remain unchanged for at least a year. Zhao Wuling Wang explained, I see. Lu Xian finally comprehended the situation, feeling even more admiration for Zhao Wuling Wang. Such perseverance was not something just any disciple could maintain. Zhao Wuling Wang had also heard of Lu Xian and remarked, I have heard that Brother Liu is also a cultivation enthusiast in the outer sect and has gained the favor of the high-ranking elders. It is likely this is why you were assigned to this place, which has been unoccupied for 3 years. Huh. Lu Xian laughed heartily, his excitement palpable, though we must be fated. How about we share a drink? Drink? Zhao Wuling Wang had never tried it before, but upon hearing Lu Xian's suggestion, he became intrigued. For 3 years, he had not slacked off and had avoided alcohol, which could dull the senses. However, seeing a fellow diligent individual propose it, he felt a camaraderie. Thus, Lu Xian discreetly visited the storeroom and exchanged some of his advancement rewards for several jars of high-quality, medicinal wine that on his way back, he took care to keep it secret, hastily departing. Yet this action was noticed by Elder Fong, who merely smiled lightly and did not pursue the matter further. Upon returning to their quarters and opening the fragrant wine, the aroma quickly filled the room. Zhao Wuling Wang's eyes sparkled as he took in the scent. So this is wine. It is quite delightful that Lu Xian, equally exhilarated, replied, "This is my first time tasting wine from this world," suddenly feeling the intensity of Zhao Wuling Wang's gaze. Lu Xian quickly corrected himself. "What I meant to say is this is my first time drinking since I arrived in this world." The two then indulged in the wine, reveling in the experience. Lu Xian proposed that they swear brotherhood. The wine was not only fragrant but also potent, and even the two at the second level of spirit connection found themselves in a deep slumber within a few hours. When they awoke, it was already noon the next day. Fortunately, the inter-sex challenge assessments were scheduled for the afternoon, allowing them some time to regain their composure. They took their time, circulating their spiritual energy to dispel the residual effects of the wine. Lu Xian suddenly asked, "Brother Zhao, do you feel as though your internal spiritual energy has increased?" Chapter 31. Challenging the first inter-sect disciple. Zhao Wuling Wang sensed it and confirmed, "Indeed, as you said. It must be due to the medicinal wine, which has restorative properties emboldened by this surge." Lu Xian pointed to the sky, declaring, "Today, I shall challenge the first inner-disciple and claim the title of chief." A sudden series of knocks echoed from outside. "The inter-sect challenges are about to commence. Please proceed to register." "Understood. Thank you for the reminder, sister." The two wasted no time and promptly made their way to the challenge arena. By now, a considerable number of disciples had gathered to witness the annual assessment, where they could also gain valuable experience. After registering, Lu Xian was assigned the 51st position since he had been the last to advance the previous day. When the disciple in charge of registration noticed Zhao Wuling Wang beside Lu Xian, he was taken aback and stood in respect, greeting, "Zhao, Brother Zhao, there's no need for such formality. I will also participate in this year's challenge." Please take note, Zhao Wuling Wang maintained his warm smile, exuding a unique charisma that made him approachable. However, Lu Xian found himself puzzled by the astonished gazes and murmurs of the surrounding disciples as they walked. Brother Zhao has emerged from seclusion. Brother Zhao is here to challenge. This time, he might secure the first position. 3 years ago, I heard Brother Zhao was exceptionally talented but reclusive, only achieving 3rd place and remaining stagnant. He is also a cultivation fanatic. It seems he and Lu Xian are a perfect match. Yet not everyone held Zhao Wuling Wang in high regard. The first and second-ranked disciples, Mu Yunfei and Lu Tian, scoffed at him. What exceptional talent. He has merely been suppressed by me and Brother Mu, too afraid to show himself." Lu Tian mocked. Mu Yunfei feigned humility, stating, "Brother Lu, let us not underestimate Brother Zhao. He entered the sect a month before me. Had he not remained in seclusion, you and I might not have been able to secure our positions here, that we ought to be grateful to him." Lu Yan couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother Mu, when did you learn to be so modest?" Their banter irked Lu Xian, who sensed a palpable animosity from the two. As Lu Xian's gaze fell upon them, they returned his stare. Lu Tian whispered, "Brother Mu, that kid must be the one Brother Lin specifically instructed us to watch over." Mu Yunfei scrutinized Lu Xian closely and remarked, "Indeed, that SM that I heard he received guidance from the upper echelons. But who would believe such claims? With such mediocre talent, he dares to aspire for greatness. How laughable." Just as Mu Yunfei finished speaking, Lu Xian shouted, "Who here is Mu Yunfei?" "Brother Mu, that kid is actually seeking you out," Lu Tian said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He is clearly unaware of his own insignificance." Mu Yunfei stepped forward confidently. The atmosphere crackled with tension as the two locked eyes, the air thick with the scent of confrontation. Lu Xian then pointed at Mu Yunfei. You are Mu Yunfei, the one ranked first among the inner disciples? I challenge you, what? Mu Yunfei burst into laughter, initially believing Lu Xian sought to ingratiate himself, only to find his arrogance amusing. This was the perfect opportunity to teach Lu Xian a lesson. Thus, he readily accepted. Since you are so confident, I shall grant you this opportunity. The surrounding disciples erupted into whispers. Is Lu Xian insane? How dare he challenge Brother Mu, who possesses such talent? He must be overly confident, thinking he is someone of significance. It's truly ridiculous. Let us see him get soundly defeated by Brother Mu. Nearly everyone believed Lu Xian stood no chance of victory. Even the attending elders expressed skepticism regarding Lu Xian's choice. Elder Wang descended from above, and all disciples promptly knelt in reverence that he approached Lu Xian and inquired, Do you know what level of cultivation Mu Yunfei possesses? I do not, Lu Xian replied candidly. Mu Yunfei. Why don't you tell him your level? Elder Wang turned to Mu Yunfei. Disciple is unworthy. I just broke into the 6th level of spirit connection 7 days ago, Mu Yunfei responded while bowing respectfully. Elder Wang then looked back at Lu Xian and asked, So, do you still wish to challenge him? The challenge from the 1st level of spiritual awakening to the 6th level seems utterly impossible at first glance, akin to the ramblings of a dreamer. Yet, having made such a bold declaration, if one wishes to bring the upper echelons into a state of intense competition, one must ascend to great heights. Thus, Lu Xian resolutely declared, Indeed, I shall still issue a challenge. I wonder, Brother Mu, do you dare to accept? With a cold smile, Mu Yunfei responded, sensing an opportune moment. However, noticing Elder Wang's apparent favoritism towards Lu Xian, he added, I have no objections, but this may seem a bit unfair to you that I kindly request Elder Wang to make a decision on behalf of the disciple. At that moment, Elder Wang felt somewhat at a loss that Lu Xian's insistence on challenging was akin to a chick pecking at a stone. Failure could mean a lengthy period of recuperation right after entering the sect. Given his already mediocre talents, falling further behind would make it exceedingly difficult to catch up. Even with the sect leader's opportunities, his path would likely be fraught with obstacles. Out of respect for the sect leader, Elder Wang was compelled to handle this matter appropriately. Just as he grappled with his indecision, Elder Fong suddenly arrived, stating calmly, Let them compete. As long as no lives are at stake, I can assist in their recovery. With Elder Fong's endorsement, Elder Wang instructed, You two, prepare yourselves and take the stage. Thank you, esteemed elders. Lu Xian respectfully bowed. Consequently, news of Lu Xian's challenge to the inner sect's top contender spread swiftly, drawing the attention of all disciples. Even several direct disciples within the sect came to witness the event, including Shangguan Yin'er. Naturally, where Shangguan Yin'er was present, Lin Luo would not be absent. He approached her deliberately, jesting, That Lu Xian fellow seems blissfully unaware of his own limitations. He is bound to embarrass himself publicly. What distinguishes a person at the 1st level of spiritual awakening from refuse? You need not speak such words before me. I harbor no interest in him. Nor in you, Shangguan Yin'er retorted, stepping aside slightly. The arena was quickly becoming crowded with spectators. The elders reconvened, each harboring their own speculations. Some believed Lu Xian might have a sliver of a chance, while others were convinced that defeat was all but inevitable. Both sides held steadfast to their opinions. Chapter 32. The essence of Ice. The challenge would commence after both sides had half an hour to prepare. In the meantime, other disciples engaged in their own contests on different platforms, though most chose to quietly await the upcoming duel. Zhao Wulingwang observed Lu Xian and inquired, Why must you initiate this challenge now? With a calm smile, Lu Xian replied, It is not necessary to win, but it is imperative that everyone knows I have not truly lost. Indeed, winning against Mu Yunfei under these circumstances was unrealistic. Even if all inner sect disciples were to train fervently, Lu Xian could not possibly advance through 6 levels of spiritual awakening in a single day, unless he could absorb the training progress of the elders. Yet, should that occur, he would undoubtedly forfeit his status as an average talent. Thus, today was not about winning a rank, but rather about earning a reputation that he aimed to show everyone that through diligence, he could indeed challenge the geniuses of the upper echelons. Prior to this, Lu Xian had stealthily acquired a martial technique known as the crumbling sky palm from Elder Li. This technique was exceptionally vigorous. When perfected, it could unleash 3 times the wielder's spiritual power in a single strike. With immense power and no training restrictions, even novice practitioners could master it, making it perfectly suited to Lu Xian's current state. Without further ado, he settled down to meditate and practice. That is he really going to train at a time like this? Murmured one onlooker. Even with such diligence, a last-minute practice is unlikely to yield significant changes. Let us see what he intends to accomplish. At this moment, numerous female disciples took notice of Lu Xian's actions. Intrigued by his determination, one particularly graceful and alluring disciple remarked, "Is that fellow the so-called cultivation fanatic that has been frequently mentioned of late? He certainly has quite the audacity. That is Sister Lu Yun." Instantly, many male disciples turned their attention towards her, their mouths watering that if anyone within the sect could rival Elder Qing in desirability, it would undoubtedly be Sister Lu Yun. Her beauty and figure were unparalleled, and unlike Shangguan Yin'er, who was aloof and proud, Sister Lu Yun often offered guidance to her fellow disciples and engaged in discussions with them. However, her cultivation was significantly higher, placing her 5th among all disciples in the Tianxian sect. Hence, winning her favor was no easy feat, but even a chance to be near her was enough to satisfy many. Conversely, Shangguan Yin'er was not particularly fond of Sister Lu Yun's demeanor. Thus, upon hearing her express interest in Lu Xian, she disdainfully remarked, "There is nothing noteworthy about a mediocre and fallen disciple." Giggling, "It seems that Sister Yin'er harbors some bias against your fiancé, or rather, your former fiancé." Sister Lu Yun teased with a charming smile. In an instant, she appeared beside Lu Xian, saying, "Junior brother, you truly possess remarkable courage to challenge the first place so soon after entering the intersect." Her voice was imbued with a potent allure, as she was the chief disciple of Elder Qing, having received profound teachings. The cultivation technique she practiced was also captivating to the soul. Lu Xian was uncertain why she would choose to approach him. Until he understood her intentions, he would not be easily swayed. Setting aside other considerations, he was absolutely confident in his resolve. The surrounding disciples gritted their teeth, while Lu Xian remained unfazed, merely wishing to ascertain her purpose. Seeing Lu Xian silent, Sister Lu Yun attempted to employ her charms once more, only to sense a chill behind her. Looking up, she found her master, Elder Qing, casting a warning glance. Without further ado, Sister Lu Yun retreated. At this moment, Lu Xian focused intently on refining the crumbling sky palm in his mind. Half an hour passed swiftly, and it was time to demonstrate his true capabilities. Lu Xian, I commend your bravery. Yet excessive courage can be foolish, Mu Yunfei declared, pointing his sword to the ground, "But if you bow your head and admit your mistake now, I may, out of consideration for your lack of experience, spare you this once." Lu Xian scoffed, raising his arms and proclaiming, "You all know that my talent is mediocre, yet I never bow to anyone. Even if I am defeated today, I shall ensure you do not dare to show the slightest hint of complacency." Alas, should Lu Xian truly lose this time, it may be even more severe than before. Endless toil is one thing, but if his cultivation suffers irreparably, I cannot bear the consequences. In that moment, those who had previously endured hardship began to rally around him. "Brother Lu, give it your all. Don't give up. You can do it, Brother Lu. Even if you lose, you will always be our champion." Mu Yunfei's anger surged, perplexed by the disciples' unexpected support, and he directed his ire at Lu Xian. "It seems, Junior Brother Lu, you truly know how to sway the hearts of the masses. This is the will of the people. Now, let us begin." Lu Xian wasted no time and brandished the immortal. "A superior grade artifact, is it? Alas, its rank is too low," Mu Yunfei mocked. "Enough prattle. Are we going to fight or not?" Lu Xian replied, a hint of impatience in his voice. Arrogant, Mu Yunfei stepped forward, his iron sword exuding a chilling aura. The surroundings instantly froze, the wind turning razor-sharp. Clearly, Mu Yunfei's ice technique had reached a high level of mastery. Elderly smiled with satisfaction, while Elder Qing smirked slightly, acknowledging Lu Xian's resilience that moment. Several ice spikes hurtled towards Lu Xian, the icy force even managing to freeze part of the immortal in his grip. Such prowess was indeed befitting of the top contender within the intersect. Lu Xian remained composed, his gaze fixed ahead. His ice technique is indeed formidable. I must not give him the chance to immobilize me. As Mu Yunfei lunged forward, Lu Xian swiftly evaded, creating distance between them. After several probing attempts, Mu Yunfei found the situation amusing, remarking, "Ah, you can perceive the time needed for my ice technique to accumulate power, thus opting to retreat continuously. You are not entirely useless after all." It was clear that in this battle, opportunities to challenge Mu Yunfei and leave him in disarray were few and far between. Liu Xian casually launched the emotion. Mu Yunfei swung his sword, unleashing an icy force that intercepted the blade midair. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Xian suddenly appeared behind Mu Yunfei, gathering a fiery surge of spiritual energy in his palm. Crumbling sky palm. Mysterious energy burst. What? Could it be that Liu Xian has defeated Brother Mu with a single move? Are you joking? Liu Tian scoffed from the sidelines. Open your eyes and see clearly. That is the inner sect's master brother. How could he possibly be easily defeated by a mere newcomer like Liu Xian? That was merely an afterimage. At that moment, Liu Xian felt a chilling sensation beneath his feet, as if frost were restraining him. Chapter 33. The Vigorous Spirit. Now, let us see where you can escape. Mu Yunfei unleashed a series of icy sword energies, which swiftly coalesced into a formidable ice spear that in that fleeting moment, it appeared that Liu Xian had little opportunity to evade. Was it truly the end? Was this the inevitable outcome of a cross-dire challenge, where victory seemed utterly unattainable? Alas, I had hoped he would at least manage to endure a few more exchanges. Just as the onlookers speculated that Liu Xian was beyond the point of resistance, a blazing red light surged forth, accompanied by a tempestuous whirlwind that engulfed the arena. The seething spiritual energy ignited the very air around it. How could this be possible? He has broken free from my icy restraints, and his vitality is gradually returning. Mu Yunfei was taken aback that moment. Elder Fong, observing from the sidelines, remarked with a faint smile. This young man has integrated his spiritual energy with his bloodline, using the fiery essence of his blood to melt the chilling spiritual force, thus turning peril into safety, and even subtly gaining the upper hand in momentum. Elderly nodded in agreement, casting a discerning gaze downward. Indeed. Quite intriguing. Under the present circumstances, Liu Xian's performance is undeniably commendable. However, their contest has merely commenced. At this juncture, Liu Xian's spiritual energy was in a complete uproar, his eyes glowing with an intense red light. This was a technique from the crumbling sky palm, known as Blood Fury Crumbling Sky, which sought to merge his spiritual energy with his life force, utilizing the fury of his blood to enhance his power. However, such an endeavor would inevitably deplete his physical reserves. Yet for Liu Xian, such depletion was negligible, as the internal cultivation system would swiftly restore his vitality, as long as he was among the disciples engaged in relentless self-improvement. It signified an augmentation of both his physical capabilities and recuperative functions. Thus, this technique was perfectly suited for Liu Xian at this very moment. Observing Liu Xian exude such formidable energy, Mu Yunfei felt a surge of indignation. As the foremost disciple of the inner sect, it was a profound humiliation to be countered so fiercely by a newcomer ranked at the bottom. Moreover, with numerous disciples witnessing this clash, not only was victory paramount, but the reputation garnered in the process was equally critical to this instant. Mu Yunfei was also filled with wrath, launching another attack. The frigid sword intent surged forth, manifesting as icy blades aimed directly at Liu Xian. Swish, swish, swish. Yet in that moment, Liu Xian exhibited no trace of fear, standing resolute and unyielding that he elevated the blood fury energy to its zenith, his eyes ablaze with crimson fire, forming a natural barrier around him. As the icy blade struck, they were instantly disintegrated, posing no threat whatsoever. What? Mu Yunfei was momentarily stunned. My icy sword intent is utterly ineffective against him. The surrounding disciples were similarly astonished, unable to believe that Liu Xian, a mere novice, could exude such formidable prowess, rivaling even the most capable of the inner sect. Was such a technique even available in the outer sect? Doubts began to circulate among the onlookers, speculating that Liu Xian's abilities could not possibly stem from the outer sect's teachings, and that even within the inner sect, none had witnessed such a technique. The only plausible explanation was that a high-ranking figure from the sect had imparted this knowledge to Liu Xian. The elders exchanged glances, each contemplating the unfamiliarity of this technique. Among them, Elder Li, the most acquainted with it, was perplexed and shook his head. Since I first acquired this technique, I have refrained from fully cultivating it due to its overwhelming ferocity and potential for self-injury. How is it that this lad has mastered it? Not only has he grasped it, but he has achieved a level of proficiency that borders on mastery, that if it were indeed bestowed upon him by the sect master, it would make sense. Yet why would the sect master choose to impart such a technique to him? Elder Wang found this difficult to comprehend. After all, if Lu Xian had caught the sect master SI, he would have been offered something of a higher caliber, rather than this technique which would ultimately be rendered obsolete, that it would be more prudent to grant him access to a more advanced method. Rather than allowing him to risk injury by utilizing this one, that the sect master surely has her reasons for her decisions. We need not speculate recklessly, Elder Fong interjected. Elder Wang nodded in agreement. Ceasing further discourse, to this moment, the arena was a tableau of contrasting forces. Mu Yunfei embodied the icy chill, while Lu Xian radiated with blazing heat. After absorbing all the icy sword intents, Lu Xian did not falter. He concentrated his spiritual energy in his right palm, gradually manifesting an orange-red glow, indicative of the power of his life force coalescing. As Mu Yunfei prepared to unleash another wave of icy sword intent. Lu Xian charged forward defiantly against the cold he struck out with his palm, aimed squarely at Mu Yunfei's face. The scorching energy coalesced into a vortex, seemingly intent on drawing Mu Yunfei into its fiery embrace. Instinctively, Mu Yunfei elevated his cultivation to its peak and retreated swiftly, narrowly avoiding the brink of injury. Yet this action seemed to convey to the onlookers that he was indeed afraid of being struck by Lu Xian's blow. Despite being at the 6th level of spiritual awakening, having immersed himself in this realm for over a year, and holding the title of the strongest among the inner sect disciples, he was nonetheless intimidated by a newcomer. Widely regarded as a talent of the lowest tier, such a retreat sparked disdain among many disciples, who believed he had tarnished the honor of being the foremost disciple of the inner sect. To them, Mu Yunfei appeared nothing more than a hollow figure. How could he claim the title of the first among the inner sect? It seemed anyone could challenge him now. How absurd it was to fear a mere novice. Faced with the scorn of the crowd, Mu Yunfei's fury reached a boiling point. Silence, he bellowed, his gaze icy and murderous as it swept across the inner and outer disciples below that moment. None dared to meet his gaze, bowing their heads, though their hearts remained unconvinced. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xian raised his arm high, proclaiming, "Fellow disciples, today I, Lu Xian, wish to convey that talent is not the sole pathway to greatness. With diligence, you too can ascend to become the strongest. If your efforts surpass all others, you can attain anything you desire. Have you never pondered why the title of first belongs to anyone but yourselves? Why must those with lesser gifts be trampled upon? No, we must resist. We must cultivate relentlessly, shattering the shackles that bind us and transcending our limits. Success is within reach. The path to triumph lies before us." Upon hearing Lu Xian's impassioned rallying cry, Mu Yunfei, incensed at the prospect of Lu Xian inciting the crowd, brandished his sword to strike. Yet Lu Xian suddenly clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. "Brother Mu, I acknowledge my defeat today, but I vow that in due time, I shall surpass you with double the effort. The moment you let your guard down will be my opportunity." Chapter 34. The Girl of the Library, damn it. Don T. Run. Mu Yunfei still sought to attack. Ding. A flash of golden light struck Mu Yunfei's sword, sending it flying from his grasp. Only then did Mu Yunfei awaken to the reality of the situation. Looking up respectfully, "This battle has yielded a conclusion. Mu Yunfei, you must adhere to the rules. You are the victor, while Lu Xian is the vanquished," Elder Zhao intoned solemnly. While that was true, the gazes of all present were filled with admiration for Lu Xian, as though he were the true victor, with Mu Yunfei relegated to the status of an abject failure. Within the inner sect, Mu Yunfei had long prided himself on his exceptional talents, convinced he would one day ascend to become a core disciple. Yet today he found himself utterly humiliated, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Lu Xian that as he descended from the stage, he passed by Lin Luo, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Brother Lin, I must eliminate this Lu Xian. Indeed, he is a thorn in my side as well. Until he is dealt with, my heart will remain unsettled that in 3 months, There will be a grand sect competition that if you can advance further, you will have the opportunity to become a core disciple. My grandfather is quite optimistic about your prospects, Lin Luo replied, producing a golden pill from his robe. The pill was adorned with a lightning-like pattern, known as the Thunder Pattern Advancement Pill, renowned for its remarkable efficacy in enhancing cultivation levels and solidifying one's realm. As such a precious item was placed in his hands, Mu Yunfei felt a surge of reverence, nearly bowing in gratitude. However, Lin Luo quickly steadied him, saying, "Your talent is commendable. Should you become a member of my Lin family, we are kin. There is no need for such formality. Simply ensure you teach that brat a severe lesson during the sect competition, and that will suffice. That I have heard that the rules for this competition have changed. As long as one does not surrender or fall from the stage, life and death are left to fate." Upon hearing this remark, Mu Yunfei's eyes suddenly sparkled with insight, but he then cast a glance toward the distant Lu Xian. His mind already made up. Meanwhile, although Lu Xian did not secure the top position, he had nonetheless succeeded in further embedding his philosophy in the minds of others. The next step was to challenge again, striving to locate competitors of higher rank whom he could defeat. Ultimately, Lu Xian did find such a hapless soul and successfully claimed the 8th position. While this was considerably inferior to the top 5, it nonetheless afforded him greater resources than before. However, to Lu Xian, these resources were of little consequence. The primary goal remained access to the library of scrolls to seek out martial arts techniques. Lu Xian's thought process was simple: to share the techniques, thereby constructing a platform for dissemination that if he could enable more individuals to practice the techniques he possessed, it would exponentially amplify the competitive spirit within the sect. The martial arts techniques of inner disciples varied greatly, being selected according to personal inclinations and preferences. This resulted in a rather scattered approach. The current competition among outer disciples offered little assistance. Yet, though scarce, the resources were still indispensable. Grasping both ends, even an abundance of sand could accumulate into vast deserts. The immediate priority was to discover a martial arts technique that everyone could practice. Only then could the competitive spirit be broadened. The following day, Lu Xian obtained the qualification to enter the Library of Scrolls, with access granted to all levels except the 6th. Although many believed the first level to hold little of value, it was often in the most inconspicuous places that one might uncover treasures forgotten by others. A phenomenon known as finding a hidden gem. That it should be noted that in his previous life, Lu Xian had perused numerous novels where protagonists, initially considered useless, often chose martial arts techniques deemed inferior by others, only to later reveal their remarkable prowess. History had proven that many had misjudged. However, after wandering the first level of the library for quite some time, Lu Xian found nothing particularly extraordinary and began to feel somewhat disheartened. Could it be that he was overthinking? He scratched his head, doubting his own assumptions. Yet he shook off the thought. No, perhaps he simply needed to search more diligently. That moment, a hand clasped Lu Xian's shoulder. In the stillness of the library, the unexpected touch startled him, sending goosebumps racing across his skin. That he slowly turned around, only to be met by a peculiar, ghostly visage. Wow, wow, wow. This sudden fright caused Lu Xian to retreat to a corner of the library, stammering, Who are you? We seem to have no grievances, do we?" Seeing Lu Xian's fright, the figure erupted in giggles. "Look at you, trembling in fear. Is it really that terrifying? You're a girl?" Lu Xian, intrigued, had not anticipated encountering a female disciple in the library that day. He was unaware of her identity, as only the top 10 inner disciples were supposed to gain entry, while others had long since chosen their texts and departed. Yet here he was, lingering alone. Having not seen any female disciples among the top 10 since the rankings were established, this moment, the figure removed her strange mask, revealing a remarkably cute face, with round eyes sparkling like stars, captivating Lu Xian's attention. This was the first time he had encountered such an adorable female disciple within the sect, and her quirky personality unwittingly endeared her to him. Thus he inquired, "What is your name? What brings you here?" "I'm Bai Lu. And you?" She leaned in closer, gazing intently at Lu Xian. "I'm Lu Xian. It's a pleasure to meet you." He extended his right hand, but upon second thought, realized she might not be familiar with such etiquette and withdrew it. Bai Lu, unfazed by his peculiar gesture, feigned mystery, saying, "I see you've been searching here for quite some time. Are you hoping to find a treasure?" Would you like to know where it is? You know? Lu Xian felt a surge of excitement that, of course, I know. Everything here, from top to bottom, is managed by me, tirelessly and without rest, that it's exhausting, Bai Lu said, her tone turning melancholic. Initially, Lu Xian thought Bai Lu was just a regular disciple training in the sect. But upon hearing her words, he felt a pang of sympathy. Generally, those capable of such management duties were often referred to as Xian Ku, indicating that Bai Lu might be bound to this place for life. Evoking his pity. Why the sudden look of sympathy? It's not like you're the one stuck here, Bai Lu remarked, puzzled that I'm just alright, I'll be honest with you. There is nothing of value on the first level. So don't waste your efforts, that if you want to find something worthwhile, go up. You might just discover it. Just keep going up to the highest level you can reach. Don't count wrong. She instructed, pointing upward. Chapter 35. The spirit cleansing record following Bai Lu's direction. Lu Xian raised his gaze upward for a moment, that he then nodded in gratitude. I understand. Thank you. However, at that moment, Bai Lu's figure had vanished from sight. Despite Lu Xian's calls, no one responded. Not long after, a Xian responsible for overseeing the area entered. Noticing Lu Xian had yet to leave, he reminded, the sky is growing dark. Why are you still on this level? In an hour, the library will close, and you must leave to seek your texts or return another day. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother, Lu Xian replied politely. Yet, just as the Xian Ku was about to depart, Lu Xian called out, curious, senior brother, there was a sister managing here with you. Do you know where she has gone? I spoke with her earlier, but didn't have the chance to express my gratitude. What nonsense are you spouting? The library has its mysteries. It requires no management. I'm merely guarding the door, don't speak further. When the time comes, I shall not remind you again, the Xian Ku replied. This sudden and perplexing information left Lu Xian momentarily stunned, but he had clearly seen Bai Lu. Why then was she said to be non-existent? Pondering this, he remained puzzled, worried that Bai Lu's identity might differ from what he had imagined. Thus, he chose to bury this matter in his heart. Hastily making his way up the stairs as he ascended, Lu Xian noticed the surroundings growing increasingly dim, eventually reaching a point where he could scarcely see his own hand. He concentrated, channeling a sphere of spiritual energy that ignited into flames, illuminating his path. Yet the distance remained unclear. Wow, does this library not even have a single lamp? How impoverished! I truly wish to set up some electric power systems here. What a hassle this place is. He mused. This line of thought suddenly struck him as rather brilliant. Perhaps he could create numerous fascinating devices. Shaking his head, he dismissed the chaotic ideas. Now was not the time for such distractions. He needed to find the texts. But how many levels had he traversed? This should be the 5th level, right? Let me count that. Lu Xian carefully recalled his ascent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It seemed to add up correctly. He pressed onward. Bang! Suddenly, a burst of fire ignited, illuminating the surroundings. To his astonishment, this level was even more spacious than the first. The library resembled an inverted pyramid, with the upper space larger than the lower. Yet, this left Lu Xian perplexed. Why were there no books on the shelves? Observing the empty shelves, he tried to brush his hand against one, only to find it coated in dust. This place seemed as though it had not been visited for years. Time was slipping away. If he did not hasten to find something in return, he would be confined for several days. Finding nothing of value on this level, Lu Xian resolved to explore the next level. However, at that moment, he noticed the staircase behind him had vanished. What? Cold sweat broke out on Lu Xian's forehead. Oh my! Could it be that I've encountered that thing? Is such a presence so audacious as to enter a cultivation sect? Who are you? A ghostly voice echoed in the air. Lu Xian shivered at the sound, that a faint blue flame flickered before him, resembling something supernatural. Yet, in a bid to escape, he answered truthfully, I am Lu Xian, a newly admitted inner disciple, that if you are a brother, sister, or perhaps the spirit of a predecessor, please do not seek me out. I have done nothing wrong and know nothing. However, if you have any requests, I am willing to assist. Never heard of you. You're a new disciple, aren't you? The voice responded. Seemingly incredulous, Lu Xian was momentarily at a loss for words, as it seemed that much of what he had said had been automatically filtered out by the other party. Nevertheless, he replied, indeed. May I ask? Before Lu Xian could finish his inquiry, a greenish figure suddenly appeared before him. As a gust of wind swept through, the surroundings transformed. The once empty bookshelves were now adorned with countless tomes. Staring at the dazzling array of texts, Lu Xian was momentarily stunned. The mysterious figure, however, had vanished without a trace. It was evident that the changes in this place were the handiwork of that individual. Regardless, Lu Xian expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. He then wandered among the bookshelves, increasingly delighted and invigorated by what he saw. Wow! The Wuji sword technique, superior grade. The Xian Ing divine spear technique. Superior grade, the core technique of the Xiantian sect, the Xiantian Ju, top grade. There are simply too many to count, so many that I hardly know how to select them. I can't take too much at once. Otherwise, the outer disciples might suspect my intentions. Upon reflection, he realized that martial arts cannot be universally suited for everyone, so it would be best to first promote the techniques he acquired. However, it seemed inappropriate for him to publicize the core technique of the Xiantian sect. After searching for a while, Lu Xian finally discovered the most suitable technique. Also of superior grade, it could expand meridians when cultivated to perfection and even had the effect of refining one's constitution. Enhancing personal aptitude. This was not only suitable for everyone, but also particularly appropriate for Lu Xian himself at this moment. With this technique, he could improve his innate talent and no longer worry about being discovered for his rapid cultivation. The Yuan Ling Shisue Lu. This is the one. Lu Xian contentedly stowed the technique away and placed the previously selected martial arts techniques in a conspicuous position for easy retrieval on his next visit. Afterward, he contemplated leaving. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the corridor revealed itself. Now that's more like it. Lu Xian was quite pleased as he strode down confidently. As he walked, he counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everything seems to be in order. Upon reaching the entrance, Xian Ke looked at the smile on Lu Xian's face and remarked, I was about to close the door. I didn't expect you still hadn't left. I am leaving. I am leaving. Lu Xian replied with a squint and a smile. Soon, he returned to the living quarters of the inner disciples, only to find that his roommate, Zhao Wuling Wang, had already begun his training session. He couldn't help but exclaim, this fellow is indeed as diligent as they say. The moment Lu Xian entered, Zhao Wuling Wang sensed his presence. He then withdrew his energy and rose to inquire. Junior brother Lu, why were you gone for so long? Oh, I was just a bit unfamiliar with the place, and there were so many books that I was overwhelmed. Lu Xian scratched his head. He quickly took out the Yuan Ling Shisue Lu and said, Senior brother Zhao, this is a precious treasure. Come join me in studying it. Oh. Zhao Wuling Wang was very curious about what remarkable item could elicit such praise from Lu Xian. Upon seeing the technique manual, Zhao Wuling Wang was equally astonished, especially by its effects, which he had never encountered before. He then asked, Junior brother Lu, where did you find this? Of course, it was on the 5th floor. I was just lucky to come across it. Lu Xian explained that he chose not to disclose some peculiar experiences, not out of distrust toward Zhao Wuling Wang, but rather out of caution that he did not wish for the incident involving by Lu to be revealed. Subsequently, the two began to study the technique together. Zhao Wuling Wang also started to practice its contents while Lu Xian followed suit, fully absorbing the technique. From that moment on, Zhao Wuling Wang's progress in cultivation began to yield benefits for Lu Xian as well. Oh wow, this is truly remarkable. Lu Xian rejoiced inwardly, feeling a renewed sense of growth within his body. After a while, Zhao Wuling Wang remarked, this technique is indeed profound and boundless. Just after circulating it for one cycle, I can feel a slight heat in my meridians. If I continue to cultivate it, it will undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial. It seems quite promising, Lu Xian nodded. Zhao Wuling Wang wasted no time and immediately resumed his training. In the upcoming inner gate assessment, Zhao Wuling Wang ranked second, having only defeated Lu Tian, as he did not wish to take advantage after having previously fought with Mu Yunfei, his biggest competitor. The primary objective was to secure an excellent position in the sect's grand competition in 3 months, with Mu Yunfei remaining the largest rival within the inner sect. The next day marked the first occasion for the inner disciples to receive the elder's teachings. All disciples were required to arrive early. Liu Xian had long been seated in the venue, awaiting the gathering. That a middle-aged man dressed in white gradually approached from a high pavilion, his graying temples betraying his age. It seems everyone is present. Today, we have some newcomers. Allow me to introduce myself. He began. I am Mo Yun, the 39th elder of the Tianxian sect. You may refer to me as Elder Mo or simply as Mo Lauscher. I will impart teachings to you every 3 days at dawn and oversee your training. That moment, the disciple beside Lu Xian leaned in and whispered, "Hey, senior brother Lu, I heard that Elder Mo is quite strict. Don't be deceived by his current appearance. Disciples below, why are you whispering amongst yourselves? What are you discussing?" Elder Mo suddenly cast a stern gaze upon them. To everyone's surprise, the disciple stood up respectfully and said, "Reporting to Elder Mo, it was this junior brother Lu who just mentioned that you do not appear to have such a benevolent demeanor." He said, "What did he say?" "He said you are merely putting on an act and that you have a poor temper in your daily life." "Preposterous!" Elder Mo shouted angrily, pointing his ruler at Lu Xian and commanding, "You, stand up." Caught off guard, Lu Xian said nothing further and rose to meet Elder Mo's gaze. Elder Mo questioned, "I've heard that you have been causing quite a stir within the sect lately. Although you train diligently, if your character remains as such, you will find it difficult to achieve greatness. Why do you whisper and fail to speak openly?" Lu Xian remained unperturbed, responding earnestly, "Elder Mo, can one truly discern right from wrong by listening to just one person's account? I did not utter a word. It was all his performance that do you truly not see through it?" "Nonsense! How dare you slander me? I never expected you to be so rude and bold as to confront Elder Mo." The other disciples quickly chastised him. Yet Lu Xian continued to gaze at Elder Mo. The innocent remained untainted, and Lu Xian had no intention of wasting time explaining anything. Elder Mo, at this moment, sought to further accuse him, but was at a loss for how to proceed. That he did not anticipate Lu Xian's calm demeanor, which left him in a difficult position. After a moment of silence, with no reasonable explanation forthcoming, Lu Xian stated, "Since Elder Mo cannot clear his name, let us not waste any more time. That a moment without cultivation makes me feel uneasy." "You." Elder Mo felt a twinge of displeasure. He had received instructions from Elder Lin to provide special care for Lu Xian, yet he had instead been outmaneuvered, which left him quite uncomfortable. However, as he prepared to say something further, Lu Xian simply closed his eyes and ignored him. "Umph. Since you are so extraordinarily gifted, why do you even need to come to me for training? You may leave." Elder Mo ordered him to depart, intending to use this opportunity to deny Lu Xian effective guidance, thus hindering his progress. Although he had heard rumors of Lu Xian receiving advice from a great master, he was well aware that Lu Xian's aptitude was quite shallow and no master could possibly provide constant guidance. Any slight deviation could lead to irreparable consequences in the path of cultivation. In this way, he indirectly achieved Elder Lin's desired outcome. However, Elder Mo did not anticipate that Lu Xian would stand up again with remarkable composure and smile. "It's all right. Yesterday, I was fortunate enough to acquire a technique that enhances aptitude. It won't be long before perhaps everyone present will be beneath me in talent." "What a joke, with your mediocre talent. What change could there possibly be?" Mu Yunfei scoffed. "Humph, take a good look at this Yuan Ling Shisu Lu. In my hands can refine one's marrow and enhance aptitude. That I intended to share it with all of you today for our mutual advancement and to elevate the sect's prestige." But alas, Lu Xian shook his head helplessly. "What marrow refining manual? I have never heard of it." Mu Yunfei remained exceedingly disdainful, yet there was one individual who could not maintain his composure, and that was Elder Mo. He had indeed heard of the formidable prowess of the Yuan Ling Shui Lu, and even he had aspired to cultivate this particular technique to elevate his own cultivation. More importantly, this technique bore no restrictions. Even now, he could practice it, and there existed a chance for his innate talent to be enhanced, which signified the potential for new breakthroughs. His standing within the sect could be elevated to a higher echelon. However, he had heard that this technique had inexplicably vanished, and despite years of searching, he had found nothing. Yet today, it had unexpectedly surfaced in Lu Xian's possession. Thus, he found himself increasingly convinced of the claims regarding Lu Xian's mysterious benefactor. Instantly changing his expression, he chuckled and said, "Ah, Lu Xian, how can your disciple be so easily fooled? As this old rascal enjoys jesting, you took it to heart. Since such a technique exists, it is only right to benefit our fellow brothers. Quickly, let me take a look. If it proves genuine, you shall earn merit today. That I have a spirit fruit here for you to take." As Elder Mo spoke, he produced a vibrant red fruit brimming with spiritual energy, eliciting a wave of envy from the onlookers. That Lu Xian chuckled inwardly. "You old fox, you really are quite the schemer." Chapter 37. The 7A agreement, however, such an item was precisely what Lu Xian intended to share. Should every disciple here cultivate this technique, the effects of competition would be further amplified. Before such a multitude of disciples, it was likely that Elder Mo would not dare to hoard it for himself. Thus, Lu Xian presented the Yuan Ling Shi Sui Lu and remarked, "Elder Mo, do examine it closely. Rest assured, there is nothing that escapes my scrutiny." Elder Mo replied with a sly smile, swiftly taking the manual into his hands. Without further ado, he began to peruse it meticulously, starting from the very first page, his eyes lighting up with astonishment. Even if he wished to conceal his delight, he could not hide it from Lu Xian. Observing his expression, the other disciples naturally understood that this technique was indeed a treasure, and they clamored to see it for themselves, eager to enhance their own cultivation and improve their innate talents. At this moment, Elder Mo realized that it was impossible to keep it all to himself. However, his curiosity piqued. How had he never encountered such a manual in the library, yet Lu Xian had managed to find it? He inquired, "Lu Xian, from whence did you acquire such a manual?" "Naturally, from the library, the 5th floor," Lu Xian replied candidly. Elder Mo felt a tinge of suspicion, yet since such a valuable item had already appeared, it would be prudent to utilize it first. After stroking his moderately long beard and contemplating, he proclaimed, "Very well. Since you have discovered such a fine item, it undoubtedly signifies your great fortune. Your willingness to selflessly share it is commendable. Take this spirit fruit as a token, and today I shall expound upon it in detail. Then I am most grateful." Elder Lu Xian accepted the spirit fruit with an air of propriety. The gazes of the multitude of disciples towards Lu Xian were not only filled with envy, but also reverence. To selflessly share such a remarkable treasure, Lu Xian had undoubtedly become the foremost figure among them. "Thank you, Senior Brother Lu Xian, for granting us this opportunity." One after another, dozens of disciples bowed in gratitude for Lu Xian's generosity, simultaneously harboring immense admiration for him. Even the disciple who had sought to slander Lu Xian earlier hastily apologized. "Senior Brother Lu Xian, it was my fault. I was momentarily deceived by a petty individual and attempted to frame you, which was utterly unwarranted. Please forgive me." "Ah, we are all fellow disciples. Simply addressing me as Senior Brother warrants my care that it was but a fleeting lapse in judgment. How could I not forgive you?" Lu Xian waved his hand magnanimously, putting the matter to rest. Upon witnessing Lu Xian's demeanor, the disciples were even more in awe of him. Only Mu Yunfei and Lu Tian remained discontented. Mu Yunfei flicked his sleeves and scoffed. "Humph, what a charade." Lu Tian leaned closer and concurred. "Senior Brother Mo will surely find a way to deal with him." "What do you propose?" Mu Yunfei glared at Lu Tian, feeling rather irritable that he had never regarded Lu Tian with much esteem, viewing him merely as a pawn. Nevertheless, Lu Tian remained quite enthusiastic. Even as he sensed Mu Yunfei's disdain, he whispered, "Though he is currently thriving, do we not have Senior Brother Lin?" Mu Yunfei rolled his eyes dismissively. "Forget it. Even if Senior Brother Lin were to arrive, that manual would not be reclaimed. What then? Shall we allow him to continue this arrogance unchecked? If everyone's talent rises to our level, how shall we fare?" Lu Tian urged anxiously. Mu Yunfei replied sternly, "What do you fear? Moreover, my innate talent surpasses yours. Your concerns are your own. These individuals, even if they improve, have their limits that I refuse to believe they can ascend to the heavens. Such confidence from you, Senior Brother, I shall also practice diligently, for my talent is lacking and I cannot match your prowess. Be wary of potential pitfalls. Do not be duped by this fellow." The exchange between the two did not escape Lu Xian's ears. Observing their arrogance, he approached and inquired, "What is it?" "Senior Brother Mu seems disinterested in the technique. Do you doubt its efficacy?" Mu Yunfei retorted with a sarcastic tone, "If Elder Mo has already affirmed its value, how could I possibly doubt it?" Lu Xian suddenly took an interest, grinning as he asked, "Senior Brother, would you dare to wager?" "Wager what?" Mu Yunfei replied, intrigued. "In 3 days, I will identify a disciple among those present whose talent will surge, potentially allowing him to rival your cultivation. Do you believe it?" Lu Xian asserted. "Preposterous." Mu Yunfei laughed, readily accepting. "Very well. Should any disciple surpass me in cultivation within 7 days, I shall allow you to take my place as the inner sect master brother, and I shall acknowledge you as my senior brother. However, if not, what shall you do? If not, you may dispose of me as you wish." The two had thus engaged in a wager, prompting much discussion among the surrounding disciples. To catch up to Mu Yunfei's level of cultivation in merely 7 days was indeed a fanciful notion. Among the many disciples, the top 5 were not considered, as they were relatively close in strength. Beyond that, the 6th-ranked disciple only possessed the cultivation of the first level of spirit communication, and no matter how one contemplated it, it was inconceivable to think that anyone could break through 3 levels in just 7 days to reach the 6th level of spirit communication. Yet Lu Xian assured everyone, "Worry not. If I say you can achieve it, then you shall." That he then surveyed the crowd and pointed to a timid younger disciple positioned towards the back. "Come forth. Young disciple to me." Indeed, you did. As the eyes of the assembly turned towards him, they were astonished that Lu Xian had selected the disciple with the lowest cultivation, ranked 50 and at the first level of spirit communication. Approaching the young disciple, Lu Xian patted him on the shoulder and said to Mu Yunfei, "This disciple here possesses great potential. With just 7 days of practicing the Yuan Ling Shi Sui Lu, he can soar to new heights, reaching at least the 6th level of spirit communication." "Haha, what utter nonsense. I shall await your good news," Mu Yunfei sneered, turning to leave. The young disciple looked at Lu Xian with a face full of trepidation, asking, "Senior brother, have you made an error? How could I possibly possess any potential?" Lu Xian patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Do not underestimate yourself. That if you dedicate yourself to practice tirelessly for 7 days, even willing to endure hardship and continuously challenge your meridians, I assure you, you can achieve it to D. Oh, you wish to grow stronger? I do. Then start practicing immediately." Chapter 38. Receiving an external mission, though filled with doubt, the young disciple did not hesitate any further. In the span of 7 days, they relentlessly practiced. The other disciples also engaged in diligent training. During this time, several elders even came to observe the situation, yet they sensed no change. Even the young disciple himself began to lose faith. Yet Lu Xian remained calm, assuring everyone that a miracle would soon manifest. Throughout these 7 days, Lu Xian accrued significant progress in his own cultivation, having entered a new realm, while also leaving ample room for the young disciple to achieve breakthroughs. As the 7 days concluded, Mu Yunfei and Lu Tian returned once more, challenging Lu Xian. "So, how now? Are you prepared to concede?" To this, Lu Xian shook his head. "Not even close." That Mu Yunfei frowned, visibly displeased. "Are you attempting to weasel out of this?" On stage, Elder Mo interjected. "Lu Xian, this matter was acknowledged by you personally. You cannot simply renege as a disciple of our Tianxian sect. One should uphold their responsibilities. Fear not. You shall know soon enough." "The day is not yet over, is it?" Lu Xian remarked. Seeing that Lu Xian intends to continue waiting, Mu Yunfei interjected. "Very well, I shall allow you to squander a little more time. After today, I shall see what further words you have to offer." "No need. No need," Lu Xian responded without hesitation, directing his cultivation progress onto the small junior disciple. In an instant, a surging and overwhelming aura erupted forth, accompanied by a powerful cyclone that was utterly astonishing. Most alarmingly, a layer of golden flames ignited upon the junior disciple, rendering the surrounding air unbearably scorching. This bizarre phenomenon left the onlookers in awe, completely baffled as to what was transpiring. Even though they too had practiced the Yuan Ling Shi Sui record, none had experienced such an effect. Consequently, they turned their gazes towards Lu Xian, hoping he would provide a reasonable explanation. "Why are you all looking at me? The junior disciple is about to break through. Everyone should quickly step back to avoid being harmed by this force," Lu Xian stated, taking a few steps back himself. This commotion swiftly drew the attention of the sect's upper echelons, with 5 elders arriving simultaneously, and the other elders soon following to witness the spectacle. They had heard rumors of this event over the past few days, but had not anticipated witnessing such a scene today. "Brother Fong, can you explain what is happening?" Elder Wang inquired. "This child is likely on the verge of a breakthrough across multiple levels. He is truly a rare talent," Elder Fong replied. "What? A multi-level breakthrough? Is this not something that only occurs in legends? Could it be that our Tianxian sect is about to give birth to an extraordinary genius?" The elders rejoiced, as if they glimpsed a hopeful future. That a powerful intent surged skyward, with brilliant golden beams illuminating the space. Boom! Boom, boom. The junior disciple let out a series of anguished roars, unleashing the primordial force within him. After an hour, the radiant glow gradually subsided, and the junior disciple slowly opened his eyes, rising to his feet. However, at this moment, his aura had undergone a remarkable transformation. From his previous youthful demeanor, he now exuded a mature and dignified presence. This child possesses such talent. What is his name? It seems to be Han Dong. The most recent addition to our inner sect, someone remarked. Incredible. I must take him as my direct disciple. Elder Wang was the first to express his desire to claim him, eager to bring him under his wing. However, Elder Zhao intervened, saying, "Not so fast. I have heard that this matter is somewhat related to that Lu Xian, that we might yet witness more surprises." "Oh, that rascal again. He truly is a treasure," Elderly chuckled. At this juncture, the elders gradually descended from above, approaching Han Dong to offer their encouragement. Simultaneously, they called out to Lu Xian, "Lu, come forth." "I pay my respects to the esteemed elders," Lu Xian said respectfully. Bowing, Elder Zhao then asked, "Pray tell, what transpired?" Lu Xian recounted the events in detail. Subsequently, Elder Zhao announced, "Well then, from this moment forth, you shall be the chief disciple of the inner sect. Furthermore, where did you acquire the Yuanling Shisei record you mentioned?" "It is from the 5th level of the library." "Did not the elders know?" Lu Xian replied, somewhat puzzled. Upon uttering these words, he felt that he might have stumbled upon something extraordinary. Upon further reflection, he began to suspect he had indeed made an error. Could it be that it was not the 5th level, but the 6th level? Lu Xian mused internally, though he had no means to verify it. Elder Zhao appeared increasingly perplexed. Such high-tier techniques should not be found on the 5th level. Even we elders have never encountered them there. At this moment, everyone was left in shock. Elder Fong, realizing something, spoke up. "This is an item recently extracted from ancient archives. I had not informed you all as I wished to see who would be its rightful possessor." It seems Lu Xian indeed possesses remarkable fortune. So it is Brother Fong's collection. There is no need for concern then. Such techniques should be cultivated by the entire sect, allowing every disciple to unlock their potential and elevate their aptitude, Elder Wang proposed. In response, Elder Fong turned to Lu Xian, asking, "Since you were the first to discover this technique, the decision to share it rests with you, as you have the right to possess it for at least a year." "No, I shall certainly share it," Lu Xian declared without hesitation. "In that case, your innate talent may remain at the bottom tier. Are you still willing? To enhance the sect's strength is my duty, as long as I diligently cultivate. I will not fall behind." "Excellent." Upon hearing Lu Xian's response, the elders were exceedingly pleased, feeling fortunate to have a disciple of his caliber. After much deliberation, the elders also decided to grant Lu Xian an opportunity to embark on a task outside the sect, to broaden his horizons. Though labeled a task, it merely involved delivering a custom-made artifact to a nation friendly to Tianqian sect in exchange for resources. This task posed little difficulty and could even yield considerable benefits for Lu Xian. Presenting him with such an opportunity was also a form of reward for his achievements. Upon hearing the good news of his upcoming journey, Lu Xian was overjoyed. Remaining within the sect limited the spread of his techniques. Stepping outside would provide an opportunity for extensive dissemination, greatly accelerating his cultivation progress, that he quickly expressed his gratitude. "I shall surely complete this task." Chapter 39. Passing Through. "Well, better sooner than later. You should set off immediately," Elder Wang instructed. "I shall heed the elder's decree." Lu Xian felt a surge of joy within his heart. Such fortuitous events are best acted upon swiftly to reap the rewards. Soon, Lu Xian made the necessary preparations. His destination lay 1,000 miles to the east, in the proud nation of Aolai. The custom-made artifact was said to be a protective talisman commissioned by the nation's ruler for his daughter, but Lu Xian had yet to see what it looked like. It had been sealed within a small cloth bag using a secret technique by Elder Wang, and could only be retrieved once opened. However, once opened, it could not be resealed. Thus Lu Xian had no intention of unveiling it for admiration. The name of this ally nation struck a familiar chord in Lu Xian's mind. He pondered, "It sounds so familiar." Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. Regardless of the nation, he would seize the opportunity to promote his techniques along the way. The potential for widespread dissemination excited him immensely. The journey of 1,000 miles was neither too far nor too close. For Lu Xian, with his spiritual realm cultivation, it would require merely 1 day to reach. The round trip would take no longer than 2 days, so he felt no urgency. Finally, I can descend the mountain and see if the world holds any differences, Lu Xian thought with anticipation, deliberately slowing his pace to take in the surrounding scenery. This world appeared to be far more vibrant. Endless lush forests sprawled before him, with numerous spiritual beasts wandering about, that he soon began to notice the unmistakable signs of human habitation, be it roads or ancient-style buildings. However, while the architecture bore a resemblance to what Lu Xian had seen in his previous life, it possessed distinctive internal qualities that, at the very least, the structural integrity was significantly superior. In this world, strength was paramount, and nearly everyone possessed a degree of spiritual power as a basic necessity for survival. Those incapable of wielding spiritual energy would likely be regarded as monstrous beings in this realm. The ally nation was considered one of the wealthiest small nations within a 1,000-mile radius. Its national power was robust, boasting numerous formidable figures that it was said that the ruler himself possessed exceptional cultivation, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with several elders of the Tianxian sect. However, the ruler had no sons, only a daughter, which had led to various ulterior motives among the nation as high-ranking officials in recent years. Yet, Lu Xian had no intention of involving himself in such matters, merely treating it as an intriguing tale. After stretching with a yawn, Lu Xian continued along a narrow path. Suddenly, he spotted a waterfall and pool not far ahead. Feeling somewhat parched, he approached to wash his face and drink. Having been out for several hours, he found himself missing his fellow disciples and wondered how their cultivation fared in his absence. He longed to exploit their progress, that Lu Xian murmured to himself, they better not come back. Should his fellow disciples know of Lu Xian's thoughts, they would undoubtedly respond in unison with reproaches. At that moment, Lu Xian raised his gaze and noticed a graceful figure in the water pool not far away. Instead of diverting his gaze, he remained transfixed, observing for quite some time. Indeed, nature's beauty was captivating. He found himself increasingly enamored with the natural world. Suddenly, that figure vanished without a trace. In the next moment, Lu Xian felt a chilling aura of fear behind him. Turning around, he was confronted by the very silhouette that had just disappeared. Though the individual possessed striking features, the fury etched on her face was unmistakable. Lu Xian awkwardly chuckled. I apologize, I was merely passing by. You perverted scoundrel. How dare you spy on the princess? You shall pay for this with your life. I didn't. It's a misunderstanding. Yet Lu Xian's explanation was hardly convincing. The two argued for a while, but the young woman remained seething with indignation. Lu Xian pointed to a nearby location and said, I truly did not gaze upon you. My attention was captured by that magnificent goose. Do you not find its current demeanor quite ethereal? The natural scenery is simply breathtaking. Who would believe you? I speak the truth. It appears that we are in for quite the challenge here. Suddenly, an unpleasant laugh echoed through the Lu Xian, and the woman turned to see 3 figures approaching. Their faces adorned with sinister grins, unmistakably indicating their ill intentions. The leader, brandishing a claw-like hand, arrogantly declared, Your Highness, given your current wounded state, I advise you to surrender obediently. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee your safety, Lu Xian, taken aback, asked, Are you injured? The woman, visibly displeased, retorted, Silence. This is all your fault. Otherwise, how would they have discovered my presence here? Caught off guard by the sudden accusation, Lu Xian was bewildered, having already provided his explanation. Meanwhile, the woman fixed her gaze upon the 3 men and boldly proclaimed, You think you can force this princess into submission? Dream on. In an instant, a fiery aura enveloped her, clearly indicating that she was a formidable cultivator. Upon closer inspection, Lu Xian discerned that she had recently broken through to the first level of spiritual communication. However, given her current injuries, her strength was likely compromised. With a resounding crash, a fiery sword materialized in her hand as she pointed it defiantly at her adversaries. Who among you wishes to die first? The 3 men were taken aback momentarily, but quickly reverted to disdainful expressions. The lecherous leader stroked his chin with a smirk, saying, Do not panic. Her condition cannot last long. Let her bask in her bravado for a moment longer. We shall strike when the time is right. Upon hearing this, the woman clenched her teeth, fully aware of her precarious situation, since the enemy intended to buy time. She resolved to take the initiative and seek a breakthrough. With a fierce shout, she declared, "You cowardly wretches! Fiery sword!" Flames coalesced into a dragon-like entity, seemingly poised to consume everything in its path. Its formidable power was evident, prompting the three men to hastily retreat. Despite her relentless pursuit, her injuries hindered her ability to land a blow. "Heh, in your current state, it would be wiser to comply that I wager you can unleash only one more strike." The truth of this statement caused the woman to pause, realizing it was indeed accurate. The three lecherous men, observing her reluctance to attack, began to appraise her with lewd gazes. "Your Highness, it would be unwise to struggle in vain." One taunted, "Indeed, if you wish to serve my lord, I wouldn't mind a little fun either." Another added that a beauty like you is quite a rarity. Infuriated by their lascivious demeanor, the woman prepared to unleash her full power. However, in that instant, Lucien swiftly positioned himself beside her and whispered, "Do not rush. Follow my lead and feign unconsciousness for a diversion." The woman, startled, thought to herself, "When did he manage to get behind me? How did I not notice?" Yet, assessing the situation, she conceded, "I shall trust you this once." With a swift motion, Lucien delivered a precise strike to her neck, rendering her momentarily incapacitated, but he then mocked the trio. Three men unable to subdue a single woman? Pathetic. "I shall take the initiative." Chapter 40. A weighty matter what? Stop him. As the three men surged forward, Lucien pretended to stumble. They believed victory was within their grasp. But in the next moment, their expressions contorted in horror. Fear etched across their faces. Fiery sword, flames engulfed the three men, obliterating them in an instant. Lucien then seized the woman by the arm and hastily pulled her away from that treacherous place. After a considerable distance, they paused in a clearing within the forest. That should be far enough to at that moment. A cold glint approached, and the woman pointed her sword at Lucien, demanding, "Why did you intervene to save me? You wouldn't be one of them, would you? Orchestrating a scheme within a scheme? Is it truly wise to threaten your savior with a blade?" Lucien gently nudged her sword aside and continued, "I am quite curious. They referred to you as your Highness. Which realm do you hail from, and what brings you to this land of ally? My identity is better left undisclosed, but you appear to be a cultivator from a sect. What brings you here?" she inquired. After pondering for a moment, Lucien replied casually, "I came to impart wisdom, to enlighten all and guide them on the path of cultivation." "Umph." The woman scoffed, "While all may wield spiritual energy, the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. Talent is the foremost barrier. Such a notion is misguided. I possess methods to enhance one's aptitude. With my cultivation techniques, even an ordinary person can ascend the path." Lucien asserted confidently. The woman, however, remained skeptical that Dio not spout such nonsense. "There cannot be such an excellent technique that I in response." Lucien produced a copy of the Essence Cleansing Scripture and stated, "Young lady, while your innate talent may be lacking, you possess great fortune that be why encountering me today. You are destined for a grand transformation." As he tossed the scripture to her, she initially received it with disdain. However, upon opening it, she was immediately captivated by its contents. Unable to resist the urge to sit down and delve deeper into its profound mysteries, astonished by what she discovered, observing her reaction, Lucien felt reassured that his endeavor to traverse the world and cast a wide net was indeed a viable plan. After a week, the woman finally gathered her spiritual energy and, feeling invigorated, remarked, "This technique is incredible. After just one round of practice, I can feel my meridians stirring. Now do you believe me?" Though she regarded him as somewhat eccentric, his ability to casually share such profound techniques suggested he possessed significant prowess that if she were to bring him back to meet her father, it could fortify her kingdom, ensuring that no one would dare incite chaos again. The woman pondered this and then smiled at Lucien, slightly bowing. "Esteemed one, I am Xingyu Rong. May I inquire your name?" Lucien, Lu as in land, Xian as in metaphysics. So you are Brother Lu. "I am grateful for your life-saving intervention." Liu Xian noted the shift in her demeanor, but was not surprised. "Very well, I have matters to attend to that if fate allows. We shall meet again. Wait, Brother Lu." Xingyu Rong called out, hastily continuing, "May I accompany you?" After your affairs are settled, allow me to introduce you to my father. Meet your father? So direct. That seems inappropriate, Lu Xian replied, shaking his head. Xing Yurong appeared puzzled. What is inappropriate about it? I ought to repay your kindness, especially considering the scripture. Is the world truly so open-minded? Lu Xian mused internally before asking, have you fully considered this? I merely intervened by chance. There is no need for such commitments that I am not accustomed to meeting my future father-in-law so soon. What? Realizing Lu Xian had misinterpreted her intentions, Xing Yurong quickly clarified, upon understanding that there was no expectation of a romantic commitment. Lu Xian felt a twinge of disappointment. However, he also recognized that she was indeed the very person he needed to report to. Although it was intended for her father, the item would ultimately end up in her hands, making it a minor distinction, merely a procedural formality. Thus, they set forth together toward the capital of Ally. After several hours, they arrived at the Grand Hall, ready to meet the sovereign, a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair. Draped in a dark robe adorned with crimson threads, emerged from behind a screen, he took his seat upon the golden throne carved with a dragon's head, surveying the chamber below. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Xing Yurong standing beside Lu Xian. Curiously, he inquired, Yurong, why are you here? Xing Yurong replied, the matter is somewhat complex. I will report to you later at that moment. Lu Xian stepped forward, announcing, I am Lu Xian, the inner disciple of the Tianxian sect, tasked with delivering a magical artifact for your review. To achieve such a distinction at such a young age as an inner disciple of the Tianxian sect is truly remarkable. You have my gratitude. The sovereign praised the princess and then addressed Xing Yurong, saying, my daughter, please accept this magical artifact. It is a protective charm I have specially crafted for you. Thank you. Father, the princess replied. Upon receiving the artifact, Xing Yurong's face was awash with emotion, as she had never anticipated that it would be tailored specifically for her. Even more surprising was the revelation that Lu Xian had come to her aid for this very purpose. At that moment, the sovereign also noted the expression in Xing Yurong's eyes, which sparked various thoughts within him. Having conveyed what was necessary, Lu Xian performed a respectful bow and said to the sovereign, I actually have a matter I wish to discuss with you. What is it? The sovereign initially assumed it pertained to his daughter, but when Lu Xian mentioned the matter of imparting teachings, the sovereign was instantly taken aback. Is what you say true? Indeed, but I have a condition. Please go on. Firstly, all practitioners must not be lazy and must engage in day and night cultivation. Secondly, no one is permitted to disclose their learned techniques to outsiders. And thirdly, Lu Xian scratched his head, realizing he had not thought of a third point. Casting a glance at the sovereign, he said, as for the third, I cannot think of anything. The first point was certainly aimed at fostering competition, while the second was to prevent sects from discovering that techniques were being shared indiscriminately. Very well. I agree to all of it. The sovereign was exceedingly agreeable. It would be foolish to let such an opportunity slip away. After concluding their discussion, Lu Xian glanced at the princess beside him. Recalling the scene he had witnessed by the pond, he remarked, I must say, princess, you ought to consider losing some weight. Your little belly is quite conspicuous. What? Xing Yurong was taken aback, ready to explode with indignation, but Lu Xian had already vanished without a trace. How infuriating. He slipped away so quickly to my daughter. It seems you have truly gained a bit of weight. The sovereign noted, Father, even you? I will not allow you both to laugh at me. In 3 months, no, within a month, I shall lose 20 pounds. Chapter 41. Elder Fong's instructions after leaving the palace. Lu Xian suddenly remembered that he had yet to collect the resources from their transaction. If he returned empty-handed, would he not be scolded mercilessly? In a flash, he dashed back to retrieve the resources before departing once more. His return journey was significantly swifter than his arrival. Upon arriving back at the sect, he observed the disciples seated in meditation. Even those guarding the gate were simultaneously cultivating while keeping watch. Quite interesting indeed. Even in my absence, they are so diligent, Lu Xian mused with satisfaction. The effects of this competitiveness were already manifesting in his own cultivation, as he had just stepped into the inner disciples' training ground when his realm ascended 2 levels. Suddenly, Elder Fong's figure appeared behind him, patting Lu Xian on the shoulder and saying, Follow me. Although puzzled, Lu Xian complied, following him to a serene area in the back mountains. This was Elder Fong's private domain, where he often spent his days in leisure. The The surroundings were adorned with flourishing flowers and fragrant herbs, creating a uniquely elegant atmosphere. Just as Lu Xian was about to inquire, Elder Fong suddenly turned and pointed a finger at him, instantly immobilizing Lu Xian, who felt a surge of anxiety. That I have sealed your meridians. Do not move recklessly, lest you risk a counterflow of qi and blood, Elder Fong cautioned. Yet, Lu Xian was perplexed as to why Elder Fong would treat him this way. After taking a few steps, Elder Fong asked, now, about the Yuanling Shixi Lu. Do confess where you obtained it, that I found it on the 5th floor. After much searching, I discovered it, Lu Xian replied. However, this response did not satisfy Elder Fong, who said, do not deceive me. I have checked the records of your visit to the library. You were the last to leave that day, and your words were rather peculiar. Did anything unusual occur? Could it be that Elder Fong had discovered what transpired in the library? Lu Xian's heart raced with apprehension. Answer me. Elder Fong pressed on, his gaze filled with skepticism. That Lu Xian swallowed hard and responded. No, I am unsure how to explain, but I beg you, Elder Fong, to grant me one request. Oh, you are making conditions now. Elder Fong chuckled with interest. Very well, speak. I shall agree to your request first. Lu Xian then felt a measure of relief as he said, as long as you promise me that this matter remains confidential. Haha. I initially thought you sought some reward or wished to avoid punishment, but it seems you merely wish for me to keep a secret. This piques my curiosity regarding the nature of that secret. Elder Fong nodded. So tell me, what exactly transpired? Realizing he could no longer conceal it, Elder Fong agreed, and Lu Xian took a deep breath to recount. This incident was purely coincidental. I was selecting scriptures that day, but I could not find anything that suited my fancy, which took quite some time. After Lu Xian detailed the events, Elder Fong furrowed his brow slightly. From his expression, Lu Xian sensed that this matter was undoubtedly complex. You mean to say that the girl named by Lu guided you to the 5th floor, yet you ended up in a dimly lit area, and ultimately you acquired the scripture, leaving it the mere thought? Elder Fong reiterated. Lu Xian nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Elder Fong raised his hand, falling into contemplation, seemingly harboring particular thoughts about the matter. After making a decision in his mind, Elder Fong released the seal on Lu Xian's meridians and earnestly instructed, this matter must not be disclosed to a third party. Should you encounter that girl again in the library, inform me immediately using this. With that, Elder Fong presented Lu Xian with a red protective talisman. You may leave now. That I hope you remain diligent in the Inner Core Disciples Assessment. I look forward to your performance. Thank you, Elder. I take my leave. Lu Xian bowed respectfully and did not linger. After departing from Elder Fong, Lu Xian felt an immense sense of relief. Before Elder Fong, he could not afford to be careless. The pressure was all too palpable, a testament to the weight of power. Consequently, Lu Xian yearned even more to enhance his own strength. Brothers, you are simply not trying hard enough. While he had observed the diligence of many disciples outside, upon closer inspection with his system, he discovered that numerous disciples were indeed shirking their responsibilities. Wang Xian, a 5th-year inner disciple, has only reached the 3rd level of spiritual connection and has only practiced the Yuanling Shixi Lu for 2 hours. What a waste of opportunity. Hu Hai, though newly admitted to the inner sect, you have already lingered outside for 6 years. Are you satisfied with such mediocrity upon entering the inner sect? Zhou Kai, you haven tea cultivated all day. It seems my absence has led you to become complacent. Witnessing the lackadaisical attitudes of his peers, Lu Xian felt a burning frustration. If everyone were as unambitious as them, would his system not become obsolete? The very thought made it impossible for Lu Xian to remain seated. He immediately set off toward Elder Li's location. It is well known that the disciples feared Elder Li the most. Should he face reprimand, even if they were unwilling, they would have to comply with his demands, lest they suffer a thorough beatdown. That moment, Elder Li was surprisingly at leisure, engaged in a game of chess with Elder Zhao. This scene took Lu Xian aback. To avoid disturbing their tranquility, he refrained from interrupting. However, Elder Zhao suddenly called out, "Young lad, since you have returned, come over and speak your mind." Without hesitation, Lu Xian approached and observed the chessboard. The game was Go, a subject in which Lu Xian had considerable expertise in his previous life. He had been the president of the university's Go club and had even participated in national college Go competitions, leading his team to victory and earning the title of national champions in the professional realm. He had attained a level of 5 Dan. Had it not been for his later focus on academic studies, he might have even reached 6 Dan or higher. He possessed a certain talent in this regard, with a comprehension level surpassing that of the average individual. Although a true gentleman observes the game in silence, Lu Xian found himself unable to resist the urge to comment, as the game had sparked his long-dormant competitive spirit. Unable to contain himself, he advised, "Elder Zhao, you ought to be cautious with this move. It could lead to peril that if you focus solely on aggression, you may suffer considerable losses, allowing your opponent to exploit openings that it would be wiser to retreat and advance through a different path." Oh! Both Elder Zhao and Li were taken aback, their interest piqued by Lu Xian's keen insight. Chapter 42. The Law of Emptiness. Li Yuanlao harbored a certain anticipation, eager to discern whether Lu Xian truly possessed an understanding of the game of chess. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xian decided to heed Zhao Yuanlao's words that he gracefully lifted a piece into the air and then placed it on the right side of the board. In an instant, the entire chessboard seemed to undergo a cataclysmic transformation. Although he was self-taught, this move opened a pathway, allowing him to seek an opportunity for a counterattack and thereby shatter the confines that Li Yuanlao had meticulously crafted. Creating a significant breach, this move was indeed quite intriguing, revitalizing what had seemed to be a final gasp of hope. Zhao Yuanlao smiled appreciatively and inquired of Lu Xian, with such exceptional chess skills, "From whom did you acquire this knowledge?" Humbly, Lu Xian replied, "I am but an unworthy disciple. Before I joined a school, I took pleasure in studying chess games. Today, I merely showcased my rudimentary understanding, not daring to boast. Do not be overly modest. If you possess skill, then you possess skill that if you lack it, we would not bother to offer such praise. There is no need for such disingenuous words," Li Yuanlao admonished sternly. Lu Xian bowed respectfully, responding, "Yes, I shall remember this. Junior brother, make some room. I wish to play a game with Lu Xian." "Very well. I too am curious to see the prowess of this young man." Once seated, Lu Xian felt a surge of excitement, but he had not anticipated the opportunity to play chess here and had no intention of holding back. Zhao Yuanlao's style leaned towards that of ancient chess masters. A familiarity for Lu Xian, as his own teacher had imparted similar teachings, often using classic games as examples, that Lu Xian had also taken the initiative to study interesting chess scenarios that at this moment. Witnessing Zhao Yuanlao's thought process in the game, Lu Xian began to reminisce about his past. His own approach to chess was modern, focused not on sheer destructiveness, but rather on a gradual, gentler progression, seeking complex variations to subdue his opponent. The true distinction lay in the rules, which at this moment naturally favored the ancient style. Consequently, Lu Xian adjusted his mindset, exploring reasonable offensive strategies. After several rounds, Zhao Yuanlao began to sense an increasing pressure. While Li Yuanlao watched in trepidation from the side, that Lu Xian consistently placed his pieces in unexpected locations, yielding remarkably rich outcomes that left both men in disbelief. Unique ideas began to influence Zhao Yuanlao's thinking. And after dozens of moves, he surprisingly started to emulate Lu Xian's approach, that be why the middle game. Zhao Yuanlao seemed to have grasped some of Lu Xian's strategic concepts. Truly a seasoned veteran, to adapt so swiftly. It appears a decisive conclusion is in order. Lu Xian mused inwardly, that in an instant, he unleashed a fierce offensive, engaging in a brutal clash stemming from his previous setup. The onslaught was akin to a raging tide, catching Zhao Yuanlao off guard, rendering him unable to withstand the assault. "That I concede," Zhao Yuanlao admitted. Offering 2 pieces in surrender, "It was merely luck." "Sheer luck," Lu Xian replied, rising to bow without exhibiting undue pride. Zhao Yuanlao, regarding Lu Xian with delight, suddenly remembered something. Producing a tome of martial arts secrets, he addressed Lu Xian. "Herein lies a technique I have safeguarded, one that should be reserved for core disciples. However, I perceive your aptitude is commendable. Thus, I invite you to try it, returning tomorrow for my assessment." "Thank you, Zhao Yuanlao." Upon receiving the tome, Lu Xian felt a surge of joy within. It appeared he had been granted a rare opportunity. Such a remarkable chance was not one to be trifled with. Having already demonstrated his talent, he resolved to reveal even more of it. Thus, Lu Xian settled into a meditative position, opening the martial arts text. Zhao Yuanlao was astonished to see the youth immediately embark on his cultivation. Lu Xian, undeterred by anything else, rapidly perused the text before transitioning into the practice phase. Surrounding spiritual energy began to converge, gradually forming layers of purple halos that enveloped him. That as the spiritual energy intensified, intricate patterns emerged upon the halos, akin to incantations. Upon reaching 9 halos, the rings began to spin autonomously, their speed increasing. Lu Xian's body began to levitate, rising and falling in midair, a truly wondrous sight. Observing the spectacle, Zhao Yuanlao and Li Yuanlao exchanged wide-eyed glances, their pupils dilating in astonishment that at this juncture, the gathering spiritual energy was nearly depleting the surrounding atmosphere, prompting several other elders to hasten to the scene. Pray tell, what is occurring here? Zhao Shixiang, you aren't still fixated on practicing that esoteric technique, are you? Did the sect leader not declare years ago that it was too peculiar for our sect's cultivation? Hearing the elders' dialogue, Lu Xian was equally taken aback. What? Is this not the cultivation method for core disciples? Zhao Shixiang, you have given him the esoteric technique. At this revelation, all 5 elders regarded Lu Xian with deep concern yet. Upon witnessing the profound accumulation of spiritual energy around him, they harbored great expectations. Zhao Yuanlao nurtured hope for Lu Xian, thinking, perhaps this young man is precisely the one I have been searching for. His understanding is exceptional, grasping the subtleties of the esoteric technique at a mere glance. Truly remarkable, alas, sighed Qin Yuanlao, shaking his head. This lad is already a cultivation fanatic. The esoteric technique can extract resources from the surroundings, leaving no energy even within his own body untouched. The other disciples will be in dire straits. Upon realizing this, Zhao Yunlao's head began to throb with concern, but he had completely overlooked this aspect. Should Lu Xian truly master the esoteric technique, it would be exceedingly unfair to the other disciples within the sect. Without cultivation resources, their progress would be hindered. What could be done about this predicament? As Zhao Yuanlao fretted and regretted his oversight, Lu Xian's energy gradually subsided, gently descending and calming the surrounding turbulence. Subsequently, he spoke, elders need not worry. I have discovered a method to control the esoteric technique. As long as I do not act with intent, I will not inadvertently drain the spiritual energy of others, nor will any resources be claimed by me. Even so, can you truly resist such an enticing advantage? Li Yuanlao questioned skeptically. Did I swear by my integrity? Should such an event occur, I will willingly forsake all my cultivation and depart from Tianxin sect. Lu Xian vowed, raising his hand in oath. The 5 elders exchanged glances, and the matter was set aside. Fang Yuanlao added, I believe we have all witnessed Lu Xian's character. I shall act as his guarantor. Should he breach his promise, I too will leave Tianxin sect. Chapter 43. A new objective with Fang Yuanlao's endorsement. No one harbored further doubts. Lu Xian was elated. This technique seemed tailor-made for him. Coupled with the system's functionalities, he would soon be able to absorb energy wherever he went, surpassing even the star absorption technique in potency. The progress of cultivation could be appropriated for himself, and both resources and energy would fall under his dominion. What could stand against Lu Xian? While he could not use it on his fellow disciples, could he not utilize it on others? The esoteric technique appeared to be a supreme cultivation method, yet the system's analysis revealed it to be merely an incomplete version. This implied that the esoteric technique was a higher-tier method, with the complete version's power likely exceeding imagination. Cultivating the incomplete version to perfection would allow one to freely extract spiritual energy within a 100-meter radius. Those below first tier would be affected, while those of lower tiers would face total depletion, rendering them incapable of resistance. This constituted an absolute dominance in close combat, as long as the opponent lacked a countermeasure. If the complete version were mastered to its fullest, the terror it could unleash would be unimaginable, a truly invincible technique. The reason Zhao Yuanlao could not practice it was that the prerequisite for mastering this technique was an infinite soul. The term infinite denotes boundlessness, an elusive and untraceable spirit. Lu Xian, by nature, possessed such a soul attribute, as his spirit did not belong to this realm. Yet, how did such a technique come to exist here? It seemed the technique itself did not belong to this small world. The complete version was likely to be found in a higher plane of existence. Lu Xian, this technique must never be disclosed to others. Zhao Yuanlao cautioned once more. Disciple understands. Lu Xian nodded in agreement. Other techniques could be freely analyzed, but this one was an absolute secret he would never reveal to anyone. By the way, although you have garnered some reputation within the sect recently, there are still disciples who harbor discontent towards you. It would be wise not to become overly complacent, lest you attract trouble, Zhao Yuanlao advised earnestly. Disciple shall remember, Lu Xian replied with a respectful bow. And moreover, Lu Xian was somewhat perplexed, as if the discussion would go on endlessly. Yet, out of respect, he attentively listened as Elder Zhao continued. A few of us, along with the elders, are preparing to select core disciples. However, given your current cultivation level, it may be challenging for you to gain the consensus needed to ascend to this rank. Do not let us down in the sect competition. Strive diligently to enter the top 10. What is so difficult about the top 10? If I were to take first place, what reward would I receive? Lu Xian inquired. You young lad, having merely displayed some understanding, do you believe yourself to be unparalleled within the sect? Elder Zhao chuckled. Disciple is dull-witted and unaware of the formidable competitors among the core disciples, Lu Xian questioned. Elder Zhao turned to the side, where Elder Fong personally explained, do not underestimate our Tianxian sect. The core disciples you have seen are not the entirety. Aside from the 5th-ranked Lu Yun, the other top 10 core disciples are currently on missions. Among those you know, the exceptionally talented Shangguan Yinner has only recently gained momentum, having been accepted as Elder Yu's direct disciple, yet she is still far from entering the top 10 core disciples. Elder Wang stroked his white beard and added, indeed, the true top 10 core disciples. Each one is a direct disciple of us 5 elders, and even the 10th possesses the cultivation of the first layer of the golden core. Then why does senior sister Lu Yun only possess the cultivation of the spirit communication level? Lu Xian inquired curiously. How do you know Lu Yun's cultivation level? Elder Zhao seemed somewhat astonished. Oh no, Lu Xian's heart sank. Nearly revealing too much, he quickly explained, senior sister's cultivation is indeed quite high. And I can only ascertain this much. That is not untrue. The top 10 is not easily attained, that if you truly manage to achieve this, I shall grant you the opportunity to contend for the immortal abode. Immortal abode? It is still too early for that. You should focus on your cultivation, came the response. With that, Lu Xian finally returned to his quarters, feeling a sense of relief. Upon entering, he sensed a profound aura at work. Without needing to look, he knew it was Zhao Wuling Wang cultivating, and he could faintly sense that a breakthrough was imminent. With such a diligent brother nearby, Lu Xian felt somewhat embarrassed about his own laziness. Were it not for the system he possessed, he would undoubtedly be compelled to cultivate diligently alongside this esteemed brother. Initially intending to take a nap, Lu Xian's thoughts shifted after hearing the elder's words. The prospect of the immortal abode truly piqued his interest. The matter of ascending to the core disciples was urgent. Lying around here would only allow him to observe Zhao Wuling Wang's progress. Not wanting to impose on him, Lu Xian promptly made his way to the training grounds. Without further ado, he sat down in the most central position. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 7th layer of spirit communication. The scope of inner cultivation has expanded to a radius of 30 miles. The number of cultivation techniques has increased to 9. Splendid. This enhancement effectively broadened the range of his inner cultivation, allowing him to avoid remaining in such close proximity. Lu Xian's figure swayed, and he let out a muffled grunt. His aura surged dramatically, drawing the attention of several disciples. Is it possible? Has senior brother Lu broken through again? He only just returned. This is too swift. I can't believe I once thought senior brother Lu was useless due to my lack of foresight. Who spread such rumors? If he is indeed useless, then what does that make us? Hearing the discussions around him, Lu Xian quickly opened his eyes. Standing up, he proclaimed to the gathered disciples, brothers and sisters, do not misunderstand. My previous potential was indeed at the lowest tier, but due to fortuitous circumstances and the cultivation of the Yuanling cleansing technique, I have experienced significant changes. Listen to me. If you cultivate diligently, you may achieve even greater growth. Do not abandon your efforts halfway. Upon hearing that his progress was due to the Yuanling cleansing technique, the crowd was filled with joy. They had all been cultivating. Yet their progress had been minimal. Coupled with other techniques to practice, they had not made significant advancements. Noticing the glum expressions of those around him, Lu Xian realized that mere encouragement was no longer effective and would yield little results. What was needed now was to offer them a taste of success. Thus, he continued, I have heard that within our sect, It is often the case that women are strong while men are weak. Our senior sisters toil tirelessly in their training, that if we do not strive to catch up, are we to rely on women to protect us once we leave the sect? Men must strive for self-improvement. Would you wish to see your senior sisters unable to find reliable companions within the sect and choose to cultivate with disciples from other sects? No, brothers and sisters. Do you wish to see your fellow men become strong pillars of support? Of course. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe, Lu Xian randomly pointed to a disciple at the second layer of spirit communication and said, "This junior brother, I see your spiritual energy gathering. Quickly sit down and practice the Yuan Ling cleansing technique. Within half an hour, your potential will surely surge, and your cultivation will see tremendous improvement." Chapter 44. The core disciples gather. Here you are again, deceiving the masses with your fanciful words. Mu Yunfei stepped forward. Scoffing, "Da, it's you, junior brother Mu. Haven't you learned your lesson from before?" Lu Xian smiled. "That was merely your stroke of luck. That lad had good innate talent, but simply had not unlocked it." Mu Yunfei retorted skeptically, still brooding over the loss of his title as the eldest disciple. Lu Xian remained unperturbed and said, "Very well. Last time it was my fortune. Will you dare to wager again this time?" "Wager on what?" "Let us wager whether this junior brother can break through 3 layers within half an hour." "Again? What if you lose?" "If I lose, the title of eldest disciple will revert to you, and you may command me at will. Should you lose, you shall automatically be relegated to the last position." Mu Yunfei frowned, sensing something amiss, yet he remained obstinate, unwilling to believe that Lu Xian could consistently uncover hidden gems. Thus, he agreed, "Fine. I shall see if you are truly so fortunate." With that, the crowd formed a circle around them, and the junior brother promptly sat down to meditate and cultivate. Lu Xian encouraged, "Do not feel anxious. Simply follow the steps, and when you feel your meridians expand, you will naturally break through the barriers." "Humph. I hope you do not harm him," Mu Yunfei said coldly. Lu Xian remained silent, patiently awaiting the outcome. The half-hour felt interminable, as if an entire day had been condensed into that moment. "Look, his body seems to be undergoing a transformation. Such rich spiritual energy is gathering within his meridians. Impossible." Mu Yunfei still refused to believe it. As half an hour passed, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the junior brother experienced significant enhancements to his bones and meridians, having mastered the Yuanling cleansing technique. All of this was, of course, because Lu Xian had transferred half of the cultivation progress he had accumulated previously to him. Yet Lu Xian felt no regret. Rather, he reveled in the outcome. Sacrificing this little bit would yield greater rewards in the future. What was there to lament? The junior brother, now brimming with newfound confidence from his advancement, quickly rose and bowed deeply to Lu Xian, saying, "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance." At this point, Mu Yunfei was utterly embarrassed. He had initially believed that Lu Xian's technique was merely a misguided approach. Yet it had proven so effective that even the elders were convinced that he felt regret for having missed such an opportunity due to his arrogance. Noticing Mu Yunfei's change of heart, Lu Xian threw an arm around his shoulder and said warmly, "Junior brother Mu, you should have achieved this advancement much earlier. Why let a bit of pride cause you to miss such an opportunity? Can we not turn hostility into friendship?" "What?" Mu Yunfei was taken aback, surprised that Lu Xian was willing to reconcile with him. Seeing his astonished expression, Lu Xian earnestly continued, "With your potential, if you were to elevate yourself another tier, would you still need to rely on the influence of a mere elder? You should know there are even higher powers within the sect." These words struck a chord within Mu Yunfei's heart, that in truth, his arrogance stemmed from a desire to be noticed by the sect's higher-ups. As an orphan, he recognized that surviving in the Tianxian sect was his greatest opportunity. Only by climbing higher would he avoid being trampled underfoot. Mu Yunfei was somewhat taken aback by Lu Xian's sudden offer of assistance. Shaking his head, he quickly departed the scene. Following this incident, the inner sect was completely under Lu Xian's control. Suddenly, a sultry voice rang out from behind. "I never expected that junior brother Lu would possess such capabilities. Might I inquire whether that so-called Yuanling cleansing technique could be shared for our observation?" As the crowd turned to look, it was not solely Lu Yun, the esteemed senior sister, who caught their attention. The core disciples had all arrived, including those who had been out on missions, now returned to their posts. Among them, Xingguan Yinu naturally made her appearance as well. although she held no particular thoughts about Lu Xian. The frequent disturbances within the sect caused by him compelled her to take notice. The 35 core disciples present had their cultivation levels no lower than the 9th layer of spirit communication. With the top 10 having reached the nascent soul stage, the eldest brother, named Si Feng, possessed unparalleled talent within the sect and was said to have achieved nascent soul status 3 years prior. Since becoming a core disciple, he had rarely shown himself, leaving many uncertain of his current level of cultivation. In this moment, the palpable pressure they exuded was intensely real. Liu Xian, having gained a deeper understanding from the elder's words, adjusted his mindset and greeted them with a smile. We are all fellow disciples, and the techniques I practice are not solely mine. They are acquired from the library that if my senior brothers and sisters wish to observe. It is certainly no trouble. This young man seemed rather exceptional, effortlessly shaking off their oppressive aura that I have long asserted that he is no ordinary individual. What do you think, Yin'er? I hear he was once your betrothed. Upon this mention, Shangguan Yin'er's expression soured slightly. Nonetheless, she could only respond perfunctorily to her senior brothers and sisters. I have no ties to this person, and I hold no opinions regarding him. How callous! Lu Yun chuckled softly at this moment. Lu Xian presented the manuscript of the primordial spirit cleansing record he had transcribed that a female disciple stepped forward to respectfully hand it to the eldest brother. Si Feng. After casually flipping through a few pages, Si Feng nodded, his expression unchanged, and stated indifferently, "It is indeed of some utility. Thank you, Lu Shidi. You flatter me. I humbly request your guidance, senior brother," Lu Xian replied with hands clasped in apology. Filled with respect. "Let us proceed. We must report back to our masters," Si Feng said softly. With a swish, all the core disciples departed in succession, though one lingered a moment longer. Lin Luo cast a disdainful glance at Lu Xian and remarked, "Boy, do not think that simply contributing a technique will elevate your status. What you possess, we too shall have in abundance, and what you lack, we have long since acquired. You will never catch up." Your words ring true, senior brother. Being of mediocre talent, shall have to rely solely on diligent practice to glimpse a glimmer of hope. However, do not underestimate me. If I were to lose to an inconspicuous disciple like myself in the upcoming sect competition in a month, it would surely be a laughingstock, Lu Xian replied solemnly, exhibiting no sign of intimidation. We shall see if that day comes. I advise you to abandon any inappropriate thoughts about Shangguan Yin'er. She is mine. Lin Luo warned, his eyes wide with intensity. Let us see, Lu Xian retorted. Just as Lin Luo prepared to erupt, a chilling voice interrupted from behind. Lin Luo, why do you linger here? Just wait, Lu Xian thought as he watched them depart. Resolute in his mind. Core disciples? Let them learn what it means to underestimate the youth. Chapter 45. The one with great fortune. The 25th day passed in the blink of an eye. And within the inner disciples' training ground of Tianxian sect, numerous disciples gathered, abuzz with conversation. Have you heard? Ever since senior brother Lin Luo lectured Lu Xian, he hasn't left his quarters. What is so surprising about that? Isn't senior brother Lu known for his diligence? This time is different. It's said that senior brother Lu's cultivation has surged remarkably, even astonishing several elders. That true? How impressive is it? Let us go see for ourselves. I hear many senior sisters and junior sisters are over there. Wow, we must go. In an instant, everyone flocked towards Lu Xian's residence, eager not only to witness the extent of his extraordinary cultivation, but also to catch a glimpse of the numerous senior and junior sisters. As the crowd assembled, Lu Xian sensed that his presence was disrupting Zhao Wuling Wang's training, prompting him to move to the training ground, with everyone following suit. Facing Lu Xian, the elders scrutinized him from head to toe. Elderly was the first to inquire, "Young man, what have you been doing these days? Why has your cultivation advanced so rapidly?" Elder Wang expressed concern. "I understand you feel immense pressure to elevate your cultivation to prove yourself. But if you stray onto a crooked path, it would be disastrous." Elder Zhao added, "Indeed, young man, clarify your situation. If you act rashly in your eagerness, we can extend another opportunity. With your current talent, you have already surpassed your past self. Diligent practice will undoubtedly yield great results without resorting to shortcuts to the elders and fellow disciples." Lu Xian replied respectfully, "I assure you, I have not deviated into any crooked paths. All my cultivation derives from the righteous way." At this moment, his words were difficult to believe, for such rapid growth was beyond even the description of genius, much less prodigy. Just 25 days ago, Lu Xian's cultivation was at the 5th layer of spirit communication. And now he had directly stepped into the nascent soul stage, a feat utterly inconceivable. Even recorded prodigies within Tianxian sect took a minimum of 201 days to ascend from spirit communication to nascent soul. Lu Xian had achieved nearly tenfold that speed. However, the source of his cultivation was indeed, as he claimed, the righteous path. Although it was facilitated by the system's functions, the progress of so many disciples in the sect was also rooted in the proper path. Hence Lu Xian had not lied. Seeing his confidence and earnestness, the elders exchanged glances, their minds filled with doubt. With the sect competition only days away, if someone were to be found hastily seeking advancement through wrongful means, they would face severe punishment. They hoped that such a talent as Lu Xian would not stray from the right path. Elder Fong pondered for a moment before suggesting, since you assert your cultivation is from the righteous path, would you be willing to verify it at the Heavenly Pool Stone Tablet? The Heavenly Pool Stone Tablet. Lu Xian was unfamiliar with the place and felt a sense of apprehension, sensing it was something significant. Still, in order to clear his name, he could only nod in agreement. Very well, I am willing to go. Upon hearing Lu Xian's agreement, the crowd collectively sighed in relief. Yet the outcome remained uncertain. And only by unveiling the truth could they fully relax. Before long, many disciples gathered before the Heavenly Pool Stone Tablet, eager to witness Lu Xian's verification. This attracted the attention of core disciples, with some interested parties arriving swiftly. Among them, Lin Luo was the most eager, even hoping Lu Xian would be revealed as a practitioner of demonic arts. Under the watchful gazes of all, Lu Xian slowly approached the stone tablet. Lu Xian, place your hand on the tablet, gradually elevate your spiritual power until you reach your current limit, then maintain at peak level without faltering. Elder Zhao understood that Lu Xian nodded, then placed his palm upon the stone tablet. In that instant, a chill surged through him, as if a mysterious force entered through his palm, coursing through his body. As Lu Xian elevated his power, each level he attained caused the chill to circulate within him, and the special runes on the tablet began to glow with an increasingly brilliant blue light. Although he was uncertain of the significance, Lu Xian paid it little mind, continuously enhancing his spiritual energy. At this moment, all present awaited the ensuing changes with bated breath. Lu Xian has elevated his cultivation so significantly in just over 20 days, closing in on the core disciples level. How did he accomplish this? Does it need saying? He must be in league with demonic arts. He has already fallen into darkness. Lin Luo hastily accused at this point. Someone voiced their displeasure, countering, Lin Shitty, it is said you harbor a grudge against Lu Shitty. It seems that is indeed true. The results are not yet in, yet you assert such conclusions. Should it turn out otherwise, how will you justify yourself? Junior Sister Zhou, why do you defend this boy? Lin Luo retorted, visibly irked, but upon noticing that it was the 7th-ranked senior sister among the core disciples confronting him, he quickly subdued his anger. Meanwhile, Lu Xian gradually elevated his cultivation to its peak, causing the stone tablet to radiate with brilliance. Heavens! This is the first time I've seen the stone tablet emit 7 colors of light. Incredible. This is truly a remarkable miracle for our Tianxian sect. The 7 colors of light. It is rumored that only those destined for greatness can achieve such a feat. Could it be that Elder Fong is correct? The other elders share his contemplations, and they are undoubtedly pleased with Lu Xian's performance. Initially, they feared that Lu Xian's abilities stemmed from some nefarious path, but it now appears that they were entirely mistaken. Not only has Lu Xian not strayed down a dark path, but he is indeed a true wielder of great fortune. In a world filled with countless cultivators, those who genuinely possess such fortune are exceedingly rare. It is said that those who master great fortune will ultimately achieve boundless success. As long as they continue to grow, they are destined to become formidable powers. Lu Xian's fortuitous aura has left everyone in the sect utterly astounded. The elders have gradually come to believe that the sect leader's choice to select Lu Xian is indeed the wisest decision. Then, Elder Fong spoke. That will be all, Lu Xian. Please retract your spiritual energy. Understood. Lu Xian did not hesitate. Having verified this, it is clear that not only have you not succumbed to madness, but you also embody righteousness. It seems that the Yuanling cleansing record has awakened the hidden potential within you. Truly remarkable. Elder Zhao gently stroked his white beard, beaming with delight. You flatter me. I am grateful to the elders for their affirmation. Lu Xian bowed deeply. Chapter 46. Lin Luo's challenge. Now that he has cleared his name, Lu Xian turned to the core disciples and declared loudly, in this sect competition, I, Lu Xian, shall become one of the top 10 disciples. Is this fellow out of his mind? Someone muttered. Indeed, even with his rapid advancement, there remains a significant gap to the top 10 that the 10th brother has already reached the 3rd level of the foundation establishment stage. Advancing through the foundation establishment stage is at least 10 times more challenging for each level. Lippy, I suspect he is merely caught up in the moment that no one was willing to believe that Lu Xian could achieve such a feat. They thought his words were nothing more than the excited ramblings of the moment. Each person regarded Lu Xian as if he were a source of amusement, even though he had already demonstrated his extraordinary talent. It was still not acknowledged. After all, to make a breakthrough in the remaining 5 days was nearly an impossible task for anyone, and even Lu Xian's innate gifts did not suggest he had a chance. However, his declaration did capture the attention of the core disciples. Among the 35 core disciples, Lu Xian's current cultivation level placed him at 16th, just below his former fiancée, Shangguan Yin'er, and even above Lin Luo at present. This revelation profoundly impacted the core disciples. Lin Luo felt particularly irked that he had not anticipated that after years of cultivation, he would easily be surpassed by Lu Xian. This was something he could not accept. Thus, he silently resolved to break through to a higher level within these 5 days and decisively defeat Lu Xian in the sect competition, proving himself to be the most suitable match for Shangguan Yin'er. At that moment, Lu Xian, curious, employed the system's observation feature to examine the cultivation levels and progress of each core disciple. He was most intrigued by the current status of Seafoam. Seafoam, Foundation Establishment 4th level. Requires an additional 655 hours for breakthrough. Such a long time. Lu Xian was somewhat surprised. He had expected Seafoam to progress more quickly, as his talents had been highly praised. Nevertheless, Lu Xian did not consider the situation from another's perspective. For an ordinary person, advancing from the 5th to the 6th level of foundation establishment would likely require several years, if not over a decade. Without innate talent, such rapid progress would be unthinkable. This was already a remarkable speed. After scrutinizing Seafoam, Lu Xian swept through each core disciple that he was astonished by Shangguan Yin'er's cultivation progress. Shangguan Yin'er, Foundation Establishment 1st level. Requires 52 hours for breakthrough. Last month, she seemed to be at a lower level, did she not? Truly a rare talent. Lu Xian could not help but express his amazement. Her cultivation speed was several times faster than Seafang's. However, this could also be attributed to the current disparity in their levels. Yet it appeared she was closing the gap. Shangguan Yin'er's innate gifts likely surpassed even Seafang's. That as for Lin Luo, who had been incessantly chattering, Lu Xian found him to be utterly useless. Though he possessed better innate talent than average, his lack of rigorous training meant his body could not support his growth, that he was merely at the threshold of the foundation establishment stage. Still requiring at least 1,000 hours to reach that level to be why then, Lu Xian would have long surpassed him in cultivation. Shaking his head, Lu Xian found the situation amusing. Just as he was laughing, he glanced in Lin Luo's direction, which irked Lin Luo immensely. Lu Xian, you are utterly arrogant. Do you think you can defeat me now? I am at the foundation establishment stage, while you are merely at the halfway point. There is no need for you to harbor such delusions. Lu Xian spread his hands, voicing his thoughts candidly. This only embarrassed Lin Luo further in front of everyone. Lin Luo was unwilling to let this slide and immediately leaped forward. Very well. If you are so confident, do you dare to duel me on the arena? Lin Luo, the sect competition is imminent. Why rush into such a contest? Elderly interjected, hoping to curtail this frivolous spectacle. Although Lin Luo was not his disciple, he shared a considerable bond with Elder Lin. Within the sect, Elder Lin had always been supportive of Elder Li, which naturally inclined Li to offer assistance to Lin. Now, with Lin Luo seeking trouble, Elder Li felt compelled to impose some restraint on him. Lin Luo was notorious for his arrogance and self-importance within the sect. This was no secret, that if he were not so complacent, Elder Li would have likely taken him as a direct disciple long ago. However, Lin Luo failed to grasp Elder Li's good intentions and insisted, if this child is so presumptuous, how can we? as core disciples, allow him to go unchallenged. Upon hearing this, the other core disciples frowned. Indeed, while Lu Xian's cultivation had risen, he was still practicing the inner sect disciples' techniques, and his martial skills had not been honed to the same extent as theirs. If they did not dare to confront him, they would become the laughingstock of the sect's younger disciples. That a wave of supporters began to emerge. That I believe this battle is essential. Yes, since Lu Xian initiated the challenge. Let us engage in combat. Fight, fight. The atmosphere grew fervent as excitement ignited among the crowd, eager to witness whether Lu Xian's cultivation would indeed prove substantial. Though the challenge was sudden, Lu Xian remained unfazed. Wearing a cold smile, "It seems Brother Lin has great confidence in his strength. The DOU believe that my relatively short training time and lack of martial inheritance within the inner sect make it possible for you to overpower me? Since you are aware of this, will you fight or not? If you are afraid, I can grant you the opportunity to bow and admit your mistake." Lin Luo exuded an imposing aura, refusing to back down. "Bow. Admit my mistake. When have I ever considered such matters? Only the weak resort to such survival tactics. With strength, there is no need for such pretense." Liu Xian smirked disdainfully, choosing not to evade but to gaze straight ahead. His eyes sharp as a blade. "Very well then. Let us use this battle to stir excitement among our fellow disciples before the sect competition." Liu Xian, there is no need for you to engage in this fight. Elder Wang expressed his concern. "That I respectfully request the elder's permission. This battle is unavoidable," Liu Xian replied earnestly. Seeing the situation unfold this way, Elder Fong was the first to offer his support. "All right, since this is a conflict between juniors, let them resolve it in their own way. Moreover, a duel on the arena aligns with the sect's regulations, and we will ensure that it remains within proper bounds." Chapter 47. Intense Battle. With the agreement of the 5 elders, Lu Xian and Lin Luo arrived at the central arena. All disciples gathered to witness. The outcome of this battle would grant the victor a markedly different reputation within the Tianxian sect. At this moment, Lu Xian remained calm as he retrieved Emojan. The Emojan had undergone a complete transformation, no longer resembling its former self, but having been refined anew, it had reached the status of a high-grade 9th-tier weapon. Elder Fong, serving as the main witness, hovered in the air. "I hereby declare the inner sect chief disciple Lu Xian will combat the 29th core disciple Lin Luo. The duel begins now, Lu Xian. Do not blame me for not giving you a chance. That I will ask you one last time. Will you bow and admit your mistake?" Lin Luo's gaze bore a sinister glint. "That there's no need for further pointless dialogue. I will let you mock me once you have defeated me." Liu Xian replied with an icy smile. That's so?" Lin Luo began to gather his spiritual energy, and in his hands appeared a pair of red and white swords. Blood red and pure white. Suddenly, many disciples were taken aback, astonished that Lin Luo had, right from the outset, unveiled the finest of magical artifacts. The blood red and white blade was a weapon once wielded by Elder Lin in his youth, now refined to the 6th tier of the Xian grade, capable of cleaving through mountains with a single stroke. In light of such a contest, presenting the blood red and white blade clearly indicated Lin Luo's utmost seriousness. Consequently, more disciples sensed an inherent unfairness in this battle, for at that moment, Lu Xian's ink cutter was merely elevated to the 9th tier of the Huang grade, rendering any comparison futile. As the duel commenced, Lin Luo took the initiative to strike. Quicksand collapse. In an instant, the ground beneath Lu Xian's feet began to exhibit signs of yielding, as though he were sinking into a quagmire, making it arduous for him to exert force. The quicksand collapse was a terrifying technique. Once ensnared, one's lower body would gradually be consumed, rendering any effort futile. Was Lu Xian not allowing himself to be slaughtered in such a state? It appeared his inexperience had led him to fall into this trap far too easily. How delightful! Lin Luo cackled triumphantly, his spiritual energy surging instantaneously, coalescing upon his twin blades. Twin blade slash. Both swords descended simultaneously, yet Lu Xian, at that moment, raised the ink cutter defensively, successfully parrying the attack and reflecting its force back. Lin Luo, who had anticipated an effortless victory, suddenly felt a tingling numbness in his arm. How could this be? Lin Luo questioned, bewildered. Impressive indeed, to absorb the power of the twin blade slash and return it double. It seemed Lu Xian possessed an innate sensitivity to power. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Lin Luo seethed with rage, his eyes bloodshot, his aura becoming increasingly volatile. Tempest sword technique. Clang clang, Lu Xian continued to defend. Each strike met with resolute resistance. Even the most frenzied of swordplay failed to reveal any vulnerabilities. Senior Brother Lu, it is truly astonishing how effortlessly he can fend off these sword attacks. His reflexes and insight far exceed expectations. The surrounding disciples lauded Lu Xian's performance. The more they praised him, the more frustrated Lin Luo became, wishing to pierce through Lu Xian's defenses after a relentless barrage. Lin Luo soon realized Lu Xian's defensive prowess was exceptional. Thus, he quickly withdrew, taking several steps back, pondering, no, this lad's defense is too formidable that I must devise a way to force him into revealing a flaw. Otherwise, I risk exhausting too much spiritual energy and falling into his trap. With this thought, Lin Luo was compelled to retract the quicksand collapse that Lu Xian had been eagerly awaiting this moment and seized the opportunity to leap into the air, swiftly aiming a strike at Lin Luo. In this situation, Lu Xian had indeed exposed a gap in Lin Luo's defense. At last, I've been waiting for you. Lin Luo let out a sinister laugh. Summoning a fierce gale, the concealed sword energy within surging skyward. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Lu Xian instinctively sought to transition from offense to defense. But it was too late. He steeled his resolve and channeled a significant amount of spiritual energy into his blade. Heavenly Gang blade technique, break, boom. The immense blade cleaved through the whirlwind, the hidden sword energy coalescing into a radiant golden sword, clashing against the blade aura that in that instant. The two forces engaged in their first contest of spiritual energy. A stalemate as both energies canceled each other out. Think you could disperse my whirlwind sword energy? I must admit, you have surprised me. Lin Luo's expression darkened further. Despite this, he retained a high level of confidence. For he had mastered a martial technique most suited to him, having received profound guidance. And he believed that even disciples at the first level of Dan formation could not easily withstand his strike. A golden aura began to swirl around him, gradually coalescing into golden flames that blazed fiercely. At this moment, Lin Luo revealed his golden armor, a protective treasure of the Xian grade. This strike will reveal the chasm between us, twin demons. Blood-red wind. With a fierce visage, Lin Luo spun around with his twin swords, forming a towering tornado. The surrounding atmosphere felt the powerful winds tugging relentlessly, causing cracks to appear on the arena, nearly beyond its capacity to support. Elder Fong promptly erected a barrier, sealing off the arena to mitigate external influences. Lin Luo had indeed cultivated the twin demons to this level, and Lu Xian was in considerable danger. Elderly began to express his concerns. I beg to differ. Do not forget that Lu Xian still possesses that one move, Elder Qing said with a charming smile, still confident in Lu Xian's hidden strength. Elder Fong nodded in agreement. Among the 5 elders, only Elders Qing and Fong unwaveringly believed in Lu Xian's potential. However, that lad promised us he would not resort to that move lightly. The void method might incite discontent among the sect's disciples, and could even cause irreparable harm to those who are drained of their spiritual energy, Elder Wang said anxiously. Rest assured, he will not employ it, Elder Fong replied, his gaze fixated below this moment. Lu Xian faced the increasingly approaching tornado, yet he exhibited no fear. Instead, wearing a confident smile, he leaped directly into the whirlwind, his garments tearing apart in an instant, shredded into fragments. Simultaneously, Lu Xian's robust physique became apparent, revealing defined, muscular lines that were undeniably invigorating. Chapter 48. You shall not evade this strike. Heavens, what perfect musculature! This junior brother Lu has an incredible physique. So handsome. Is this real? I wish I could feel his muscles to see just how solid they are. Many senior and junior female disciples began to feel exhilarated, some even succumbing to a crush. Did I say, you are all being rather excessive, Shangguan Yin'er remarked disdainfully. Junior sister, do you not feel even the slightest hint of attraction? Have you not always claimed to admire disciplined and powerful men? Lu Yun teased, drawing closer. Did I? Although his physique is indeed impressive, I have no such thoughts, Shangguan Yin'er replied, but could not resist stealing another glance. Her actions contrasting sharply with her words to this moment. Lu Xian's display of shredded clothing also elicited envy among the male disciples present. This lad, while enhancing his cultivation, has also sculpted his flesh with such meticulous diligence. It is truly remarkable. Even I feel a tinge of shame that if this lad cannot achieve greatness, then no one in this world can, elderly exclaimed with discontent. Observing the surrounding male disciples, most were either overly rotund or emaciated. None could match Lu Xian's caliber, that he then berated them. You brats, do you not see what true diligence and training looks like? This is what it means to train hard. From today, I grant you a month. If you cannot cultivate such a physique, you shall all wallow in the dung pit for reflection. I don't want to elderly. How can we compete with senior brother Lu? Wah! The disciples lamented, but elderly remained unyielding. Especially dissatisfied with those he had previously guided, namely Mu Yunfei and Lu Tian, he sternly commanded, Mu Yunfei, Lu Tian, you two whom I have instructed, you have 20 days to shape up, or you shall face my wrath. Understood. Though reluctantly, they could only acquiesce, as resistance was futile, and they promised to comply. At this moment, Lu Xian's aura had reached its zenith. The battle between the two had escalated to a fever pitch, poised to be determined by a single strike. Within the chaotic whirlwind, Lu Xian's figure flickered, making him elusive and difficult to pin down. Given the circumstances, it appeared that Lu Xian's every strike inflicted minimal harm upon Lin Luo. Presently, Lin Luo held the advantage, and it was likely that a conclusion would soon be reached. All eyes were fixated on Lu Xian, eagerly anticipating his next move. Lin Luo, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, Lu Xian, do you truly believe you can defeat me? Even if you trained for another decade, you could never breach my golden-scaled armor. Oh, it seems formidable. Can it withstand my full-force strike? Lu Xian scoffed dismissively, treating Lin Luo's words as an absurd jest. As he gathered his spiritual energy, the power within him surged, and the previously dark blade began to emanate a purple sheen. Upon sensing this rising force, Lin Luo was taken aback. His power feels rather unusual. Lu Xian's expression transformed into one of excitement and madness. You must not evade this strike. What? The blade's edge sent a shiver through the hearts of all the core disciples present. Even Si Feng exhibited a gaze filled with incredulity. Boom! Bang! The barrier set by Elder Feng using a high-grade array stone was shattered by the shockwave of this very strike. Lin Luo was ruthlessly knocked to the ground, akin to a lifeless dog. The golden armor he prided himself on bore a visible crack, and the twin swords in his hands displayed evident chinks. It is evident how formidable Lu Xian's strike truly was. At this moment, Lu Xian advanced slowly, his blade raised high, seemingly poised to deliver yet another blow. Lin Luo, for the first time, felt a surge of panic. His heart unable to settle, he hastily crawled backward, shouting, Elder! Elder! I concede! I concede! Thud! The blade fell straight down, embedding itself between Lin Luo's legs, mere millimeters away from rendering him utterly incapacitated, causing him to soil himself in sheer fright. As the cold sweat poured down Lin Luo's back, he breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Had I been a moment slower, I would have been utterly ruined. Lin Luo was not concerned for his life, for if Lu Xian were to kill a fellow disciple, he would undoubtedly face execution himself. However, as long as one party had yet to concede in a duel, heavy injuries remained within the bounds of the rules. Clearly, had Lin Luo hesitated for just a moment longer, Lu Xian would have shown no mercy. The outcome of this battle left many disciples astounded. Lin Hao's challenge had been fierce, even employing artifacts far superior to Lu Xian's, yet he still faced defeat. His artifact rendered ineffective. Clap, clap, clap. The disciples erupted into fervent applause, especially the inner disciples who felt invigorated. An inner disciple defeating a core disciple was an unprecedented event in the history of Tianxian sect. Lu Xian's victory also brought a sigh of relief to the inner disciples. Henceforth, they could hold their heads high. Moreover, they gained a profound appreciation and gratitude for the transformation Lu Xian had brought to them. His existence had made them stronger. All right, the duel has concluded. Disperse. Elder Feng spoke indifferently. The multitude of disciples departed. Shangguan Yin'er, however, lingered, her gaze fixed on Lu Xian, unable to tear herself away. She could hardly believe that in such a short time, Lu Xian had achieved such remarkable progress. It was truly extraordinary that if previously she had taken pride in her talent and speed of cultivation, now, In comparison to Lu Xian, she felt utterly inadequate. Just over 2 months ago, she had deemed him a waste and had ordered a termination of their engagement. Yet he had now become a prominent figure within the sect, his cultivation level matching her own, a reality that was difficult to accept in such a brief period. Lu Xian, just how much potential do you possess? Could it be that I was entirely mistaken? No, I shall not allow you to surpass me. I absolutely will not. Shangguan Yin'er vowed silently. After she turned to leave, Lu Xian glanced in her direction, only to find she had already departed. Scratching his head, he muttered, I had intended to speak with her a bit more, perhaps to uplift her spirits. Alas, Lu Xian, come with me. Elder Fong instructed, his back turned as he slowly walked away, that Lu Xian followed, arriving at the elder's elegant retreat in the back mountain. Chapter 49. Transition to spear techniques to AT this moment. Lu Xian was uncertain of Elder Fong's intentions. Feeling somewhat perplexed, shortly after, Elder Fong emerged from the dwelling holding a short staff. Its appearance was rather ordinary, yet it bore intricate carvings and sigils that occasionally shimmered with a faint glow. Just from a glance, Lu Xian knew this was no mere short staff. However, he was puzzled as to why Elder Fong had produced this iron rod. Curiously, he inquired, "What is this?" "This is the demon-slaying golden spear, a top-tier 9th-grade artifact. When activated, all its sigils unleash power equivalent to a low-grade 6th-tier weapon, possessing formidable lethality against demonic entities, inflicting damage comparable to a mid-grade 3rd-tier weapon," Elder Fong explained as he casually tossed it. The short staff spun in the air a few times before it began to morph, the sigils igniting, emanating a brilliant blue light that flared at both ends, revealing the spearhead and tail in an instant. The fully formed spear stretched a remarkable 9 feet long, with its diameter adjustable to the size of the user's hand. "Give it a try," Elder Fong encouraged, "but I am not proficient with spear techniques." Lu Xian hesitated. After all, he had never wielded a spear before. During his time in the outer sect, he had merely sat in meditation, and only after learning the sword techniques had he begun to explore weaponry. This sudden shift to using a spear left him at a loss. Elder Fong had anticipated such a scenario, thus he tossed over a manual detailing spear techniques. The demon-slaying spear technique. Lu Xian opened it, astonished to find it was indeed a premier martial technique. Paired with the demon-slaying golden spear, it could exponentially amplify its power. This was undeniably a splendid gift, leaving Lu Xian both elated and somewhat flustered. As he absorbed the contents into his mind, he quickly began practicing the basics. Gaining a rough understanding, Lu Xian started to wield the spear, gradually mastering the spear techniques. Initially, he could only execute 3 or 4 thrusts smoothly. But soon the connections became increasingly fluid, allowing for even more intricate control. After 3 hours of practice, Lu Xian had honed the spear technique to a proficient level. Observing this achievement, Elder Fong nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, spear techniques suit you far better. Compared to the sword, your spear skills are more agile and align perfectly with your thought process. From now on, you shall switch to using the spear." "But why would you bestow such a precious artifact and technique upon me?" Lu Xian could not help but voice his curiosity. After all, it seemed inappropriate to accept such a generous gift without having earned it, but if others were to learn of this, they might suspect Lu Xian had engaged in underhanded dealings to gain such favor. In response, Elder Fong stated, "Do not concern yourself with the opinions of others. There is a reason I am entrusting this to you. The sect competition is not your ultimate goal. Regardless of whether you rank in the top 10, you are destined to become my direct disciple. The subsequent struggle for the celestial estate is what you should truly prioritize." "But Elder, I do not understand. If I do not place in the top 10, how can I qualify to vie for the celestial estate?" Lu Xian queried with curiosity. "You need not worry about this, that if you possess the ability to enter the top 10, you can directly represent us. However, should you fail to secure a spot, you may still accompany me, for I possess a special quota bestowed by the sect leader," Elder Fong elucidated. Upon hearing the mention of the sect leader, Lu Xian nodded, choosing not to delve further. After all, the elders believed that the mysterious figure from his dreams was none other than the sect's leader. If Lu Xian were to inquire too much about the leader, it might raise suspicions, and his pretense would become untenable. Seeing that Lu Xian had no further questions, Elder Fong waved him off. "Return now, and I hope to witness a performance that astonishes me once again in the competition 5 days hence." "Yes, disciple takes leave," Lu Xian said, bowing respectfully before departing. Upon returning to his quarters, he found Zhao Wuling still immersed in his cultivation, his aura increasingly profound, suggesting he was nearing a breakthrough. However, a layer of special protection surrounded him, making it impossible to discern his exact realm. Noting Zhao Wuling's diligent efforts, Lu Xian refrained from wasting time and promptly began to assess the cultivation progress of his fellow disciples, though I hadn't expected someone would be overexerting themselves at this hour. "Let me see who it is," Lu Xian scrutinized carefully, only to be surprised by the discovery that the one pushing themselves to the limit was none other than his former fiancée. Shangguan Yin'er. At this moment, Shangguan Yin'er was in a specialized training chamber, utilizing secret methods to create a space with a time differential from the outside world, allowing her to cultivate at a ratio of at least 1 to 3. No wonder she was overexerting herself. She was essentially pushing her body's capabilities to the brink. Nevertheless, Lu Xian felt a sense of admiration for Shangguan Yin'er's diligence. Sighing, he remarked, "With such high talent and yet such hard work, I almost feel embarrassed to draw from your progress. Perhaps I shall leave you be for now." There are plenty of others. That he then shifted his focus back to the others, especially Lin Luo, who had ingested a high-grade cultivation pill that could increase his training speed tenfold. This would undoubtedly impose significant strain on his body, and should any missteps occur during his cultivation, it could lead to irreversible damage rather than merely stagnating his progress. "This kid is quite ruthless. It seems he intends to thoroughly defeat me in the competition." Lu Xian smirked, then promptly began to siphon off Lin Luo's cultivation progress, delicately peeling away layers of his efforts unnoticed. Come the competition, you're in for quite the show." After a thorough observation, Lu Xian decided to concentrate all his cultivation progress on himself. Having already incurred substantial losses previously, he could not afford to waste any more time. With continuous absorption and enhancement, his mastery of the demon's subduing spear technique reached a proficient level. However, to attain a higher level of mastery would require an excessive amount of cultivation progress, which Lu Xian chose to conserve instead, opting to elevate some of his core techniques. The enhancement of his own cultivation was of utmost importance. Insufficient personal cultivation would inevitably limit the application and efficacy of his techniques. The same technique wielded by practitioners of varying cultivation levels would yield vastly different results. As 5 days passed, both Lu Xian and Zhao Wuling remained utterly still. Of course, Lu Xian lay comfortably, resting and recuperating, while simultaneously enhancing his cultivation, whereas Zhao Wuling diligently circulated his techniques, refining his body. Chapter 50. On the arena, as the 5 days gradually slipped away, Lu Xian found his cultivation elevated to a level he himself could scarcely believe. He feared that if he were to step outside at that moment, others would assume he had genuinely delved into some sinister cultivation method. Zhao Wuling slowly opened his eyes, his aura restrained, to the point that even Lu Xian could not discern his current level. Yet the aura emanating from him was decidedly ethereal. "Brother Lu, throughout these 5 days, I have sensed an odd fluctuation of spiritual energy within this room. I did not expect your cultivation to experience such a significant breakthrough. Congratulations," Zhao Wuling remarked with a faint smile, as if he could see through everything. Lu Xian's heart sank, astonished. "He can actually perceive my cultivation? Could it be that his level surpasses mine?" This fellow was likely far more formidable than he had imagined. He had thought his own rapid ascent in cultivation progress was extraordinary, only to discover that he was in the presence of someone who had cultivated at an even swifter pace. In response to Zhao Wuling's praise, Lu Xian humbly smiled. "Brother Zhao's cultivation is the true marvel. I find myself feeling inadequate in comparison." The two exchanged smiles before making their way to the main venue, where all disciples had already gathered. This assembly was not only to determine the candidates for core disciples, but more importantly, to select the top 10 who would compete for a chance at the immortal estate. Consequently, every disciple with the opportunity was fully committed, seizing every possible chance. Upon arriving at the venue, Lu Xian sensed multiple gazes fixated upon him, and not a few at that. A glance around revealed that the core disciples had evidently marked him as their primary adversary. In the sky, 5 beams of light appeared, heralding the arrival of 5 elders, while the 10 elders had been waiting for some time. Once everyone was present, Elder Zhao began to announce the rules of the competition. "Today marks the 997th sect competition of Tianxian sect. The rules are quite straightforward. The lower ranked may challenge the higher ranked without refusal. The higher-ranked must maintain their position by winning 10 consecutive challenges. Should they initiate a challenge against a lower-ranked individual, they must not fall below 10 ranks and must secure victory within 20 moves. Otherwise, it will be considered a loss. Winning 5 consecutive matches will preserve their ranking. A win from an active challenge counts as 2 wins from being challenged, and each individual may compete a maximum of 12 times. Should a lower-ranked individual win, they assume the rank of the challenged. After advancing in rank, they must win 3 matches against those ranked no lower than 10 positions above them to solidify their new standing that if one consecutively challenges higher ranks and achieves more than 3 advancements. The last victory will be the determining factor. Now, I officially declare this sect competition open. The crowd erupted in cheers, with all disciples bubbling with excitement. Even those not participating were filled with enthusiasm, as though they were about to take the stage themselves. There were 5 arenas within the venue, each hosting 10 participants at a time. Only core and inner disciples, totaling 85, were eligible to compete. Lu Xian refrained from being the first to step up, choosing instead to observe the duels of his fellow disciples, finding it quite interesting to familiarize himself with their techniques and the ambience of the competition. However, none of the top 10 core disciples had taken the stage yet, and their gazes were unmistakably fixed upon one individual, clearly awaiting something. It seems everyone has high expectations of me, waiting for my appearance. Lu Xian thought with a faint smile as he made his way to the central arena, which had yet to be occupied. With a graceful leap, he ascended the arena, surveying the core disciples gathered around. Summoning the demon-subduing spear to his hand, he swept the spear's tip, announcing, "It seems my senior brothers have been waiting for me. Let us begin with this esteemed brother." He casually pointed to one individual. Ranked 20th. The male disciple soared into the arena, landing with a long spear in hand, a smug smile adorning his face. "Let me witness the prowess of Brother Lu." Lu Xian did not select this opponent at random. He sought a fellow spear wielder to test the adequacy of his own spear technique. Inner disciple Lu Xian. "May I ask how to address you, senior brother?" Lu Xian inquired with a courteous gesture. "I am Li Mu, ranked 20th among the core disciples," the male disciple replied. "The spear I wield is the demon-subduing golden spear, a top-tier 9th-grade weapon, measuring 9 feet in length and weighing 399 pounds. Lu Xian introduced his weapon. My weapon is the purplewood gale spear, also a top-tier 9th-grade weapon, 8 feet 7 inches long and weighing 218 pounds. Li Mu reciprocated, having acquainted themselves with each other's weapons. Both disciples simultaneously elevated their auras to their zenith. When did Lu Xian acquire a top-tier 9th-grade weapon? He is merely an inner disciple. How could he be afforded such treatment? Lin Luo grumbled. Clearly displeased. Given Lu Xian's performance, he must have received some extraordinary rewards. He continued. Lin brother, you often shirk your duties. Do not harbor envy and resentment. Sister Lu Yun chimed in with a chuckle. He merely obtained a weapon. I have had my share of such weapons. You are showing undue favoritism towards this lad. Lin Luo retorted, somewhat disgruntled. Haha, say what you will if you are confident. Step forward and defeat him. Otherwise, all your words are but empty noise. Sister Lu Yun attempted to provoke Lin Luo. Despite his irritation, Lin Luo took a moment to collect himself, displaying a newfound maturity, perhaps due to having faced defeat at Lu Xian's hands before. He resolved to observe for a while before acting dead on the arena. Both disciples had elevated their auras to their peak, ready to unleash their formidable energies. However, Lu Xian remained somewhat restrained, not revealing his full strength. Brother Lu has remarkably advanced to the second layer of the core formation within just 5 days. Truly astonishing, Li Mu praised, while his own aura peaked at the second layer, subtly hinting at an impending breakthrough to the third layer. Yet still unable to cross that threshold, did I say, Brother Fong, your conduct is somewhat lacking in fairness. Elderly expressed his discontent. Why is that? Elder Fong feigned ignorance. Brother Fong, I recall that spear was a gift from our master, enhanced with his runes, that I never expected you would bestow it upon that lad Lu Xian. Indicating you hold him in high regard, Elder Qing remarked with a smile. Let us see what further surprises this young man can unveil. Elder Zhao said, stroking his white beard, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the arena. However, this breeze was not of natural origin. It emanated from Li Mu, enveloping the entire venue as if the arena had transformed into his dominion. entirely under his control. Here, the power of the wind would be wholly mastered by Li Mu, he employing a wind-based technique. Lu Xian mused quietly. Wind array, flow of the four directions, Li Mu bellowed. From the four corners of the arena, a fierce wind surged forth, forming four barriers to isolate Lu Xian within. Chapter 51. The overlooked great sword. As the wind array gradually constricted, remaining idle would surely lead to suffocation. Lu Xian refused to remain stagnant. Shaking his spear, he let the runes emit a faint blue glow. Demon subduing spear technique, third form. Break wind demon. In an instant, countless spear shadows shot forth, piercing through the wind walls, swiftly shattering them. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xian charged forward. Break through my wind array in an instant. Brother Lu is indeed extraordinary, Li Mu remarked with a faint smile, yet he felt no pressure. Clang, clang, clang. The two spears clashed continuously, with Lu Xian's technique being more robust and powerful, seeking greater variations of direct assault, while Li Mu's approach was more agile, his spear moving with the wind, each strike imbued with rapid gusts. Finding angles for side attacks, the contrasting offensive styles rendered both combatants' energies distinctly different. Gradually, Lu Xian began to gain the upper hand, retracting the spear shadows, condensing spiritual power along the spear shaft, enveloping the tip in a blue glow. Demon subduing spear technique, sixth form, swift kill. A surge of overwhelming power surged forth in an explosive manner. Although the move was apparent, evading it proved to be an arduous task. Li Mu understood all too well that choosing to dodge this strike would exponentially increase his chances of injury, at least threefold. Conversely, confronting the challenge head-on might afford him an opportunity to triumph. Therefore, he stood resolute, elevating his spiritual energy to its zenith, while the winds around him converged upon the spear, manifesting hundreds of spear phantoms that coalesced into a singular point, countering Lu Xian's might. Boom, boom, boom. The moment their forces collided, a tremendous explosion ensued, the sonic shockwave compelling all disciples present to cover their ears as the dust settled. Both combatants remained steadfast in their positions. The arena utterly shattered, with charred remnants starkly visible. Such terrifying power. The energy encapsulated within that spear technique was astonishing, unbelievable. Both individuals were formidable, yet who emerged victorious? Undoubtedly, it was senior brother Li Mu. Just observe his calm demeanor. He seems unscathed, while Lu Xian has already retreated to the edge of the arena. Speculations regarding the outcome of this duel ran rampant among the spectators, each one eagerly anticipating the result. After a brief moment, Lu Xian gradually retracted his long spear, taking a few steps forward, and with a respectful bow, expressed, "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. Today's battle has been immensely enlightening." Hearing these words, many disciples concluded that Li Mu must have triumphed. For Lu Xian had no need to utter such sentiments otherwise. This was evidently the language of a defeated opponent. Indeed, senior brother Li Mu has won. Haha, I knew that the inner disciples could never rival us. It's utterly laughable. Cheers erupted among the core disciples, all celebrating Li Mu's victory. Observing the smiles adorning their faces, Lu Xian found the situation amusing, but chose not to comment further, remaining on the stage without an intention to descend. Meanwhile, Li Mu remained motionless, appearing as if frozen in place. Eventually, someone noticed the anomaly. Li Mu's master, Elder Qian, stepped forward with a furrowed brow. Alas. Elder Qian sighed, channeling a wave of spiritual energy into Li Mu's body, then producing a blood-replenishing pill, which he dissolved with his energy and infused into Li Mu through his third EYE. That moment, the once arrogant core disciples were rendered speechless. The situation had unfolded entirely contrary to their expectations. They had presumed Li Mu was victorious, only to discover he had suffered a crushing defeat, utterly incapable of mounting a defense. Elder Qian then turned to Lu Xian, offering a respectful bow. "Thank you for refraining from further strikes. Brother Fong, you must have seen clearly now," Elder Qingyun interjected unexpectedly. Elder Fong nodded, replying slowly. This young man Lu Xian not only refrained from attacking further, but even tempered his own strength at the final moment of that strike. Otherwise, Li Mu would have likely been rendered incapacitated. Indeed, it is astonishing that he can wield his spiritual energy with such mastery. Elderly remarked, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he began to worry for his disciple. Haha, I knew this lad would be fine. Indeed. Elder Wang chuckled heartily, brimming with pride. The four elders cast him simultaneous glances, creating an awkward atmosphere. Following this battle, Lu Xian claimed his first victory, instilling a sense of intimidation among all disciples. Those he challenged would likely harbor trepidation and uncertainty henceforth. This psychological impact proved to be remarkably potent. The central arena sustained damage and was temporarily out of commission, scheduled for repairs before resuming activities. After a 10-minute interval, the arena was fully restored. Liu Xian returned to the stage, directing his gaze towards the core disciples, and nonchalantly gestured with the spear's tip. May I have the honor of learning from this esteemed sister? This time, Lu Xian chose a female disciple not out of a desire to prey on the weak, but because she emanated a fierce aura and possessed a palpable thirst for battle. Thus, it seemed fortuitous to indulge her. Core disciple number 15, Lu Sue. The female disciple gracefully descended, announcing her name. Sister Lu, do not hold back. Come at me with your full strength, Lu Xian proclaimed with a respectful gesture. Boom! A colossal sword descended from the heavens. That it was hard to fathom that such a seemingly delicate woman wielded a weapon of such immense size. The sword appeared to be at least 7 to 8 meters in height. Truly formidable, Lu Sue's spiritual energy propelled this sword, known as the Golden Palace, a high-grade weapon of the 9th tier, an impressive weapon. Sister, you possess remarkable audacity, Lu Xian remarked, genuinely admiring the sword, especially considering the rarity of a female disciple wielding such an armament. However, attacking with such a massive sword would likely prove cumbersome and unwieldy. Liu Xian felt no apprehension, sensing that this battle would be even easier to win than the last. Just as Lu Xian entertained this thought, Lu Su let out a cold chuckle, warning, do not underestimate my Golden Palace, or you shall suffer greatly. Boom. In an instant, the Golden Palace began to spin at an astonishing velocity, unleashing a streak of golden light towards Lu Xian. Fortunately, the sword did not strike at him directly. Its speed and agility were nothing short of remarkable. Haha, Sister Lu's swordsmanship has grown increasingly formidable. The disciples cheered, convinced that Lu Xian would soon face hardship. I bet Sister Lu will win. She has received Elder Li's guidance and possesses the cultivation of the 3rd tier of the Golden Core. The core disciples brimmed with confidence in Lu Sue, believing Lu Xian would be unable to withstand her onslaught. Brother Lu, if you can see, my swordsmanship far exceeds your expectations. That if you wish to concede, now is the time, Lu Sue advised. Concede. Lu Xian replied with a faint smile. Sister, you are overthinking it. Let me witness more of your prowess. Very well, then I shall not hold back. Lu Sue's gaze shifted, and a unique aura enveloped her, as though she wielded an ethereal golden sword. With a swift motion, a golden beam shot forth towards Lu Xian. Yet before him, it came to a halt, expanding into a barrier that shielded him. Observing this, Lu Xian remained unfazed, channeling his energy into a forceful dash forward. Piercing through the barrier effortlessly. Crash! Lu Sue pointed her finger, commanding the Golden Palace to double in size once more, crashing down with tremendous force that Liu Xian quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the sword's descent. I did not anticipate such a transformation. This is intriguing. Illusion Array. Lu Sue shifted her strategy, the golden radiance emanating from the sword enshrouding the arena. When Lu Xian opened his eyes, he found himself in an entirely vacuous realm, devoid of any discernible surroundings or Lu Sue's presence. It was an exceedingly perilous situation. Without sight of his opponent, he could not mount a counterattack, flailing about like a headless fly. Furrowing his brow, Lu Xian concentrated his spiritual energy upon the spear. 7 style of demonic suppression spear technique. Break the demon array. All his energy converged at the spear's tip, unleashing a straight, azure beam. Clang. The sound reverberated within the space, resonating with a dull thud. Suddenly, Lu Sue's voice emerged, dripping with confidence. Brother Lu, do not waste your efforts. The illusion array created by my Golden Palace is not so easily shattered. With only the 2nd tier of Golden Core cultivation, your struggles are in vain. Liu Xian did not respond. Instead, he repeatedly thrust his spear toward the same spot. Bang! Crack! What? The barrier of the illusion array began to fracture, subsequently collapsing. Liu Xian returned to reality, observing his surroundings unchanged, while Lu Siyue's golden palace bore a visible mark of damage. At that moment, she was filled with indignation and fury. "You dare harm my golden palace? I shall no longer hold back." Golden Thunder Sword Seal. Dozens of golden sword lights cascaded down, forming a natural cage that ensnared Lu Xian within. "Remarkable! She can unleash the Golden Thunder Sword Seal," an elder exclaimed in astonishment. "Junior Brother Li, your disciple is impressive. She can execute this technique with such stability at the third tier of Golden Core," Elder Fong praised. Indeed. It is merely luck. Upon accepting her as a disciple, I discovered her exceptional understanding of the overbearing sword. Perhaps this is the path she is meant to tread," Elder Li replied, his joy evident. Though he feigned modesty, Elder Li's face betrayed his pride. She is indeed a promising talent, capable of wielding the overbearing sword's might to such an extent. Lu Siyue holds great potential to become the foremost sword practitioner of the Tianxian sect. Zhao Yuanlao nodded slightly, acknowledging Zhao Shixiang's flattering words. Although she possessed some innate talent, when it came to the pinnacle of the Tianguanzong's swordsmanship, it was undoubtedly her subordinate. Wuxuan Li Yuanlao clasped his hands together. And at this moment, Lu Siyue exuded confidence, channeling her spiritual energy to a higher level. With a smile, she declared, "Now is the time for you to experience my might." End guard. Crackling. The golden lightning energy intertwined, fusing into a magnificent golden thunder dragon that ensnared Lu Xian. Observing this, it seemed that Lu Xian truly had no means to break free now. "Bravo! Sister Lu is indeed formidable. Teach him a lesson." Many voices echoed with ridicule, as they had long harbored disdain for this young man, convinced of his impending defeat. Yet Lu Xian remained unfazed, his gaze fixed ahead, unperturbed by this attack. Just a thunder dragon, he thought, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he devised a countermeasure. What was he planning? It was unclear, and it appeared somewhat peculiar. Perhaps he would surprise us all. The elders could not discern Lu Xian's intentions at this moment. But his relinquishing of the spear left them utterly baffled. Some disciples even speculated that he had surrendered. After all, such a technique was not something he could easily counter, and conceding was not out of the question. However, while they pondered this, Lu Xian conjured a crimson wind dragon using his own spiritual energy. What? Everyone was taken aback, utterly astonished by the nature of Lu Xian's technique. "I apologize, Sister Lu," Lu Xian said with a slight smile, amplifying his power once more. The wind dragon grew even more formidable, its momentum overpowering the thunder dragon. Secret technique. Infernal wind dragon break. Boom, boom, boom. The wind dragon surged forth in a frenzied manner, barreling toward Lu Siyue, leaving her with no means of evasion. Despite her efforts to marshal her strength, even placing the Jinkei shield before her, a sense of dread enveloped her. Ah! The razor-sharp blades inflicted countless cuts upon Lu Siyue. Moments later, the thunder dragon disintegrated entirely, and Lu Siyue fell to her knees, drenched in blood, utterly devoid of the capacity to resist. The much-anticipated Lu Siyue had been so effortlessly defeated, with a casual flick of his wrist. Lu Xian once again grasped the Fumo golden spear to at this moment. Fang Yunlao's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing. This young man has independently comprehended the final move of the Fumo spear technique. Such talent is truly astonishing. Brother Fang, did you personally impart the infernal wind dragon break to him in these 5 days? Li Yuanlao inquired, furrowing his brow. Fang Yuanlao shook his head, chuckling, "Not at all. He comprehended it on his own, that I have not taught him a single move, merely handed him the spear manual." "Is that so?" Li Yuanlao was utterly stunned, incredulity washing over him as he swallowed hard. Could it be that this young man not only mastered the Fumo spear technique within 5 days, but also synthesized all the moves to grasp its essence and comprehend the infernal wind dragon break? Indeed, what a formidable young man. Though it sounded implausible, Lu Xian had indeed achieved it. During those 5 days, he had been asleep, yet in his dreams, he consistently unearthed insights from the practice of spear techniques. Finally, on the 5th day, he discerned the amalgamation of each unique point, culminating in a new technique. This was Lu Xian's extraordinary aptitude for comprehension. With the second victory, Lu Xian bore not a single scratch. Chapter 53. A draw following this latest triumph. No one dared to underestimate Lu Xian any further. Just as the crowd believed he would opt for a more stable path of advancement, Lu Xian unexpectedly pointed toward the fifth-ranked core disciple, Lu Yun, respectfully stating, "Sister, I wish to seek your guidance on your esteemed skills." "How intriguing. Let us see what you can do," Lu Yun replied, gracefully rising and stepping onto the arena. Each stride blooming with ethereal purple lotus blossoms that illuminated the stage, casting it in a vibrant hue. Observing her grand entrance, Lu Xian felt a twinge of envy. Above, Wang Yuanlao turned to Qin Yuanlao beside him, saying, "Sister, this young man is challenging your prized disciple. What are your thoughts? If Lu Yun were to lose, today would surely become quite entertaining." "Brother, you underestimate my disciple far too much," Qin Yuanlao retorted, visibly displeased. "Ha ha ha, merely jesting," Wang Yuanlao replied with an awkward laugh down on the stage. Lu Xian positioned his spear to the side and addressed Lu Yun, "Please, sister, unleash your full strength. It would be unfortunate to injure you." Lu Yun summoned her energy, transforming it into a spiritual sword, and smiled. "Young man, are you that confident?" Lu Xian smiled slightly, replying, "Merely a reminder." Subsequently, Lu Yun elevated her spiritual energy, revealing her cultivation at the third layer of the Jidan stage. Surpassing Lu Xian's current level, the onlookers believed that this time, Lu Xian had indeed encountered a formidable opponent and was certain to lose that, oh dear, such audacity to challenge Sister Lu Yun. "Sister, please teach this young man a proper lesson. Indeed, let him understand the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Do not allow his arrogance to persist." Among the core disciples, some who supported Lu Xian wished for him to be swiftly defeated. After all, having already lost 2 core disciples in succession had tarnished their pride, and this time, Lu Xian was challenging one of the finest among them, further heightening their desire to avoid a defeat. As the competition commenced, both parties locked eyes, neither willing to make the first move. However, after a brief stalemate, Lu Yun remarked, "Since you are unwilling to strike, I shall not hold back." Lotus Blossom Sword Technique. With a single thrust, 12 lotus blossoms formed from condensed spiritual energy circled Lu Xian, encasing him within their grasp. The potential devastation, if these 12 blossoms detonated, was unfathomable. He had to eliminate them swiftly, lest the consequences be dire. Recognizing the urgency, Lu Xian leaped, thrusting his spear toward the 12 lotus blossoms in rapid succession, detonating their power before they could explode, all while skillfully evading their onslaught. Having dispelled the lotus blossoms, he accelerated toward Lu Yun, the spear's tip trailing behind, igniting a fierce flame that left a visible mark upon the ground. With merely 10 paces remaining, Lu Xian leapt into the air. Holding the spear aloft with both hands, channeling his spiritual energy into the spear, he roared, "Behold my spear! Fumo spear technique. Third move. Shattered mountains and rivers." What immense pressure! The power coalescing within this thrust compelled Lu Yun to take heed. Raising her sword to counter, a barrier of lotus energy forming before her while unleashing a wave of purple sword energy. Boom! The two forces collided, erupting into an overwhelming display of might, sending shockwaves throughout the arena. The surrounding area trembled, a gust of wind sweeping through, affecting numerous disciples. Such formidable power! I never anticipated it would reach this level. Senior Lu Xian is truly impressive. Even when facing someone of a higher realm, he remains so composed. Yet observe, Sister Lu Yun still holds the upper hand. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yun remained firmly planted, her immediate area untouched, while Lu Xian had retreated several steps, bearing several bloodied wounds from Lu Yun's sword energy. In light of this, it was evident that Lu Yun had indeed triumphed in that exchange. High above, Qin Yuanlao appeared quite satisfied. "Ah, this is the correct outcome. It seems you not only imparted the art of seduction to Lu Yun, but also the essence of the Lotus Blossom sword technique. Her mastery has reached an advanced level. Lu Xian is truly in peril this time," that Li Yuanlao remarked, although he had previously held high hopes for Lu Xian and wished to take him on as a disciple. However, having been thwarted, coupled with his own disciples being injured by Lu Xian, he now sought to suppress Lu Xian, hoping to temper his ambition lest he bring further embarrassment. Yet, even in this moment, Lu Xian remained calm and composed, smiling as he said, "Sister, your skills are indeed remarkable. You have managed to wound me, Isn't it, junior brother Lu, that you asked me not to hold back? Why do you seem to imply that I am at fault? Lu Yun teased. Liu Xian shook his head. Not at all. I am not blaming you, but rather, it is precisely as it should be that if you were to hold back, I would not be able to unleash my true strength. So do be careful. With that, Lu Xian charged forward with remarkable speed, a fierce aura emanating from the tip of his spear. It was palpable that this technique was anything but ordinary, prompting Lu Yun to heighten her vigilance. Condensing her sword energy, attempting to seize the initiative, Lu Yun chuckled lightly, slicing through the air with her sword. The sword light was frigid, the purple sword energy slicing through the air in rapid succession. While Lu Xian launched his attack, he deftly evaded. The spear surged forth like a dragon, a single strike that shattered all. Boom! A beam of light gradually coalesced at the tip of the gun, then surged forward, its aura intensifying with an increasingly searing heat. The moment she sensed the impending danger, Lu Yun dared not be careless, swiftly unleashing a series of lotus sword energies. Petal after petal formed a protective barrier before her, intent on neutralizing Lu Xian's formidable power in advance. Yet at that instant, a scorching beam erupted from the point of convergence. Boom! 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 The terrifying explosive force ignited a colossal mushroom cloud, leaving the arena utterly obliterated, reduced to mere ashes. Even more alarmingly, a vast pit was left in its wake. At this moment, Lu Yun hovered in the air, blood trickling down her arm and dripping slowly from the sword's blade. Lu Xian, too, found himself retreating in a somewhat disheveled state, his body marred by numerous gashes inflicted by the lotus sword energies, with one particularly grievous wound to his abdomen, staining his garments with blood. How fortunate! Had I not promptly employed the secret technique of the lotus sword art, Lotus Fury, I would surely be rendered immobile by now. The mastery of Lu Shidi's marksmanship has truly reached an astonishing level. It is genuinely formidable. Lu Yun furrowed her brow deeply, feeling a sense of incredulity. That Liu Xian took a deep breath, suppressing the pain, and spoke. Senior sister, I concede. That cannot be deemed a loss. This round ends in a draw. Let us leave it at that. Thank you, senior sister. Chapter 54. The Mission of the Immortal Mansion. Wow! The arena erupted in astonishment. Lu Xian, with his cultivation at the second level of the Golden Core, had managed to draw with Lu Yun, who was at the third level. The disciples of the sect were taken aback, and even the 5 elders expressed their deep admiration, recognizing that Lu Xian had indeed provided them with ample surprises. As the grand competition continued, the disciples of the sect proceeded methodically, some having already devised their strategies. Some succeeded, others failed, resulting in varied outcomes. That as for Lu Xian, no one dared to challenge him lightly any longer. Although he did not strive for a spot in the top 10, his current position at 15th remained unassailable. The core disciples in the top 10 regarded Lu Xian's strength with apprehension. Throughout the Tianxian sect, Lu Xian had become a well-known figure, transforming from a laughingstock into a person of remarkable achievement. Many disciples began to discuss his arduous journey of cultivation, tirelessly pushing the boundaries of difficulty, earning their utmost admiration. With the conclusion of the sect competition, Lu Xian successfully ascended to the rank of core disciple, securing the 15th position. Elder Fong also fulfilled his promise, granting Lu Xian a chance to contend for the Immortal Mansion. The time remaining until the various sects vied for the Immortal Mansion was but a few days. Elder Fong specifically provided a great rejuvenation pill, allowing Lu Xian to swiftly restore his physical condition. In truth, the allocation of slots for the Immortal Mansion among the various sects was not fixed. It was determined by the higher-ups of each sect. Only those who met the requirements could participate. Otherwise, if one's cultivation and strength fell short, even attempting to join would be a mere waste of time. For in the contest for the Immortal Mansion, one could indeed lose their life. Should one perish in the secret realm of the Immortal Mansion, they would truly be lost. Over the millennia, countless exceptional disciples had vanished in pursuit of the Immortal Mansion. Strength was one factor, but luck was equally vital. The next day, Lu Xian was summoned by Elder Fong to a secluded residence in the back mountain. Liu Xian, do you know what the Immortal Mansion is? Lu Xian shook his head. Disciple is unaware. Elder Fong then waved his brush, crafting a few strokes that instantly merged and expanded into a scroll, revealing a spectacular scene. In the image, Vibrant landscapes unfolded, with myriad strange beams of light standing tall, accompanied by a sky resembling the aurora. Upon closer inspection, each unique light point revealed itself to be palatial structures. The exteriors of these buildings varied greatly in style, enveloped by different auras, some resembling wind, others ice, and some akin to thunder. Undoubtedly, these forces served as the protective barriers of the immortal mansion. Suddenly, figures appeared in the image, rushing toward the wind element's immortal mansion. The intricate and resplendent internal architecture was visible, alongside numerous skeletal remains and remnants of shattered walls that S1 delved deeper. Signs of destruction became increasingly evident. With weapons embedded in the barriers, the heart of the immortal mansion lay the most precious treasures and spiritual herbs, alongside a central control core that could be commandeered upon recognizing its master. Possessing the immortal mansion would grant its owner an extraordinary influx of spiritual energy during conflicts, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, even allowing for the storage of spiritual energy within the mansion for later use. Furthermore, the immortal mansion could serve as a magical artifact. If one could master its control, it could even obliterate a master at the 9th level of the Golden Core with a single strike. Gulp. After absorbing this detailed introduction, Lu Xian felt profoundly astonished. This artifact was undeniably the pinnacle of magical implements. It was no wonder so many sought to claim it. However, mastering the immortal mansion was no simple feat. The energy consumption was immense, and it could even backfire on those with insufficient cultivation. Thus, it was customary to occupy the mansion and integrate the sect's spiritual vein crystals into the core, using the sect's primordial power to activate the immortal mansion's operations. The treasures within would then be distributed among the disciples who participated in the contest. Yet this time, Elder Fong gazed earnestly at Lu Xian and commanded, "I hope you can independently control an immortal mansion. Only then will your cultivation be able to utterly surpass all peers, qualifying you to become the heir to the Tianxian sect, the heir to the sect leader." Lu Xian felt perplexed, wondering why he had suddenly been thrust into such a role. However, upon meeting Elder Fong's gaze, there was no room for doubt. Even though he remained unclear about the underlying reasons, Lu Xian did not hesitate. Elder Fong then elaborated, "This matter shall remain confidential. Once you reclaim an immortal mansion, do not disclose it to anyone, not even your most trusted confidants. Only you and I shall know of it. Otherwise, should it come to light, there may be those who harbor ill intentions toward you. Master implies that the immortal mansion could be seized by others. Indeed, should your celestial roots be severed, control of the immortal mansion could be wrested from you, leading to your demise. Disciples shall remember this." Lu Xian immediately grew solemn. This was no jest. Having been granted a second chance at life, he could not afford to perish so easily with the system in hand. He ought to assert dominance, not allow himself to be carelessly extinguished. However, Lu Xian felt a twinge of doubt. "Master, with so many vying for the immortal mansion, how am I to claim one for myself? I have located one of the most concealed immortal mansions. Previously, I discreetly observed a disciple who had ventured there, but due to that disciple's frail physique, I could not succeed. This opportunity is now yours." Elder Fong explained, suddenly gesturing as a wave of memory surged into Lu Xian's mind, making the image increasingly vivid, but he could sense that the immortal mansion depicted in the vision was indeed exceptionally peculiar. Smaller in size compared to others, radiating a dim glow and appearing more dilapidated at first glance, it seemed that even if discovered by others, they would not expend much effort in pursuing it. Upon witnessing such a situation, Lu Xian felt a surge of confidence. After nodding, he earnestly vowed, "Rest assured, Master, I will ensure the task is completed." Elder Fong regarded him with satisfaction, then cautioned, "In the coming days, focus on adjusting your condition. It would be ideal if you could master the demon-subduing gun art. The secret realm will be rife with demonic creatures, and powerful foes from the demon realm may also disrupt matters. Do not be complacent." "Understood." Lu Xian did not delay any further. He directly sat down in a meditative posture. However, it was not an earnest attempt at cultivation, merely a facade. Given the proximity, he would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away, and quickly glanced at Elder Fong's cultivation progress and martial techniques, eager to acquire a couple of them for future use. Fong Tiandao, level 3 of the Gui Su realm, with normal cultivation, There are still 5 hours remaining until the next breakthrough. Martial techniques. Perfected demon-slaying spear technique, perfected shumi palm technique, great perfection of the heavenly profound heart sutra, great perfection of the mountain river map command. Mastery of the wheel of fate technique, perfected soul control technique, proficient in the void technique. Chapter 55. The eve of departure. Upon observing Elder Fong's information, Lu Xian was astounded. The abundance of martial techniques and cultivation methods was simply overwhelming. Among them, the two that piqued Lu Xian's interest the most were the soul control technique and the wheel of fate technique, that if fortune favored him, he might soon find them to be of great utility. As the name suggests, the soul control technique enables one to dominate any entity possessing a soul. The wheel of fate technique, in turn, grants insight into the past and future, even allowing one to manipulate the strings of destiny. However, Lu Xian suddenly realized that Elder Fong's wheel of fate technique was incomplete, missing a crucial aspect to achieve perfection, and he currently had no means to remedy this. The fact that Elder Fong had cultivated a mastery despite the absence of such a significant component spoke volumes of his remarkable talent. After a brief period of contemplation, Lu Xian decided to incorporate the soul control technique into his repertoire, that he then acquired the wheel of fate technique, yet refrained from delving deeply into it for the time being, as it was a complex matter, and his cultivation was insufficient to support it. With a sigh, Lu Xian mused that his master was likely the most accomplished elder within the sect, among the other elders. Only Elder Zhao reached the second level of Gui Su, while the remaining 3 barely attained the first level. This led Lu Xian to harbor curiosity about the sect leader, as he had never encountered her, nor heard anyone mention her. Driven by curiosity, he could not help but inquire of Elder Fong, "Master, there is something I do not understand." "What is it?" Elder Fong assumed Lu Xian sought advice on cultivation matters and turned his full attention to him. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xian asked, "Master, I find it strange that I have never seen the sect leader make an appearance." Elder Fong sighed, seemingly recalling something disheartening. His gaze turned nostalgic before he explained. "There are matters you were previously unaware of which were inconsequential, but now that you have become my direct disciple and earned the acknowledgement of your senior sister, I shall confide in you. Rest assured, I will not disclose this to anyone outside," that Lu Xian quickly assured him, sensing the gravity of the secret. Noticing Lu Xian's astuteness, Elder Fong felt reassured and continued, "It is not that the sect leader does not wish to appear. Rather, she is currently unable to do so. Since the last conflict with the demonic sect, the Tianxian sect has suffered tremendous losses, and the fluctuations in the spiritual pulse have been extraordinary. To safeguard our foundation, she has had to use her physical form as a connecting base, allowing the Tianxian sect to remain surrounded by abundant spiritual energy. So, the sect leader has been within the Tianxian sect. In the spiritual pulse beneath this mountain?" Lu Xian inquired. "Indeed, she resides within the spiritual pulse and must wait until it is restored or until a suitable artifact can be found to replace her before she can depart. Otherwise, it will take at least 500 years for her to return." Elder Fong lamented. 500 years. "Is my sect leader akin to Sun Wukong?" Lu Xian exclaimed in astonishment. "What did you say?" Elder Fong failed to comprehend. "Oh, it is nothing," that Lu Xian, caught up in his excitement while recalling a story, quickly clarified. "What I meant to say is that the sect leader bears a heavy burden. Which is truly moving, that I once read a tale of a character who was similarly trapped for 500 years before he could leave, which resonated with me. Was that character also burdened by the fortunes of his sect?" "Well, in a sense, yes. He was the master of a mountain and a defier of heaven. An excellent tale. You must bring it to me one day for my appreciation." "Certainly I will," feeling that he might soon run out of plausible tales. Lu Xian hastily settled into a meditative position and ceased his chatter. Closing his eyes, he began to sense and absorb the continuous flow of cultivation progress surrounding him. The entire Tianxian sect had entered a fervor of cultivation due to Lu Xian's arrival. Meanwhile, in a training chamber, Shangguan Yin'er was pushing herself to cultivate under tenfold pressure, harboring intense dissatisfaction. "How infuriating! Why does that guy get to surpass me?" An elder promptly intervened, saying, "Disciple, do not be so hasty. Your current mindset is somewhat reckless, and such urgency will only harm yourself. Master, please do not concern yourself with me, that if I do not intensify my practice, I fear I will truly fall behind that guy." Shangguan Yin'er insisted obstinately. With a resigned sigh, the elder chose not to press further. She understood Shanghuan Yinu's character. Once hailed as the foremost talent among the new disciples, it was difficult for her to accept being surpassed by Lu Xian. Securing the 10th spot to enter the immortal estate had left her quite dissatisfied, feeling as though she had merely stumbled into good fortune. She was determined to prove herself through her own strength. Goodness, this woman is relentless. Her cultivation progress has skyrocketed several times over. Lu Xian shook his head. Observing Shanghuan Yinu's unwavering dedication, he felt a twinge of compassion. After a sigh, he spoke to the system. Let us ease up on Shanghuan Yinu. I will only take half of her cultivation progress. Simultaneously, other sects were preparing for the competition for the immortal estate. Aside from the Tianxian sect, the participating sects included the Huoyun sect, Sword God sect, Huangfeng sect, Shui Yun Pavilion, Mu Dao Valley, and Xingyi sect, making a total of 7 major sections. The Huoyun sect and Tianxian sect had a long-standing enmity, perpetually entangled in conflict, while the Tianxian sect maintained a good rapport with the Shui Yun Pavilion, often engaging in reciprocal assistance. Furthermore, the Xingyi sect was the most enigmatic of all. They participated in the immortal estate competitions with only 5 members each time, and their strength was top tier within the same realm, rendering their cosmic powers particularly difficult to contend with. While Lu Xian absorbed the cultivation progress to expand his strength, he listened attentively as Elder Fong occasionally shared important points to keep in mind. Only disciples below the 6th level of Jidan could enter the immortal estate's secret realm, which opened for only 10 days at a time, subsequently sealing for 30 years. Should one become trapped within, survival was nearly impossible. The magical beasts within were exceedingly formidable, and countless hidden mysterious forces lurked, rendering it perilous. Without sufficient strength, survival was utterly unattainable. And once the immortal estate closed, it would unleash terrifying pressure capable of reducing any lingering individuals to dust. As 7 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, Lu Xian's cultivation had reached the threshold needed for a breakthrough, with his soul control technique attaining mastery. Nevertheless, he chose to suppress his cultivation, refraining from an immediate breakthrough, preserving it as a trump card, while skillfully restraining his advancement. He could refine his spiritual power further while discreetly concealing the speed of his cultivation. Even though he had enhanced his physical aptitude, such an excessive pace could still arouse Elder Fong's suspicions. Chapter 56. Entering the secret realm, the time had come. The 7 major sects gathered at the entrance of the immortal estate's secret realm. Numerous disciples poised to enter the realm scrutinized one another's conditions. Lu Xian, what brings you here? Shanghuan Yinu exclaimed in surprise. It was Master who summoned me. Lu Xian replied so it was Elder Fong. That makes sense. I heard he has the authority to represent the sect leader, Sister Lu Yin remarked. Hearing that Lu Xian had been granted special treatment stirred some discontent among the onlookers. Despite knowing Lu Xian possessed considerable strength, Lu Yun's current rank had dropped to 8th place. It was common knowledge that she had been injured during a previous battle, which allowed others to surpass her. Yet, the top-ranking disciples still harbored grievances about Lu Xian's arrival. Lu Xian, do you understand how perilous this place is? Do not hinder us. Indeed, with your cultivation level, you might easily become a target. We do not have the luxury of assisting you. Everyone should remain vigilant. We should unite against external threats, not turn cold towards our own. Elder Zhao admonished them with a hint of anger. Though the others remained disgruntled, they dared not voice their dissent further. The elder brother, Si Feng, approached Lu Xian and said softly, Lu Xian, we have tasks to attend to during this expedition. Please take care of yourself, and if you encounter any issues, use this signal to inform me. I will do my utmost to assist you. Thank you, elder brother, Lu Xian replied, cupping his hands in gratitude. Ha ha! Suddenly, a burst of laughter echoed, and a group clad in crimson attire from the Fire Cloud sect approached with a slow, deliberate gait. Observing their garments and the fiery cloud insignia etched between their brows, it became apparent that they were indeed members of the Fire Cloud sect. The middle-aged leader, brimming with pride, exclaimed, Zhao Tiangang. It has been quite some time, hasn't it? You lie, I never anticipated your personal arrival this time. Evidently, your seclusion has yielded considerable advancements in your cultivation. Elder Zhao scrutinized the scene before him and chuckled. Indeed, I have now broken through to the 2nd layer of the returning ruins realm. I fear you no longer. Why you lie, with a sense of triumph, ignited a blaze of crimson flames in his right hand and remarked, in this contest for the immortal estate, it is not merely a clash between us. The true measure of capability lies in our disciples that my Tianqian sect shall undoubtedly seize control of the immortal estate before your fire cloud sect does. Elder Zhao spoke with unwavering confidence. Humph. Yu Lai scoffed, then turned to command his disciples behind him. Did you hear that? The Tianqian sect claims they will seize the immortal estate first. You know what to do. The disciples responded in unison, their spirits formidable. We shall ensure that the Tianqian sect returns empty-handed. At that moment, Yu Lai's gaze fell upon Lu Xian, and he couldn't help but chuckle. What is this? Has your Tianqian sect no one else? This lad appears so feeble. Merely at the second layer of the foundation establishment stage, he might very well perish at the hands of the beasts. Just as Elder Zhao was about to retort, Lu Xian interjected, Esteemed elder, perhaps you should worry about your own disciples instead. That who's to say my luck won't hold, and your precious disciple will be the first to fall prey to the beasts. You insolent! Yu Lai raised his hand, conjuring a sphere of flame, ready to strike. Yet he was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming aura of pressure from above that a black ink brush hovered ominously in the air. An elder Fong, with an expression as stoic as ever, calmly addressed Yu Lai. If you wish to avoid death here, retract your foolish flames. Gulping, Yu Lai reflected inwardly, recognizing the formidable might of Fong Tiandao from the Tianqian sect, which far surpassed his own. It would be wise not to provoke him. He quickly subdued his aura, but remained disdainful towards Lu Xian, stepping forward to admonish his disciples upon encountering this lad. Show no mercy. Understood. The members of the Fire Cloud sect affirmed, a murderous intent brewing within them. At that moment, another group approached, and as the Fire Cloud sect dispersed, this new contingent stepped forward to offer their greetings. These were all female disciples, their faces veiled, adorned in azure robes. The leader of this group nodded at Elder Fong, saying, Brother Fong, I trust you are well. Sister Qing Xian, it is imperative that we look out for one another during this venture. Indeed, brother, I hope we shall achieve fruitful results this time. Yes, preparations are underway. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the sky ahead, emanating peculiar fluctuations of spiritual energy. Everyone, it is time to act. With this proclamation, the leaders of the 7 sects infused their spiritual energy into the rift, which soon transformed into a passageway that a resonant voice cautioned. Listen closely, all of you. When the clock strikes the 10th hour of the day, should any of you fail to exit, your fate, life or death, will rest solely in the hands of destiny. We shall return in 30 years to collect your remains. Now, enter. The disciples of the 7 sects surged forward, eager to seize the opportunity to claim the immortal estate. Lu Xian was among the last to step inside. Surely, you all possess unwavering confidence in your disciples. Let us wager on this, Yu Lai proposed suddenly. A tiresome charade. What shall we wager? Some expressed disinterest while others were keenly engaged at why Yu Lai produced a small, exquisite box, declaring, Let us wager this, a core from the immortal estate. What? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Yu Lai smirked and elaborated. This is a fragment of a core from a destroyed immortal estate. While it cannot grant dominion over the estate, it can certainly aid in cultivation, enhancing one's prowess considerably. Should you win, you shall claim this core from my possession. What say you? A voice inquired. And what do you seek in return? Naturally, something of equal value. The loser shall relinquish all resources acquired during this endeavor. Yu Lai grinned, the flames in his hand flickering with anticipation. Do you truly lack confidence that your disciples will prevail? Elder Zhao inquired. Let us determine victory by the number of surviving disciples. Does your Tianqian sect dare to compete? Yu Lai cast a cunning glance at Elder Zhao. You seem to have plotted this well. Elder Zhao narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. With such a wager, my Xing'a sect is surely at a disadvantage. An elder from Xing'a sect protested. Such words do not reflect reality. Your Xing'a sect is formidable. Yet your disciples are few. Should you choose not to participate, I shall not compel you. Yu Lai replied. Even with only 5 disciples, my Xing'a sect can annihilate all yours. The elder from Xing'a sect retorted angrily. Very well, only one faction may emerge victorious. This shall prove quite intriguing. Elder Jianshen of the Sword God sect said with enthusiasm. Let us have at it. Elder Huang Feng of the Huang Feng sect echoed. Undeterred, that My Shuiyun Pavilion will advance and retreat alongside the Tianqian sect, Qing Xian stated. The Medaego has never feared anyone. You are all destined to fail, the elder from Medaego declared, his gaze icy and confident. At this moment, the figures within the secret realm began to reveal themselves in various locations that Liu Xian sought the location detailed on the map provided by Elder Fong. Chapter 57. The Horse-Faced Scorpion Demon at Last. They had entered the secret realm. Upon entering, Liu Xian beheld a multitude of floating lights, the nearest resembling a grand palace. The immortal estate itself. This realm was vast and open, with countless sprawling mountains. The destination obscured from view. The spiritual energy emanating from these immortal estates was remarkably dense. Furrowing his brow, Liu Xian felt the considerable pressure and immediately stilled his aura to avoid being disturbed by these fluctuations. The disciples from the 7 sects commenced their journeys toward their respective objectives. It was not their first venture into this realm. Each sect had brought along maps to ensure they could locate the most advantageous immortal estate to occupy. 10 days would be the optimal time frame to seize control of an estate. However, competition was inevitable. Only the victor could claim dominion. At that moment, a figure gracefully descended, addressing Liu Xian. "Junior brother, why do you linger? Would you care to accompany your sister on this mission?" "Sister Liu Yun, you aren't harboring a fondness for junior brother Liu, are you? Why are you so concerned with his actions? If you wish to take him along, that is beyond our jurisdiction. Sister Liu Yun, the master's mission is paramount. Let us not concern ourselves with him." Even Shangwan Yin'er ignored Liu Xian, showing no intention of collaboration. Liu Xian, unperturbed, had never intended to work with them. However, he graciously acknowledged Liu Yun's invitation, bowing slightly. "Thank you for your kind offer, sister. Yet my cultivation is still in its infancy, that I am merely here to tag along and shall not impose further, preferring to explore and map the area." "Very well." Then Liu Yun said, somewhat reluctantly departing. Once left unattended, Liu Xian promptly vanished from sight. He retrieved the map provided by Fong Tiandao, scrutinizing it carefully before comparing it to the surrounding environment. Finally identifying a promising direction. Nodding to himself, he remarked, "That must be the place. Let us investigate." Without hesitation, Liu Xian swiftly took to the skies, only to realize that despite his expectations of a quick discovery, it took him an entire day of flight to cover merely a third of the distance. With 2 more days needed to reach his destination, he sensed the presence of nearby individuals lurking in the shadows. Yet he could not ascertain whether these individuals intended to attack him. Their auras did not seem to hone in on Liu Xian, but the underlying strangeness kept him on high alert. After all, Fong Tiandao had mentioned the potential presence of demonic sect members in this realm, which could pose significant danger. That in such a place, one misstep could lead to dire consequences. After careful observation, Liu Xian slightly reduced his pace, adopting a more discreet approach to avoid disturbing the hidden strangers nearby while concealing his true intentions. Meanwhile, Shangwan Yin'er and her companions discovered a remarkably promising immortal estate, replete with abundant spiritual herbs and treasures. If they could secure control over it, it would undoubtedly yield immense wealth. However, just as they prepared to activate the core crystal for control, a sense of impending danger approached. The Fire Cloud sect had long set their sights on this immortal estate, intending to claim it for themselves. Ever since the great battle 300 years ago, your Tianxian sect should have been utterly annihilated. Today, you are but a fleeting shadow. What can you possibly compare with us of the Fire Cloud sect? "Prepare to perish," boasted the disciples of the Fire Cloud sect, as they gathered their spiritual power with arrogance. Preposterous. Flowing Melody, the elder sister, was decidedly displeased, and simultaneously unleashed a sword chi. However, the disciples of the Fire Cloud sect easily evaded it and instantaneously released a surge of fiery power, enveloping Flowing Melody and her companions in a searing aura. Due to the nature of the cultivation techniques practiced by Flowing Melody and her female disciples, which were imbued with frigid energy, they found themselves at a disadvantage against the Fire Cloud sect's techniques, their abilities hampered and rendering them ensnared in a dire predicament. These wretched individuals are not easy to deal with. Flowing Melody furrowed her brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. Thus, she discreetly conveyed the circumstances here to Si Feng, who was engaged in a struggle for the immortal mansion elsewhere. Upon receiving the news, Si Feng expressed surprise. He had not anticipated that the Fire Cloud sect would act so swiftly He immediately instructed several junior disciples to wait in place while he made haste toward Flowing Melody's location. Feng harbored feelings for Flowing Melody, but had suppressed them for the sake of his cultivation. Yet, when faced with a critical moment, he could not remain an indifferent bystander. It was precisely for this reason that he was so concerned when Flowing Melody paid special attention to Lu Xian. Meanwhile, Lu Xian had ventured deeper into the mysterious realm alone, where the number of visible figures dwindled and the atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre. Strange sounds occasionally echoed, possessing an enchanting quality. Fortunately, Lu Xian's resolve was unwavering. Otherwise, he would have found it exceedingly challenging to withstand the pressures of this place. Suddenly, a flash of white light flickered ahead, heightening Lu Xian's vigilance. Before he could ascertain the situation, he slowed his pace once more. At that moment, a colossal beast surged forth from a fissure ahead. What is this? Lu Xian was taken aback. It was something he had never encountered before. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a scorpion, yet bore the body of a horse in a humanoid form. A most peculiar creature. The beast soon detected Lu Xian's presence, its senses remarkably acute. With a flash of blue light in its pupils, it unleashed two beams of energy, sizzling. What the? Lu Xian instinctively rolled to evade, narrowly escaping this deadly assault. Gazing at the charred marks on the ground, he couldn't help but exclaim, "That was close, too close that a terrifying roar reverberated through the surroundings, drawing the attention of those lurking in the shadows." One among them frowned and reproached, "Which foolish individual has dared to provoke the beast here? That direction seems to be the nest that, if memory serves, that should be the lair of the horse-faced demon scorpion." The horse-faced demon scorpion is imbued with deadly poison, its shell formidable, and its cultivation level at least akin to the 9th stage of core formation, a troublesome adversary indeed. After a brief discussion, the group hastily vacated the vicinity, keen to avoid incurring significant trouble. Meanwhile, Lu Xian found himself entangled with this monstrous creature. At that moment, a figure clad in white unexpectedly collided with Lu Xian from behind, plunging into his embrace and clinging tightly. "What is this situation? Are you throwing yourself at me?" Lu Xian attempted to pry the individual away, but noticed a dampness on his hands. Upon closer inspection, he realized the woman had lost a substantial amount of blood and was in grave danger. What on earth is happening? Lu Xian pondered, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. However, now was not the time for contemplation. He needed to find a place to hide. Yet in the next instant, Lu Xian sensed a menacing presence looming overhead. Boom! In that moment, the terrifying tail of the scorpion crashed down, shattering the boulder against which Lu Xian had been leaning. The horse-faced demon scorpion, having detected Lu Xian, became even more exhilarated and lunged at him with fervor, in a desperate bid. Lu Xian could only clutch the mysterious maiden and channel his spiritual energy to flee at breakneck speed. As he ran, he also pulled out a map, desperately searching for an immortal mansion where he could seek temporary refuge. Along the way, some onlookers caught sight of him and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. "Did you see that? Just now a lad was seen carrying a woman in that direction. Isn't there a colossal beast following him? Indeed, it's unmistakable. Could it be that lad found a spirit beast here? I doubt it. Perhaps he is fleeing for his life. Why you seem to know so much? Because he's running towards us, you fool." In an instant, the disciples of that sect were engulfed in panic. Entirely unprepared to face such a monstrous assault, their hearts racing with anxiety. "What should we do? We can only run." They had been attempting to unlock an immortal mansion on the verge of success. But now, for the sake of survival, they had no choice but to abandon their efforts. Otherwise, they risked losing not only the mansion but their very lives. Hence, they sprinted alongside Lu Xian. "Fellow disciples, why are you all running together?" Lu Xian was startled by the sudden appearance of the pursuing group. The leader immediately retorted, "Isn't it obvious? You're the one who attracted that beast to us, causing our attempt to open the immortal mansion to be interrupted. Indeed, it's all your fault. What on earth is going on? If you don't clarify, I want to let you off." "Enough chatter, junior sister. Let us prioritize our escape." "Humph. I am the fastest in the Star River sect. Apologies, senior brothers, but I must take my leave." Suddenly, one disciple accelerated, surpassing all others and kicking up a whirlwind ahead. This speed was indeed impressive, inciting envy among onlookers. However, in the next moment, Another disciple disdainfully remarked. Don't think I'm unaware. Junior brother, you used the wind-chasing pill given by Uncle Bai, but the unfortunate truth is, I have one too. Soon, this disciple caught up with the one ahead. While Lu Xian marveled at the scene, another voice beside him erupted in indignation. How audacious! How dare you be so arrogant in front of the senior brother? A mere wind-chasing pill. You think I lack one? Watch closely. This is a premium wind-chasing pill. Whoosh! In an instant, the three figures vanished from sight. The two remaining individuals exchanged glances, feeling quite helpless. The female disciple on the left, somewhat embarrassed, said to Lu Xian, "Don't mind them. The three senior brothers just enjoy competing over these trivial matters." The female disciple on the right nodded in agreement. Indeed, their behavior is rather tiresome. However, the effects of the wind-chasing pill 1T last long. We'll see them again shortly. Considering the speed of that large fellow behind us, let us not dawdle. Lu Xian suggested that you're right. We should move ahead, Sister Lu. The female disciple on the right swiftly produced a magical artifact, instantly multiplying her speed. What? You actually obtained Master Wang's personal sword? The female disciple on the left exclaimed in astonishment, simultaneously feeling a mix of envy and dissatisfaction. However, before long, she arrogantly proclaimed, "What a pity. I also possess a Chinquan pill given by my master." Observing their various means of acceleration, Lu Xian felt somewhat overshadowed. However, he too had a plan up his sleeve. With a slight smile, he prepared to unveil his own secret weapon. It has time for you to shine. Before departing, Elder Fong had lent him a magical artifact, the celestial map. Sitting upon this map, Lu Xian quickly caught up with the five ahead. The earlier user of the wind-chasing pill began to slow down, astonished to find Lu Xian surpassing him. The two female disciples' artifacts also paled in comparison to Lu Xian's celestial map, leaving them behind. What? His artifact is even faster than ours. Oh dear. We can't let him outpace the Star River sect. Pursue him. Fortunately, Master had bestowed upon Lu Xian 3 wind-chasing pills, so he took the lead. How absurd. Junior brother, you only have 3 and dare to show off? I possess 6. What? Master is so biased. Watching them quarrel and consume pills in a frenzy to outpace one another, Lu Xian found the situation quite peculiar. The competition among fellow disciples was fierce, not even sparing such trivial matters. It sparked in him the desire to connect with the Star River sect. A sect so competitive could surely aid him in accomplishing his tasks more effectively. However, amidst their frenzied rivalry, they soon exhausted their pills and their artifacts required rest. Their spirit energy depleted, forcing them to slow down. Fortunately, when they glanced back, the horse-faced demon scorpion had vanished, presumably shaken off. Thus, the group ceased their contest, that I end this unfamiliar environment. They proceeded on foot. Suddenly, one person turned to Lu Xian and inquired, "Young brother, your attire suggests you are from the Tianxian sect, yet you've arrived at the second layer of core formation. Aren't you afraid of perishing here?" Upon hearing this statement, Lu Xian immediately became vigilant. Just moments ago, he had been preoccupied with racing against them, forgetting that they were not from the same sect. Here, even if it turned into a deadly struggle, there would be no repercussions once they left, and no one would demand accountability. Thus, he instinctively increased the distance, wary of getting too close. The leading disciple quickly reassured him, "Do not worry. We of the Xingha sect disdain engaging in such treacherous dealings as murder and plunder. We uphold the principle that strength prevails. Whoever is stronger rightfully claims what is theirs, that as long as you do not oppose us, we shall not threaten you. Given this, let us part ways," that Lu Xian replied. "Very well. Let us each go our separate ways," that young brother. You lured that monster here, interrupting our exploration. You owe us an explanation, don't you? If you simply walk away now, 1T, we have wasted our time. Observing that the 5 did not harbor malicious intent, yet were unwilling to let him leave, Lu Xian felt a sense of trouble brewing within him. That moment, an ominous premonition suddenly washed over him. Roar! A terrifying roar echoed nearby. The Ma Mian Moxia had once again caught up with them. Chapter 59. Temporary safety. Oh no, I just expended 70% of my artifact's spiritual energy to win against Sister Lu. Sister, why were you so reckless? I've already consumed all the elixirs given by our master. Ah, my wind-chasing pill. Where has it gone? It was only now that the gravity of the situation dawned upon them. The only viable course of action was to swiftly find a place to hide. Otherwise, facing a beast of this caliber would lead them to certain doom. Thud. The Mamiana pounced with incredible speed, spewing forth a stream of green venom. To be tainted by would spell certain death. Quick, defend! The five of them united their energies, casting a formidable defensive formation. Liu Xian had no choice but to set down the woman in his arms and join the protective array. Witnessing the surrounding mountains dissolve under the toxic spray, all six were engulfed in fear that we're doomed. Today, it seems we shall meet our end here. Brothers and sisters, I, Zhao Tianshan, am fortunate to share this fate with you. But if I could, I would cherish a moment with Sister Lu before my demise, and then I would die without regrets. Zhao Tianshan, do you wish to die right now? Sister Lu fumed, reprimanding him. Another disciple immediately voiced his discontent. Junior brother, you are being exceedingly disrespectful to your seniors. Within the Xingha sect, everyone knows that Lu Mingling is my Zhou Taoist woman. Bah, I have not acknowledged that matter. Lu Junior sister has always favored me. Wu Chengwang, Brother Wu, were your previous declarations of affection mere deceptions? Junior sister Lu Shui, all men are liars. You ought to believe it now, as the five bickered. It was astonishing how tangled their relationships had become. Liu Xian, listening from behind, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. That in such dire circumstances, they were still able to squabble so much that I say, should we not focus on dealing with this monster? Lu Xian suggested, stop talking so much. The five glared back at Lu Xian with fury. This incited Lu Xian's anger. Oh, I talk too much, do I? Nodding, he stepped forward to face Lu Mingling. Wu Qingwang's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, Brat, what are you doing? In this tense situation, the five were entirely preoccupied. Liu Xian, however, showed no restraint. Apologies, but something you have all been squabbling over. I shall claim first. With that, Lu Xian disregarded everything and planted a forceful kiss on her lips. He then approached Lu Shui and repeated the act. The two women instantly blushed, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. This incident left them quite distressed. The three male disciples, their anger boiling, could scarcely contain their desire to tear Lu Xian apart. Unbeknownst to Lu Xian, within the Xingha sect, if a female disciple shared physical intimacy with a male disciple, it constituted a binding pact to cultivate together, irrevocable in nature, why claiming both women as commitments in one fell swoop. Lu Xian incited envy in the other three, though they voiced many protests. They had never taken any decisive action. Years of painstaking endeavors had been usurped by Lu Xian's audacious claim, leaving them seething with rage. Ah, I must kill you first, Wu Qingwang declared, withdrawing his spiritual energy to attack Lu Xian. However, at that moment, Lu Mingling stepped protectively in front of Lu Xian, exclaiming, do not touch him. Wu Qingwang's fury escalated. Junior sister, you actually defend him. Lu Mingling resolutely replied, now that it has come to this, he is my man, that if you wish to kill him, you must first contend with me. Little sister Lu Shui concurred, indeed, if you three harbor any intentions, you must first face us. The three men were utterly stunned. They had not anticipated that on this outing, they would lose two female disciples. And to an outsider at that if they returned like this, they would surely be the laughingstock of the sect. Yet at that moment, the Mamianomo's venomous spray surged forth again. Leaving little time for contemplation, in such a predicament. Survival instinct kicked in at this juncture. Lu Xian suddenly sensed that they were nearing the location Elder Fong had mentioned. The Xinqing map began to flicker. It was said to be a treasure within the immortal abode, responding as they drew closer. Thus, lifting the white-clad woman from the ground, he declared, follow me. I know of an immortal abode nearby that we can enter. Brat, do not spout nonsense. If you lead us to our deaths, you shall not escape retribution even in the afterlife, Wu Qingwang bellowed. Come or go, I do not seek your approval. Lu Xian retorted. Wu Qingwang sighed. Choosing not to argue further, the group promptly followed Lu Xian, evading the Mamiano's attacks as they ventured deeper. However, upon arriving at the threshold of a barrier, they halted, hesitating as they watched Lu Xian pass through. Unsure whether to proceed, they were soon forced to reconsider as the Mamiano's closed in behind them. Delaying any longer might seal their fate. Liu Xian, puzzled, asked, what are you doing? Our master warned us that the red barrier leading deeper into the secret realm is perilous. If encountered, we must not enter, lest we lose our lives. Lu Mingling explained at a tea this moment. If you remain outside, can you survive? Trust me, Lu Xian urged. Yet they remained hesitant, believing that at least confronting the Ma Mian Xie might afford them a chance of survival. Roar! Just as the Ma Mian Xie let out a fearsome roar, they were forced to quickly retreat. They leaped in unison, breaching the red barrier. Boom! In that instant, the gigantic scorpion tail of the Ma Mian Xie descended. Had they hesitated even a moment longer, they might have bid farewell to this world entirely. Once inside the red barrier, the outside world vanished from sight. The Ma Mian Xie unleashed a few more furious roars before quickly departing, no longer pursuing them. With a collective sigh of relief, they had finally navigated through this perilous moment unscathed. However, the three men were now intent on confronting Lu Xian, only to be intercepted by the two women, resulting in a standoff at that moment. The white-clad woman in Lu Xian's arms gradually awakened, gazing at Lu Xian and the surrounding figures with confusion that a soft white glow enveloped her, swiftly mending her injuries. Yet Lu Xian sensed that this was merely superficial. Her internal wounds remained grave. Her lips were pale as she inquired, "What is this place?" "We do not know, but it seems that monster has been pursuing you relentlessly. You should explain yourself." Lu Xian stated with seriousness to this revelation. The disciples of the Xingha sect realized that the true instigator of their plight was none other than the white-clad woman in Lu Xian's arms. An immediate wave of wariness washed over them. Lu Mingling promptly suggested, "Since she is so perilous, perhaps we should ignore her." That Wu Qingwang concurred. "Indeed, she may attract more monsters, and we cannot contend with them." Cough, cough. The white-clad woman cleared her throat, then raised her gaze to the group. After sensing the atmosphere, she asserted, "Rest assured, this place is entirely safe." Chapter 60. The peculiarities. How do you know this place is safe? Lu Shui glared at her, questioning her credibility. The white-clad woman replied, "This is the lifeless forbidden zone of the Hunyuan secret realm. External beasts cannot and do not dare to enter." "Oh, who exactly are you?" "I am Sun Chongqing, the 9th-generation disciple of the Xingha sect." "The 9th generation? Impossible!" The 5 disciples of the Xingha sect immediately retorted, unable to fathom her claim. The woman before them appeared to possess minimal cultivation, and it was inconceivable that anyone could have survived in this realm without previously escaping, especially since they were all already part of the 907th generation, suggesting that Sun Chongqing was of an ancestral caliber. How could such a thing be true? In this situation, it was indeed challenging to accept. However, Sun Chongqing produced a command token from her sleeve, which bore her name and identity. Sun Chongqing, the direct disciple of the 9th-generation sect master of the Xingha sect. The arrow glimmered faintly, clearly indicating it was not a counterfeit. However, they could not fathom why Sun Chongqing had lingered here for such an extended period, especially given his apparent lack of strength. In response to their inquiries, Sun Chongqing promptly elucidated, "A millennium ago, I was entrusted with a mission by my sect to explore the Crimson Forbidden Grounds in search of relics pertaining to the founding patriarch of our Xingha sect. During my quest, I uncovered certain secrets, only to be ambushed by rival sects, with traitors within my own ranks colluding with outsiders. Thus, my esteemed ancestor now exists merely as an avatar conjured through the stellar arts, while my true self remains sealed within that celestial abode. That's so. You have only recently awakened, yet you have managed to acquire considerable resources over the centuries within that immortal palace, achieving the 9th layer of Guishu. Otherwise, you would not have survived so easily." Wang Wuqing inquired. "The 9th layer of Guishu?" Upon hearing this, everyone was utterly astonished. Such a level of cultivation was unimaginable even for the leaders of the 7 great sects. The highest among them was merely the master of the Sword God sect, who had attained the 5th layer of Guishu. One could only imagine the terrifying prowess Sun Chongqing would possess if he were to depart this place. Sun Chongqing then turned his gaze toward Lu Xian, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. Had you not rescued me, I might never have had the chance to meet my descendants. A junior sister from your Tianxian sect once aided me. It seems we are indeed fated. What should we do now?" Lu Xian asked. "What you hold is the divine travel map, is it not? Follow me." After taking a deep breath, Sun Changqing's form began to rapidly dissipate. To maintain his state, he reverted his avatar to its physical form, allowing him to remain exposed for a longer duration. However, he did not explain why he was being pursued by the beasts outside, and Lu Xian refrained from pressing the issue. Some matters might be better left unexplained. Eventually, the six of them beheld a celestial palace, albeit in a state of disrepair, as if half of it had been destroyed. Nonetheless, they chose to trust Sun Changqing. Concentrate your consciousness to restore the divine travel map to its original form, he instructed. Nodding, Lu Xian attempted the task that in no time. The map transformed from a large illustration accommodating a dozen individuals into a token that fit snugly in his palm. On the ground appeared a platform resembling an altar, with a hole that perfectly matched the shape of the token. Simply place it there. This is the best method to open the entrance from the outside, Sun Changqing continued. However, Lu Xian felt that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. Hesitating, he withdrew his hand and questioned Sun Changqing. I have one more question. Why were you being pursued by that creature? Did you take something, or did you escape from somewhere and provoke it? There is no time to dwell on such matters. We must enter quickly. There may be other dangers lurking here, and a moment's hesitation could cost us our lives. Sun Changqing replied with a smile. Yet, this evasion of the topic only heightened Lu Xian's suspicions that if there were truly no issues, divulging the details would not take much time. Consequently, Lu Xian slowly stepped back, gripping the divine travel map tightly, his spiritual energy coalescing in his dantian, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Sensing his apprehension, Sun Changqing moved closer, immediately clarifying, Please do not misunderstand. I have nothing to conceal. It is merely that time is of the essence, and we must enter swiftly for our safety. Once my true self is liberated, I can lead you out of danger. At that time, this celestial palace will be at your disposal. Anyone who obstructs you, I shall deal with. Upon hearing these words, the other five felt a surge of exhilaration, especially since they were all members of the Xingha sect, and Sun Changqing was their ancestor. Thus devoid of any distrust, in contrast, Lu Xian's indecisiveness sparked displeasure. Wang Wuqing pressed, Don't be ungrateful, boy. Our ancestor offers you such an opportunity. Do not squander it. Zhao Shan chimed in, Indeed, if you are afraid, you can remain here. We will investigate, and you can join us later. But know that the benefits may not be as generous then, that I do not care for the benefits. I only know that if my life is in jeopardy, no amount of rewards can be enjoyed. Lu Xian replied coldly. This statement caught the attention of Lu Mingling and Lu Exuid as women. Their instincts alerted them that something was amiss. They quickly positioned themselves beside Lu Xian, forming a united front. Wang Wuqing, perplexed, asked, What are you doing? Lu Mingling frowned, Apologies, but we are on his side. We cannot allow him to wait here for death. Lu Xuen nodded in agreement. Exactly, if we are to perish. We shall do so together. Very well. Regardless of your intentions, why not entrust the divine travel map to us? We shall investigate first, and you can follow afterward, yes? Wang Wuqing attempted to persuade them. Yet Lu Xian shook his head. Impossible. This is a gift from my master. I cannot hand it over to others. You must find another solution. That moment, a flash of spiritual light illuminated the surroundings, and a mournful sound began to echo. Did you hear that? It sounds like some eerie wailing, Sun Changqing said, suddenly anxious. This is a soul-restraining spirit. If it ensnares you, you will surely perish. Quickly, activate the entrance. Wang Wuqing bellowed in anger. Lu Xian, do not hesitate. Do you wish to doom us all? Zhao Tianshan rushed forward, intent on seizing the token, leading to a tumultuous struggle among them. Chapter 61. Entering the celestial palace outnumbered, Lu Xian realized that if he did not acquiesce, he would undoubtedly face a united assault. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he conceded, Very well, for the sake of everyone, I will comply with your request. However, should anything go awry, do not blame me for not warning you. With our ancestor present, what could possibly go wrong? Worry not. Right, you with your meager cultivation should refrain from being so verbose. Hurry up. I can hardly endure the noise outside. Under their urging, Lu Xian reluctantly placed the divine travel map into the designated slot. At that moment, he discreetly observed Sun Changqing, catching the fleeting glimmer of a cunning smile, which only solidified his suspicions. There was definitely something amiss, and he would not be easily deceived. Just then, Sun Chongqing interjected. As the bearer of the divine travel map, it is safest for you to lead the way. Though he knew this was a trap, Lu Xian did not refuse. After all, he could not yet gauge the strength of his opponents. And exercising patience could mitigate potential troubles. As he stepped forward, a chill breeze swept past him. The presence of wind in such a space hinted at possible alternative exits or perhaps some enchantment capable of creating such an effect. Cautiously, he advanced step by step, unhurried. However, the others behind him were quite impatient, urging Lu Xian to proceed more swiftly. After approximately half an hour, they found themselves still at the outer layer of the celestial palace. Merely at the threshold, having not truly entered the interior. The external seal was merely an entrance to the courtyard of the celestial palace. Ahead, the path grew increasingly dim, evoking a sense of eerie dread that induced fear. Lu Xian promptly retrieved a spirit stone to ignite as a lamp, illuminating the surrounding space. However, one person alone was limited, so he turned back and instructed, "You all should light your spirit stones as well. It will help us see more clearly." Suddenly, the surroundings illuminated brilliantly. Yet unexpectedly, they beheld the presence of terrifyingly colossal stone statues on either side. Gazing upon these statues, they felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The statues were not merely tall. They exuded a profound sense of age and wear. Their intricately carved faces and postures were striking, particularly their eyes, which seemed almost alive. This left everyone feeling breathless. As the weight of the atmosphere became stifling in such an environment, panic was inevitable, and the emergence of these figures further compelled everyone to huddle closely together, fearing that solitude might invite some dreadful fate. At that moment, Lu Xian abruptly halted. The reason was simple. He had stepped upon something peculiar that emitted a cracking sound. Uncertain of the situation, Lu Xian refrained from taking any rash actions, prompting the others to pause as well, awaiting clarification. It was then that Sun Chongqing stepped forward nonchalantly, stating, "Fear not, it is merely a fragment of bone. Let us proceed. We are on the verge of reaching the entrance to the hall, where countless treasures await us. There is no danger here. Then let us hasten. I can no longer bear this path," someone exclaimed. "Indeed, let us move quickly. This place is exceedingly eerie, and I feel as if something is pursuing me," another added. The figures were unnervingly lifelike, as if they could spring to life at any moment. Under this urgency, Lu Xian felt compelled to quicken his pace. Sure enough, half an hour later, they finally arrived at the end of the path, where they were confronted by a massive stone door, firmly shut. The door was adorned with numerous immense and peculiar runes, their intricate carvings resembling vines that seemed to grow from the door itself. At its center, it bore a pair of eyes akin to those of a demon from hell, piercing through the passageway with an unsettling gaze. Lu Xian sensed that this door was far from ordinary. It likely concealed unimaginable treasures, yet a single misstep could lead to perilous consequences. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xian did not rush to open the door, yet those around him appeared quite relaxed. "At last, we have arrived. Upon opening the door, we should be greeted with many treasures," one declared. "The words of our master cannot be mistaken. Let us hasten and enjoy the bounty within," another chimed in, brimming with eagerness. "This trivial door cannot possibly obstruct us." "Wait," cautioned one of the two female disciples, recognizing the need for caution amidst the excitement. However, the three male disciples, along with Sun Chongqing, disregarded her advice. If a confrontation were to arise, it would undoubtedly be Lu Xian's side that would suffer. Thus, Lu Xian stepped forward, urging, "Friends, let us not allow a trivial matter to disrupt our harmony. Once we open the door, we shall each pursue our own fortunes. There is no need for discord in this treasure-laden space." "That is a valid point. What we obtain within will rely solely on our own fortunes, and we should not disparage one another," another agreed. "Then let us open the door. What are we waiting for?" one exclaimed, and they all began to channel their spiritual energy into the door, attempting to push it open. To their astonishment, the door yielded with remarkable ease, as if it required no effort at all. Their egos swelled once more. "I expected something formidable, but it seems this door has long since lost its potency after all these years," boasted the proud Wang Wuqing. Zhao Tianshan laughed heartily. "It appears the heavens favor me. I shall proceed first. Sun Chongqing, feeling a twinge of impatience, was the first to rush inside, prompting the three male disciples to follow suit without hesitation. In this scenario, Lu Xian momentarily restrained the two female disciples, advising, "Do not rush. It may not be as safe as it appears. Let us observe before proceeding." "Very well. We shall heed your counsel." Despite lingering doubts, the two women refrained from arguing with Lu Xian. As they stepped across the threshold of the door, a blinding light enveloped them, and once their eyes adjusted, they were met with an astonishing sight. The chamber was resplendent, featuring 9 towering columns entwined with dragons of various forms, radiating an air of majesty. In the center lay a vast array of treasures, surrounded by countless medicinal pills and scrolls. "How marvelous! What a brilliant scheme! There are so many treasures here, all of the finest quality." One exclaimed, "By the heavens, earth-grade artifacts, heavenly swords, more and more delightful items." The trio became enraptured, losing themselves in the pursuit of riches. However, Sun Chongqing's gaze differed. She seemed not to covet the treasures, but rather surveyed her surroundings, gliding between the dragon columns, as if searching for something amiss. The two women prepared to join in the treasure hunt. Lu Xian once again held them back, shaking his head and urging, "Patience. We have yet to discern the truth. I find this place suspicious. We should withdraw for now." Suddenly, the door slammed shut, and the opportunity to escape was lost. The three men struggled in vain against the door, but it remained immovable. Lu Xian's awareness heightened. It was evident that they had stumbled into a trap. Despite the allure of treasures, danger lurked at every corner, rendering this place far from safe. Observing the three male disciples, their eyes glowed with an unsettling crimson, clearly enchanted and lost to their desires. Thus, Lu Xian steeled himself, drawing in his breath and urging the two women to do the same. Soon, a cascade of red powder began to descend from above, accompanied by several shadowy figures. They were masked yet radiated a palpable malice. Lu Xian and the two women retreated to a corner, avoiding the fray, while the three male disciples engaged in a frenzied battle with the masked assailants. The scene growing increasingly chaotic. In contrast, Sun Chongqing appeared untouched by the turmoil, seemingly in search of something. Wholly unconcerned with the unfolding chaos. It was evident she possessed knowledge of the situation, perhaps even orchestrating these events for her own enigmatic purposes. Luo Mingling spoke nervously. "This is disastrous. That woman is truly terrifying. I suspect this is a trap she has set deliberately." Lu Xian cast her a sidelong glance. "Have faith. Let go of your suspicions. She has indeed ensnared us as her pawns." Lu Shui's eyes brimmed with fear. "What shall we do then?" Lu Xian replied gravely. "Our only course of action is to remain vigilant and prepare for a desperate struggle." That moment, Sun Chongqing took note of Lu Xian and the two women, who had miraculously remained unscathed. She approached swiftly, a mocking smile on her lips. "Impressive. You have retained your composure amidst this blood-drenched chaos. It seems you anticipated this scenario and were prepared for it. Did you believe your disguise was flawless? How laughable." Lu Xian retorted with a cold smirk. Luo Mingling hastily interjected, "She possesses a higher cultivation than us. Confronting her head-on would lead to our demise." Lu Shui nodded in agreement, suggesting they adopt a more diplomatic approach and seek a way out. Nevertheless, Lu Xian remained unfazed, continuing to mock. "From the very beginning, you were mistaken. I have long suspected you of harboring ulterior motives. Had it not been for my innate sense of justice, I would not have come to your aid. Regardless of your motives, you now find yourselves ensnared, and there is no escape." Sun Chongqing sneered, as if she had everything under control. Yet Lu Xian shook his head. "You are far too naive. You do not hold complete dominion over us. This place does not truly belong to you. If you truly commanded the celestial estate, you would not have been compelled to create a doppelganger and bring others here, sacrificing their blood to mend your own wounds and transforming them into puppets for your use." You are quite astute. It seems you have deduced that I am not truly the ancestor of the Xingha sect," Sun Chongqing conceded. "Indeed, no matter how perfectly you weave your tale, it will inevitably unravel, for you are not genuine. The credibility of your story was flawed from the outset, especially since you bear no trace of the Xingha sect's techniques. Such folly. The absence of Xingha sect's aura may not be significant." Sun Chongqing countered. "Perhaps not, But the main revelation lies in your being pursued by that monstrous beast, which seeks only your life, not ours, Lu Xian pointed out. Indeed, but how did you come to this conclusion? She inquired. Simple. When I brought you into the barrier, the beast refrained from attacking anyone else. Its reluctance to depart stems from its desire to breach the barrier, not from fear of it. But why does it not simply enter? Lu Xian pondered aloud. This barrier imposes restrictions solely upon magical beasts, which explains our ability to enter it if I am not mistaken. Lu Xian paused momentarily before slowly stating, that is no ordinary magical beast. Rather, it is the guardian beast that oversees this celestial abode that it was awakened by you, and you deceive it into leaving the barrier, rendering it unable to return to the celestial abode, inciting its immense wrath. You must have stolen something from within the celestial abode, and it is now upon your person. I must concede, you have indeed articulated several truths, yet what of it? What can you possibly do? Sun Chongqing sneered, extending his arms that in an instant his entire form began to contort, starting with his face, transforming into an utterly horrifying visage devoid of skin, morphing from a strikingly beautiful ice queen into a grotesque figure. His physique became increasingly unnatural, resembling a half-beast, a being that had transformed itself into a monster for reasons unknown. Observing this transformation, Lu Xian furrowed his brow, confronted by something he had neither seen nor heard of before. Your arrogance merely afforded me a bit more time to listen to your prattle. It has been quite some time since I encountered a clever little brat like you. But alas, you are about to become the 1,000th sacrifice for my Qianming Ying. Once I have refined the blood of 1,000, I shall be reborn. That wretched Sun Chongqing has been hiding in here for so long. I will personally slay her and skin her alive. Returning to the Xingha sect as its leader. At this point, the true nature of the opponent was fully revealed, starkly contrasting with earlier claims. Sun Chongqing was indeed within, but not in the form of this monster. Rather, she was the very person whom this creature despised. That Lu Xian had no desire to delve into this enmity, nor did he wish to engage with it. His sole focus was to expedite the annihilation of his foe to ensure his own safety. Suddenly, Lu Xian dashed quickly towards a dragon pillar to his right. This action astonished his adversary. Upon returning, Lu Xian feigned mystique, clenching his fist and smiling. You desire this, do you not? Chapter 63. A grudge unleashed. You think yourself clever? Qianming Ying scoffed coldly, utterly disbelieving. Yet Lu Xian retorted, I observed you searching for this item just now, and if I am not mistaken, it must be the treasure within the dragon pillar, and you cannot extract it yourself. It seems that only after a killing occurs here can it be revealed that these dragon pillars are, in fact, alive and require blood to manifest. Roar! Suddenly, the entire palace began to tremble, horrific roars reverberating throughout. The others had to cover their ears, struggling to endure. Subsequently, 9 dragons merged into one, forming a golden dragon that coiled above, unleashing torrents of searing golden flames. Even Qianming Ying had to channel her spiritual power to resist. Kid, have you truly acquired the dragon essence? Qianming Ying exclaimed in astonishment. She had long sought the dragon essence to restore herself and elevate her power, daring to challenge the imprisoned Sun Chongqing. However, after countless attempts, she discovered that obtaining the dragon essence required the 9 dragons to feed on sufficient blood. Only then could she absorb the dragon essence for her own use, fully claiming that power as her own. Yet unexpectedly, the 9 dragons had merged. Previously, Qianming Ying had been exceedingly cautious, not daring to approach the dragon pillar too closely, waiting for the puppets to kill newcomers before she could harness the remaining blood of the 9 dragons. As she neared the culmination of her efforts, she was blindsided by Lu Xian's intervention. However, Lu Xian was fully aware that he possessed no dragon essence. The reason for the dragon's emergence remained a mystery to him. His earlier actions were merely a ruse to deceive Qianming Ying. Under such circumstances, Qianming Ying could not afford to be careless. Roar! The golden dragon launched a full-scale assault on Qianming Ying, treating her as its enemy while completely ignoring Lu Xian and his companions. How could this be? I have provided you with ample blood, and I have only consumed a fraction of what you offered. Is this not enough to earn your trust? Qianming Ying expressed her displeasure, hastily unleashing her power to combat the golden dragon. Yet, with her current cultivation, she stood no chance against the golden dragon, akin to an egg striking a stone. only inviting humiliation that I in mere moments. She was ruthlessly slammed to the ground by the golden dragon. Left in a state of utter disarray. Witnessing her helplessness, Lu Xian and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, the golden dragon seemed to take an interest in them, glancing upwards. This is bad. Surely it won't finish off that creature and then turn its attention to us. Lu Xian said, his anxiety palpable. Liu Mingling and Lu Shui also cowered behind him in fear. Just as the golden dragon prepared to pounce, a radiant white light shimmered. Xiao Jin, do not harm innocents. Just subdue that wretched one, came a gentle command. Xiao Jin? Lu Xian immediately looked up to see a woman clad in white. Her beauty strikingly reminiscent of Sun Chongqing's earlier guise. However, now, Sun Chongqing exuded an aura of ethereal grace that seemed almost otherworldly, that if she could command the golden dragon, it was clear that Sun Chongqing's power had reached an extraordinary level. I apologize for the disturbance. Xiao Jin does not have a taste for human flesh, but has been conditioned over the years to indulge during my meditative retreats. It seems this glutton has become uncontrollable. Sun Chongqing explained that in "Oh harm done." In fact, we owe it a debt of gratitude. Lu Xian replied with a smile, that this moment. Lu Mingling and Lu Shui gazed earnestly at Sun Chongqing, promptly kneeling in unison. Exclaiming, Ancestor, please rise. There is no need for such formality, that I am no longer part of the Xingha sect, and you need not address me so that I have become a wanderer in this realm, but soon I shall depart for the upper realms. Sun Chongqing stated, her demeanor calm and composed. The upper realms? What manner of place is that? Lu Xian inquired, curiosity piqued. Naturally, it is a place yearned for by all. Every cultivator aspires to ascend, Sun Chongqing replied. Indeed, if cultivating immortality were not aimed at reaching the heavens, it would surely lack meaning, Lu Xian agreed, his anticipation of ascending one day growing stronger. However, considering his current pace of cultivation, it seemed he would need more time to realize that dream. I must hasten my progress. Ensuring that all under heaven cultivate the same techniques as I do this way, I can swiftly ascend to the upper realms while simultaneously drawing upon the cultivation progress from below. Akin to absorbing the power of faith, Lu Xian mused internally. Suddenly, an ominous aura approached. Sun Chongqing glanced back, astonished to find that Qian Mingying had not yet fully perished. Her form had grown immensely, nearly rivaling the golden dragon. Cloaked in inky black mist, only her scarlet eyes glowed with a sinister light. Sun Chongqing, you have finally revealed yourself. Today, I shall end your life. Qian Mingying's voice was hoarse. Yet the malevolent energy emanating from her was terrifying, surpassing her previous strength tenfold. Even Sun Chongqing furrowed her brow, finding it hard to believe. I never imagined you would make a pact with the external demons for revenge. If you continue down this path, you will ultimately dissipate, becoming mere nourishment for the demons. Humph. As long as I can kill you, what does it matter if I vanish? Qian Mingying laughed maniacally. You are truly deluded. The reason you were disfigured was your insatiable greed, which led to your face being poisoned that I warned you, yet you refused to heed my counsel. Sun Chongqing reproached. Preposterous. You seduced my master, which is why he heeded your every word. Had it not been for that, he would not have perished and would have been there to protect me in my hour of need. Qian Mingying recalled the past, growing increasingly agitated. Clearly, both sides had reached an irreconcilable breaking point, and only the complete annihilation of one could bring about peace. Xiao Jin, go! Sun Chongqing commanded casually. The golden dragon surged forward, its sharp claws aimed at tearing Qian Mingying asunder. Boom! A surge of murky dark power struck the golden dragon's abdomen, delivering a blow of considerable might that forced it to stagger back. The dark true scripture? Sun Chongqing exclaimed in shock. You have already sold your soul to the demon realm, even mastering the demon lord's tome that even the denizens of the demon sect fear. Chapter 64. The demon lord of green essence. Haha. You would never have imagined that the dark scripture was pilfered by me from your esteemed Star River sect, and that the very tome you so proudly cherished was once safeguarded by your master, the illustrious 8th-generation head of the Star River sect, Xingchen Hongyue. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sun Chongqing bellowed in rage, utterly incredulous. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, you must die today. It should be you who perishes. In an instant, The two sides became entangled in a fierce battle, the intensity of which was extraordinary. Liu Xian pulled the two women back into a corner again. Such combat was truly terrifying, with each casual strike capable of shaking the very earth. Were it not for the formidable sturdiness of this celestial abode, it would have long since been reduced to ruins. Yet amidst their struggle, an eerie chant suddenly resonated through the air, imbued with a potent suppressive force that rendered both combatants incapable of unleashing their full might, as though they were ensnared by some invisible bindings. The situation was dire. It appeared that others were lurking in the shadows. Liu Xian furrowed his brow, seeking a place to hide swiftly. However, at that moment, three figures emerged. The leading man had long, dark red hair that danced wildly under the currents of spiritual energy surrounding him. The two women flanking him gazed ahead with grave seriousness. People from the demon sect. Liu Xian instantly recognized the aura of these three individuals, recalling their previous encounter. It seemed they had concealed their presence before, likely remaining undetected. The trio disregarded Liu Xian and the two women entirely, perceiving them as nothing more than insignificant insects, unworthy of attention at this moment. Both Sun Chongqing and Qian Minjing sensed the formidable aura radiating from the three. Abruptly ceasing their conflict, the leading man chuckled lightly. What is this? Why the sudden halt? I was hoping to savor the power of the dark scripture for a while longer. It truly is remarkable. Do continue. How arrogant! Who on earth is this person? Liu Xian furrowed his brow, attempting to gauge the opponent's strength. Yet at that instant, the system issued its first warning. Beep beep beep. Host strength discrepancy is too vast. Probing carries risks. Please proceed with caution. After three such warnings, Liu Xian promptly abandoned the idea of further investigation. After all, survival was paramount. Now was not the time to take risks. Sun Chongqing turned to the man, failing to recognize him, and inquired, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Sun Chongqing, the ninth-generation head disciple of the Star River sect, vanished for a millennium. Yet here you are, seemingly on the brink of ascension to the upper realms. Though your cultivation remains suppressed here, the man retorted sinisterly. Fear washed over Sun Chongqing as she demanded, "Who are you, truly?" "This is the esteemed son of the 97th demon lord of the demon realm. Kunyuan Mojun. Upon hearing this name, Qian Minjing was gripped by sheer terror. Possessing the dark scripture, she understood all too well what it meant to be the demon lord's heir. She murmured, "The demon realm is governed by the demon emperor, with 10 demon lords under his command, each wielding unimaginable power. The heir can inherit all that might, often surpassing their forebears in talent. Qingyuan Majuan ranks among the top 3 in genius among these 10 heirs, truly terrifying. It seems the dark scripture has provided you with ample information, but it is time for it to return to its rightful owner." With a casual flick of his wrist, a tome exuding a dark purple aura soared toward Qingyuan Majuan. In that instant, Sun Chongqing sprang forth to seize it. "I cannot allow the demon realm to reclaim the dark scripture." How dare you make a move? Kill her," Qingyuan Majuan declared, visibly displeased, promptly ordering his subordinates. The two women beside him wasted no time. Launching their attacks, two black spikes shot forward. In that fleeting moment, a golden dragon shielded the front, the two forces clashing and neutralizing each other, passing the first obstacle. Witnessing this scene, Qingyuan Majuan grew even more discontented, but nevertheless took a moment to examine the dark scripture, absorbing its essence with palpable delight, as if his power had intensified significantly. He chuckled triumphantly. "Quite impressive. The dark scripture has been lost for many years, and I have finally reclaimed it. With this, I shall surpass my father and ascend to the position of the new demon lord, perhaps even become the heir to the demon emperor." Ha! His laughter abruptly ceased as he tucked the dark scripture away, his gaze dismissively fixed ahead. "You, insignificant insects, dare to aspire to ascend to the upper realms. How laughable!" With a casual flick of his wrist, a black blade cleaved through Sun Chongqing as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Such terrifying power! Sun Chongqing could not muster even the slightest resistance. Liu Xian held his breath involuntarily. This was no jest. The opponent's strength had reached a level he could not fathom. He had anticipated gaining control of the celestial abode and reaping substantial rewards. Yet he found himself beset by numerous troubles and confronted by such a formidable entity. It must be noted that Sun Chongqing was within the range of perception. Her cultivation surpassed even that of Elder Feng Yuan, having reached the 6th tier of the returning ruins. Yet she was still unable to withstand a single blow. It was evident just how terrifying Qingyun Majuan truly was. After dispatching one, Qingyun Majuan turned his gaze toward Qian Minjing, intending to strike again. However, Qian Minjing suddenly knelt, pleading fervently, "Please spare me. Grant me a chance at life. I will do anything. I have already cultivated demonic techniques. I am one of the demon kind. My blood flows with demonic essence." "Oh, is that so?" Qingyun Majuan smiled softly, approaching her slowly. Sensing an opportunity, Qian Minjing promptly released a drop of her blood for examination. Yet, Qingyun Majuan paid her no heed, his eyes flashing with crimson light as he effortlessly tore her apart, but he then flicked his wrist, discarding the tainted blood with disdain. "Alas, you are not of my demon realm. No matter how much you cultivate, your blood will always be the filth of a lowly wretch that we do not need such refuse in our realm. Congratulations, young master. You have acquired the dark scripture. Ha ha ha, let us depart. Young master, there are still 3 insects remaining. Shall we deal with them? Let it be. Today I am in high spirits. Insects are ultimately insects. There is no need to waste effort on them. Understood? Yes, master. I comprehend." The 3 figures swiftly vanished, and Lu Xian finally exhaled a sigh of relief. However, the fact that he had been overlooked left him feeling quite dissatisfied, silently vowing, "Today you spared me. But do not blame me if your demon realm finds no peace because of me in the future." Chapter 65. Becoming stronger. Having witnessed a fierce battle among the powerful, Lu Xian's resolve to grow stronger solidified. Sun Chongqing and Qian Minjing never anticipated that after years of entangled conflict, they would both perish at the hands of Qingyun Majuan, the heir of the demon lord. Wailing, Lu Mingling and Lu Xue knelt on the ground. Weeping profusely for Sun Chongqing, Liu Xian watched the 2 women, now in tears, and let out a long sigh. After finally locating his master, he had not even had the chance to reminisce before her untimely demise. What a calamity! Suddenly, a golden light began to emanate from the body of the golden dragon, the dazzling brilliance instantly capturing Lu Xian's attention. Could this be the dragon essence that Qian Minjing spoke of? Lu Xian hurried to the side of the golden dragon, reaching out to grasp the golden light, yet it slipped through his fingers and transformed into a beam, diving into his forehead. Instantly, he felt a searing heat in his brow, as if it were about to consume his very being. What on earth is happening? What is this? The scorching sensation spread throughout Lu Xian's body, his skin turning a fiery red, muscles stretching his garments to their limits. It was unbearably hot. It felt as though his body would explode. He certainly did not wish to meet his end so soon. He had yet to marry. Lu Mingling and Lu Xue looked on in shock. Tears still glistening on their faces, Liu Xian fell to his knees, gripping the ground tightly, his nails embedding deeply into the earth, smoke rising from where his hands Liu Mingling was the first to react. Rushing to Lu Xian's side, the air around them unbearably hot. "Stay away from me!" Lu Xian shouted fiercely, causing Lu Mingling to stumble and fall. She observed him closely, noting the prominent veins bulging on his neck. "But what are we to do?" "Stay away from me. Just keep your distance." Lu Xian felt the tumult within him. The golden light had severed all his meridians, cracks appearing on his skin, blood oozing from the fissures, pain radiating throughout his body. What a promising seed! What voice is that? In his dazed state, Lu Xian suddenly heard a voice filled with ancient gravitas that he struggled to open his eyes, searching for the source of the sound, but found no one else present aside from himself, and Lu Mingling, not search. "I dwell within your sea of consciousness. Are you that golden light?" Lu Xian gritted his teeth, his body racked with agony. Were it not for that sudden surge of golden light invading his being, he likely would have departed from this world by now. "What exactly do you wish to accomplish? Young man, are you not curious about my identity?" The voice, steeped in age and imbued with a hint of confusion, echoed persistently in Lu Xian's ears. Furrowing his brow, Lu Xian felt a surge of irritation at the torment coursing through his body. "Who cares who you are? I just want this suffering to cease. Regardless of your identity, I implore you to release me. I can no longer endure this pain. Impudent youth, I am acting in your best interest." Your meridians are in utter disarray, with numerous blockages that it is a mystery how you even reach the second layer of the dam formation. The golden light surged through his meridians, tumultuously clearing the blockages within him. However, the agony of unblocking the meridians was a torment beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. Had it not been for Lu Xian's fierce desire to survive, he would have likely succumbed to unconsciousness by now. After a while, the pain gradually receded, leaving a faint golden light swirling around him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the 5th layer of the dam formation. Reward: 1 spirit beast egg. What? What just happened? Why did I suddenly break through? Lu Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Remarkable. Young man, I did not expect you to leap 3 levels at once. That it appears your previous talent was indeed lacking. The ancient voice reemerged as Lu Xian slowly rose to his feet. His garments torn due to the changes in his physique, revealing his toned muscles. Not far away, Lu Mingling and Lu Shui exchanged shy glances at Lu Xian's physique, a hint of pink gracing their cheeks. Who are you? Stop lurking in the shadows. I am the beast core of this golden dragon. Your breakthrough is due to a fragment of the golden dragon's spiritual power entering your body, clashing with your own. Fortunately for you, you endured. Otherwise, you would have perished here. Wait. So it was the golden dragon's spiritual power? Lu Xian mused. Techniques may be practiced freely, but one must not recklessly merge the spiritual powers of spirit beasts and humans. The beast core had entered his body without cause, yet it had turned a misfortune into a blessing by unblocking his meridians. Now his innate abilities had significantly improved that we should leave this place. It is no longer safe and could collapse at any moment. Every immortal abode here stands firm due to the power of their former masters. Now that Sun Chongqing has been slain by that Qingyuan demon lord, the remaining energy of this immortal abode is insufficient to sustain its power, that we must depart temporarily. But outside, there are the Ma Mian and Mo Xie that we would be dead if we go out. Lu Shui shivered in fear, casting a timid glance around, her voice barely above a whisper. Lu Xian pressed his lips together. It was indeed true. But if they remained, they would face death here as well. It was better to leave and seek an opportunity to evade the pursuit of the Ma Mian and Mo Xie. That shouldn't be the case. Qian Minjing is already dead. The target it sought has perished. So it should not turn its wrath upon us. And no sooner had Lu Xian spoken than the voice in his mind emitted a cold sneer. You carry the scent of that woman. The Ma Mian and Mo Xie will not let you off so easily. But since it is already a matter of life and death, you might as well venture outside. Take a gamble. A bicycle can become a motorcycle. Lu Xian gritted his teeth, resolving that even if he could not defeat the Ma Mian and Mo Xie, he could at least attempt to escape. That he led Lu Mingling and Lu Shui towards the entrance, which had been flung open, presumably by the Qingyuan demon lord's forceful intrusion. Look, the Ma Mian and Mo Xie is gone. Lu Mingling exclaimed with delight, her fair face glowing with joy. Why that Lu Xian was equally elated. Fortune was on his side, and it was the perfect moment to depart before the Ma Mian and Mo Xie returned. He grasped Lu Mingling and Lu Shui, dashing out of the immortal abode, racing westward without looking back, when suddenly a roar echoed behind them. Roar? Are you kidding me? It's still waiting outside. Lu Xian realized. The Ma Mian and Mo Xie aimed to draw them out to capture them in one fell swoop. Chapter 66. The golden light of the sea of consciousness. Lu Xian had not anticipated the cunning of the Ma Mian and Mo Xie, deliberately keeping its distance from the entrance to lull them into a false sense of security. I told you, the Ma Mian and Mo Xie would not let you off so easily. However, I can assist you. The voice resonated within Lu Xian's sea of consciousness that he glanced back at the relentless pursuit of the Ma Mian and Mo Xie, then surveyed the vast desert before him, clenching his jaw. Hurry. If you can help, do so quickly. But I have a condition. You think I would help you for free? The voice sounded quite pleased, as though it were eagerly awaiting Lu Xian's request for aid. Lu Xian cursed inwardly. He had anticipated that it would not be so simple. What condition? Do you not possess a spirit beast egg? I wish to parasitize within it. What do you say? Isn't this taking advantage of my predicament? He had yet to ascertain what kind of spirit beast the egg would produce, and now this entity sought to seize it. Yet, if he refused, he might very well meet his demise. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xian steeled his resolve as he observed the approaching Ma Mian and Mo Xie. Fine, I accept your terms. My life is paramount. He could not afford to lose sight of the greater goal. The spirit beast egg could be acquired again, but his life was singular. The voice chuckled lightly, and a beam of golden light erupted from Lu Xian's body, transforming into a magnificent golden dragon that roared fiercely at the Mamian Mo Xie. Roar! The Mamian Mo Xie seemed to sense a terrifying aura, its vertical pupils fixating on the colossal golden dragon's illusory form, causing it to halt in its tracks. That it worked. Lu Xian rejoiced. The golden dragon's eyes sparkled with intensity, emitting a suffocating pressure that made the Mamian Mo Xie tremble, its legs nearly giving way beneath it. What is this? It must be a dragon. A golden dragon. Lu Mingling and Lu Shui gazed in awe at the massive golden dragon apparition, unable to contain their admiration as they felt the overwhelming aura emanating from it. This dragon was even more imposing than the one Sun Chongqing had summoned earlier, radiating a presence that surpassed it. Could it be that this dragon essence was not from the golden dragon? Begone, the apparition uttered, expelling a noxious mist that enveloped the Mamian Mo Xie, sending it fleeing in utter panic. Young man, I have resolved your predicament, so you must fulfill your promise and allow me to parasitize within that spirit beast egg. Although Lu Xian was reluctant, he had no choice. He had already made a commitment, and besides, he was no match for this dragon essence that he would not seek unnecessary trouble. He handed over the spirit beast egg, and the golden dragon apparition vanished, transforming into a beam of light that entered the spirit beast egg. The temperature of the egg seemed to rise significantly. Hurry and depart. I am merely a phantom. I can intimidate it, but if a real confrontation arises, I am of no assistance. You must leave before the Mamian Mo Xie regains its composure. The dragon essence cautioned once more, then fell silent. That Lu Xian stared at the spirit beast egg in his hands, stowing it within his storage ring as he continued alongside Lu Mingling and Lu Shui, searching for the immortal abode that Elder Fong had instructed them to find. Meanwhile, Si Feng had arrived at Lu Yun's side, where the disciples of the Fire Cloud sect had surrounded those of the Tianxian sect. Lu Yun had sustained minor injuries, but fortunately, they were not severe. Junior sister Lu Yun, how are you faring? Si Feng inquired, his gaze fixated on the wound upon Lu Yun's arm, his demeanor shifting to one of terrifying intensity. His admiration for Lu Yun was not a fleeting sentiment, and witnessing her injured ignited a fury within him that threatened to erupt. I am fine. Merely a few minor injuries. But the other junior brothers and sisters? Lu Yun hesitated, and Si Feng followed her gaze to the core disciples behind her, many of whom lay severely wounded, unconscious on the ground. You Fire Cloud sect members have gone too far. Si Feng slowly turned, unleashing the power of his fourth layer of the Dan formation, summoning a tempest around him as a long sword soared from his back. 10,000 swords returned to one slash. The silver sword splintered into countless identical silver blades, unhesitatingly piercing towards the disciples of the Fire Cloud sect. The sword energy surged, and the winds from the blades sliced through the air. The disciples of the Fire Cloud sect felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Si Feng and the onslaught of swords, causing them to scatter in panic, yet many still fell victim to his lethal strikes. Si Feng, you possess such audacity to slay my Fire Cloud sect disciples. Do you intend for the Tianxian sect to sever ties with us? The leading disciple of the Fire Cloud sect, Rao Haiyang, shouted vehemently, though his body betrayed his fear, trembling in trepidation as he struggled to maintain composure before his fellow disciples. Humph, sever ties. Your Fire Cloud sect initiated the attack on my junior brothers and sisters. I am merely returning the favor in kind. You are twisting the narrative. Treasures are obtained through one's own merit, and this immortal abode was discovered by our Fire Cloud sect first. What? Do you intend to forcibly seize it? Rao Haiyang was so terrified that he stumbled over his words, his speech a jumbled mess, rife with contradictions, that Si Feng scoffed coldly, waving his hand, causing the silver sword to return to his grasp. Perhaps you should first consider how to articulate your thoughts before challenging us. He turned to Lu Yun, retrieving a white porcelain vial from his robe, pouring out a pill, and handing it to her. Lu Yun smiled at Si Feng, but suddenly her eyes widened in alarm as she hastily pushed him aside. That a piercing sound split the air as a long sword lodged itself into her shoulder. Lu Yun, junior sister. Si Feng's eyes blazed crimson as he caught Lu Yun's collapsing form. Lu Yun, senior sister. You of the Fire Cloud sect are truly despicable. The other disciples turned their gazes toward the Fire Cloud sect's direction, where a male disciple held an arrow drawn, a smug grin plastered on his face. That it is your incompetence that leaves you unable to withstand such an attack. What claim do you have to be core disciples? It seems it is merely an empty title. Rao Haiyang erupted into laughter, casting an approving glance at the archer beside him, patting his shoulder. Senior brother, we absolutely cannot allow this celestial abode to fall into their hands. Lu Yun, her breath uneven, spoke through gritted teeth, blood pouring from her shoulder, her lips pale and breathing rapid. Foam quickly pressed several points on her body, producing another vial of medicine for her to take. Do not speak for now. Leave the rest to me, Yenner, junior sister. I entrust Lu Yun to you. Shangguan Yenner, though bearing her share of injuries, appeared less grievously wounded, having only sustained superficial wounds. Chapter 67. The flower thief Shangguan Yenner nodded, accepting Lu Yun into her arms, her once fair complexion now marred by dirt. Foam, fuming, stood up and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before the archer. He raised his fist, delivering a sudden blow to the disciple's face. Rao Haiyang yelled, "See Foam!" Just as the words left his lips, Si Feng's silver sword flew forth, aimed directly at Rao Haiyang. "You shall not harm my compatriots." Si Feng's gaze was sharp, his expression frigid as the silver sword halted mere inches from Rao Haiyang's face. Rao Haiyang stared at the gleaming blade, unable to suppress a gulp, his breath quickening. "The do not act rashly. So many witnesses are present that if I perish, there will be countless who can testify that you, Si Feng, were my murderer. How shameless!" Nearby, Shangguan Yenner cried out, her neck flushed with anger, while Lu Yun lay weak in her arms. Si Feng glanced at Lu Yun's frail state, his rage boiling over, and the silver sword surged uncontrollably toward Rao Haiyang. "Stop! This is bad." A commanding surge of spiritual energy erupted from the crowd, striking Si Feng's silver sword and sending it flying. How is this possible? Si Feng was astounded. Even if his sword was out of control, it had contained a significant portion of his spiritual power, yet it was effortlessly neutralized by this force. With his life spared, Rao Haiyang exhaled in relief, a cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Phew, I nearly lost my life. Who dares?" Si Feng's expression darkened as he traced the source of the spiritual energy. "After such a long absence, Si Feng, you remain as humorless as ever." A voice, neither masculine nor feminine, resonated from the crowd, and the members of the Fire Cloud sect parted to make way for its owner. Si Feng squinted, a familiar sensation washing over him. That moment, a figure clad in a pink long robe emerged, heavily made up with fingers elegantly poised. "It is he." Si Feng's eyes widened in shock, disbelief flooding him. The foremost core disciple. He had often been dispatched on various missions, and the person before him, this androgynous man, was the target of one such task. Mu Qing, what brings you here? Why shouldn't I be here? Has the Tianqian sect grown so intrusive as to dictate where I may go? Mu Qing, with a flourish of his fingers, adopted a coy demeanor, resembling a dainty maiden. A wave of revulsion swept through the disciples as they regarded Mu Qing with disdain. "You shameless, androgynous wretch, do not tarnish our Tianqian sect's reputation." Lin Luo's body flew, like a kite with a severed string, sent sprawling to the ground as he coughed up blood from Mu Qing's casual swipe. "I detest being called androgynous. If you seek death, so be it." Mu Qing chuckled, covering his mouth as laughter erupted from the Tianyun sect disciples surrounding him. Si Feng's eyes narrowed, fists clenched, fury radiating from his glare. "Since you have delivered yourself to me, do not blame me for being ungracious. Si Feng, after all this time, you remain as stubborn as ever. This attitude will surely leave you friendless." As Mu Qing's words fell, he vanished from sight, a silver sword crashing down where he had just stood. Si Feng's body was enveloped in silver spiritual energy. The pressure of his fourth-tier cultivation instantly unleashed. He grasped the silver sword, which returned to his hand with ease. "It seems that after this long absence, you have made no progress." Suspended in midair, Mu Qing provocatively taunted, while Si Feng's expression darkened ominously. Thunderclap sword technique, third form. Dawn break. Suddenly, dark clouds obscured the sky, and all eyes turned upward. Si Feng's brow furrowed as a silver dragon coiled around his sword, lightning gathering upon it as he swung the blade toward Mu Qing. The silver dragon surged forth, twisting and lunging with its gaping M.A.W. Mu Qing abandoned his nonchalant facade, retrieving a folding fan from his waist and casting it forth to collide with the dragon's ethereal form. Shangguan Yin'er quickly raised a hand, erecting a barrier with the remaining spiritual energy at her disposal. The collision erupted in a violent explosion, sending ripples of powerful, domineering spiritual energy surging outward, easily breaching the barrier Shangguan Yin'er had constructed. Thankfully, her foresight mitigated much of the damage, sparing the Tianqian sect disciples from severe injury. However, those caught unprepared were sent reeling, spitting blood, while some of weaker cultivation fell unconscious as Feng staggered back several steps. Clutching his aching chest, incredulous as he beheld Mu Qing, who had only sustained minor injuries, Mu Qing smirked derisively, the folding fan in his hand flicking with grace. "You have indeed broken through." Feng felt as though his insides were being crushed, pain radiating throughout his body that he had previously been able to defeat Mu Qing. "Oh dear, you've caught me. Indeed, I have broken through. I am now at the 5th tier of the Foundation establishment stage. Do you really think I am still the same Mu Qing from before?" His smile was arrogant, eyes glinting with avarice, as if Feng were already his prey. Mu Qing's notoriety had led to his pursuit by the Tianqian sect, largely due to his bloodthirsty nature and reputation as a flower thief, targeting the most alluring women. During Feng's previous pursuit, he had been carelessly seeking his next victim. It appeared that the Fire Cloud sect had sought external assistance, enlisting a truly nefarious character, indicating their desperation. Rao Gongzi quickly dispatched the Tianqian sect disciples. "Our elders have entrusted us with many tasks. Let us not forget the substantial benefits you have received." Rao Haiyang was eager for Mu Qing to eliminate the Tianqian sect disciples. The earlier humiliation from Feng's attack, still fresh in his mind, as a fellow sect senior brother, the disparity in their strengths was infuriating. Why was it so? Patience is a virtue. The Tianqian sect has many striking young women. I find them quite appealing. Mu Qing's gaze inadvertently wandered toward Shangguan Yin'er and the frail Lu Yun, his eyes brimming with greed and desire. Truly, they are exquisite beauties. Chapter 68. Strength in Numbers Lecture. Unashamed, Shangguan Yin'er seethed. Fury etched across her face, as the other Tianqian sect disciples glared angrily at Mu Qing. Feng positioned himself protectively before his fellow disciples, despite the dull ache in his chest. He knew that if he did not stand firm, his juniors would likely find themselves in peril. "You Fire Cloud sect members are indeed shameless, resorting to external help in such despicable company. You have sullied the reputation of righteous sects." Rao Haiyang snorted derisively, stepping to the forefront of the crowd, looking down upon them. "I only know that you are on the brink of death. Once you are gone, the Tianqian sect will have no capable disciples to present. The upcoming sect competition will be quite amusing." Rao Haiyang threw his head back in laughter, as if victory in the sect competition was already assured. Shangguan Yin'er, her face flushed with fury, directed her gaze at the disciples of the surrounding sects and bellowed, "In usual times, our Tianqian sect has offered you ample assistance. Are you truly going to stand idly by? Indeed, you proclaim loyalty to Tianqian sect, yet it appears to be mere rhetoric. With our numbers, how could we possibly be outmatched by a mere 5th layer of core formation?" The disciples of Tianqian sect voiced their discontent. They had not anticipated that in this critical moment, others would abandon them so readily. Fine, let us respect their decision. Their choice to preserve their lives is understandable. The discord between Huiyun sect and Tianqian sect is not a recent development, and other sects naturally wish to avoid entanglement. To think you would expect assistance from other sects is sheer folly. Open your eyes and see, Mu Qing is at the 5th layer of core formation. Do you, at the 2nd layer, dare to challenge him? Such arrogance! Rao Haiyang's mocking words pierced through the air, and the disciples of Huiyun sect joined in the derision, inciting the fury of Tianqian sect's members. Step by step, Mu Qing approached Shangguan Yin'er and Lu Yun, while Feng attempted to intervene, only to be flung aside by Mu Qing's powerful wave of his hand. The other disciples of Tianqian sect quickly positioned themselves to shield Shangguan Yin'er and Lu Yun. Lin Luo, having regained his composure, was suddenly struck once more by a brutal blow from Mu Qing, causing him to cough blood as if his very insides were shattered. "Lin, junior brother, I shall fight you." Several core disciples of Tianqian sect charged at Mu Qing, brandishing their respective magical artifacts, vibrant spiritual energy erupting around them. However, Mu Qing merely scoffed dismissively, throwing his folding fan forward. The tip suddenly transformed into a sharp blade, slashing the throat of the foremost disciple, blood spraying forth. Wang Jr. brother. Si Feng struggled to rise from the ground. Not everyone possessed the prowess of Lu Xian to challenge those of a higher tier. The gap of a single layer was a formidable chasm for them to cross, and Si Feng needed a considerable amount of time to break through to the fifth layer of core formation. He was far from reaching his limit. With every step Mu Qing took closer, the oppressive aura bearing down on the disciples of Tianxian's sect intensified, paralyzing them in fear, leaving them helpless to watch as Mu Qing approached Shangguan Yin'er and Lu Yun. Since the beauty is asleep, I shall reluctantly take my time to enjoy her, Mu Qing said as he stood before Shangguan Yin'er, grasping her chin with his hand, enamored by her delicate skin. He picked a strand of her hair and inhaled its fragrance, a look of intoxication gracing his features. "Get away, you scoundrel!" Shangguan Yin'er dared not resist, constrained by Lu Yun in her embrace, and knowing she was no match for Mu Qing. Any rash movement would only provoke him further. "The more you struggle, the more I delight in it. Dear, I am utterly enamored by your exquisite form." Shangguan Yin'er trembled with rage, her captivating eyes ablaze with fury. Wishing fervently to devour Mu Qing whole, that moment, a hearty laugh echoed from the sky. "Is this how Huiyun's sect participates in the Celestial Estate contest? Seeking outside help? I feel shame for your sect leader." "Who is it?" Rao Haiyang trembled, a wave of primal fear washing over him, but he rushed to Mu Qing's side, seizing his arm, and urged, "Let us capture these two first. Once we are outside, you can enjoy them at your leisure." "We must leave quickly." A flicker of annoyance crossed Mu Qing's brow as he shot a scornful glare at Rao Haiyang. "What are you afraid of? Do you doubt that none among them could rival me? I intend to demonstrate before their very eyes how I shall torment their senior sister and junior sister." With that, a wild gleam sparked in Mu Qing's eyes. Under normal circumstances, Rao Haiyang would have readily agreed. Yet he was here on a mission and could not afford to let such trivial matters derail him. "Very well. If you truly have pressing matters, then go ahead and enter first, and I shall follow shortly." Mu Qing waved his hand dismissively, beginning to shed his garments. After a moment's hesitation, Rao Haiyang thought to himself that Mu Qing would not encounter any real danger and led his disciples inside the Celestial Estate. "My dear, allow your brother to cherish you properly," Mu Qing said, just as he removed his outer garments when a golden light suddenly surged toward his back, striking him unexpectedly. Yu Qing's eyes narrowed as he sidestepped the attack, only to find that it seemed to target him with unwavering precision, pursuing him relentlessly. "Damn it," Mu Qing cursed. Channeling his spiritual energy into his palm, he pivoted his wrist to clash with the golden energy. Bang! To his astonishment, the golden energy was so formidable that it broke through Mu Qing's defenses, striking him unexpectedly. "Who is it? Who dares to meddle? Show yourself," Mu Qing demanded, scanning the crowd, unwilling to accept that anyone here could match his strength. Could it be Si Feng? No, Si Feng lacked the power to assault him now. Utterly immobilized as he was, Mu Qing took a deep breath, attempting to steady his racing heart. "Who are you? I have no desire to be your enemy. If you wish to enter the Celestial Estate, I shall not hinder you. I am your father." "You!" Mu Qing's brows furrowed, fury igniting in his eyes as he searched for the source of the voice. Eager to discover who dared to thwart his endeavors, it is Lu Jr. brother. It is Lu Jr. brother's voice. Some core disciples of Tianxian's sect recognized Lu Xian's voice, while Lin Luo interjected. "What use is his return? He will be no match either." Though his words were harsh, they bore the truth. Lu Xian's second layer of core formation placed him at the bottom of their ranks. Unable to even contend with Mu Qing, Si Feng rose again, cradling Lu Yun back into the crowd, examining the arrow wound on her shoulder. The arrow had not penetrated Lu Yun's flesh, but its barbed tip had embedded itself within, complicating matters for Si Feng, as any forceful extraction could lead to excessive blood loss. These individuals truly went to great lengths to slay them. Cowardly tortoises hiding their heads, if you possess any courage. Come forth, come forth. For what purpose to strike you? That could be arranged. Given your outrageous demands, I fear I would be remiss to not avenge my injured comrades from a distance. Lu Xian noticed a gathering of people and, initially indifferent, reconsidered as he observed Si Feng's formidable prowess among the many sects. Finding a challenger would prove difficult, to his surprise. Huiyun's sect had displayed such despicable tactics, injuring so many of their brothers. Lu Xian, accompanied by Lu Mingling and Lu Shui, soared through the air. The other disciples of Xing's sect gazing in astonishment upon seeing Lu Mingling and Lu Shui together. Look, it is senior sister Lu and senior sister Lu. How did they end up together? Lu Xian. Why have you returned? Run. Lin Luo shouted toward Lu Xian. Though he harbored no fondness for him, he understood the gravity of the situation. That Lu Xian raised an eyebrow in surprise as he landed before the disciples of Tianxian's sect. Lu Mingling and Lu Shui hastening to Lu Yun's side, administering the elixirs they had brought. Junior brother Lu, be cautious. This individual is stronger than I doubt. If you cannot contend, retreat swiftly. Phone warned Lu Xian from behind. Astonished to find he could no longer discern Lu Xian's cultivation level. Had he truly made a breakthrough in such a short time? Who are you? Why do you meddle? Mu Qing straightened his disheveled garments. Casting a cold glare at Lu Xian, every fiber of his being on high alert. Lu Xian smirked disdainfully, arms crossed, his gaze indifferent and expression frigid. Did I not just say, I am your father? How is it you fail to recognize your own father, seeking death? Mu Qing's eyes darkened, and without hesitation, he lunged toward Lu Xian. Lu Xian's eyes narrowed, the Fumo golden spear materializing in his grasp. Golden spiritual energy swirling around it. Third style of Fumo spear technique. Shattering wind demon. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the air as countless spear shadows erupted forth, surging in all directions, rendering escape impossible. In that moment, the same technique he had employed previously now bore an even greater ferocity, the suffocating sensation creeping upon him that Mu Qing, facing Lu Xian's onslaught, dared not underestimate him. Few could effortlessly neutralize his attacks. This youth before him could very well be his equal. Wind Demon's swift wolf slash. Mu Qing tightened his grip on the folding fan, his entire being beginning to spin as sharp blades of wind coalesced into a colossal tornado in the air. Two forces collided simultaneously, the azure wind blades faintly appearing to be pushed back. Clang, 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 gritting his teeth, Mu Qing braced himself against Lu Xian's assault, visible veins bulging on his crimson neck. Is that all? The second form of the demon suppression spear technique shattered mountains and rivers. The originally scattered golden spears merged into one, as Lu Xian became one with the spear. The immense illusory spear of demon suppression shattered Mu Qing's offensive. Heading directly for his true form. Wind Wolf Shield. Activate. Observing the situation, Mu Qing hastily conjured a massive shield with his spiritual energy. This was his strongest defense. Yet, in Lu Xian's eyes, it was still utterly insignificant. The illusory spear showed no signs of hesitation, directly shattering the Wind Wolf shield, piercing through Mu Qing's abdomen and landing behind him. This farce should come to an end. How could this be? Mu Qing clutched his abdomen, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face contorted in agony as he extended a trembling hand, his knees buckling as he struggled to rise. His folding fan lay shattered on the ground. A pitiful sight. You should not have bullied a disciple of the Tianxian sect. This is all of your own making. Lu Xian, gripping the demon suppression golden spear, turned to look down on Mu Qing. Resembling a war god, his countenance frosty and gaze sharp. Not only did Mu Qing find it hard to believe, but the other disciples of the Tianxian sect also struggled to accept this reality. Who would have thought that Mu Qing, who could not even defeat Si Feng, would be so easily overpowered by Lu Xian? Lin Luo rubbed his eyes in disbelief, while Shangguan Yin'er wore an expression of complex emotions. The gap between them seemed to widen with each passing moment. Ultimately, Mu Qing collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes refusing to close in death. Lu Mingling and Lu Shui rushed forward, clutching Lu Xian's sleeve, their eyes shimmering with admiration. Senior brother Lu is truly formidable. Indeed, just the thought of being able to grow stronger alongside senior brother Lu brings me joy. However, Lu Xian had no mind to listen to their flattery. Tossing the few healing elixirs he had left to Si Feng. Here are some spirit recovery pills. You all should sit down and recover quickly. As for senior sister Lu Yun, her wounds are severe. If she isn't sent out to the elders soon, She may suffer lasting consequences, Si Feng nodded. Lu Yun's shoulder injury was too grave, and the spirit recovery pills would only temporarily replenish her spiritual energy without addressing her wounds. Si Feng glanced at the other disciples, remaining silent for a moment. They had all entered the secret realm for the sake of the immortal treasure. It wouldn't do to have them forego this opportunity for Lu Yun's sake. Perhaps sensing Si Feng's dilemma, some of the more severely injured disciples stepped forward, offering to carry Lu Yun out. The Immortal Mansion's secret realm only permitted those of the 6th layer of the Foundation establishment stage and below to enter. So the elders could not come in. Only they could escort her out. That be why the way. Take this person with you as well. Liu Xian cast a glance at the utterly lifeless Mu Qing, reaching out and tossing him before them. The matter of the Fire Cloud sect hiring external aid was one that warranted the knowledge of all. It was not something to be hidden, especially with so many witnesses present. There was no room for denial. Chapter 70. Entering the Immortal Mansion after arranging everything, Si Feng cast a complex look at Lu Xian, his lips parting slightly. Junior brother Lu, your current cultivation level is likely beyond what I can comprehend. You flatter me, senior brother. If it were truly to that extent, perhaps I would not even be able to remain within this Immortal Mansion's secret realm. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was common knowledge. The Immortal Mansion could only accommodate cultivators below the 6th layer of the Foundation establishment stage, that if Lu Xian's cultivation exceeded that, he could not possibly still be here. I am merely at the 5th layer of Foundation establishment, hardly worth mentioning. Senior brother, I told you Lu Xian couldn't possibly be. What? The 5th layer of Foundation establishment? Weren't you only at the 2nd layer before? How could you break through 3 levels in such a short time? Lin Luo's voice was too loud, and the disciples from the other sects overheard, regarding Lu Xian with expressions akin to that of seeing a demon. How could an ordinary person possibly break through 3 levels in less than 2 days? Was Lu Xian truly practicing some sort of heretical technique? This was utterly terrifying. You're not trying to deceive us, are you? Perhaps you had already broken through and were just hiding it. But that doesn't make sense. I saw you were indeed at the 2nd layer before. How could you have instantly advanced? My master provided me with numerous techniques. This breakthrough was merely fortunate. Liu Xian did not wish to expose the fact that he had absorbed the power of the dragon element, that it was best to remain low-key and avoid drawing attention to himself. Enough. Junior brother Lu has always worked diligently, forsaking sleep and food. Moreover, it is not surprising that Elder Fong possesses many techniques. Instead of speculating here, we might as well hurry in and catch up with those from the Fire Cloud sect before they depart. Though Si Feng found it somewhat difficult to accept Lu Xian's meteoric rise in cultivation, he reasoned that this explanation was not without merit. Yes, the most enigmatic elder of the Tianxian sect. Aside from the sect leader, it was reasonable for Elder Fong to bestow some unique techniques upon his sole disciple. Lin Luo, after being reprimanded by Si Feng, could only obediently close his mouth. Standing amidst the crowd, Shangguan Yin'er clenched her fists, her enchanting eyes glimmering with a myriad of complex emotions that in just 2 months, from a despised waste to a goal she could hardly chase. Her heart repeatedly questioned itself. Had she truly misjudged him? She too had toiled through sleepless nights in her cultivation, yet her progress was still a fraction of Lu Xian's. Si Feng led the group into the Immortal Mansion, and disciples from other sects followed suit. The path ahead was shrouded in darkness, but fortunately, everyone held fire sticks, dispelling the fear of being unable to see their surroundings. Although this Immortal Mansion was not the one Elder Fong had requested he claim as his own, it would not hurt to take a look. Perhaps they could uncover some treasures. Get away. The group halted, a chorus of wretched wails echoing from ahead. Humph, they brought this upon themselves, Lin Luo scoffed derisively. Si Feng cast a sidelong glance at Lin Luo, his tone calm. Let them go ahead. It would be wise to use them as scouts. The group arrived at a spacious corridor, where numerous corpses lay sprawled across the ground. Clad in the garb of the Fire Cloud sect, a symbolic representation of their identities. What is happening here? Could there be some mechanism? It doesn't seem so. Look at the ground. It's spotless. If it were a mechanism, there would be some traces left behind. Liu Mengling observed the corpses calmly. Liu Xian's gaze drifted lazily to Lu Mengling, who, feeling his attention, boldly smiled back at him. Witnessing this, Shangguan Yin'er felt a pang of discomfort, biting her lip to suppress the bitterness within her as she took a deep breath. Come look. There are inscriptions on this door. A disciple from the sword god sect stood before the bronze door, pointing excitedly at one corner. What does it say? It appears to read Illusion Gate. Illusion Gate? What is that? In any case, everyone be cautious. This immortal mansion will not be simple. Phone called out loudly, and the disciples behind him echoed in unison. Yet Lu Xian remained puzzled about what this Illusion Gate truly entailed. I truly don't know whether to say you're fortunate or unfortunate for stumbling upon this immortal mansion. The voice of Long Yuan echoed in Lu Xian's mind from within the storage ring. Furrowing his brow, Lu Xian hastily inquired, What do you mean? What do you mean by this immortal mansion? Humph, you little brat, showing such a lack of respect. After all, I am your savior, and this is how you treat me. Long Yuan huffed, adopting an unwilling demeanor to converse with Lu Xian that Lu Xian felt a headache coming on. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to take the lead. Yet he couldn't grasp the meaning of this Illusion Gate, that I have long since repaid you for saving my life. Don't think of tricking me. Did he appear as someone easily bullied and deceived? Hey, how come you're not getting it? Fine. I truly have no way with you. I am quite familiar with the owner of this immortal mansion. He has a rather peculiar temperament. I advise you to leave quickly. Observing Feng and the others' resolute expressions, Lu Xian pursed his lips and sighed silently. The few disciples remaining in the immortal mansion's secret realm bore some injuries. Although they had just meditated to recover, compared to the other sects and scathed disciples, Lu Xian still felt a twinge of concern. Forget it. Since we're here, we might as well help to the end. Besides, we might even obtain some treasures that, in a way, old man, first tell me how to break this Illusion Gate, or what sort of mechanism this Illusion Gate is. Humph. This Illusion Gate is essentially a trap that ensnares intruders in an illusion. Escaping it is impossible unless your willpower is strong enough to endure. What? How utterly ruthless! And there is no way to evade it. As Long Yuan's voice fell, a disciple, caught off guard, rushed into the Illusion Gate. Stop! Lu Xian was simply too late to intervene. That person had already barged in. The atmosphere instantly froze, devoid of any mechanisms attacking him, and not a trace of spiritual energy rippled through the air. Observing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even Lu Xian nearly believed that Long Yuan had deceived her. Just when the crowd thought there was no danger, the disciple who had entered the illusory gate suddenly trembled. His crimson eyes wide, his face contorted, filled with a myriad of blood vessels. I will kill you. I will kill you. Do not even think about taking my belongings. You shall not. The disciple's sudden madness startled everyone, causing them to hastily retreat to their original positions. Heh, you little brat. Do you really think I would deceive you? Chapter 71. Passing the test, Lu Xian gazed at the disciple who had succumbed to insanity. A look of astonishment spreading across his face that it turned out that the illusory gate was so terrifying. What on earth was happening? Why was this occurring from the crowd? Someone weakly inquired, their voice gradually trembling. In an instant, fear began to seep into everyone's hearts. Many disciples were so frightened they wanted to flee. The people from the Fire Cloud sect have also suffered considerable losses here. We must tread carefully and minimize any further damage. Feng remarked gravely, his deep brows furrowed like a finely carved sculpture. What exactly is this illusory gate? Old fellow, clarify it. Lu Xian fixed his eyes on the disciple who had dared to enter the illusory gate, who had now summoned his own magical artifact, placing it around his neck. Suddenly, a flash of white blade darted before everyone's eyes, blood splattering onto the faces of the few disciples at the front, eliciting screams from the crowd. That disciple had actually taken his own life. How could this be? You little brat, have you not figured it out yet? The illusory gate is designed to create illusions, provoking the deepest fears within you. That lad just now likely could not pass this trial, which is why he perished here. Long Yuan's voice held a hint of disdain. Lu Xian furrowed his brow. Surveying the surrounding disciples, Lu Mingling and Lu Shui had already fearfully hidden behind him, and even the typically proud Shangwan Yinner wore a tense expression. The sudden self-destruction of that disciple only deepened the fear within the already terrified crowd. Senior brother, if we do not cross this illusory gate, we may only be able to leave, Lin Luo whispered beside Feng, his voice barely above a murmur as he glanced around cautiously. Feng nodded slightly, then turned to the silent Lu Xian, suddenly speaking, Lu Shitty, what do you think? Lu Xian was taken aback to be called out, momentarily stunned. Why was he being singled out? He awkwardly chuckled, scratching his head in embarrassment. Senior brother is truly joking. I presume you have already discerned the nature of this illusory gate. I will just follow everyone else. That Si Feng's gaze bore down on Lu Xian, feeling that his nonchalance was a sign of his meticulousness, that if I am not mistaken, this illusory gate should be capable of ensnaring people in illusions. Before us lies only this path. If everyone does not wish to lose their lives here, it would be wise to leave first. That is expected of a seasoned senior brother. He had seen through the peculiarities of the illusory gate at a glance. Liu Xian could not help but admire him. As Si Feng's words fell, the scene fell into a profound silence. Everyone exchanged glances, uncertainty filling their eyes. You humans are so greedy, desiring the treasures within this celestial abode while simultaneously refusing to endure the trials set by its former master. Long Yuan scoffed coldly, his impression of humanity as insatiably greedy despite having lived for an eternity. Liu Xian remained unfazed, believing that one must look after oneself, lest they face divine retribution. Who would not wish for a means to effortlessly acquire treasures, having them delivered to their doorstep? Seeing no reaction from the crowd, Si Feng pressed his lips together, his gaze growing resolute as he stepped toward the illusory gate. Senior brother, be careful! The people from Tianxian's sect cried out in alarm. Yet none dared to follow Si Feng into the illusory gate, fear gripping their hearts, rendering their feet immobile. Si Feng stepped into the illusory gate, and after a few paces, although his face bore no expression, the cold sweat on his forehead betrayed him. He was navigating through the illusion with great difficulty. While Lu Xian did not know what methods the Fire Cloud sect had employed to pass through this place smoothly, it was certainly not a clean approach. Suddenly, Si Feng halted, his eyes turning a fierce crimson, as if a 1,000-pound boulder pressed down upon him, making it difficult for him to breathe. His legs weakened, and he sank to his knees. Senior brother. Lu Xian's eyes narrowed as he swiftly approached, dashing in front of Si Feng. Senior brother, are you all right? Lu Xian's expression turned grave as he reached out to assist Si Feng, only for Si Feng to suddenly shout, "Don't touch me." You go ahead. This young man's willpower was commendable. Even now, he had not completely lost his rationality and retained a sliver of lucidity. Long Yuan's voice echoed with astonishment. To Lu Xian's further disbelief, it seemed that he himself was experiencing no illusions. What is going on? Why am I not feeling anything at all? Where are the promised illusions? Is this some kind of special treatment? Lu Xian straightened his back, turning to the crowd still standing in place, feeling a wave of frustration. How was he to explain to them that he felt no illusions? Do you take me for a fool? My previous master was like a brother to the master of this celestial abode. Now that I reside within your storage ring, this celestial abode naturally senses my presence, treating you as if you were my former master. Hence it will not attack you. Wow, that's quite impressive. So all the subsequent mechanisms won't inflict any harm on him. It's like a clear passage. Lu Xian thought to himself, but what about them? They would have to fend for themselves. That I know you wish to assist your fellow disciples. But if they cannot even pass this minor trial, how will they manage the subsequent mechanisms? Long Yuan advised earnestly, glancing down at Si Feng, still struggling, beads of cold sweat glistening on his forehead, his neck flushed, veins bulging. Just go ahead. There's no use in worrying. Lu Xian nodded, running toward the end of the illusory gate. Watching him traverse the trial with such ease, those remaining once again stirred with anticipation. Seeing Lu Xian succeed, Shangguan Yin'er bit her crimson lip. A glimmer of unwillingness igniting in her beautiful eyes. Without hesitation, she stepped out from the crowd and charged into the illusory gate. Yin'er, Lin Luo exclaimed, hastily following after her, concern evident in his gaze. Lu Mingling and Lu Shui gritted their teeth, resolutely following suit. Though they had no grand ambitions, they were determined to follow Lu Xian. They could not simply stop here. More and more individuals stepped into the illusory gate. Overcoming their inner fears, their desires and aspirations for strength compelled them forward. The disciples' cultivation levels were quite comparable. This trial did not test their skills, but rather the steadfastness of their hearts. Only with a sufficiently strong inner resolve could they hope to succeed. Chapter 72. Sudden developments. What surprised Lu Xian was that the first to pass through was not the strongest cultivator, Si Feng, but Shangguan Yin'er. Shangwan Yinner's once fair complexion was now flushed, her hair slightly disheveled. Yet her beauty remained undiminished. Breathing heavily, she shot Lu Xian a disdainful glare before finding a corner to sit and meditate. Lu Xian scratched his head in confusion. Had he somehow offended her? Could it be that she's your little lady? The way she looks at you, seems like you two had a quarrel. Long Yuan teased. Liu Xian quickly shook his head. Shangwan Yinner was a cultivation fanatic like Zhao Wuling, with a temperament befitting a young lady. He had no interest in her. Do not speak nonsense. Old fellow. Although I had a marriage contract with her, it was annulled 800 years ago. I have no connection to her now ditto, so there truly was a connection. Say, I was merely joking, yet it turns out to be real. Lu Xian rolled his eyes, wondering if this old man was selectively deaf, that he had clearly stated that the engagement was annulled. How could there still be any connection? An ancient being who had lived for countless years. His penchant for gossip rivaled that of a young girl. Following closely behind was Si Feng, who emerged looking quite worn, his eyes heavy with fatigue, collapsing to the ground the moment he exited the illusory gate. Senior brother, Lu Xian rushed to support Si Feng, who adjusted his posture and quickly entered a meditative state one by one. The other disciples succeeded as well to Lu Xian's astonishment. Lu Mingling and Lu Shui also made it through. He had intended for them to wait outside, but in their eagerness to follow, they had forgotten. Fortunately, despite not being exceptionally strong, their hearts were resolute. However, a few disciples with insufficient determination had lost their lives within the illusory gate. Some were entangled in battles, others lost in their illusions, but their ultimate fate was merely to become lifeless corpses. Old fellow, what will become of these people in the end? Nature serves as the nourishment for the celestial abode. Absorbed by its essence, Long Yuan expressed this notion with remarkable ease, yet to Lu Xian it appeared utterly terrifying. Indeed, in this world, life is undeniably more fragile. The group took a moment to recuperate, adjusting their spiritual energy before rising and preparing to set forth. As the only one unscathed, Lu Xian naturally led the way, that he was indifferent, knowing that the mechanisms here posed no threat to him. It mattered little where he walked. Everyone, stay alert. This is merely the first mechanism. The dangers ahead will only escalate, so proceed with caution. Si Feng, still somewhat weakened, reminded the others. Truthfully, Lu Xian held a degree of admiration for Si Feng, who, despite his condition, continued to think of the group. Bah! Do you think everyone is like you? You ungrateful wretch, Long Yuan retorted. Falling silent thereafter, the Liu Xian and his companions ventured deeper into the celestial abode, all on high alert, their bodies tense, fearful of plunging into another crisis. Time passed, and suddenly, a figure dashed forth, heading straight for Shangwan Yinner. Lu Xian's gaze sharpened, and with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a golden surge of spiritual energy, sending the shadow sprawling. Who is it? The others, alerted by the commotion, immediately grew vigilant. Liu Xian strode forward with purpose, seizing the figure that had been knocked aside and presenting it before the group. Please, don't kill me. I'm begging you, spare my life. The man, clad in the attire of the Fire Cloud sect, knelt before Lu Xian and the others, fervently bowing his head. Master brother of the Fire Cloud sect, should we not eliminate him? Lin Luo stepped forward, delivering a sharp kick to the man, his face etched with frost, his mind consumed by visions of Mu Qing attempting to sully Shangwan Yinner. Had it not been for the Fire Cloud sect inviting Mu Qing, they would not have suffered such grave losses. Even the typically aloof Si Feng bore a cold expression, a glimmer of icy light flickering in his gaze. Let him go. After a moment of silence, Lu Xian spoke slowly. This man has committed no offense. That to kill him would render us no different from the Fire Cloud sect. They merely sought treasures here, not bloodshed. Why involve the innocent? Lu Xian, what do you mean? Are you aware of the number of disciples the Fire Cloud sect has harmed? You would so easily let him go. Release him. Lu Xian's surprise, Shangwan Yinner unexpectedly aligned with his perspective. Since emerging from the illusionary gate, she had not uttered a word, leaving Lu Xian curious. Now even more so, Yinner, what are you? If we do not release him, killing him will not restore our fallen brothers and sisters. Besides, he has done nothing. All the deeds are attributable to Rao Haiyang and Mu Qing. To kill him would make us no better than the Fire Cloud sect. Lin Luo cast a desperate glance at Si Feng. Astonished that Shangguan Yin'er would side with Lu Xian, Si Feng closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, as if summoning all his strength, and gradually spoke. Let him go. But wait, first let him tell us what transpired ahead. He must have witnessed something dreadful, or he would not have rushed out in such a frenzy. And what of Rao Haiyang and the others? Why are they absent? Speak. What happened up ahead? Lin Luo kicked the disciple again. Seething with anger, wishing he could obliterate him with that single blow, the man staggered to Lu Xian's feet, grasping at his ankle, trembling all over, his voice quaking to a colossal bird. Lu Xian furrowed his brow. Struggling to comprehend the man's words, that he leaned closer to listen intently, but suddenly the ground shook violently, causing Lu Xian to lose his footing and fall. Please, please don't kill me. I beg you. A thunderous bird call echoed from a distance, causing Lu Xian and the others to abandon the disciple and rush toward the source of the sound. What on earth are those rascals from the Fire Cloud sect scheming? Do they wish for us all to perish here? Lu Xian exclaimed in fury. Each celestial abode is guarded by spiritual beasts, such as the horse-faced demon scorpion, and indeed, old Long Yuan is one of those guardians. Help! Someone save us! Chapter 73. The Phoenix in flight. Everyone, calm down. We cannot return the way we came. Do you wish to endure the illusionary gate again? Si Feng, as the master brother of the heavenly Xian sect, quickly regained his composure. Though injured, his spirit remained unyielding. Recalling their harrowing passage through the illusionary gate, the others quickly shook their heads. They would rather face the claws of a spiritual beast than endure that ordeal once more. Master brother, we can fight it. I refuse to go back. One disciple from the heavenly Xian sect stepped forward, his demeanor defiant, and others nodded in agreement. Another piercing bird call resonated, imbued with a powerful spiritual pressure that sent waves of pain through their minds. How formidable! Merely the call inflicts such agony. Should its true form stand before us, what fate would await us? Beep, beep, beep. Host strength disparity is too great. Detection poses risks. Please choose with caution. The system issued its second warning. Yet, faced with such a choice, they could not abandon their fellow disciples to flee. Lu Xian suddenly struck himself hard across the face, berating, Lu Xian, how could you harbor such a reckless thought? These are your comrades. Lives at stake. Old fellow, are you certain that none of the mechanisms here will harm me? What? Do you doubt me? Long Yuan's voice held a hint of irritation. Having lived for so long, did he truly lack credibility? It is not a matter of distrust. We are beset by a far more challenging predicament. The group that entered before us may have provoked the guardian spirit of this celestial abode. Lu Xian struggled to articulate the situation to Long Yuan, but the system's warning reiterated that the spirit's strength likely rivaled that of the Qing Yuan demon lord. Even Sun Chongqing from the ninth layer of Guishu had been cleaved in two by the Qing Yuan demon lord. As mere small fry, what chance did they stand? Let us proceed with caution. Since we cannot turn back, we must forge ahead. Si Feng led the group carefully toward the sound's origin, navigating a narrow passage until they opened a bronze door. Revealing a sight that left them utterly stunned, Lu Xian beheld the colossal entity before him, swallowing hard, his mind momentarily blank. Absurd. This is utterly outrageous. A gigantic firebird, chained and adorned with a flaming crown. Its crimson eyes ablaze, flapped its wings, and let out a thunderous cry. The sound reverberated painfully in their skulls, yet the sheer shock rendered them speechless. What on earth is that? It's a phoenix. You truly possess no common knowledge. How could you not recognize it? Is it not obvious? Long Yuan retorted impatiently. What other avian spirit beast could withstand the searing flames? Beside him, Si Feng gazed at the magnificent beast, softly commenting, I never anticipated that phoenixes truly existed. Rao Haiyang and the others were not far ahead, sitting on the ground, attempting to crawl away, yet the phoenix spared them no chance, unleashing a torrent of flames toward them. Before they could react, Rao Haiyang and his companions were consumed by the inferno, their agonized cries echoing. Help! Save me! I beg you, save me! Rao Haiyang rolled on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames clinging to him. But no matter how he writhed, the fire clung to him like a second skin, relentless and unyielding. Humph, such foolish delusions. The flames of a phoenix are the purest in this realm, but a mere touch. And not only the demons, but any malevolent entity would be instantaneously obliterated. To extinguish it. Impossible. Long Yuan scoffed, yet Lu Xian could not comprehend why, as a guardian spirit. Long Yuan remained but a shadow, needing to inhabit a spirit beast egg, while the phoenix thrived, wielding such formidable power. This is simply not right. Before the eyes of all, Rao Haiyang and the others were reduced to ashes, not a single bone fragment remaining. They brought this upon themselves. Shangguan Yin'er chuckled coldly, and the others concurred. Since entering the celestial abode, the disciples of the Fire Cloud sect had bullied others, emboldened by their numbers. Now, with all their disciples turned to ash, it seemed fitting retribution. Look, behind the phoenix lies a palace. Surely, that must be where the treasures are. But what are the treasures? We dare not approach. As they gazed upon the phoenix, a blaze engulfed them, threatening to consume them all in flames. The crowd fell into a deep contemplation. If they wished to enter the palace, they could only pass beneath the phoenix's feet. Yet they were no match for the magnificent creature. An adult phoenix was far more formidable than even the cultivators of the 9th layer of the Return to Ruins. This phoenix, clearly ancient and nearing its maturation, had likely existed for nearly a millennium. They were mere nascent soul cultivators. How could they possibly contend with such power? Long Yuan, did you not mention that your master was friends with the owner of this celestial abode? Do you possess any means to deal with the phoenix? No, came the reply, laced with gravity, that I am nearly equal to it, and that was at my peak. Although this creature has yet to reach full maturity, it is undeniably powerful. A true prodigy among the Phoenix clan. Long Yuan's tone was filled with admiration and respect for this former adversary. Dao Yuxian felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he raked his fingers through his hair in exasperation. At this point, are we really going to abandon hope? Why does it still live, while you are merely a shadow? Have your masters severed ties? Must you always speak so negatively? My previous master was gravely wounded in that great battle, and as his contract spirit beast, I perished alongside him. Now I exist only as a fragment of consciousness, confined within this spirit beast egg, awaiting revival. Did I ask that so? Wait, are you suggesting that the Phoenix's master might still be alive? Lu Xian exclaimed, his astonishment evident. The others turned their gazes toward him, intrigued. Upon hearing this, disbelief swept through the crowd. How could the master of the Phoenix still be alive after all this time? Lu Shidi, do not speak so recklessly. This is no matter for jest. Chapter 74. A test. Lu Xian swallowed hard, awkwardly tugging at the corners of his mouth. How could he possibly explain that this notion might indeed hold truth? After all, the survival of a contract spirit beast could only imply two scenarios. Either the master had severed the contract, or the master had not perished. That Long Yuan's voice was casual, as if this were a mundane matter. Yet their current predicament rendered the possibility of the Phoenix's master still being alive a terrifying prospect. To add insult to injury, not only had they failed to glean any useful information, but they had also received a disheartening revelation. Point one among us must venture forth to probe the Phoenix. Otherwise, we will remain ignorant of its weaknesses and how to combat it. Out of the crowd, someone suddenly proposed such a dreadful idea, clearly sending someone to their doom. Perhaps clinging to a desperate hope, some genuinely believed this approach could yield results, igniting a cacophony of voices that belie your reasoning. Who shall we send? Whomever we choose would be unfair to that sect. In any case, I deem this method unfeasible. Yet someone must test the waters. Are we to simply concede defeat? Go ahead and test it if you wish. No one will stop you. Observing the chaos unfolding, it was clear that everyone bore some degree of injury, save for Lu Xian, making him the most suitable candidate for the task. However, no one was willing to volunteer for such a perilous endeavor. And Lu Xian valued his life too much to wade into this treacherous situation. But Lu Shidi has not been injured. Why not send him? As expected, someone had set their sights on him. And to his surprise, it was Shangguan Yin'er who first defended him. Why should our Tianqian sect's disciples take the lead? If you desire those treasures, you ought to pursue them yourselves and not involve us. Shangguan Yin'er's voice was laced with iciness, her aura suddenly pressing down upon those who had spoken against Lu Xian. Simultaneously, other disciples from Tianqian sect stepped forward, rallying in support of Lu Xian, opposing the notion of sending him to probe the Phoenix. Lin Luo glanced at Lu Xian, a hint of reluctance evident as he scoffed. Do not presume this is for you. I merely consider the larger picture. Why should we allow our Tianqian sect's disciples to take such risks? Lu Xian shook his head in resignation, while Si Feng cast a profound gaze at him, the complexity of his expression hinting at unspoken thoughts. Enough of this clamor. Let us contemplate how to confront the phoenix that I have closely examined the iron chains. They appear to be forged from mysterious iron, suppressing 70% of the phoenix's spiritual power. It seems that dealing with it may not be as daunting as we imagined. Your fellow disciple possesses keen insight. Long Yuan chuckled lightly. Liu Xian delved his consciousness into the storage ring, discovering a golden aura of spiritual energy entwined around the spirit beast egg. Old fellow, if we engage the phoenix, what are our chances of escape? None whatsoever. Liu Xian stood frozen, utterly disheartened. Was there truly no hope? With no chance at all, let us hasten our departure. However, if it were you, perhaps there would be a glimmer of success. Liu Xian was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how his solitary strength could surpass the combined might of all the others. Old fellow, would it be too much to ask for clarity? You seem to be implying I am somehow exceptional. You consider me dead. The phoenix can at least contend with me on equal footing. Even restrained by those iron chains, it possesses power far beyond that of your nascent soul ranks. Then why do you claim I have a chance? Lu Xian felt as though Long Yuan was toying with him, casting him as a fool. Long Yuan sighed deeply, exuding an air of disappointment, before finally responding. You have absorbed my power. My essence resides within you, granting you protection. Is that truly the case? Lu Xian pondered, skepticism evident in his tone, though the phoenix had previously posed no threat to him. How could he be certain it would not target him now? Try it and see. Now, do not disturb my rest. Kindly exit, Long Yuan retorted. Lapsing into silence, once more Liu Xian made a face toward the spirit beast egg before withdrawing his consciousness from the storage ring, only to find all eyes upon him. What transpired? Has Lu Shidi chosen to accept? What? I was merely lost in thought, and did not hear. Liu Xian feigned ignorance, scratching his head in embarrassment, while Si Feng's brow furrowed. His displeasure palpable. We have deliberated and decided that each sect should send one person to probe the phoenix. We seek your opinion. I have no objections. You may decide. After all, the phoenix posed no threat to him. Very well. Then I shall volunteer on behalf of our sect. Si Feng stepped forward, fully aware that this venture could lead to his demise. Yet, as the eldest disciple, he could not allow his junior brothers and sisters to undertake such a dangerous task. Senior brother, perhaps I should go instead. My injuries are minor. Shangwan Yinner shook her head disapprovingly. Si Feng was the pillar of the group, and such probing should not fall upon him. The other disciples of Tianqian sect echoed this sentiment, each vying to replace Si Feng. But he firmly declined, for they were all wounded, and any volunteer would face the same peril. Liu Xian, observing the ongoing debate, sighed in resignation and spoke up. Why not let me go? I am unscathed. I am the most suitable choice. Indeed, senior brother, Lu Xian is uninjured. Why should you, who are wounded, take on this task? Lin Luo grumbled, prompting Lu Xian to curse him inwardly, suspecting he had been waiting for this very moment. Si Feng hesitated, turning to Lu Xian, his dark eyes glimmering with inquiry. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Lu Xian's face. Refusing was difficult, yet accepting felt equally burdensome. After all, the phoenix would not attack him. So what harm could it bring? Each chosen representative from the various sects bore expressions of concern, while Lu Xian remained stoic, exuding an air of indifference toward life and death. Liu Shidi, you are truly remarkable. You remain so composed in the face of such danger. Indeed, were I in your position, my legs would surely tremble. Liu Shidi, you must return safely. One voice piped up, I have prepared food for your return. Lu Xian felt a swell of annoyance as he gently lifted his toes and began to approach the phoenix. The others, seeing him take the lead, quickly followed suit, just as Lu Xian was about to draw near to the phoenix. An alarmed shout rang out from behind him. Liu Shidi, watch out. Chapter 75. A grudge. Lu Xian abruptly lifted his gaze, witnessing a searing inferno barreling toward him. Wait, was it not said that it would not attack? Old fellow, you deceived me. Lu Xian cursed vehemently. Did he truly appear so gullible? Hey, this creature is attacking you. This should not be the case. Could it harbor a grudge against me? Long Yuan's voice was rife with confusion. It should not be behaving this way. Perhaps it still remembers you. Without time to heed Long Yuan's explanation, Lu Xian sprang into action, propelling himself away from the flames. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Though one disciple's voice of complaint cut through the AI or to Lu Shitty, you are far too reckless. If you seek death, do not drag us down with you. My apologies, that Lu Xian scratched his head apologetically. Acknowledging that he had indeed been too reckless to know, it was more accurate to say he had placed too much trust in Long Yuan, that old rascal. Initially, Lu Xian held some confidence in his ability to escape the Phoenix's grasp. However, now he found himself devoid of any hope. Old fellow, are you capable at all? Do you realize I was nearly killed by your so-called friend just moments ago? I didn't expect it to attack me. I merely plucked a few of its feathers. How could it harbor resentment against me for all these years? It's so petty, Long Yuan muttered, unable to contain himself. Lu Xian nearly choked in disbelief. What did he mean by a few feathers? Phoenix feathers were exceedingly precious, for heaven's sake. Suddenly, the phoenix soaring above descended, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Lu Xian. The innate aura of oppression emanating from the phoenix rendered the onlookers breathless. Though not yet of age, this phoenix had cultivated for over a millennium, making it a formidable presence far beyond their capabilities. One could hardly imagine even Elder Fang Yuan would dare to linger in its presence. Gasps of astonishment echoed as the phoenix spoke. Lu Xian stared wide-eyed at the immense phoenix gaze, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He swallowed hard and managed to force a smile. Are you referring to me? Who else could I be speaking to? Do you believe I would converse with these fools? The phoenix's tone dripped with disdain as it haughtily lifted its chin, casting a condescending glance at Lu Xian. And immediately the oppressive aura enveloped him. Lu Xian's face turned pale, as if a colossal stone had been placed upon his shoulders, rendering him utterly disheartened. Junior Lu, the onlookers gasped, their concern palpable for Lu Xian's plight. I have no idea what you're talking about, Ditto. No idea. Upon the phoenix's words, Lu Xian felt an additional weight pressing down upon him, forcing him to kneel, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, his complexion flushed, and veins bulging prominently on his neck. Human, do you think you can conceal its presence? Alas, it still retains that fiery temper. After all these years, only I can endure it. Long Yuan sighed. Lu Xian felt an overwhelming urge to hurl Long Yuan away. He was on the verge of being crushed by the phoenix's oppressive might, yet Long Yuan feigned ignorance. Can you not intervene? I can hardly bear it any longer. Lu Xian felt his internal spiritual energy surge violently. Pain coursing through his body, his face growing increasingly ashen. Do you wish for everyone to discover the dragon within your storage ring? Gritting his teeth, Lu Xian resolved not to reveal the existence of the dragon egg concealed within his storage ring. Furthermore, the spiritual beast egg had yet to form a contract. Should anyone harbor malicious intent and attempt to seize it, what then? But the pressing matter remained. There stood an adversary before them that they could never hope to defeat. Did he truly wish to perish at its hands? Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot forth from Lu Xian's body, leaving everyone in shock. The phoenix, recognizing the familiar radiance, narrowed its eyes in satisfaction. Retracting its oppressive aura, that it is indeed within you. Hand it over, and I shall spare your life. That a shiver ran down Lu Xian's spine. The phoenix sought Long Yuan. Was it possible to believe Long Yuan had been taken by him? Hence its coercion? Please don't misunderstand. He willingly chose to accompany me. Truly, I did not force him. Lu Xian waved his hands, eager to clear his name, for he was not the one who had compelled Long Yuan to follow him. He was the victim. With a contemptuous huff, the phoenix raised its head and unleashed a torrent of flames in Lu Xian's direction. His eyes widened in alarm as he summoned the demon-slaying golden spear. Its golden radiance intertwining around the spear, successfully thwarting the flame's incinerating assault. Old fellow, you've finally made your move. Let me tell you, if you do not act soon, I may very well be done for. Lu Xian grumbled in dissatisfaction, yet Long Yuan offered no response. The golden light continued to surge into the demon-slaying golden spear, whereupon a miniature golden dragon entwined itself around the spear's shaft. Upon glimpsing the mini golden dragon, A flicker of surprise flashed in the phoenix's eyes that it released a mournful cry, as if in great distress. The crowd remained bewildered, observing the standoff between the phoenix and Lu Xian, while the other disciples dared not take a step forward. Enter now. Your master awaits you. Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback, glancing at his demon-slaying golden spear, convinced he had misheard, and instinctively reached to clear his ears. Ah, what did you say? I said you may enter. My master is waiting for you. The phoenix's words were crystal clear to all present, leaving the disciples of every sect utterly confounded. Yet, fortunate for them, it appeared they could finally step into the luxurious palace behind the phoenix. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Just as they prepared to approach the palace, the phoenix flapped its wings, creating a powerful gust of wind, its oppressive aura once again descending upon them. Sai Feng's eyes widened as he shouted, "Quickly, defend against the attack." A few disciples with slightly higher cultivation hurriedly stepped forward to stand alongside Sea Foam, forming a protective barrier of multicolored spiritual energy to shield against the phoenix's onslaught. You cannot go. Only he may. The phoenix's frigid voice echoed throughout the cavern, and Lu Xian retracted the demon-slaying golden spear, furrowing his brows. But before he could inquire further, Long Yuan urged him onward. What are you waiting for? Hurry and enter. Why the rush? I'm going in, aren't I? Lu Xian turned to glance at Sea Foam, who nodded slightly, his expression grave and serious. Taking a deep breath to steady himself and smooth his disheveled attire, Lu Xian strode purposefully toward the palace. Yet among the crowd, some voiced their discontent. They had exerted great effort to arrive here, not to serve as mere pawns for another. Why can he enter while we cannot? The phoenix huffed disdainfully, disregarding the complaints of the discontented, perceiving them merely as insignificant insects, with a mere thought. It could prevent them from leaving this place altogether. Upon entering the palace, Lu Xian beheld a man clad in a fiery red robe seated at the center, his eyes shut tight, features so exquisitely crafted they seemed almost otherworldly. Resembling a celestial being untouched by the mortal realm, the phoenix's master outside was indeed alive. This meant the man before him had existed for over a millennium. What manner of creature was this? At that moment, the spiritual beast egg that had been nestled within Lu Xian's storage ring emerged, revealing a vividly lifelike dragon etched upon its surface. Lord Yen Lai, it is good to see you again. Long Yuan's voice emanated from within the egg, prompting the seated man to gradually open his eyes, casting a brief glance at Lu Xian before fixing his gaze upon the dragon egg. Good to see you again, Long Qi. Jin Sheng, he is no longer with us. Long Yuan's voice trembled slightly, and Lu Xian had never heard such weighty solemnity in Long Yuan's tone. Mentioning his former master evidently brought forth a wave of sorrow. As an outsider, Lu Xian chose to remain silent, observing the opulence of the palace. Indeed, a fitting abode for the phoenix's master, as ancient texts suggested that phoenixes were inherently extravagant, and their living spaces were replete with treasures. The entire palace gleamed with gold, resplendent and radiant, with various jars and vessels scattered about. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Lu Xian decided to explore, thinking it a shame to leave empty-handed after such a hard-fought entry. How did he meet his end? Lord Yen Lai's expression twisted with pain, his brows furrowing as sorrow flickered in his eyes, his voice strained as though suppressing tears, sounding somewhat awkward. Master fell in battle. In those days, the demon lord was relentless. To protect everyone, Master chose to perish alongside one of the demon lords that in that fierce conflict. Nearly all the elders opted for a similarly tragic fate. Long Yuan steadied himself, his tone growing colder than before, as if the events had not transpired in his own existence. Yen Lai inhaled deeply, then exhaled heavily, his hands clenched in a fist as he slowly rose from his seat. Taking measured steps toward the dragon, it is my fault, my cowardice, that has led to this outcome. Had I participated in that battle, perhaps, Lord Yen Lai need not blame himself. Master once said that everyone has their own choices. He bears no grudge against you or anyone else. Lu Xian, who had been idly wandering, overheard their conversation and clicked his tongue in realization. It turned out that the death of Lord Long Yuan was indirectly linked to the actions of this Lord Yen Lai. However, that was a matter from several millennia ago, and bringing it up now would alter nothing. A Chung will surely blame me for this. For all these years, I have been engulfed in guilt. often dreaming of a Chung reproaching me, resenting me for not standing by his side back then. The more Yinlai spoke, the more agitated he became, the flicker of flame upon his forehead burning with an extraordinary crimson hue. It is all my fault, all my fault. I should never have been so willful, should never have abandoned him alone. Long Yuan sensed something was amiss with Yinlai and urgently shouted, "You rascal! Come here, quickly!" El Xian hurried over, only to find Yinlia's formerly dark eyes had transformed into a vivid red, his gaze filled with madness, and an aura surrounding him that was terrifyingly fearsome. What on earth is happening? I merely stepped away for a moment. And he has gone mad. El Xian was utterly bewildered. How could Yinlai have lost his mind so suddenly? There was no time to ponder. If you wish to live, summon the phoenix at once. Hurry! The spirit beast egg returned to the storage ring, and El Xian, following Long Yuan's instructions, dashed out of the palace. Upon seeing El Xian emerge empty-handed and looking perplexed, the phoenix inquired, "Are you not planning to take some treasures with you?" "Human? Phoenix, you must come in and see. Your master has gone mad." The phoenix was momentarily taken aback, sensing something was wrong with its master, and flapped its wings vigorously, attempting to break free from the bondage of the black iron chains. Unfortunately, the chains were far too robust, and with 70% of the phoenix's power suppressed, it could not escape. "You rascal, use your magical artifact." Long Yuan urged anxiously that El Xian hesitated for a moment, but without doubt. He quickly summoned his demon-slaying golden spear. Golden spiritual energy surged through El Xian's veins, extending to the spear, where a golden dragon-like apparition coiled around its shaft. The demon-slaying spear technique, fourth form, Dragon Break Slash. The spear, towering over a person, unleashed a massive white blade of golden energy that cleaved down upon the black iron chains. Clang, clang, clang. The white blade sliced through the chains effortlessly, as if cutting through clay, severing them without resistance. The broken chains fell to the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. That El Xian, are you mad? Why did you release it? El Xian, do you intend to drag us down with you? Indeed, El Xian, what is wrong with you? If we perish, our sword god sect will never forgive you. Apart from the crowd from Tianxian sect, the disciples from other sects voiced their discontent. They could not comprehend why. When the chains were secured so well, El Xian would choose to free the phoenix. Senior brother, this El Xian has truly lost his mind. He actually released the phoenix. Does he intend to bring us all to our doom? Lin Luo exclaimed, clutching his hair in fury, that he had always known El Xian to be a harbinger of disaster, and now the phoenix, unbound, could easily wreak havoc upon them. Yet contrary to everyone's expectations, the once mighty phoenix suddenly transformed into a streak of crimson light, darting into the palace, with El Xian following closely behind. All stood frozen, unsure whether to seize this opportunity to enter the palace or remain outside, awaiting El Xian's return. "Master, master, what has happened to you?" As El Xian entered the palace, a melodious female voice, tinged with urgency and excitement, called out. He stared in confusion at the silhouette of a girl, scratching his head in bewilderment. When did a girl appear here? This was the human form of Feng Lu, as a mythical beast of ancient lineage. Even in its juvenile phase, it could freely shift between human and beast forms. Nothing unusual about that. So, this phoenix is called Feng Lu? Oh, your names are quite fitting. You are Long Qi, and she is Feng Lu. Master, please do not frighten me. Calm down. I am Feng Lu. Chapter 77. Losing control, Yinlia's eyes widened, his neck flushed crimson, and visible veins bulged upon his throat. The spiritual energy radiating from him an overwhelming force. Even though Yinlai did not deliberately direct his oppressive aura towards the crowd, his immense power still instilled a sense of dread in El Xian. Old man, what is wrong with him? El Xian gazed at Yinlia's frenzied state, his brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He has lost control. Long Qi's voice was grave. The news of his master's demise was a devastating blow to Yinlai, and the guilt accumulated over millennia had suddenly stripped him of his reason.